Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds. The players are getting things set up for today's final match, LGD versus TSM. Now, neither of these teams can make it out of group, but both will be looking to end their Worlds journey on a high note. A player in particular who will be looking to do that is Dyrus for TSM. He's been outspoken about the fact that he'll be retiring after this year, and I'm sure is certain would like to end with a very nice game under his belt.
Yeah, having it be Dyrus's last ride, and he made some posts about this, that he has been thinking about retiring and all of that, but you have to look back on this guy's career. He was there at the start when TSM really took off and started taking over North America as the #1 team, and they had a big stronghold, ironclad grip on that. And a lot of that was because of Dyrus in the top lane. And with him leaving after this game, this might be his last game here, he's the last of the old guard. It's a completely new face TSM after that, and you really have to take that in and just support the brand still. They still have Reginald and all of that, but that would be the last player. So Dyrus, regardless of how he's played on the world stage, regardless of what you might think about him, this guy deserves your respect because he has been there and he's made it to every Worlds. He has been at every World Championship, and only a handful of players can say that. So heart goes out to him for this game.
Yeah, started with Epic Gamer, played with a lot of the old guard, Dandy, Westeros. He's like famous for like Olaf, Sins, Jax. His Gangplank and Udyr were amazing. Like this guy at WCG's had some of the best troll plays ever. Like his Surface in Season 1 World against like Shen is what inspired Looper to pick up the champion. This guy has a history book that you could not rewrite if you tried in League of Legends. And, you know, it was great when he first came over from Hawaii, moved into the TSM house. He's had a fantastic career, and I can't wait to follow what he does afterwards. But this is definitely a huge last game for him.
It's like, for me, I still have memories of when TSM, they had this period when they were scrimming and playing tournaments on EOS. And I remember watching Dyrus stream and just sniping him and playing against him. And to me, he was a role model for me back then. And I think Dyrus is a goddamn legend.
There you have it. I feel like that's all that needs to be said before we get into this game. The teams are ready, so it's time to send it back to the booth for the final game in Group D.
Thank you very much, Dash. And there is quite a bit of energy here. A standing ovation as Dyrus was just on the screen. Everybody was take my energy and chanting Dyrus's name over and over again. So he has to be feeling good nonetheless coming into this game.
It's happened a couple times, the crowd here at Paris during the group stages to just yell, "Take my energy,"
so
over
great.
And over when prompted by the casters. But it's nice to see.
It is. And I mean, full respect to Dyrus, and his career has been fantastic. Analyst Desk, I think, talked a lot about it. And he deserves all the praise he's getting.
All right, Singed.
Singed. Okay, has to be first pick.
That's going to be a question. Do we see a pretty try-hard game, or do we see kind of a fan service legacy game? Because we got the potential for one of those, Flame versus Dyrus, if this actually would be his last game. Or when we saw LGD win that one game against Origen, it seemed like they were kind of full try-hard there.
So looking at the first ban, doesn't look very try-hard from LGD.
Who is she? Oh, Ezreal, gotcha.
Yeah, well, they're just adding to the unique picks and bans of
Worlds
Worlds so far.
Of course.
Every World seems to have a game like this, where you just kind of expand the champion pool.
The Gangplank will still
Did they
be there.
misclick that? Like,
I mean, they're looking back somewhat confused, but then again, maybe they don't really care too
Flame
much.
had a bunch of client problems in the earlier game. I feel like that's exactly what happened again.
Misclicking.
Remember the old Annie and Nivea? Or Annie, was it Annie Mumu? You'd ban one and
it was Annie and Nivea. So the same letter in the Korean alphabet, and you would type it in and ban something. And that was kind of before they offered remakes for misclick bans, which is something you do now as long as you notify the referee that it was a misclick ban. And it was actually kind of a manner thing in Korea that if they banned Nivea, that with respect, you shouldn't pick Annie. But every once in a while, a team would pick Annie because they'd left it up.
Yeah, TSM is very angry in the chat here that Ezreal was banned. Bjergsen was planning on playing it, apparently. And now also Imp is saying it was his Ezreal. So everyone wants to play Ezreal this game.
So everybody thought they were coming in to pick their own champions. That happens, you ban it sometime. No, I'm just kidding.
We've all been there.
Flames Ezreal top.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Right. Still carrying from those positions. So it was a misclick. We are going to get back into picks and bans. And it looks like it was a Lulu.
It's the same, just with a hat on.
That's right.
Exactly the same.
You can see how that misclick happens.
Yeah, sure.
Easy peasy. All right, Gangplank still on the board, or I should say on the bench.
So far, we are looking at very serious bans.
Yeah.
No Mordekaiser, sadly.
Super serial.
We are keeping it very standard so far. Will this be the first game where TPQ gets a proper jungle pick? It looks like it with the ban so far.
Look good.
Origen, he got to play Gragas.
Yeah, for him, a proper jungle pick. He had that ulti at the tower,
This is the only... His Rek'Sai is open.
Okay,
he's got
his
Rek'Sai.
going. He can get Rek'Sai or Elise for TPQ.
Or Elise, that's true.
First pick.
Boom.
There we go.
Got it. Now you just put a lot of pressure on him. Because if he doesn't... Coming back to you, Deficio, if he doesn't do well.
Sure.
Like TBQ,
I take all the blame.
Okay.
I will take all the blame.
Perfect. You heard it, Reddit.
TBQ has not performed due to the pressure Deficio,
Yes.
European LCS caster, has put on the LPL jungler.
Shot of the Danes and then Dyrus, as Dyrus and Santorin are the first two to pick here. I mean, the Nidalee mechanics are there for Santorin, a very high mechanical player. Once it gets into the game and the structure of the game has already kind of been laid out, he doesn't get a chance to make all those plays. They are going to, however, go back to Gragas and a Jinx here, while Turtle's going to try to steal some dragons.
So I did this in the last game. I'm going to do it again. This is a Tahm Kench game. Jinx has been locked in.
Do it.
Tahm Kench is going to go next to her
Great combo.
against Elise, and nobody's ever going to die.
Spit
Well,
on the chompers.
The thing is, Tahm Kench was a bit of a surprise pick here at Worlds. I wonder how many
No,
supports
they're going to pick it away.
actually prepared the Kench. And how much
Everyone
they want to
did
pick it away.
now. After that, a few more
Yeah,
days.
true.
Everyone tried to spam it. Problem is, it scrims. Only one team gets to play it. Maybe you even ban it away. So we have to see who was lucky enough. And LGD, they know exactly
There
what
it
was
is.
going on. They knew the Kench was coming. So they had to steal it away.
They left it up,
There it is.
and now he's going to play Ezreal.
Bada bing.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I do have to say, though, like, even though both these teams are eliminated from Worlds and this will be their last game, coming into the day, both teams were still statistically possible of advancing from the groups. And with playing 3 different teams on the same day, they would have already prepped game plans for every single opponent on the day if they were doing their jobs properly. So I'm not surprising that they are doing
Saying that
draft.
about the team who just admitted they were being lazy in scrims and having a bit of fun and not really doing that much practice.
True. You don't get that much practice.
You would hope that as lazy as they are, they got one guy in the back who's like, all right,
Sure.
I'm just going to do these picks and bans for 3 teams.
He just wrote Tahm Kench,
all
Tahm
it
Kench, Tahm
takes.
Kench, and ban Ezreal.
Take
It was a
pick
mind game.
good
They were
and
taking
underline it
Ezreal.
3 times.
So the Thresh Gnar picked up. Dyrus will be back on Gnar this game. We'll be going for the fan show. TSM definitely looking to get a win under the belt here. And we will see what Imp and PYL now pull out. Godv choosing, or getting his pick chosen for him. Imp will be able to choose his AD carry here.
Yeah, and so far, again, very standard pick and ban phase on the side of Team Solo mid. They get early Jinx. Santorin gets a Gragas because Elise was obviously picked away. Obviously, as a bit more utility, some scaling up. You have a big front line now with Gnar and a Gragas to protect him. And Bjergsen gets his counter pick as we normally see.
This LGD comp hurts my heart, though. There's so much denial on getting a kill. Like, even if they pick LeBlanc, then you have the mirror image, or the mirror image when she has her passive go off, which kind of denies a bit of ending damage if you were to kill her. Tahm Kench can eat somebody, repel from Elise. It's going to be difficult to finalize a kill here for Team Solo Mid. Let's see what they go for their final pick on the matchup. They're going to go around the board.
Lustboy is
Lustboy
cycling through all the
Always does it.
classic
Always
top
cycles.
lane picks of days gone by. Now he's just trolling.
We're going down memory lane, boys. A little bit of memory lane champion.
Z-Top was a thing for about a few weeks, and then people realized, no, you know what, that was a thing for like at least a few patches. And then TP became a big thing, and Z kind of died out.
Yeah, I was there for a while.
He was.
Yasuo,
Was it
also.
Wicked who played Zed a lot top lane?
I don't think so, but no, you know what? I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because Froggen didn't play it in the mid lane, so Wicked took it to the top lane.
Yeah.
I will say, though, from
That was
playing
garbage,
against
Froggen.
it, it wasn't something teams would ban away very often.
Lissandra.
It's a nice way of saying it.
Lissandra getting picked out
Hey,
here
I'm
for
stating
Team
the fact.
Solo Mid.
So something that has been pretty critical in team compositions for TSM today
What is that?
is when the opponent gets Mikhails or QSS, TSM runs out of options. Week 1, Bjergsen was doing all the damage and all of the kills for Team Solo Mid, but this week they decided to also make him bring all of the crowd control. He has been the one setting up and trying to carry in these individual fights. Lissandra, kind of a kill one and be done with it type of champion, so we'll see if the rest of TSM can pick up the slack.
It is a good counter matchup into LeBlanc here. Very hard for LeBlanc to do anything, and you can set up so many easy ganks on towards her as well, or at least force her to play very passive. Also, she's bringing cleanse in this situation, so less kill pressure for Godfrey.
Force LeBlanc into cleanse. Small victory right there.
Honestly, the teams do something crazy again. Put Lissandra back to the bottom, AD carry support middle, push down the middle, make it happen, dictate the game right out the gate. Just light the fuse.
Still on that, it's like, might be Dyrus' last game. These teams can't make it out of the groups. Why not do something crazy? They don't want to finish last.
All right, yeah, this is true. The champs are now locked in. The teams are loading up. So start sharing your picks for this game. A hashtag LGD win or hashtag TSM win. We'll tally the votes as we go through the game. You'll see them at the bottom on how you are voting and who really has that backing. It's been very back and forth today. A game could start one way and then even out towards the middle. This group has not panned out how we thought today.
No, funny you say that though, Riff, because Team Solo Mid, between 1 minute and 15 minutes, have looked like one of the best teams in this group. After 15 minutes, however, they've looked like one of the worst teams in this group. And despite getting all these early leads, that shot calling in the mid game and forward just seems to drop completely dead. They take down the outer turrets, they have the goal, it looks great, and then nothing happens from there. You don't deny vision, you don't get objectives, you don't push more towers, you don't go aggressive. You had a Malphite earlier, you could just tower dive, you were so far ahead, and it never happened.
I feel like that's very telling on what teams, such as Team Solo Mid, falter in the mid game, need to focus on. Across many games, the first 15 minutes are always somewhat the same. There's almost a gentleman's agreement. You do the same thing over and over again, and then when something breaks that mold, it becomes difficult if you haven't practiced it before.
Yeah, the thing that's so confusing to me about the TSM strategy is it's almost like they're just following this script for the first 15 minutes of how to execute their early game, and then from there they don't know how to shot call. But that's not how the game works. Like, you can't follow a script for the first 15 minutes. It's actually like every individual knows what to do for the first 15 minutes. They can make their own decisions, and then when the game progresses to the next stage, it seems like they lose the ability to work together.
Right. I don't know if this is the case for Team Solo Mid, but some of the teams who do really well in scrims very often only get to play the first 15-20 minutes really serious and get to really play out that early to mid game and practice it again and again and again. And once you get to late game, a lot of teams are like, oh, we're down 5k gold, just surrender, go next game. And you don't get to practice your late game shot calling. It is a problem for a lot of EU teams, I know. And it might be what's hitting Team Solo Mid. They simply don't get enough serious, try-hard late-game practice. So once they get on stage, and they get in the same situations, but the team does not surrender, you now have to try and play it out, and you don't have the tools or the options or
it's almost backwards, but it's the nature of the beast. You want to play more games in a day, so if you know you already won, you stop playing it so you can get another game in, see if you do it differently. But if they never go that long, then the beast becomes a lot harder to fight once it does. So we'll see how this one pans out. We are going to get a standard lane this game. Very back and forth between standard and lane swaps throughout this tournament. Finally, we get to see the matchup.
Just to finish that conversation, and we can drop the topic, it's even if the scrim would be true and they're not finishing many games, that would be true for pretty much any team. So something is still fundamentally wrong with the way TSM is communicating in the mid-game outside of their practice environment. So we'll see if that holds true in this game as well, and if they can actually pull ahead early game where LGD played very well against Origen.
So they can be happy so far getting standard lanes. Again, that double range on the bottom lane is going to be very strong for Team Solo Mid. Tahm Kench is a very defensive support in many ways. It's hard for him to be aggressive because you need those 3 stacks. And it's very, very easy to spot when he's running forward, shoots his tongue out, hits you in the back, and then he keeps moving. I mean, you know what's going to happen. So you can play around that very effectively. And also the Vayne obviously just want to farm in the early stages, get that level 6 first at least before LGD is looking to make a lot of plays in this 2v2 lane.
They are just trying to push Imp into the turret over and over again. Quick back coming in from Wild Turtle and Mustboy. See how they manage this. TBQ is going to scuttle bottom side. Does not look like he will be running into Santorin, but this is TBQ's first time on that Elise pick, and it looks like he wants to go pretty aggro already.
Yeah, the only reason you recall that early is if you're initiating a swap. But they've also initiated a swap while Santorin is still in his jungle. So he's got to be really careful of an invade or even TBQ because there's no backup for Santorin.
They do start to head top. TBQ hovering, but on a ward placed just after minion spawn time from Team Solo Mid. So they have eyes on that. Dyrus now will head to the bottom, and we already see movement from PYL here to try and counteract this.
Very surprised Team Solo Mid wants to swap this around. They had a fine 2v2 lane on the bottom side. Gnar does get pushed in early by Darius, but once he goes back one time, like normally gets a phage, he can then start doing really well in this lane.
Exactly. I felt like TSM had favorable lanes. The only thing they needed to guard against was an Elise turret dive on the top side while Gnar is getting pushed in, but Santorin very easily could have just started jungling that side in his rotation and kept Dyrus safe. But either way, they swap in a disadvantageous spot. They do early recalls in order to swap. So they put themselves in an inherent disadvantage to get this lane set up.
And that means Vayne gets her free lane where she can sit alone, reach level 6 very fast, the first big spike for her, and farm out towards that blade. They might catch up PYL. Keep in mind, he's very tanky on this Tom Kench.
You have to hit him for a while.
I like the
And
hold
that
on the
gives
flash.
time for backup.
PYL playing this one very nicely with peace of mind. Just lets TSM walk in and keep getting the hits that they want. Teleport is going to be coming in. Does not look like it will play too much of a role here. No, they get the apprehend onto Turtle. Very back and forth, waiting for Team Solo Mid to get that Lantern. It does get Turtle to safety, and Glacial Path from Bjergsen gets him to safety as well. I thought those would come a little sooner, but TSM just didn't have the cooldown yet.
So we praised the early game of Team Solo Mid before. If you look at the first few games of the day, now I really just again have to disagree with how they're playing it. Chasing in a Tom Kench into his own jungle with the amount of HP he has with his E as well, that double HP coming in, and once again you leave Vayne all alone. Wild Turtle left the top lane to join the fight, so he's on 25 CS.
Yeah, and they leave the ward over the wall while the jungle camp is low, so Godby gets a free Raptor taken for him, which means he'll probably hit level 6 before Bjergsen as well.
He did his flash for that too.
A lot of things LGD are doing are better than TSM, but that's because TSM is just kind of making... They're actually taking initiative, but the choices are wrong.
I feel like
for TSM in the early game.
LGD is just kind of sitting down on the floor, and TSM is just standing and firing candy down their mouth and being like, here you go, take more, because LGD are not really the ones making the plays. They're just reacting to what Team Soulmate is doing, and they're handing everything over to them right now.
Deficio, let me tell you, Tom Kench can eat a lot of candy.
He can eat a lot of candy.
So you're not going to overkill him by dumping candy down his mouth, unfortunately.
That's what they're trying to do for now.
That cleanse still in for Godby, putting some damage down into Bjergsen. He'll control the damage a little bit with the Lissandra, but still gets hit out on that one. A level up from Bjergsen means he has 6. He can still put himself in the Glacial Prison if he wants to, but Godby looking to get a kill quite soon here, even without having a kill summoner on himself in the mid lane.
So LGD makes a good play here around the bottom lane where you have Imp sitting already pushing in the wave, force Dyrus away, get some damage on this tower, you might even be able to take it down. And then obviously on the top side, TSM has to just mirror and respond, which they are doing for now. So we'll be able to trade towers.
Turtle, Lost Boy, unscathed here in the top lane. The swap has put him down a bit of CS within that lane, however. Imp, as we said, getting his free farm in the bot lane, played a very nice Graves game just recently. Now onto the Vayne, show his skills in the last game that LGD will be playing here on the world stage.
Yeah.
TBQ actually still in the jungle. He seems a lot more comfortable now. After the Gragas game, after the Elise game, taking a lot more chances. Very close for Dyrus, possibly could be going down. He does for first blood. The sixth sense was there that he needed to get out, but there just was not enough room for him to do so.
How many times have we seen this in the short side of a lane swap? He overstays while his turret is dying, and there is really no reason to not be at your second tier turret while the lane is getting bounced like that, because you're really just opening yourself up for disaster without any positives. He wasn't going to be getting anything for being in that spot to begin with, and LGD uses the appropriate summoner spells and gank to kill him.
And some things about Vayne now that we see him get a first assist. He's already level 6. Almost getting Blade of the Ruined King on his first back. He can be more than happy after Team Solomid gave him that free lane. Vayne as a champion, one of the reasons I feel we haven't seen it too much right now is because of double teleport. It's very hard for it to be a split pusher because you're not running teleport as an AD carry. The team's going to wave clear, push the wave out against you, and then just TP away and force a fight, and you're stuck up in that lane. You're fairly slow at pushing the waves. In this game, because Bjergsen didn't run teleport, that's not going to be a problem, because it's going to be Gnar versus Darius up in the top lane. And it's now going to be Imp in the bottom lane against a non-teleport user. So you can suddenly use the Vayne properly as a split pusher. And TSM also gave him now that free lane. Really got a question also not running teleport on Lissandra. I think that what makes her strong is that your TP ganks are so effective at level 6, but Bjergsen is aiming to kill his lane.
Godby not getting a lot of chains out. Makes Bjergsen a little bit easier for him to get kills if he wants to. But here in the bot lane, TBQ waiting off on the wing. PLL getting one good lick onto Lustboy. Just a love tap there, and Lustboy is actually may go for this ward check here. like he's going to get too much out of it.
I love watching Tahm Kench when he's setting up for a gank. It's like walk through the minions, just hit you once with one of the lowest movement speeds in the game. It's like, yeah, okay, I think the jungler is here. Let's just back away.
It is quite telling. PYL having to give quite a bit away. Lustboy has not been able to get back to lane with Turtle just yet. This may mean his life. Going to ward is going to cost him pretty much everything. He gets eaten up. That's going to be PYL's kill. No. Has enough coming out with the shield. Lives, and they are going to get that one over to TBQ. Turtles Rockets coming up nicely, but I don't think he's going to be living through this one. Another kill going over to LGD, 3-1 now.
And LGD once again playing like they did back in the LPL. When we had a Vayne, they would always try and get her high level in a lane swap and then play around her because she's so strong compared to other AD carries after level 6. What happens? Fight down bottom side because of TPQ. Team Soulmate jumps right into it. LGD wins the fight. More kills for them on the bottom lane.
And TPQ is baiting on Tahm Kench the way you're supposed to. Like, when we talk about Tahm Kench, and when people are trying to say why he wasn't good before we started seeing him, it's like, all he is he's annoying. You just walk around and not die.
He's very annoying.
Exactly! He's really, really annoying, and TSM is allowing themselves to be annoyed by him, dumping damage, and then capitalizing on the backside of it.
Lustboy having to follow now, playing follow the leader with PYL towards the mid lane. Good save onto Bjergsen, but definitely means that TSM is now on the back foot.
Yeah, because there's a 2-level advantage in the side lane between the AD carries. Yeah. Kind of necessitating a 1v2 if Wild Turtle ever wants to farm safely. And as Deficio mentioned earlier, not having teleport on the mid lane, Bjergsen makes it so he can't provide impact. He needs to be able to win his lane if he has Ignite.
Oh, what a nice play. Doesn't get frozen by the W, gets out to take no damage from the Glacial Prison, but cannot get back in for the finalizer. Thought that Godly would have stayed with the cleanse, but he does go for the safe play, just knows he has the upper hand on Bjergsen now. Imp, PYL doing what they want to this bottom lane, not having any trouble.
The rotations!
And it seems like TSM out lane swap themselves this game here. It's not going to be easy to come back from. LGD to the mid lane.
We've been through this, man. It's a straight line. It's not a rotation right there.
It sounds better.
Translate into
One
the lane.
TT and everything.
Oh, dear.
And that's going to be a dead Santorin.
The trans rotation right there makes it into the mid lane. And they were so far ahead of the play there because of the Tahm Kench. Santorin paid the price.
You can make so many plays with the Tahm Kench, especially once you start having winning lanes and he can make use of his ulti properly to go tower to tower to tower way earlier, or way before the other team can even react. And he can also try and save his AD carry.
Look at where Imp can play right now.
Even spits forward.
Absolutely disgusting. Spits him into the box. He might just end up in one, but the tumble gets him to safety. A little hairy there for a second, but he gets out with Summoner Heal. Imp is laughing.
He is cracking up for that one. Thanks a lot, PYL.
Yeah, we saw the good and the bad about a Tahm Kench. Man, that was nice. We've also seen a Tahm Kench send his AD carry into the middle of the enemy team as an engage. Happened with the Coup Tigers. I like it. I like how these supports are trolling the AD carry a little bit.
Imp, you have 2 kills. But can you get out of this one? Goes him right into it.
It's too bad you can't chew up Kog'Maw when he's in his passive and spit that at people.
That would be fun.
That would be pretty broken. 13 minutes
Speed him up
in.
even more.
Speed up the Acathian surprise.
Or just have him inside you while he's exploding and he still does the damage to other people.
Yeah,
Not
Tahm
only is
Kench
it a
has
gray
to take
health,
damage at that point.
He just gives him more gray health.
You could explode in Abyssal Voyage and it's just like an underground mine. All right, moving on. Wards to the mid lane, not really allowing anything to happen here. Pure vision for TSM. They know Godv roamed up. Nobody's going to go crazy and walk into any Fog of War in the jungle. But that is exactly where LGD is coming from right now. TSM is going to be forced to run down here. As PYL, his presence is dictating everything right now. If he's in an area, TSM is not.
There's no TP for Flame right now, so TSM might be able to win this
down
fight.
Towards red. They were just seeing where he could go. The Abyssal Voyage takes him down a bit. We're going to head up. That's TBQ falling down as Godv gets himself out with the passive. That's a bit of the denial I was talking about. Once you're about to finalize that kill, you may not be able to get it. PYL hoping or wishing he was close enough to Imp that time to chew him up, but it's not going to happen. And TSM get LGD as they're trying to do a little too much.
Yeah, that was an Abyssal Voyage gone wrong right there because LGD just got a little too aggressive, a little too casual, a little too jokey, and TSM capitalizes with some nice plays.
Flame was just sitting top with no teleport, kind of being like, guys, I have no TP. And PYL is like, I'm going to fight. I'm going to go for this one. He jumps straight into the in his own jungle.
It's like there's a fight down there, and then you just hear elevator music when we see Flame on the top side.
Oh, man. And it was a really spread out fight,
Yeah.
too.
Whoa! I kind of saw that coming. Not sure how Turtle did. Still had to use the summoner heal, but the Lust Boy was just behind him. I would have lanterned out. Godv really taking advantage of the situation. Team Solo Mid not respecting the area of aggro that LGD can work with here.
Godv's been doing really well in his lane. Always
He really has.
aggressive on Bjergsen. Let's see it again. So Flame sitting top, really does not want to fight, but TPQ gets caught out at first. Ends up going down, and Godv tries to do what he can, not enough. And he is randomly a catfish and Imp.
It's like, I saved him.
They just attempt to 2v3. Maybe they were trying to set up a play with the Elise, but then the Elise got cut off. Not much they could do to win that one.
Oof.
To be fair, I don't think a catfish is very smart. So I don't blame him.
That's why they bite on to
Exactly.
people's arms while they're fishing and get caught.
There's no way out. It's all in.
I don't know, what if they're hungry?
It's an arm attached to it.
Well, they just know
They
it's
don't
an
know
arm.
it's an
They don't
arm.
know what a human is. They just see some meat in front of it.
It's an example of how they're not intelligent.
That's true.
Okay. All right. They haven't figured out yet. Well, I guess you can't go back and tell the other catfish you made an arm because you're done at that point. Damn. That's a rough life.
It's dark.
Looks like PYL has chosen the right targets, however, throughout this game. He's been doing good.
Well, except he just killed himself just before. But apart from that,
It happens.
it happens, sure.
Some have to sacrifice for the other catfish as well.
Still the
For those of you who
risk.
weren't listening yesterday, it's called noodling.
Noodle.
When you
Indeed.
fish for catfish using your arm.
I think we've pretty much hit that in almost every game today. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. 17, coming up on 17 minutes, I should say. Godv doing very nicely for himself at 1-0-1, but he is tied with Bjergsen right now. We thought this would be a pretty close game, and it really hasn't gotten out of control, but LGD is definitely making all the moves, dictating these fights. Here, another one to the bot lane, and it is just spread to both sides. Turtle on the pot, Lust Boy on the top side. Both of them go down. A little bit of flare love.
Yeah, Wild Turtle's a sitting duck in this game. I feel like he's going to have many deaths because Godv's getting enough kills on this LeBlanc that he's going to start taking over. We already saw Maple take over this one, and Imp pops ult to 1v1.
Ah! Huzzah!
You wanted it, but not.
That was a boring 1v1.
Well, he saw the Narbar go up real quick. He's like, actually, never mind. Just get thrown into a wall real quick and slowed over and over again. TBQ, no real danger, rather, ends up Scuttle and just continues to give LGD more ways to get themselves in and out of fights. Actually pretty effective. You Abyssal Voyage past everybody. You have a team that can come through River
Dude,
on a
it's the
Scuttle Crab.
rotation.
More of a translation.
Sit in mid lane,
It's an Abyssal Voyage.
jump down to the bottom lane with two guys. That's insane. Zoning out people. LGD can do 1-3-1. They have Imp on top side. We mentioned earlier, no teleport to really punish him other than Gnar. But he doesn't care about that. He can kill him 1v1. He probably could even have killed him before, but played it very safe. Ended up condemning him anyway.
Still 2-level difference here for Imp onto Wild Turtle. No Dragon Steals for him this game.
Not yet.
Things that allow TSM back in, not happening. And usually they're the crazy highlight moments. That's not what you want to have to just use to get back into games because they're very few between. Right now, there has not been much choice. Glacial pass to the backside. Bjergsen actually put himself in a nice spot for safety, but LGD still wants this fight. TSM is grouped up nicely if they can find the right targets, but now that they have split all into different channels of their own jungle, they continue to get picked off. Now Godv is going to be able to rejoin. I hope TSM still remembering that one. Somebody's going to get chomped up. That's Darius thrown back out to slow the team. No, Flame comes back so they can get a nice engage, not throwing anybody too far forward. Godv looking for one more kill onto Lust Boy here. That's the distortion forward. Sigil into chain. TBQ is actually going to help pick that one up. Bjergsen now completely low on mana. He's going to be going down, and they are indeed farming. You have to worry about the small families and kids. They still need food no matter what is happening to the village, and that's not what you want to have happen.
Is Bjergsen the village dying?
I really liked his defensive use of his ultimate during that fight. He got a lot of damage off, used it for the self-heal, and I feel like nearly won the fight for TSM. But ultimately, Godv has been able to zero out Wild Turtle in so many of these fights. There's nothing to save him there, no flay help, no hook help, No, shield, lantern help from Lustboy, and he's just getting picked off again and again.
And it seems like Im doesn't really trust PWell anymore because they're very split up in the fight, and normally PWell will be here to save him, but you can see how all of Team Solarmate is going to go for him now first to buy some time. Im is so far away from him as he could possibly be, and Wild Turtle just before going down gets to fire the ulti as well, help killing him. So looks good in the start, but then they just keep chasing. PWell keeps being annoying.
Yeah, when he ate Flames Darius, it's one of the big things that turned the fight around. TSM just didn't end up having enough sustained damage because Wild Turtle didn't do any damage at the start of that fight.
Frustration of the denial starts to come in. Looks like blue buff will go down here. PYL actually taking quite a bit. He has to use E right away, create that shield that's already taken down, so he could be killed here. TSM does not look like they can even get past him, though. Everything's used to just get PYL low, and LGD assesses the rest of the fight. Darius actually coming in, Meganars him against the wall. TSM will be able to start cleaning this one up. Imp in a bad spot. He finally gets cleaned up by Wild Turtle, and Turtle's double kill, hopefully getting him excited for a triple kill here. Exactly what Team Solo Mid needs, the quadra kill. The right target is the one that distorts, obviously, so they know where to go, but TSM wins a fight like this, and they aren't getting anything else on the map. We'll see LGD probably back up. This is TSM clawing themselves back in.
Delayed quadra kill, they're right back in the game. PYL, while it's nice to take a bunch of damage on Tahm Kench, your team has to be capitalizing on the damage you take right there. And they funnel into such a small choke point against Gnar, Jinx, Lissandra, and definitely pay the price.
21 minutes, the second Dragon goes over to Team Solo Mid, a team that sometimes you would see allow those Dragons to go to the wayside for what they're doing around the map, but here it's been falling in their favor, working for them.
So LGD not really going to split push at all right now, just going to team fights against Team Solo Mid, and while it looks pretty good at first, Centurion does survive. Now it's the problem, you've invested everything onto the tank. Massive Mega Gnar from Darius, very well done from him, and Bjergsen gets into the backline again. Imp is just dancing around behind the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, LGD has kind of a split-pushing team, but with the lead, they just decided it was time to team fight again and again. And Lissandra, Jinx, Gnar, with Gragas and Thresh, is a massive team fight composition, so it's the big reason TSM is back in this game now.
Imp trying to dance around Wild Turtle all the time, but just gets shot in the face. Not working for him. I think he needs to stay with PYL. Because you need the Tahm Kench to eat the Vayne. When Team Solo Mid is trying to kill him in the backline, you eat him, you avoid all this damage, because like Lissandra is a champion that relies so much on being able to ulti, like the upfront burst.
Yeah.
That's what you deny with the Tahm Kench. But Imp is just constantly, for some reason, behind Team Solo Mid.
I think we'll see it over and over again. There's no shortage of fights coming. Blade of the Ruin King into Quicksilver Sash, rushed Aegis for both TBQ and PYL. They want to keep fighting here. And Imp's just giving him a way to stay safe in these fights if he gets close to Bjergsen or gets a hook from Lustboy. So they are building to keep the fire going. TSM is actually starting to put it out right now, getting themselves back in, now only down by about 1,000 gold as we move up to 11 to 10 in kills. Yeah, bloodier than usual game, though.
Turtle is very fed on this Jinx, and maybe it's what they need. Maybe now they don't have to make a lot of calls because the fights are coming to them on the side of Team Solo Mid, and they can take these straight on 5-on-5 team fights where Turtle just sits and shoots away.
Yeah, they need to be able to have a good amount of vision control beforehand, because even though he has 9,200 gold at this point in the game, Godv will still be able to nearly zero him out with a good combo on the block. Especially if he's unable to sidestep those chains that Godv has landed so accurately on the Wild Turtle.
LGD is still looking to have Flame in the same lane as Darius down here with the teleport, and just let him take the other lane. Whoever walks up there to 1v1 him, he can kill them, or he can at least push in the wave and then leave. And LGD can force a play around the mid lane or in the jungle if they catch out Team Solo Mid. Right now, they're just gone straight into 5-on-5 team fights, which is what Team Solo Mid wants.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid's main weakness so far at Worlds has been their inability to make calls around 15 minutes, while LGD's making them for Team Solo Mid.
So at first, it was Team Solo Mid giving it to LGD in the start, being like,
now
okay,
it's the other way.
We're going to give some calls, here's some kills, and now we just turn around, we return all the candy.
You love the candy.
I don't know why.
I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
People is baiting quite a lot.
That's not really a bait, that's just death.
Pretty damn good candy in France. Apparently, they just gave a little too much to PYL. Sometimes it'll make you sick.
Jet said you could do that.
So in order to bait, there has to be a trap somewhere else. They were just throwing food into the sea at that point.
The catfish walking.
Too many never-ending gobstoppers.
Oh, didn't kill him.
Whoa, Godfrey blasted away. Bjergsen didn't get the hit he want because of that chaos due to the explosive cask, and now Bjergsen puts himself in a not-so-good position. Lustboy's where he does not want to be right now, and there's the other back and forth now from Team Solo Mid over the side of LGD.
It was
give it right back.
It was the long bait.
He knew it all along, man.
bait.
That's shot calling right there.
Yeah, big mistake there by Team Solo Mid going so deep there. In a 5v4, with all of their ultimates, they lose 2 for 0. Godv got the large amount of damage early on in that fight and allowed him to get into the flank without real threat onto them. And maybe LGD actually takes the Baron for this one.
Santorin smite up. He is on the top side. My eyes are on how close he can get. Baron going down fast. Dyrus not going to be able to gnaw out here. No, he does gnaw out. That's the bar going down. Almost gets himself into a good spot, but they cannot do enough. Santorin, body slam over the wall, cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even. Imp gets a shot on that one, and it is going to be the Vayne take for the Baron.
EYL saved the day, finally flashed over, put Imp into his belly, he stays alive, spit him over the wall.
Plays the long Kong. Make him think that he's not going to save Imp, so that they will commit to killing Imp, just so PYL can consume him yet again. Yeah, this game's gotten a little bit messy, I would say.
Just a little bit. A lot of good fights. A lot of good fights. Not sure what happened with their last one, where Team Solo Mid went over the wall. Didn't get the kills.
What happens when you noodle a catfish and you let it back out of the boat? It just wreaks absolute havoc. It knows then. This is the one that made it out.
Sees the true weakness.
Yeah, PY. He knows where the armor is broken.
Yeah. So there were already a dead Lissandra and Thresh for this one, so it's a really safe Baron for LGD as long as they zone out Degragas. And here, they actually all flash over to kill the Gnar, when really they should have been flashing over to kill Santorin, because the steal is a very real possibility. Let's see what ends up happening. Yeah, TBQ smited right before he was going to eat it with Elise, so it was actually a Vayne auto attack that ended up finishing it, because the smite did about 700 and it left with sub 100 health. Santorin just didn't get it in time to do any damage.
I feel like Flame is not allowed to do anything in this game. Godv even steals away the Grump from him. 1 kill, 3 assists, every single team fight. Flame is kind of just running behind his team, trying to get in there, but never really doing anything.
It's like, you had a good game the other time.
Yeah, now it's our turn.
It's my turn.
Well, it's one of these things with Darius. Like, if you want Darius to be successful, you normally have to kind of build around him. But this is really an every man for himself team composition. And Elise, Vayne, and LeBlanc have all these cool tools to get closer to people, whereas Flame has absolutely no way to do so unless he wants to extend Flash. So everyone else gets to do stuff in these fights, and Flame's just kind of left in the dust.
So we need Tahm Kench to deliver Flame to the backline.
That would be the way to help him.
Oh, man.
First dragon in the game, bro.
Good call.
You think so?
I mean, it's 27 minutes. It's kind of lazy getting a dragon now. You can't really get 5.
Oh, you can get 5.
I mean, okay, sure. If we're here for like another hour, you're going to get 5.
You're making these statements.
Give him 24 more minutes. And it's a 51-minute 5th dragon to Fischio.
Can happen. TSM, like I said, they've given up a few before. I don't know if it's going to go that long. Back towards LGD inside TSM's jungle. This is pretty much where they've lived. Not really paying too much rent either. They come up with their own kills when they're here. TSM has only been able to scrap together a few. Banner of Command now being used by Lustboy. Just in the bottom lane, middle lane. Where is it? Looks like it's already dead. It is just on cooldown, so they won't be able to use that to split push really any lanes just yet. Trying to keep LGD on the back foot. It's not working now.
That's down the bottom lane. A big cannon.
Oh, it came in the second one. Yeah.
Moving in,
I
so
scrolled past it too fast.
massive wave incoming. LG don't care. They just want to dive your tower. Not the members, but the tower.
Yeah. I was going to say, what happened to the Baron buff there, but it must have timed out during all of this. LGD not taking huge advantage off of that Baron secure. And they still actually don't have a super strong team fight unless they get a clean initiation on a Wild Turtle, who's built a Spectral's Cow. Despite the advantages they've again accumulated, it's also a lot of free damage that Godfrey took.
Just trying to spread TSM very thin right now. Looks like it's working. Dyrus does have that teleport up, so he's trying to get himself into a spot in mid lane at least. He'll be able to walk up towards that top turret. It exactly is where LGD is taking TSM right now. With bot lane pushed, they may have to respect that and come back to clear it. Flame now down to the bottom lane. Take a little bit of time. So now LG gets to take a breather here, see what TSM can set up.
LGD not exactly running a good siege composition. Have to split push or catch someone out. Decent enough Baron power play, despite us barely noticing anything.
It's above average, actually. So the Baron power play, if people aren't familiar, is the gold from the Baron as well as the 3-minute duration of the buff. So in like the ensuing fight right after they got the Baron, for instance, when they killed Santorin and they killed Dyrus, that gold counts towards the Baron power play because it's still part of the Baron. Probably the reason.
And now that you have seen it, that turret doesn't count. So stops right after that, after it wears off. I forget who's had the highest one. Last game we only saw about
we've seen like
1,500.
7K.
I think 7K has been
really far up. I mean, obviously, if there's a lot of, if you take the Baron and win the fight right after, you obviously walk in and take 2 or 3 towers as well because everyone is dead for such a long time. Often, once Baron has been taken, you get these massive power plays. Sadly, if you move in and finish the game, you get a terrible Baron power play. So the trick is to never finish the game with Baron if you want to top the rankings.
We haven't even posted the rankings anywhere.
In my head, I got the rankings.
Officio's internal power play rankings.
Number 1 right now, I believe, is AHQ or Flash Wolves.
You don't even know who's number 1.
I know, I'm just saying. I'm literally just talking out of my ass right now. I'm not
it's in my
saying
brain,
anything.
I promise.
Hey, I just got
Unicorns of
confirmed.
Love.
Flash Wolves have the highest one.
Boom.
That was Spellsy's ranking,
from
not
Spellsy.
Officio's rankings.
But it was in my head.
Flash Wolves, how much was it?
there.
6,000?
It was, wait.
565 off the top of my head.
Spellsy, how much?
6,500.
Give me the top.
Yeah, 6,500.
Boom.
There you go.
Speed stats.
How far we've come.
And we get to thank all the awesome people behind the scenes like Spellsy for great nuggets like that.
Except he didn't give me the number, he gave it to Jad.
Yeah.
This is my ranking.
It's not your ranking then.
Well, I was right.
Also, multiple stats people.
Flash Wolves
Spellsy,
is
Optimus
number
Tom,
1.
Yut Win,
Win.
Clark Smith, Kyle Horn. A lot of people contributing to this.
They help make everything sound so pretty while these teams hopefully make it look pretty. Pretty gruesome right now for Team Solo Mid. LGD coming in from the side. They will be able to get out of this one. Team Solo Mid was grouped up way too nicely in a death ball, and it looked like they would have come out on top. Imp seems like he's a little too far from the crowd, but the cleanse is going to help him. PYL ready to chop him up if anything goes too bad, and that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 2 kills for both Vayne and for Imp. And Vayne and Imp, for Godby and Imp, I should say. Bjergsen waiting around. Makes himself gold, but it doesn't make a king. He goes down as well, and that's the ace on Team Solo Mid.
I think Santorin just delivered Godby to Wild Turtle. He shot him back, and he just instantly one-shot him. And Flame got to play some League of Legends.
Flame must have been so happy he used his flash, and he actually got to play in a team fight. He got double resets off of his ultimate. He's level 16, so it's a full reset. He can use it if he fights again. Massive team fight win there for LGD.
Getting the dunks that he needs. The team takes the inhibitor, gets out, and I'm sure they feel so good about these fights. They're going to keep continuing them. The builds have shown that they will do so, and so has the play that they've been putting forward. 7-3-5 for Imp, 6-1 and 9 for Godby. These, I'm sure they were wishing that this came out in the first week.
Yes. Would probably been a very different game. Both teams definitely ready.
Absolutely.
To just fight it out, see what happens. We're going to get a Baron start.
Desperation Baron, because there's
Showing the
recalls on
mechanics.
LGD's side.
Sometimes you got to go for broke, boys.
In time.
Look at Tom Kench ulti right here.
That Abyssal Voyage.
PP, Dyrus is coming in. He's actually got a pretty nice Narbar on this one. This could pay off for Team Solo Mid. Lustboy taking a bit too much. They got to focus on the peel for the backline. Godby over the wall. Wild Turtle completely almost zeroed out. Completely almost. He'll get there eventually. There it goes. He goes down. 2 kills for Imp already. Oh my word. Lustboy with the hook save. Oh, he puts down the Dark Passage himself, brings it to the light, but he still gets the sigil down. Godby takes him out, and these fights go coast to coast each time. Imp taking a drink. He's going to go for the inhibitor turret.
He really wants to show that logo again.
Oh, Imp completely wrecked Bjergsen in that fight. Bjergsen came over the wall on Lissandra and was instantly condemned into the wall, and the stun lasted long enough that Bjergsen could never use his ultimate on himself and just died before casting any damaging spells.
It looks so good when TSM's coming in. We heard recently Dyrus saying, you know, we're all working together now. It's like we're all body parts of the head, the feet, and the arms, and we come together and we work together. But LGD has taken that arm and they're saying, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself right now? And TSM just cannot do anything.
Yeah, well, they Desperation Baron. They didn't even have Bjergsen right here. Flame is the first in the fight was exactly what LGD wanted.
And look, PYL helping him, deliver him to Bjergsen. Get to deal some damage, he dies. Godry really gets to show some mechanics in this game here. Dancing in and out.
Yeah, he does.
Killing Team Solo mid left and right. PYL, obviously, the MVP, because he plays Tom Kench.
Well, also, you look at the kill participation, 17 assists. TBQ is actually the true MVP of this. 18
No, you're at
kills
13
or
assists.
assists.
That's not enough. 17 is more.
5 kills, dude.
Don't care about kills, don't want assist. I used to play support. Assist is all that matters.
All right, counts the same.
PYL confirmed
I'm sure Edward
MVP.
would feel different.
Sure.
Bloodthirsty supports around the world are very sad right now.
Oh, man. Dyrus plaqued up on the wall by the Condemn, gets taken down by Imp. Flame and PYL coming over
PYL.
on the Abyssal Voyage. It looks so great as they come up. And they are now inside Team Solo mid space, looking to put the final nail in the coffin here. Dyrus will not be able to help with 30 seconds left on his timer. Looks like LGD may go around the horn here. They could have another inhibitor to drop if they're able to get this turn.
You know, this
And
will
they
be
will be.
third inhibitor. Dyrus still dead. I feel like LGD has all the ability to end the game right here if they want to.
Looks like they may stick it. They have a nice minion wave coming in on the bot side. LGD looking to take down Team Solo Mid for the final game of Group D and take that third position. And at Wild Turtle taken down on the fountain. Condemn, oh, the laser! It doesn't kill him, but it is going to be Bjergsen flashing forward for one more valiant kill. He will go down in this instance. No, Santorin throws himself as a wall of meat in front to save his mid laner, but the Nexus turrets are going down. There's nothing that Team Solo Mid can do about that. Eyes of the minions and LGD on the Nexus. Slowly, they're more focusing on the fountain right now. 36 minutes in, LGD was able to rout Team Solo Mid in their composition, find their way to the Nexus, and take down TSM.
Let's say as a fitting way as any to end the group, unfortunately, for LGD and TSM. LGD finishes at 2-4, whereas TSM's lone victory will come last week against LGD, and they will finish last place at 1-5.
Obviously, both teams having a bit of fun in the last game. We got some good fights. Got to see Godry on LeBlanc dancing around him for some reason, trying to assassinate the backline a few times as well. Overall, though, a very fun game to watch.
Yeah, 29 kills for LGD. Maybe the highest
18
number of
assists
kills someone has
for
so far
PYL.
in the game.
18 assists.
High number of assists. High support, I would say. He had a lot of assists in the Johnny game as well. So racked up some pretty big numbers in the last 2 games. And there's the applause for Dyrus. Very emotional moment for him.
Absolutely emotional.
Got to be difficult having his final game end in defeat.
And there's hope. You know, you got to put hope out there for the Dyrus fans that in this moment, a lot of players will step back, find something else for Drive, and actually step back onto the Rift.
Sure.
It's been a very, very long career for Dyrus, and maybe that's not his choice, but there is always that option for players.
Yeah, there's been the talk about him stepping down for maybe a year or so and be a sub for the team, stay,
Absolutely.
of course, in the house, and then he can always come back if he wants to. But for now, he has made it very clear that he has been burned out. I mean, he's been playing League of Legends for so many years, so much practice coming in. He was one of the big stars all the way back in Season 2. Season 1 even made it to Worlds.
That he did. So KT Rolster, LGD take that game, are able to come out with the win on that, and a fantastic one while they were having fun. It seems like something they were missing all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, it's strange. LGG, they had such high expectations coming into the World Championship. Pretty much a unanimous choice for first place in this group amongst experts. But they came in so cold here and ultimately could only win once the pressure was off and they had been completely eliminated.
I believe we are going to be getting an interview with Dyrus as well as he makes his way to the interview stage to have a chat with Shocks. You can see how much emotion he put into his career, this tournament.
fans incredibly supportive. So much of Dyrus's life has been playing League of Legends. You can see how much he cares about it.
A lot of support from his family, from his teams. When some fans weren't there, a lot of fans still back Dyrus.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And he had reasons to keep going and show as much as he did. And I'm sure for Team Solo Mid as well, them behind him all the time. We heard turmoil back and forth, but the team would always assure their fans they work together. It's not that we do this to Dyrus, it's that it's a choice of the team. And this is where it ends for him.
Yeah, and while the team now only picked up 1 win in the tournament, we still got to see, I mean, it's a very, very tough group they were in. Some great teams in it. We got to see fantastic early games, something they were really bad at during the summer split. They were always fall behind early. They changed that coming in. Sadly, there was just other areas they had to them prove they could get better at, which sadly they didn't.
Yeah.
Another group where my picks have been squashed.
Same. I had LGD
Thank you,
number
Origen,
1.
I guess.
At least the pick'em got a little bit better towards the end. KT finished first. And it's close to where I had them placed. I had LGD winning the third pick.
I think most of us put LGD up there. They probably did as well. And then they disappointed us.
Well, coming in this strong, definitely looking at LGD, without their win, it just would have been the biggest difference that anybody would have seen for a team coming in, or the worst performance, I should say.
Yeah.
Thinking they're one of the biggest contenders and then falling all the way back like Ozone did previously. It's not something you see all the time, and it definitely kind of makes you think there's so much more than what happens on the Rift for a team.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, how in the end, they looked like they were starting to play more like the team we have seen in the LPL.
Well, right now we are going to send it down to Shox in the interview lounge.
Thank you so much. And well, first off, a huge thank you to you, Dyrus, for willing to do this interview, because I can only imagine how emotional it must be. Maybe start by telling us about the very last game you played here in the very last World Championship and your first thoughts after coming off that stage, because I see and I saw that it was getting quite difficult for you.
Honestly, I didn't know what to think or what to say. The overwhelming fan support, even though I really respect the energy of the crowd, no matter who they're cheering for. When it's either SOAS or Imp, it's all really fun in the end. And when someone makes that huge play and all that energy, it's just really exciting to watch. Unfortunately, on my side of the end, I wasn't able to perform when it most mattered. And I'm really sorry to all my fans that I let you down.
Dyrus. I think it's only normal for someone like you who tries so hard to do his best to feel this way in this particular moment. But all these people really, genuinely support you. And there are so many people who do, because you've built up an incredible career. Every single NALCS game. 6 times in the finals in the NALCS. 5 times at the World Championship. That can't be underestimated. And they've always been there for you. What do you want to say to them?
I have nothing but my respect and my thanks for everyone. I know that everything that's there, it's been done, and now it's time to open a new book. Right now my story ends here, but I still, even with me gone, I still want everyone to support TSM and all of my teammates. And I'm really thankful for everything that fans have given us, that we've brought into esports to this far. I mean, back then we didn't even have a pause button, so like we're really getting somewhere, and I have nothing but gratitude for you guys, and I wish the best of luck to my teammates in the future.
I think there's nothing left to say. You have influenced the lives of so many people, and you'll continue to do that. Thank you so much for willing to do this. And one more time for Dyrus, his incredible career, and the fact that he was willing to talk to us here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That'll be it from us here. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shox. You know, it's hard to imagine an LCS and League esports without Dyrus, but I would contest his point about his story ending. I think our thanks goes out to him for the dedication, the years of dedication and inspiration that he's provided to millions of people around this world, and that his story will continue to live on through those people that he's inspired. You know, he's a legend in his own right, and his contributions to this community will not be forgotten. So thank you, Dyrus, once again. Now reflecting on that game, I mean, there's not, I don't think, a whole lot that needs to be said other than the fact that, you know, all of those players, they went out there and they played a world-class game on the world stage.
I think so. I definitely think so. And to what Dyrus said about his last kind of words to his fans, that he's sorry that he let them down. Dyrus, on behalf of your fans and somebody who was a fan of yours before and a fan of yours, you know, from till the end of time, you didn't let us down, man. You didn't let us down at all.
Feels bad, man, JPEG.
No.
All right, well, I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what a fitting way to go out. You know, he did the team thing, picked Nara again. He's always done the exact same thing. He's played, like, from carry to support to tank role on his team, and it was a great last game of League of Legends against a quality opponent. It would have been a lot of fun to play there, and hopefully the future is all the best for him, so, yeah.
And with that game, we close out Group D. So let's take a look at the order and the standings to see how the teams are stacked up. KT Rolster took first place, only losing one game in the group stages, while Origen were knocked into second and will be advancing to the quarterfinals as well. LGD took third, and TSM and Worlds in last place for the group. Now, following the conclusion of Group B's games tomorrow, there will be a drawing on stage to determine how KT and Origen will be placed into the bracket and which teams will stand in between them and the semifinals. On their climb to the #1 spot, KT put on a show that Allurl LP called out on Twitter. That KT Arrow Pickaboo combo was amazing. This is what we came to see. Let's check out your World's League play of the
Blind
day.
face-taking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
DBQ and PYL getting aggressive. Flame is back as
Alistar's
well.
camping on the lantern.
In a lot of trouble. PYL is good. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
Immediate flash as he hooks him off of the lantern right before it's about to disappear.
Yep.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean. The
crap.
call was just as good as the play. But, you know, it's so interesting. We've seen a few new innovations around Thresh lanterns. The wards being placed in order to stop lantern grabs, as well as now Thresh is pulling people off of their lanterns in order to get their AD carries to safety.
I'm hearing reports that Crepo and Kobe high-fived after that call because it was just apparently so good.
And the thing that I love about that play, not only does it demonstrate how class KT are, it sums up LGD's tournament in like one play as well, like bodily dragged up it. And KT, that combo is very good.
Oh, poor LGD, man. That 2 and 4 finish. They were just ramping up at the end, and all I gotta say is They should have ran Flame every game.
Yeah, well, Spawn's going to go home wondering what could have been. He will go home wondering what could have been. Spitting super hot fire. Well, we've got another full day of action lined up for tomorrow as Group B battle it out to see who's moving on and whose Worlds run will be cut short. It begins with AHQ versus Invictus Gaming. Then it's a battle of the Atlantic with Fnatic going up against Cloud9. After that, AHQ get their shot at Cloud9 and will conclude the day with Fnatic versus AHQ. If there are any tiebreakers, we'll serve those up immediately following the conclusion of that match. And a reminder, the final day of the group stage gets going 2 hours earlier tomorrow. That's 10 a.m. for our friends in the Central European time zone and 1 a.m. Pacific. They're not making it easy on us, gentlemen. So be sure to get your rest because you won't want to miss a minute of the action. Real quick, we got a preview of yeah, you know what? Let's just stay here, sleep over at the desk. No, we got a preview of tomorrow's games. This is another really exciting group as it was turned on its head in week 1. What are the key matchups we're looking at tomorrow and how do we expect things to play out?
AHQ. Has to be AHQ. They had such an impressive run through MSI. They came out at LMS first seed, and Flash Wolves did so well in their group. Now all the pressure gets transferred over to the other team in the LMS to see what they can do and whether Cloud9 can continue their dominance.
It's also important to highlight, like, today already, Origen was 3-0 coming into this week, and they lost 2 games. So, like, sure, there's this hype around C9, but I don't think anything is determined yet in this group.
No, they are not safe. If anything was evidence of that, they are going to have to come in and put in the work. Zyrene.
Yeah, they just got to win one game. I'm looking at Cloud9 versus Fnatic, NA versus EU once again. That's what I'm looking for. Also, I want to see Invictus Gaming because LGD, they look like they were picking up steam there at the end, but I don't know if Invictus Gaming is going to have the same type of success or if they're going to have even more in that group.
Yeah, there's so much to look out for in tomorrow's group. I'm actually very happy that it's the last day of group stages because it's going to be exciting. I can guarantee that. Keep it tuned right here because in 15 minutes, Quick Shot Freak and Jat will be along to chat about the latest and greatest from Paris. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for the final day of the World's group stage.
Here in our first game of the day today, we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals. Roll out doing this dragon. 5th dragon doesn't go. Turtle stole the dragon, and Origen denied.
Jinx. Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx City. Syndra from behind you. Syndra behind you. Syndra behind you. She's dead. Good job, good job.
And Origen 4-0 already. Camping on the roof. In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
My life is so beautiful.
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage on Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult. TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
But here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Leave it up to the heavens. Just leave it up to the heavens, says him. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Nagne Zanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.
What are they talking about?
I feel the spirit bomb.
They're saying Dyrus, take my energy.
Lift it above your head.
All right.
Santorin, body slam over the wall. Cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even. And that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 3 kills. No, 2 kills.
Now it's time to open a new book. Right now, my story ends here.
Le grab qui ne passera pas à demi-team définitif derrière. Et bon, tous les coups de sang, c'est la guerre. À moins d'un miracle.
And welcome to Worlds tonight. Today, we're taking a look at how the group has played out. You're taking a look at shots there of Notre Dame Cathedral. Beautiful. Actually went there earlier in the week, did some sightseeing. And unfortunately for a few more teams, they're going to have to do some sightseeing now. Team Solo mid, knocked out of the tournament, as well as LGD. I'm not going to need the tissues. It was an emotional interview with Dyrus.
What is it about the emotion? CLG winning at Madison Square Garden, super emotional. Now they're gone. TSM, Dyrus retires, super emotional. Now he's out of Worlds. So maybe the emotion, like you don't have to worry about crying when you watch a League of Legends broadcast anymore.
I mean, the problem is every time you face against Imp, he like wants you to. So I mean, that's.
He's gone too, so there's more safety from crying.
I'm sure there's more safety. He's not like looking for people to cry in the tournament.
Well, let's talk about how and why TSM ended up getting knocked out of the tournament. Jack, you were saying on the caster desk, and something we talked about a lot backstage, how TSM actually had a very good 10 to 20 minute mark. They followed a script, they had a game plan, but then it seems to fall apart. Like, why could they just not get it together?
So luckily, TSM is like the most diagnosed team in the world, because not only do they have so many fans, they also have haters, and they also have a documentary about the team where you get to see the inner workings of them. So there are so many reasons that TSM continued to not succeed. I don't think we have time to go over all of them here.
Would you like a 1 hour special and then we'll move on to the next team? Is that?
Well, we could if you wanted to.
Production, can you?
I'll just say some like kind of jokes I was maybe making before. Wild Turtle kept getting caught out like a lot of different times for just like, I'm gonna take this blue buff while I have no vision. And the day that stops happening, the day he changed his name from Wild Turtle to Turtle. Beyond that as well, I feel like TSM has been able to get rid of all the good parts about Turtle while still suffering the consequences of having a AD carry who gets spacey some of the time, because he no longer makes the aggressive plays because they're telling him not to use his flash forward, but then he also doesn't use his flash defensively, dying to a Jinx missile without using summoner spells at the end of the day.
Well, the thing is that if you know Wild Turtle, he tells everyone that he believes he's a cat, and cats have 9 lives, and so he's trying every game to prove this to you that he can respawn 8 more times and still play League of Legends. So I think he's just role-playing here.
Well, it's not exactly the most optimal of strategies. I think as a team...
I like more analysis, my analysis.
Yeah, I think it felt a bit more accurate. But I mean, like, as a team, there was signs of life, and there was, certain moments that were good. I still think putting all your eggs in the Bjergsen basket is no longer viable.
Well, of course
it's not working anymore.
I mean, so here's the problem. Bjergsen's actually really good. And that's what it comes down to. Like, there was the graphic at the very beginning of the match where it's like, Bjergsen is like the #1 damage share of all mid laners at Worlds. Everyone else is 15th of everyone in their role at Worlds. Like, Bjergsen's actually incredibly good. And the problem is the rest of the team is not up to his caliber. So, like, whether you like it or not, Bjergsen is your carry. So, find stronger players, find better coaching, whatever it is. But you have exactly one bright point.
I also don't know what happened to Lesboy. He was potentially the weakest player on
Point blank binding did not connect today. I mean, level 1 face check. Cocoon missed as well. I mean, let's be fair, but
I mean, you're right.
Just difficulties. Similar scenario, similar story maybe for LGD. Although this is just in reference from week 1 to week 2. Game 1, Deficio came out with some very strong words. The LGD managed to look worse than in week 1, but then they pick up like 2 surprise wins, and all of a sudden, like, beat Origen, who was topping the group, and look, the last game was a little bit more chaotic.
They got revenge over TSM as well, and that's the thing is like, I was like happy and sad to see LGD this tournament. So I was happy that we got to see 1.5 like real LGD games. We saw like their game against Origen felt like LGD as LGD is supposed to be, and about half their game against TSM, the first half felt like LGD being LGD. I'm like, man, this is the team that was at Worlds. This is the God V that we had as like the #3 player at the entire tournament.
Conspiracy theory, really quick. Flame 2-1.
Yeah. Okay.
Disagree. I do not think Flame is the reason. Conspiracy theory vanquished.
Really? Come on.
For me. We could go into that. But
Flame got Flame Horizon his very first game at Worlds. He was not exactly the reason they won.
And then 1-2 game.
It was like 1-1-2 when the team had 15 kills. And it's like, all right, man, you're doing it. But aside from that, here's my theory for LGD. I think there's a lot of times like they didn't necessarily get good practice in.
Oh, they didn't.
It didn't seem like they practiced very much between week 1 and week 2. But one thing that was true of that team, I think, during the regular season that was not true at Worlds was that was a very relaxed team during the regular season.
Yeah.
They didn't really seem to care. They were having a lot of fun. They just kind of played, and then they had a bit of an on-switch. But at the end of the day, the expectations weren't super high for them. They knew they'd be able to win, and they just kind of wanted to prove it. But when they won first place in China, everyone expected them to dominate. So the instance they failed the expectations, I feel like it's the first time that team was legitimately disappointed. And they didn't know how to recover from that.
Everybody predicting this group.
Well, I mean, all our fantasy picks just went out the window. It's like Group A, but worse.
Yeah, and I think that theory is backed up by the fact the instance they were mathematically eliminated, LGD came back. And that was the team we expected to see at Worlds.
I think it's a fair statement. 35% of the people in Group D had voted for LGD to be the #1 group from Pick'ems.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. Me too.
Me too.
It just, well,
100% of us.
We're absolutely.
We're worse than
incorrect
coins
now. I mean,
here on the Worlds Tonight.
No, nobody's worse than coins. That's Spawn's sole honor. Stepping away then from LGD, who had a massive disappointment in the tournament, arguably one of the most disappointing international showings from such a highly seeded team, to Origen, who then surprised, go 3-0 last week in, let's be honest, they were contested games.
Sure, absolutely.
They really had to fight for their wins. Today, they pick up a win against TSM, hard fought, very close, and then drop the ball to both LGD and KT. I mean, missed positions, bad play, disrespecting ultimates and globals. It's not what we saw from Origen last week.
I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, both Origen KT games were close, whether last week or this week, if I remember properly.
Yeah.
Like, they were close matches. We actually saw LGD beat LGD, and if that LGD played the entire weekend, and last week as well, they probably would have been a 6-0 team. So, like, a lot of these games you can almost expect. Like, it almost kind of went according to the script.
Maybe.
But, like, results-wise is all I'm going to say. Like, results-wise, you can expect this based on the caliber of the teams in this group. But, yeah, Origen looked worse than I kind of would like them to. The fact that they went 1-2 after being 3-0 is definitely a surprise, and that's why I said I'm also partially glad LGD played the way they did, because otherwise there'd be a tiebreak right now. Origen probably would have lost it, and they'd be out. So I'm glad
would have been great. I would have wanted a tiebreaker.
Western teams making it to the top 8 makes me a happy person.
I keep expecting tiebreakers to happen, and then somehow the games fall and the groups are just decided accurately. Origen, to me, maybe relaxed a little bit after they beat TSM. You could tell there was a lot of relief after that game, and they were really happy to make it out of groups because, as we heard from Pepe in a feature later in the day, I think they lost focus a little bit. And then because they lost back-to-back games, like they had to play back-to-back games on stage, and that's a kiss curse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, you win the first one, you're going to carry your momentum through the second one, but if you lose the first one, it's really hard to come back on that second game. And I think they got surprised by LGD and didn't necessarily recover in time for the early game against KT.
Kiss curse, KT was kissed because they had back-to-back games, which they ended up winning. Not only did Nagne get a Zia earlier in the day, which I think should never happen, by the way, managed to take a game off TSM as well. That started their run. Then all of a sudden they surprise Origen. I mean, maybe surprise is a strong word, but they all of a sudden sneak into first. Take the first seed. Korean Overlords are back.
Yeah,
Another first seed. All 3 Korean teams are now qualified for quarterfinals.
I saw a funny thing earlier. Korean teams' records at Worlds this year. 6-0 SKT, 5-1 KT, 4-2 KU. Last year, 6-0 Samsung White, 5-1 and 4-2. It's exactly the same result.
But
21 Korean starters left. The Korean exodus happened.
No Samsung White this year. I've been told on Reddit explicitly, no team is as good as Samsung White was last year.
Especially when Imp's already been, kicked out of the tournament. I mean, there's less members on that team
Definitely
left
no
at Worlds.
Samsung White.
Well,
but
okay.
no, I agree with you. Like, Samsung White is the idea of this total powerhouse that comes in and crushes everyone. And it's obviously too hard to tell, but I'm willing to say SKT has a good chance of proving that later. I'm not going to give them the title yet.
SKT definitely looks like the closest team to that. What I actually like as well, just real quick, is much like back in Group A, there's a team that went 3-0 in the last day and took first place over. Flash Wolves did it, and you saw KT do it here, and that's actually really impressed to me as a team that, had a middling first week, 1-2 or 2-1, and then be like, buckled down, got the prep in, we've dialed in onto our teams, and that to me is a sign that they can prep for their further opponents. And once you know who you're going against and you've seen the 6 games they've played so far at the World Championship, you can dial in on their picks, you can adapt in the middle of best of 5, and those are teams that I think have a good chance to go far.
I think it's a great point, especially when you look at KT Rolster. In particular, their draft against Origen with all of the globals. It's actually something that Origen did to Fnatic when they were trying to challenge Fnatic's map play. Fnatic was like, hey, look, we're a better map team. So Origen says, okay, we'll put Shen support. We'll punish you when you make a cross-map play.
Yeah.
Except they got Shen, they got Rek'Sai,
That
and they had
composition
double
was
TPs.
so cool. Like, I freaked out on the caster desk when they were split pushing with their jungler and support and had the really strong players in the mid lane. Deficio didn't like it because he didn't think those guys could kill a turret. But I was like, that's not the point, dude.
Yeah, who cares?
That's not the point. They're using Baron in, like, the perfect, ideal way. When they were designing the new Baron buff, the biggest fear is that teams would 1-3-1 and automatically win that game. And the reason that didn't end up working is when you 1-3-1, you're too vulnerable because your 3 were too weak and you get initiated on and lose your Baron buff. But they kept the 3 strongest people there and had support and jungler globals. It was like the perfect way to use Baron buff. I thought it was so cool.
Yeah, it was. And much to the dismay of European fans and baguette wielders here in Ladakh, because it meant Origen then, of course, took the second seed. So that's going to, baguette pen is best pen for the record.
It's great.
So yes, that rounds out the group. I mean, KT Rolster first, Origen second. We know that the quarterfinal draw will be happening tomorrow at the end of the Group B games. So do not tune out. We will be finding out who's going to be playing who. But now for tomorrow, It's going to be Fnatic, AHQ, Cloud9, and IG.
Oh, baby.
Cloud9's 3-0. They're actually just behind us on screen if you can see the fans waiting to take photos. Is this going to be another 3-0 team that stumbles on the busy day and
Surely
all of a
there's
sudden
gonna be
surprise
tiebreakers,
happens?
too. So the only way Cloud9 doesn't advance out of groups is if they go 0-4. Because they'd lose 3 games, and there's no way with the current standings of the group that they couldn't at least get a tiebreaker for second place. I feel like they're going to pick up at least 1 win.
Yeah, I don't think C9 stumbles that hard.
This is why I'm so excited for tomorrow, because I really don't know who's going to make it through.
Yeah, but now what about Fnatic? I bumped into Daylor very briefly earlier and said, how the guy's feeling? And Daylor said, look, we think we fixed the problems. I wouldn't say it was, it wasn't scared, it wasn't bravado. Do you think Fnatic's going to bounce back?
I do, because I think their issues were the most fixable. Like, their things are, okay, you're clearly playing overconfident. This is something you can fix in a week, right? Go scrim SKT, get your teeth kicked in a little bit, be like, right, okay, we can't just jump on everyone and be really stupid about this. Like, there's, of course, other 1 and 2 teams in that group. Obviously, they all had mistakes, but that's the easiest to fix, I think.
But I'll say of the 1 and 2 teams, Fnatic had the most winnable games. They had the games late in the stages where if they executed properly, they would win. And that's something IG and AHQ didn't have as many of.
AHQ pulled a late game victory over Fnatic. Westor, Fizz as well, phenomenal performance. And IG, the third of the Chinese teams. We've lost 1 Chinese team. LGD, the first Chinese squad to never or to not make it out of groups. What do you think of these 2 squads and their chances? Because we've touched on the Western teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a good chance. Like, the fact that everyone beat everyone else and Cloud9 got what I would consider kind of fluky wins and people kind of underestimating them. I mean, everyone seriously does have a chance because they all beat each other. The fact that AHQ was able to rely on their AD carry so well. They played a Jinx Tom Kench comp, and Jinx could never die, so congratulations, On got to carry all the games. Like, that's a good thing to have here. And most of the bot lanes that he's up against are not very aggressive either, right? Kid and Kitties are actually just kind of fairly weak, and the fact that On can just farm safely against Rekkles and Yellowstar, who aren't really known for lane dominance. So, like, that's a player that can continue to carry and bring AHQ up.
Well, we'll find out if they do. Before we end Worlds tonight, before tomorrow.
Worlds tonight.
Jet and Freak.
Yo.
Which are the 2 teams that are going to advance? I'm putting you on the spot. I made predictions last week.
I don't even cast tomorrow, so I'll just do all the predictions. I think Cloud9's going to go 4-2.
Okay.
I think they're going to beat IG, which is going to knock IG out. And I think Fnatic's going to triumph over AHQ. And if they don't get in from auto-qualifying, they'll win a tiebreaker.
So 2 LCS teams you're thinking make it out. Freak?
Yeah. Pretty much the same situation. C9 drops 1 or 2 games here. Actually, yeah, I'll say that they probably win 1 game. Fnatic, the other team to go through. As far as 3rd, 4th goes, I'll say IG over AHQ.
So my results are also slanted by the fact that I think that gives us the most compelling quarterfinals. Because it would be like 3 Korean teams, 1 LPL, 1 LMS, 2 EU, and 1 NA. It's just like a big mix of awesome.
Okay, so you're just predicting based on what could be awesome.
I think it'll happen,
well,
too.
LCS teams.
There is one final point that North America has gone 0-3 in the last day every time so far.
Woo! Well,
so C9 could.
We'll see. Apple Pie, Cloud9.
Just keep that going.
No, they have to go 0-4. There's no way they can go 0-3.
At least start
we will
with
have
3,
to
though.
continue this debate.
Afterwards doesn't matter.
Because Worlds tonight is going to get wrapped up. Tune in tomorrow. We will start earlier than today, 10 a.m. local time. That's 1 a.m. Pacific time. We'll see you tomorrow to wrap up Group B and then the quarterfinal draw.
Here in our first game of the day today, we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals. Will help doing this dragon. 5th dragon doesn't go. Turtle stole the dragon, and Origen denied.
Jinx. Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx City. Syndra from behind you. Syndra behind you. Syndra behind you. She's dead. Good job.
And Origen 4-0 already. Camping on the front. In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
My life is so beautiful.
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage on Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Pingu with the flash ult. TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
but here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Leave it up to the heavens. Just leave it up to the heavens, says him. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Nagne Zanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.
What are they talking about?
I feel the spirit bomb.
They're saying Dyrus, take my energy.
Lift it above your head.
All right.
Santorin, body slam over the wall, cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even, and that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 3 kills, no, 2 kills.
Now it's time to open a new book. Right now, my story ends here.
The history between Cloud9 and Fnatic all started during Season 3. Cloud9 was really dominant in North America.
We first played Fnatic at our very first Worlds. We gave them Kassadin.
First pick, Kassadin. Here comes the Quadra. They're going to give it to him.
And we lost.
Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down Cloud9.
The next match we had against Cloud9 was at the Battle of the Atlantic.
We were the deciding factor on whether NA or EU won, and they gave us Kassadin.
Well, he's not going to get banned. It's big for Cloud9. Oh, but no highs on the side. He's going to get Rekkles. A beautiful run coming
They just swept us. I think they were really eager to have their revenge.
Cloud9 versus Fnatic. It's a long-standing rivalry here for the last 2 years. Now these guys are fighting for control over Group B.
Bucks are coming through. A double kill for Balls. A triple kill for Balls. Holy cow! They're all gone. A kill for Balls.
Today is going to be a crucial day for us.
Every loss is going to be basically the deciding factor of whether they're going to move on or not.
Not only we have to beat Cloud9, but we have to beat everyone.
Hometown heroes strike first blood.
AHQ takes down Fnatic. Holy cow, they're all gone. A pentakill for Balls.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Group Stage. The crowd is going nuts. You see the thunder sticks in the audience being slammed together. There's plenty of energy in the building, and rightfully so, as it's our final day. And what better way to celebrate our final day of the group stages than with Group B. Now, earlier in the day, we saw Huni and Yellow Star in their practice room looking to rebound after a somewhat disappointing Week 1. AHQ, of course, warming up for the first game of the day today. They're going to be going up against Invictus Gaming, who we caught just moments ago heading to the stage. Rookie, of course, not wanting to be seen by the camera, saving it all for the stage. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, anchoring the analyst desk as Group B takes to the rift with Tabe, Aiden Zyrene Moon, and Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. They're here to cover all of today's big plays, misplays, and replays. Gentlemen, welcome to the final day of Group Stage.
Thank you for having us. I'm glad I'm going to be
It wasn't my choice.
America and Season 2.
All right. Well, yesterday, Group D played out their last 6 games, and when the dust settled, KT Rolster and Origen stood above the rest and will advance to the quarterfinals in London. Origen secured a spot in the knockout stage right away with a win over TSM, but struggled against the rest of the group as the day went on.
Yeah, this was kind of a really long game here, and we saw this game just really struggle to be closed out. And then Origen, this showed some of their flaws going into the rest of the day. And they lost a little bit of gas there at the end. They had such a good showing in week 1. They went 3-0, and then they weren't able to pull it out at the end, and they ended up getting that second seed. A little unfortunate there, but we did see Origen play a fantastic game, and they exceeded their own expectations.
I think that they really just showed what we had thought of Origen, that they came in with a very good strategy for a best of one against teams that had never seen them before. But once the teams really figured out what Origen was trying to do, on the day 2, it was a lot harder for them to take those commanding victories.
Of course, the team that made a surge yesterday was KT. They found their footing and finished the day strong, taking apart Origen to clinch the #1 seed.
And they went 3-0 in that second week. And all Korean teams have now made it out of groups, and they are combined 15-3. Like, these guys came to play some damn League of Legends. They are showing up. Week 1, there were some doubts whether or not the Western teams were a little bit equal or closing that gap. But week 2, it just shows that the Korean team still got it.
I think the Korean teams are always good. Even since their season 2 to season 5 now, they are always being really good. And there is also something we know, that the Korean players are now all over the world too. That means they are really doing their best.
Yeah, that 15-3 record really speaks to the dominance of that region. And with just a handful of matches left to play out in the City of Lights, it's all about Group B, where coming into today, Cloud9 is on top at 3-0, while Invictus Gaming, Fnatic, and AHQ Esports Club are tied at 1-2. Now, those standings are sure to be shaken up as we start the day with AHQ versus China's Invictus Gaming. And then, of course, the hometown favorites Fnatic take on Cloud9. And later today, it's a rematch of Day 1's opener as the #1 European-seeded squares off against IG. Starting with Cloud9, though, gentlemen, this is a Cinderella story. 7th in NA to leading their group coming into the second week of group stages.
You know, I cheer for them a lot, but I'm worried because coming into the tournament, nobody had any faith in them. You know, 0-6, one of the worst teams in the tournament. That's all what they got labeled as. And in the first week, they win 3 games, and now all of a sudden, they're NA's last hope. They're the one chance to represent the entire region when nobody wanted them. Now we're like, you know what? Let's jump on the Cloud9 bandwagon. I hope the pressure doesn't get to them.
Yeah, and Cinderella story is the perfect term for it because everybody's waiting for them to turn back into a pumpkin right now. Everybody is like, is Cloud9 going to be able to win 1 game this week and make it out of quarters and then represent North America?
Now, they have guaranteed themselves at least a tiebreaker to make it out of groups, given their 3-0 start, and if they win even 1 game, they will secure themselves a quarterfinal spot. So hopefully that helps curb some of the pressure that you're talking about, Crumbs, knowing that they only have to do so much in order to succeed this week. Then, of course, we have to look at AHQ, Fnatic, and IG, who are tied up for second. One team needs to step up or face the potential of a 3-way tie. So when we look at this pack of 3, who are we looking at to surge above the rest? Tabe?
I think IG is going to win because I'm a good friend of IG's coach, and he told me that they have secret weapon.
Insider info, Tabe.
Yeah, he told me that Kakao maybe will choosing Heikrim or Lee Sin jungling. And he said that if he really picks that, we have to put strong attention to him. And he said they are going to pick Kalista and Cannon bot. And
well, so now everybody listening is just going to ban those out. But what if that's the plan? What if they ban those out? They really have other strategies. Tommy, you're throwing everybody. No, I'm just kidding.
There's also other 2 secret weapons. Is this?
Well, let's not give away all their secret weapons. Let's not give away all their secret weapons. Come on. Now, moving down the line, the rest of the group, though, Fnatic and AHQ, we have to take a look at those teams. Because Fnatic had a disappointing week 1. Are they going to get it back together and make a surge here in week 2?
You know, for me, Fnatic, I think they have what it takes to really go back to their old form because the patterns that they had in the first week were a lot to the draft. They really struggled to come up with a new and adaptive draft to the 2015 Worlds. A lot of it had traits of their spectacular 18-0 season, but those picks aren't really going to cut it. You know, the Olaf, the Hecarim, that's the Shen support, which is all right, but those picks are struggling right now. So they've always come up with new and innovative drafts that focus around the mid lane, and even though it's a lot of power picks that are focused on farm, the compositions really revolve around Febiven. So I'm hoping they go back to this style and really just go for that mid lane pressure. I want to see that Jace. He's so good at Jace. They've won so many games with it. please go back to that Febiven.
Yeah, and Febiven is having an amazing tournament. This is his first Worlds coming out of the challenger scene. He did play at MSI and got some international experience, but this is a kid who does not choke under pressure, and he always delivers. His score lines have been fantastic. His farm has been amazing, but we do have to talk about Huni, and Huni has looked a little off kilter in that top lane. The Yasuo top, I understand the pick, I understand it in the composition. He did get a little bit behind, but when he gets behind, it always seems like he's just trying so hard to get back into the game by his own merits, which ends up getting them further behind sometimes because he's not working with the team.
Well, the expectations are set for the day. I want to move ahead to our Twitter question of the day. We're going to do a little bit of reflecting here on the group stages from Paris. So get on Twitter and tell us what was your favorite moment from the 2015 group stage and why. As always, be sure to tweet at @LolEsports with the hashtag Worlds so we can get your highlights on the desk later today. Before we shoot it over to the casters, gentlemen, as always, it's time for predictions. So down the line, AHQ, Invictus Gaming, game 1 of the day. Tabe, let's hear it.
IG.
IG.
I'm also going Invictus Gaming. They have some secret weapons. I feel like they're going to be able to bounce back, though. And this is also the one game against AHQ that they won last week, and it was rather convincing. There was the QSS that was used a little too early by On, but I don't feel like that's going to be an issue again because there was also a stolen Baron. I feel like Kakao is going to be on top of his game today.
I'm going to go with IG as well, but it's not so much because I think they have what it takes to really take away the game, but because AHQ's drafts, especially in the mid lane, really revolve around these assassins that are lacking wave clear. And this tournament has showed that so much revolves around wave management that in the first game when AHQ had against Cloud9, the no wave clear composition was really devastating to play. And with common picks like Kalista and just all these assassins in the mid lane, if they're not comfortable picking a wave clear champion, which Westdoor is obviously more familiar with assassins, I think they're going to struggle in just an overall macro game. So IG for me.
IG got the better of them last time. We'll see if they can do it again. That's going to do it for us here at the desk. Let's kick it inside Ladakh Pullman and get on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Dash, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Championships caster desk. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels and Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler. And look, this first match, of course, 1 and 2 for both AHQ and IG, of course, Fnatic as well. We'll see who can pull ahead and see whether IG has any more strategies left.
I'm still hoping
More secret weapons?
More secret weapons that maybe aren't so secret anymore, but I'm still hoping for the 4-way 3-3 tie. Now, for this to happen, each team that won last week would have to lose to that same opponent this week.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
And Cloud9 would have to lose to everybody.
Yep. I'm just hoping that we actually get to see that.
Yeah, it will be pretty exciting. That'd also be a very long day, Monte Cristo, which will be absolutely fantastic. You saw Westor on your screen right there, and we'll see whether he gets his fizz this time around. Of course, this game, we do have AHQ on the blue side, which means they may be a little bit more flexible as far as their picks are concerned. And Westor, I mean, he seems to just pick fizz whenever he can.
Yeah, I have to say, one of the biggest strengths for Invictus Gaming in this matchup is the mid lane here. Rookie just smashed Westor last time around. As you said, though, this time around, IG are on the red side, so they won't be able to throw as many targeted bans. I think they might hold on to at least the Twisted Fate ban, because that is a champion that would be devastating for Westor to grab. But the mid lane is also heavily influenced by the junglers, and both of these junglers have been hit or miss. Kakao and Mountain have both had horrendous games already so far with the Rengar as well as Kakao's Skarner game, so definitely a lot of variance coming from the jungle that could easily sway that mid lane as well. And whichever of those guys does show up can definitely influence them.
Yeah, we also have to talk about the duo lane, especially IG's, because On has been kind of the main gold siphon on AHQ. But IG, they played Kalista and Kennen in this last matchup. Now, they played Zatai on the Shen, and it was all about, okay, let's try and get our bottom lane ahead, protect them. But even then, they couldn't actually secure a Baron with Kalista. They got that steal. It was really, really unfortunate. IG had very poor vision control around that objective. But for me, IG, the story here is they're basically Chinese TSM. What do I mean by Chinese TSM? I mean
everything relates to TSM for you, huh?
Black and white logo? Yeah, got black and white logo.
Yep.
They're probably not going to make it out of groups. No, not that. But in terms of percent damage, Rookie is dealing 41% of his damage. Kid is 16th of his team's damage. Kid is 16th for 80 carries in terms of percent damage. That is absolutely awful. Kakao is 16th amongst junglers for percentage of team's damage. Rookie is carrying the crap out of IG right now, and they have to find some more balance because being TSM didn't work for TSM, and being Chinese TSM is not going to work for IG. They need to share the load here, put Zatai on some of these split pushers that we know he can play.
Well, exactly, but let's take a look at the starting lineups, ladies and gentlemen. Starting on the blue side of the stage with AHQ. The top lane is going to be Ziv. Mountain in the jungle. We'll see whether he brings out the Rengar again. Westor there in the mid lane, of course. The Fizz God himself. We'll see whether he gets that champion in. Arn and Albus there in AD carry and support. And the coach backstairs there as well.
And turning over to the other side of the rift, Invictus Gaming on the red side. Zatai up in the top lane. He did win them the last matchup. Kakao in the jungle. Mid Rookie. AD carry Kid. And supporting him will be Kitties, of course. I have to say, that Shen taunt that Zatai did get off on, we can credit him and say that was sort of one of the game-winning plays, but as you said, that was a big mistake by On. Pretty much the rest of the tournament, though, On has been really big for HQ, and he's been a big carry force, so we don't expect that type of error to happen this time around.
Oh yeah, I mean, Zatai, even in his lane, pretty much dominated the Maokai, got a solo kill in that game against...
And that's saying something, because Ziv is a really big force for AHQ.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to bring up here, though, is it seemed like we'd gone into some weird hyperbolic time chamber last game. We saw the big tanky top laners in the Maokai and the Shen. It's interesting. As we get into Champ Select, we'll see whether we do have any carry top laners. I want to see Zatai, play, maybe even more Riven. Just don't do it into Shen support and then get counterpicked. But here we are, Azir first ban, and Gangplank's going to be the answer.
Yeah, HQ after last week, after all of their games, and they did a couple interviews, and I think it was On who was talking about that they have a much better handle, or they think they do, on the current meta after the first week of groups, and they have a much clearer idea of what to go for in picks and bans. Here, obviously, targeting that mid lane here.
Severely.
Banning out Rookie and a couple champions here. And first picking that at least for the jungle. So Kakao doesn't have to play Skarner.
Yeah, massive first pick rate as well for that Elise, so makes a little bit of sense there. Still keeping the Kench on the bench is Invictus Gaming, but the standard GP and Mordekaiser red side bands still come through. Zatai with the hover of the Rengar.
Absolutely, and there's the Fizz too, but I think it's so smart for AHQ just to target out the mid lane on blue side. Again, Rookie has been the carry force here, so why give him anything that he could really work with? But, the Lulu and the Jinx will be the first
Lulu
phase.
is one of the best in the world as well. He's absolutely fantastic on that champion.
Yeah, we'll see if the Morgana comes through as well, and they do a full-on protect Kid.
The Jugga Jinx
composition here.
I don't know if I'd be putting all my eggs in the Kid basket right now.
If you protect it,
makes me nervous.
So there's two schools of thought, right? If you have a weakness, you either put everything into trying to protect it, or you just kind of leave them to the wolves. But meanwhile,
Wolves,
wolves you say for Kid? Well, I got the sides mixed up there. The Kakao has yet to choose his champion, and it's going to be Mountain on the Elise. Let's see if they do steal away half of the secret weapon there, is taking Kalista.
Well, they
Not
certainly
so
have.
secret.
And that's a really strong bottom lane there as well, coming through from AHQ. So Thresh and Kalista already taken away. Kitty's signature Janna pick, and that'd make a lot of sense here. I do like it. Sort of adds to that Jugga Jinx flavor as well. And Zatai looking to pick up an Olaf, or it could be Kakao, who's basically everything.
Yeah, I really do like this pickup for Zatai, getting that Olaf. I mean, technically it could be a Kakao jungle Olaf, but we'll say that it's going to be a top lane here because that gives two threats that you can support with Lulu and Janna. Lulu and Janna both work well, also enabling Olaf. So if your Jinx does fail and Monte Cristo does not believe in Kid and he performs as he expects, then you still have an Olaf
here,
on the
front. It's not all about, Monty doing it, but it's okay. It's okay. HQ now about to round out their picks here, and we'll see what Arn and Albus are going to lock away for Westor and Mountain.
Yeah, they're getting...
This is available.
They're getting ostensibly counter picks to both of the solo lanes right now, unless IG really wants to flex in that last round of the draft. But the jungle, a bit of a mystery, and will the Hecarim come out as predicted by Tabe? It would not be bad with his composition for sure.
Lee Sin also, I think, was another one of the weapons. All right, so they do go with the Darius into that Olaf, and surprise, surprise, Westdoor Fizz comes through. So once again, no wave clear here. They've got the Kalista with no wave clear solo laners. Gonna be hard if AHQ get behind.
Tabe was right, everyone.
Tabe
and look,
was right.
AHQ probably didn't have enough time to listen, so nothing given away. And Kakao looks like he's gonna go back to sort of the old style as well, the Ignite and the Smite on the Hecker, and we'll see whether he switches that over or anything.
Yeah, big thing here, though, is that Rookie is on the Lulu, so he's going to be trying to help out the rest of the team rather than taking it over himself. Lulu is no slouch in the early game, can easily punish Fizz, though, so can shove him under the turret, and we'll see what sort of CS deficit Westdoor gets himself into this game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this Invictus comp, though, considering the fact that Kakao did sort of farm up a whole lot on that Skarner, let them fall behind a whole lot early. Is he going to be focusing too much here on the Hecker and just trying to get himself huge?
I think IG probably wants to lane swap here and just fast push with Jinx Janna and avoid until Kakao can hit 6 and they can really start doing some damage. AHQ basically has no wave clear on this composition, so they're going to have a very tough time, I think, surviving this early game, even with Kakao just farming the jungle.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. And of course, self-sufficient lanes there as well, in the fact that they do have the undertow. Fantastic in a lane swap is the Olaf, and you've got the Lulu there as well with a whole lot. But as we get into game, tweet at LOL Esports and tell us who you think has the edge with the hashtag AHQWin or IG, and we'll see whether who's going to be right as we hop onto the Rift. I'm so excited for this particular matchup. Of course, Westdoor against Rookie, and Rookie on the Lulu now. He can sort of make his way through this laning phase with the fact that you neutralize a whole lot with that Lulu pickup.
Well, with IG's composition here, I have to say I'm very much favoring them. AHQ is going to have a tough time. Sure, they've got a dangerous skirmish, and they have the Darius and the Fizz, but I'm not sure they're ever really going to get a chance to do that, considering IG controls the lane so well.
Yeah, the thing is, this AHQ comp doesn't really operate well from behind because they have to get picks and they have to control vision. Whereas IG, they can start taking those early turrets that you talked about, and once all the outer turrets are down, it becomes incredibly difficult for AHQ to make one of those picks. It's going to have to be in their own territory if they do start losing ground.
Yeah, do we think that AHQ is probably going to start with a bit of focus on that top lane, try and get Ziv ahead early with the early sort of pressure of an Elise?
So while Ziv has been a really strong player for them, they haven't actually focused his lane that much. And they focused a lot on the bottom lane, trying to get money down to On, so then On can start carrying. Ziv's an outstanding player, but they haven't focused his lane. So maybe they'll switch it up here. You know, Elise, very versatile, can get that Darius snowballing.
Yeah, On has also gotten so much of the gold. I mean, you and I were talking, Kobe, beforehand, and there's no other player except Imp that gets as much farm between 15 and 30 minutes as On. They give him all of the empty lane farm. And that's a concern here because the Kalista against an Olaf and a Hecarim ulting into the back line is going to be highly vulnerable. Zatai did opt for the flash here, interestingly enough, but he does have the Whimsy with the Lulu to make up for the lack of Ghost.
Yeah, and Kakao has gone with the Ignite in the jungle. So this is a Hecarim that is looking to duel you. Let's see if he does grab a kill with that Ignite. Kakao gonna try and carry here.
And by the looks of things, the lane swap is going to be answered, so a bit of upside-down League of Legends going on.
Well, the reason why that happened is actually Ziv looked like he showed himself on the ward just behind the red buff there. So they actually faked him out a little bit, and we did see the recall from IG. Pretty sure they wanted that lane swap. They wanted to get the 2v1, but not going to happen after some clever vision play from AHQ early.
Yeah, and Albus still hanging out there in the river, but Arnie's going to make it to lane, pick himself up some extra farm.
Interesting little adaptation there by IG as well, as they started out with the double jungle. Yeah, Kakao actually gonna let the small golem monsters there go over to Zatai, and then he gets down to lane ASAP.
Yeah, Albus also starting off with the Gromp experience himself, so getting to level 2 quite quickly, so they are very much committed to doing some damage in this lane, but fortunately On still at level 1, wave pushes in for the moment.
Yeah, Kitten Kitty's pushing up very, very quickly. Westdoor doing his best to farm out, but Rookie just being annoying on this Lulu, as you generally will. Kakao's going to start off his red buff, so funny business so much early on. And how do you see this sort of bottom lane slash top lane slash whatever the heck's going on down there with Zatai versus Ziv going?
I see it heavily influenced by the junglers here. I mean, mid lane's going to be constantly shoved in, so I don't see Mountain trying to make something happen on the mid lane. Westor is taking a bit of a beating, and the bottom lane is pretty much open season down there. 2 melee champions brawling constantly. Definitely does attract junglers, but it looks like he's going up top here. Going to try and make a play on Kitty and Kid.
And Kakao going back and picking up the early Skirmisher Saber, which in the late game against what AHQ is running right here, they're going to have a hard time actually dealing damage to Hecker. I mean, this is very scary the later it goes.
This is a risky dive here that Mountain is going for. It's going to have to be some really well-played moves by AHQ if they actually want to pull this one off. All summoners are available, but there is no exhaust on Kitties, actually. He's gone for the Ignite with Janna looking for the kill. So that might make it easier.
Be dangerous.
They better land the skill shots if they want to come out ahead.
They're going to go for it. We'll see if they actually show right here. At least some of that top side. No, just hovering around that tri-brush and immediately backing out.
Yeah, so actually getting a full stack of that passive from Zid there in the bottom lane as all of that was going on in the top side.
Yeah, a 3v2 tower dive when everyone's level 3 is really hard to pull off, and Mountain using up quite a bit of time there. Meanwhile, Kakao, since he saw Mountain on the top side of the map, obviously is going to go in, look for some counter jungling, and is going to make Mountain pay for his time spent up on the top side. And Kakao pulls ahead here in the jungle experience a little bit. Also gets some deep wards down before he leaves.
Yeah, that's actually quite helpful for Invictus Gaming, just to have that additional bit of farm, and we'll see how well Mountain can respond to it. He's going to do a little bit of counter jungling of his own, but Kakao should be there soon enough. And this is very risky for him to do.
May get out of there in time. Of course, the wolf's still being taken here by Kakao, but you're right. Ballsy maneuver there from Mountain.
So both
take the big one and go.
Top laners also use their teleports to get right back to lane, trying to buy small increases in power. Well, he only took the big one, so that's a lot of money left there. Kakao can clear it out fairly quickly. Again, returning to the top lane, though. This, I think, he's kind of waiting around for a counter gank, but he's on a ward.
It is going to wear off here, but Kakao running forward. Mountain looks like he didn't even see him there as he runs straight into the cocoon. Kitties throws out the Zephyr Mountain. Oh, that was a fantastic Howling Gale.
So about
that's going to be first blood.
Volatile jungle matchup there. Mountain spends so much time up top. Returns and sits on a ward here. Easy move for Kakao.
Not to mention, he just had Machete, so the Smite upgrade doing work for Kakao, basically ensuring that he's going to win that duel. Not very much damage coming out of Mountain quite yet, and that's a very easy first blood.
And there's almost nothing that he can gain by sitting in that brush. You know, On and Albus could keep track of when Kitties and Kid move over there and place their trinket wards, so maybe a lack of communication there. Really the only benefit Mountain could have gone was be if there was a counter gank, and even then, it would only be to stop the counter gank, so, I mean, stop the gank, so, yeah.
Interesting. Well, Westor, he's going to head back to base, grabs himself the Fiendish Codex and a Doran's Ring. He's going to head back. Bit of a CS deficit there, but will catch a wave as it heads towards the turret, and Rookie is going to do the same. We'll see what he decides to pick up.
Looking very good for IG here, though. That also gave Kakao an experience boost, getting that, getting a share of that kill. So Hecarim going to scale pretty well here. Looks like he is going to go for the Cinderhulk Hecarim as well.
Oh, Mountain.
Mountain!
Yeah,
what makes you think you can go in IG's jungle after dying like that?
Well, he's going to die again. The other two comes through, and Zatai's going to lock that one down. Kakao standing out of range of the rappel as well was beautiful.
There are two things that you need to do before going into the enemy jungle. First of all, well, I guess he still has his flash. He didn't use it the first time he died. But you have to have lane presence. You have to at least have your laners push up the lanes this early in the game. It's so dangerous to go into IG territory. Yet Mountain goes on a solo mission there, and they actually don't even call Zatai's move straight up the river, catching him out.
Yeah, not only that, but he should know that Kakao recalled at the same time, and it takes longer for him to walk into the enemy jungle than it does for Kakao, who basically just went back immediately to walk into that same side of his own jungle, so you just can't play like that.
This is why we've seen the rise of the teams with really good jungle and support duos. Because of the danger of getting this early vision, you need someone like the Thresh who's on your team who could lantern you out when you're trying to get that first round down, but he goes on the solo mission.
Yeah, not to mention, if we just take a look at On dominating that lane in terms of CS right now. They've kept it pushed up the entire time. Can be very easy for AHQ just to send Albus over into the top side. You need to control the top side, control the side of the map that you're winning right now. And that bottom lane vision really doesn't give you a whole lot.
Well, there's a lot of wards in the jungle there for IG. We'll know who's coming up. Pink ward, unfortunately, not going to be spotting it there for AHQ, but Kid and Kitty's now trying to shove this one out. But you're exactly right. I mean, that CS lead still there as a huge wave heads towards the turret for On to eat up.
And AHQ needed these early advantages. They had to get them because the later this game goes...
Land? Oh. I was looking for the combo there.
Yeah.
Throw the lantern, then take the second half of the hook, but they didn't have quite enough vision to be confident to go for it, I guess.
So right now, as we take a look at IG, they've got everything they want. They got the first blood onto Jinx. Well, that's going to normalize the AD carry matchup just a little bit. They've got the Olaf ahead, so now On in a whole heap of trouble, and Rookie's just been taking care of himself versus Westor in this mid lane. And this is quickly spiraling out of control. You can take a look at it and you say, okay, 1K gold deficit. But with these two team compositions, this is pretty disastrous.
Exactly. I mean, not only has Mountain, kind of set back the two important lanes there for his team, but Kakao is going to outscale him as well. Already completed the Cinder Hulk, and they're easily taking Dragon without having to give up presence in any of the lanes right now.
Yeah, this is sort of the standard IG move as well. You just move the lane swap down towards the bottom side, get all of that control. Hook was optimistic there from Albus, but the Dragon, is going to be secured here by Kakao.
I'm really surprised by HQ. The game that we saw them lose versus Cloud9, they played, again, with the Fizz and the Darius and the very low amount of wave clear with a pick-oriented jungler in Rengar. Now they have Elise, but it's effectively the same strategy. And they failed to snowball the solo lanes. And it's just happening again. It was very ineffective in the first outing of a similar composition, and they're just running it again.
The thing that I'm worried about here is the fact that AHQ, I mean, they banned 3 of Rookie's champions, and then he hops on arguably his most successful in the Lulu. Those bans literally meant nothing.
Many questions.
Many questions, Monte Cristo, most definitely. But bottom lane is going to normalize, so we do actually have a bot lane now, which is handy. 2v2. Kid and Kitty's playing very far back. Pierce not going to find them, though. 97 to 82 in that farm. Ziv taking a lot of damage there from Zatai, but the Apprehend comes in. That's going to be a lot of damage. Zatai, he wants it. The ult comes down, but it's not enough. Oh, flashes forward. Is the passive going to do what it is? And Ziv grabs a solo kill.
Once again, even though AHQ don't give much to Ziv, they even actually bet a kill to his lane opponent, and he still comes up with an outplay.
Well,
he's a shining light for AHQ right now. He is their hopes. Their hopes and dreams rest on his shoulders.
It's a pretty dark night, though, Kobe, at the moment. It's Kid and Kitties. They are going to clear out a ward. Fantastic stuff. Vision control definitely in their favor here on the bottom side, and they're moving their vision around the map as well, which is what I like. So 2 pink wards there on the top side for AHQ. But IG not taking care of that area anymore.
For IG, though, they got the first dragon. Okay, Zatai made a little boo-boo in the top side. But they got the first dragon. That was another key aspect for AHQ to look to snowball up that objective to win early on in this game. But now IG, with that one and their ability to control the dragon in the late game, should be feeling very confident. HQ needs more big outplays like that to really turn the tides.
Zatai, I think, if you're going to go all in on Darius like that, the Juggernaut battles, you have to fully commit and try and get inside the Q range there. If he had fully committed and just stayed in there and went melee, kept auto-attacking, not getting hit with the edge of the Q, that's really your only hope. Because after you're that deep in a one-on-one brawl, flash for flash, of course he's going to follow you and complete the dunk.
Also, just because of Olaf's passive, you're more dangerous the lower you get. So if you kind of do want to go all in when you have those opportunities.
It was a close duel until he's decided to run away. Down bottom, though.
Yeah, a lot of trouble here. Supermate down target, not quite enough. The Ignite's ticking. One more tick, he flashes just for fun, just to show that he is going to survive. pierces his way away, and man, that was close.
Yeah, Cacao looking to use his Hecarim ultimate as well. He was just heading down the lane. Right now, though, since they forced him out, this is probably going to be that first turret. We'll see that chain of turrets now. IG going to try and burn this one down, then rotate the Jinx plus Janna combo.
And there's just no wave clear in the mid lane, so they've got a lot of choices about where they want to go right now. Can they control this Darius? Mountain on the top side, but he's been seen with a pink ward in the tri-brush, it appears, so that's just going to be Zatai immediately backing off, not even going to risk the dive.
Just going to wait for the bottom lane to move up towards that top side, you'd assume, grab that outer turret. Classic Jinx maneuver. I mean, she kills turrets pretty quick, may as well utilize it.
All right, so they're actually, just going to switch him up into top lane right now. A little bit dangerous considering the invasion that's going on in the topside jungle, but trying to save this turret. Looks like they will be successful to that end if Kitties wants to shield it.
Negative, and they might get dove here. So HQ, this is a big play for them. Can they pull off the pick?
Oh, box comes down. Kitty's in a whole bunch of trouble. The hook lands onto Kid. Rookie teleporting into Ties here as well. Kitty's, though, he's going to get destroyed. Ziv with the passive running from the ultimate. No re-engage to come in for IG. Oh, unless Cacao wants it. Nope.
No. Decides better of it. Westor is in the back line for some reason. Gets that smite down on him.
He's just going to playfully trickster away, but interesting. IG losing one, though. Nice catch out there for AHQ.
All right, they also were able to get the turret on top of it. And, Mountain just barely misses this Cocoon.
Flash out of the way of the death sentence as well.
Oh, if that Cocoon hits, then they can try and snowball, probably get mid-turret off of that kill as well.
One of the really big factors in the last game between these two teams was that vision control. Both teams a little bit lackluster. IG actually managed to get a 23-minute Baron just because we did see on the opposite side of the map. They took advantage of that opportunity. But then IG, when they went for the second Baron, they didn't properly ward around the backside of the pit. They were playing on blue side, and that allowed Mountain to get a steal. And again, they're playing very disrespectfully towards Vision. They know that AHQ was just in that topside jungle. They walk through a whole host of wards, and they find AHQ quite obviously there, commit too much to saving that tower, and don't back off in time.
Yep, giving AHQ a little bit of a window to get back in here. And good job by AHQ jumping on the opportunity. Pretty big swing there to get that turret gold, as well as some map pressure on the top side. Now they've got a bunch of wards to continue to allow Ziv to try and push. The kill did go over to him again, so Ziv, definitely a lot of pressure on his shoulders to carry right now. He has hit level 11 for Darius for the extra level in his ultimate as well. Can still pull out those pentadunks in the team fight.
Also 2 TPs up for AHQ. None for Invictus Gaming right now, so pressure's just going to keep mounting in that top side for Darius.
Also, I have to say, Westor, the CS deficit, perfectly acceptable in Fizz versus Lulu matchup.
Oh, yeah.
He actually did not get punished too heavily.
Crucially, did not lose his tower.
Yeah, that is the big deal. Of course, one thing I really like as well out of the AHQ comp is that if they do manage to get a pick, and they've got a lot of abilities to do that with the Cocoon and the Death Sentence, you get Ziv that passive rolling on the ultimate, they can roll over the rest of the fight if it does ensue, and it's a lot of the reason why IG decided not to re-engage in that situation. We'll see whether they can utilize that as the game moves forward.
This bottom lane has to play so safe for IG. They don't have any backup right now. No teleports available for them. And Cacao is slowly making his way over to try and provide some support.
AHQ needs to get this dragon. You can see them pushing the wave forward right now, threatening that dive, but they can't just wait here until the TPs come back up, and they are ticking ever closer. They need to actually commit to this. Looks like they are going to be pulling it out now.
And Westor had managed to push that wave up there as well, as Rookie staying very far back. Dragon looks to be falling here on. Just going to rend it. Pull the spears out. No, not even going to do it. Doesn't want to waste the mana. And now he can just smite it away.
Nobody likes rending objectives in this matchup.
Yeah, apparently not.
IG, nope. HQ, nope.
Well, look at this. Quick map movement up towards mid lane after the dragon. Can they finish it off? IG going to try and defend here, but they leave top open for Ziv now. Ziv also has defensive wards there from that earlier play, so he can just back right off.
Yeah, and despite some decisive early moves here from IG, it looks like they're playing scared at this stage of the game.
They lost so much tempo with that play up top.
So
they had a lot of momentum in the game, but the duo going up top getting cornered and then the kill for HQ on the tower as well. Just what they needed.
Now that said, IG going even in gold at 20 minutes, definitely not the worst thing for them.
True.
At all, considering their composition and that they opted into this unfavorable matchup in their duo lane, and they built really around Kid in this, and they've got the Hecarim just keeping on farming and working his way
towards the Trinity Force here.
Oh, yeah.
Kakao with the jungle Hecarim.
He's doing it dandy right now because Dandy moved to the top lane. Kakao's like, oh, I'm a bit jealous of the fact that, you know, my now in China Korean brethren get to do that. He's just building top lane Hecarim in the jungle.
I mean, he's got Ignite. He's looking for the carry. There's so much burn damage on the Challenging Smite plus the Ignite.
He's bitter that he was 16th in damage share among players. Making up for it in one game. He's going to tip the scale.
Everyone always talks about the Kid 443 game, but Kakao had an 880-something damage game here.
You didn't just mention the 443 Vayne game. There's an interesting statistic. He's 9-1 on Vayne, his Kid. He just needs to do over 500 damage and he can win.
Well, no Vayne this game, so.
No, not happening.
Thought it might come out again.
One can hope. There's still a couple more games today.
See, that's the key to Vayne. You get just the damage from Silver Bolts, so you don't actually need items or to win lane at all.
Well, look
you need 4 digits in the damage, Monty. That's what you need, at least 4 digits.
They need to place a teleport to get that teleport, or a ward to get the teleport in back.
Cocoon down onto Kitties, though, takes about half of his health there as Mountain comes in. The Chum the Waters is down, but the Monsoon's there. Arn picks up the first kill as there's the Onslaught of Shadows, not doing too much from Kakao, as he's going to have to get out, but can't. There's no flash there. That flash from Zip right in, but the Apprehend's not going to find it, and IG can disengage.
All right, they're going to be able to take the turret after it, though.
No flank wards at all coming in for Invictus Gaming as they push up on that turret, and they are very brutally punished. Mountain just sneaks in the side and gets a cocoon. And a kind of delayed reaction there from Kitties. Dies, this flash still up, tried to burn that Monsoon instead.
Look at the wards. IG just don't have any on the map here. So there's Mountain. Let's see who drops the ward. I think he's going to put it down for him. Yeah, Mountain actually places the ward for the teleport to come in. Kitties just gets exploded here.
What is this pink ward doing in the middle of the lane right now is my major question, but taking a look at the rest of this fight, I mean, An gets out very easily. Kakao gets into the front line, but he's got no support at that point in time, so HQ roaring right back in this one, surprisingly.
Yeah, completely. Almost 2,000 gold now, the lead for this team. Hops on top of the lantern there as well, does Arn. Kid and Kitties make their way back towards the bottom side. Kid throwing down another pink ward.
You can't afford to play this lazy against AHQ. AHQ are a team that will continually look to make big plays like this, look for those team fights, and look to punish you for not warding up even your own jungle here. It's already cost IG multiple kills and 2 outer turrets.
And a whole ton of vision deep in their own jungle. I love what we see right now. You can see these wards on either side of the mid lane. That's great for setting up picks in case Rookie or somebody wanders towards the mid lane trying to defend. So great blanket vision, AHQ, making the most of these opportunities.
And now also able to play around Ziv as well. That carry in the top lane, 2-0 and 2 now on the Darius, has a decent CS lead on about 20 as Westo, he's trying to find his way in. Albus lines up the hook but can't find it under Kid.
Yeah, Ziv going DPS here. Steric's Gauge for the second item. He is going to be a monster for that next team fight. Even if IG try and take him down from the front line, you know, Kid, he can't really afford to ignore the front line, so he's going to dump damage into him, and it's just going to make Ziv do more.
Well, Kakao's about 700 gold away from that Trinity Force, getting that power spike at about 22 minutes. And Mountain, he's going a bit of DPS too here with the Haunting guys.
And the Rune Glaive. So this is pure pick. AHQ gets into a team fight, and this Elise is just going to explode. But in the meantime, the burst damage is very high.
Exactly, and they've had success with these flanks here for AHQ. So continue to build that way. You know, IG aren't getting defensive vision up, so might as well. If you catch someone, now he's going to be able to blow him up.
And this is the vision edge. Kitties.
Oh my goodness.
Jen is a tricky mistress there. Very speedy.
Nice try. Nice try, but that's what they've got to do. Couple pink wards on the Baron right now. They're trying to bait that as we speak. A little bit tough with the Fizz still showing in the bottom side, but does have the TP in case they want to make a play onto that objective. And IG just holed up in their own base right now, trying to reclaim a bit of their own jungle.
Yep, surprise, surprise as well. Westor there towards the bottom side. Recalling now, but was split pushing away. Rookie going to pick up that wave as it heads towards the turret, but it's a very interesting Baron call, but there's no vision available for IG. Teleports are up, but Kitties, can he get the ward over there in time? Mountain very low. As you mentioned, relatively low tankiness in the build.
Plus, it's extremely early in the game, so doing Baron is very costly this early because you're going to sustain a whole bunch of damage. They did have complete vision coverage with the True Sight and seeing Rookie down bottom, but going to be chased off there.
I mean, why not try it, though? At that point in time, you have the Kalista for the secure. I think you at least make an effort on that. Ziv was about to come in and finish off the tanking. And you don't really lose anything. Because they have the waves pushed up in the mid and the top side, they didn't lose any vision control. It's just Mountain going back and healing back up again.
We've seen Kalista Rens fail in this matchup, but it was on the other foot. It was on the other foot.
He's never going to live that down.
So, Dragon, that should be secured a little bit easier. Let's see here. Kakao wants to contest, though.
Oh, Westor is going to use Playful Trickster to get out of the way of the horse. Spear's still in it, but they are going to run out. IG pick up the aggro.
Both top laners do have teleport.
Yeah, Olaf actually running towards this one now as well. Dragon's going to reset. IG looking to hold up position. AHQ here as well. Darius making his way in. It is going to be a 5v5. We'll see whether IG have leveled up enough in order to make this one work. Their comp should be pretty good at this. And the Trinity Force is completed.
Yeah, big finish on the item there for Kakao.
As far as the top laners, though, Ziv has a full Giant Spell over Zatai right now.
HQ just switching it up, and they're going to siege the tier 2. They don't have a great composition for this, so they've got to take any angles they can. A lot of melee champions.
I mean, they did a great job zoning them with that Dragon presence, and they get the turret.
Yeah, Rookie looking to try and get something done. The Q doesn't land there from Ziv, who takes the lantern, but Kakao, he's got a decent flank, decides to head straight into the middle of the team. Lots of damage, but Repel's going to save him. Westor takes down Kakao. Mountain's very low. Albus as well. There are so many low members on this AHQ lineup. Westor burning to death. The zap, not going to find him. Kid rockets forward, gets excited. Kitties with the Monsoon gets on out of there. Baron's going to finish him off. Ziv is massive in this fight as Mountain somehow still alive. Not entirely sure how that one worked. Cocoon lands. Rookie gets taken out, an AHQ 4 for 3.
What a disjointed team fight right there. And AHQ, Ziv, we talked him up. He comes out on top. Constant healing from spamming the Q as well.
How did Mountain survive? And takes a red buff as well. Okay.
So we'll wait for the replay, but it was kind of a disjointed engage there. Kakao took a lot of damage before the DPS was able to come in.
I just don't know what Kitty was doing for most of these fights. But anyway, Kakao coming in
this
here.
This is Kakao and Zatai versus the team, basically. Rookie has to flash in there. Kid has to flash in there just to get in range of the fight. That's 2 flashes on the backline carries here from IG just to get in range of the fight.
You just see the retreat right there. Westor just barely making it out until Kid gets a reset on the other side.
Oh, what a cocoon on the Kid right there.
Well, he walked into a blind brush. He couldn't actually see anyone in there when he wrapped around. And then Rookie gets tied up by the cocoon. And there's a lot of execute damage on the Rune Glaive Elise. He did use Wild Growth onto Kakao at the beginning of that fight, I believe.
No, it was up.
Oh, interesting.
He was never in range, and he tried to get in range of Zatai as well, but he wasn't quite there. It was just a little bit unfortunate, and then cocooned and killed. So we're getting a slight replay of that particular situation right there. And IG, even on Dragons now, have started up the second one for themselves.
Looks like they're going to give the Dragon for the secondary turret. They have Ziv split pushing right now, and he's going to be able to take that one down.
Yep, Cow eats himself some fish, but he will be fine. Ziv just going to trade this one.
All right. So, yes, they did use Wild Growth on Kakao.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did on Kakao at the beginning of that fight. It came in with the Hecarim engage.
That was what the flash was for from Rookie to get in range.
Yeah.
A little bit of confirmation there. And we have HQ again, setting up in the exact same brush for this pick, but IG still not falling for it.
They do have there. Oh, gets caught.
Yeah, caught out. There's the Cocoon and the Death Sentence. That's going to secure it as Kakao makes his way in. The ultimate goes down, but another Repel. Mountain just gets himself out of there. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find it, and there's the Fate's Call. Some extra damage onto the Baron there for AHQ, but they lose no one for the pick.
Yeah, yet another pick here. AHQ constantly controlling the vision on IG's red quadrant of the jungle.
You don't want to be doing the Baron at the same time, however, that you make that pick. So they took a lot of unnecessary damage onto Ziv by trying to tank that objective while simultaneously having the support and the jungler on the outside of the pit.
But once again, they're able to just back off after they get the pick. No harm, no foul for AHQ, and they get another bit of money for the pockets.
Yeah, 6,000 gold is the lead here as well now for AHQ. They are streaming ahead. 3-0-5.
Baron pink boards have been ridiculously efficient.
Yeah.
There has been really no attempt from IG to get into that side of the river at all and try and overtake some control. So they having a really tough time right now. They get some green wards in, but those pink wards have been invaluable for AHQ.
That's a Dead Man's Plate as well. On top of Ziv, he's going to be huge heading into these next fights. But you can see
he
AHQ,
already is.
Well, that is a very good point. I like how he's trying out all the new items as well. Strokes Gauge, Dead Man's Plate.
These are the most effective ones for Darius, especially if you are ahead and looking to continue the snowball.
Okay.
Speaking of items as well, Arn, he's well and truly happy with what he has. The Blade of the Ruined King, Hurricane, as well as that Last Whisper and the QSS. Mountain lands another Cocoon. Much more impressive on the Elise than the Rengar.
Well, except for the first 5 minutes of the game, where you know he tried his he tried his best to.
That was to throw us all off, right?
Exactly.
It was.
False sense of security.
HQ, he has to give them a mountain to climb every game. You see, that's just living up to his name right there.
Liked it a lot. Well, IG able to at least clear some wards out in their jungle. Can't quite get to that Baron pit just yet.
Oh, I'm sad. I'm sad he's actually going for the Randuins. I was hoping for the Rylai's for the full AP Elise build. Go big or go home. But I think realistically, much better for him to have a Randuins in this particular matchup.
Yeah, probably a good point. Since dying twice in the early game as well, 3-0-5.
Yeah, he's definitely picked it up.
Oh yeah. Halverson Mountain now continue to clear out some vision. So IG managed to get one ward in the pit. It's gone.
And HQ actually switching up here, trying to rely on the power in Ziv and his split push to create the pressure. Here comes the teleport, though. They've been able to draw out that important cooldown. Now they can just back off Baron and take the turret. They don't have to restart this Baron. They should actually just back away from it. They can get a lot of free damage on that top turret, but the engage from IG.
Yeah, there's the Flash Zephyr, but Lanton's just going to get him out of there.
Flash Zephyr engage.
He was already in range.
There is nothing you can do with a Flash Zephyr engage against a Callista Thresh lane.
Well, they got the turret here for AHQ.
Yeah, you can lose a turret is apparently what you can do.
Well, it was sort of an IG panic right there. You're like, oh no, we used our teleport cooldown. We have to force in this engage or else we're going to lose that top turret for nothing there.
Now, well, more vision going to be cleared as they just start off the Baron one more time. There have been a lot of Baron starts this game. We'll see whether AHQ can actually secure it this time around. No vision is going to be put down. Kakao still waiting here. I think he understands that they could possibly be down. Teleport coming in, though. That is going to be Rookie making his way over the top. Westor's going to find him straight away. Just immediately eaten by the fish. Baron secured as well, and AHQ streaming ahead in this game. It's 9,000 gold now the lead, and a Baron buff circling around this side. And this is the HQ we were expecting, sort of the dark horse heading into the competition.
That was brutal. Yet they don't care about wave clear. They're just going to make picks to come back into the game. It's a risky strategy, but they were able to perform.
Well, they did control the Baron vision for a very, very long time quite well, so they were able to make that comeback and actually secure the objective, take the inhibitor. But, I mean, IG has been all over the place, too. He saw Fizz standing on his ward. I don't know what he thought was going to happen when he TP'd in there, but Darius and Fizz, right there when you TP in, the odds of surviving that are almost zero.
That's a cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'd hope it was a cancel, Kobe. We'd hope.
Wasn't this time around. Rookie, though, probably learned the lesson pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's see if we can watch Ziv in action some more here. Yeah, the reason I say like these are the best items for Darius when he's ahead is because you stack up so much speed with the Dead Man's Plate. You can get there for the engage, and once you're in range, your Black Cleaver speed takes over. Yes, you use up your Dead Man's proc, and then you have the constant bleeding to renew speed for him, and you have the backup damage from Sterix, so he's a complete monster. Meanwhile, Westor finds a solo kill.
Yep, Kakao is going to fall down. Westor grabs himself the dragon there at the same time as AHQ secure that on the other side of the map, and this is all going wrong for IG.
Well, I mean, there's just no MR yet on the Kakao, and it's proving to be quite problematic as long as Westor is able to keep split pushing, and with that TP, of course, he'll have every opportunity to do that, and now we're just going to see him push forward onto the bottom side.
They're taking a lot of damage there as well as Mountain gets caught by the Chompers. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. That was optimistic. Satai now going to undertow a huge siege minion, but AHQ just going to keep sieging the 1-4. Westor is there on the top side. Ziv just wandering his way through. This tower is going for.
I like the idea of a Super Mega Optimism rocket.
Yeah, well, that's what it was.
All these Rune Glaives with all these, of course, Lichbane in the top side. They're going to make short work of these objectives in a split push, and here we go.
Yep, Kitty's going to get apprehended and destroyed. Arn picks up the kill. Rookie going to get eaten by the fishes. Westor uses the Zonias right on top of the Nexus. Even takes a lantern to safety there as AHQ. They're on the fountain. The Nexus is exposed. Zatai all the way in the back of his fountain, but still not safe. As somehow Mountain was tanking that for far too long, but the Nexus falls. AHQ even out the matchup here, and IG look all over the place.
They do indeed, but my dream of each team that won last week beating their opponent again for the four-way 3-3 tie is still alive, so I'm pumped.
Well, we'll see if it can continue as the day goes out. And I just would prefer if you didn't talk to IG beforehand because looked like they were having a good time in the early game, but just didn't work out as the game went on.
Yeah, somebody check in on Spawn for us, please, because
who did he predict?
IG fans are definitely not happy right now.
He wasn't on the desk this time, but I have a feeling he may have twittered something out. I don't know.
They had a decent amount of control there with a good early start, picking off the jungler 2 times. But AHQ comes up big with the picks.
Yeah, massive. And of course, Mountain playing fantastically after the first 10 minutes there on the Elise, getting all the picks that they needed. And Ziv just got way too big. Huge congratulations to this team. And Westor there with a solo kill onto Kakao at the end, sort of icing on the cake. Fizz just pretty good.
Well, the 3 mid lane bans, I mean, we can talk about how Rookie's a great Lulu player, but at this tournament, he has been so much of his team's damage that taking away some of his big carries actually proved very efficient because no one else in that game really stepped up to fill that void.
Yeah, and Kid just still having a pretty horrible experience here at Worlds. I mean, the first week wasn't exactly Kid's week. Had a decent game against AHQ last time around, but other than that, nothing really going their way. And this bottom lane for IG, bit of a liability.
I'm curious as to what went on with the shot calling there in the early game for them as well, because it might not be Kid and Kitty's fault. Maybe they were told to move up to that top side.
Well, it is generally what they do in the LPL as well, so that's sort of what they're used to. It seemed like they were just in their stride saying, okay, well, we know what to do next, but these lane swaps have not been working out for these LPL teams because they're done so differently.
They haven't actually picked up on it or adapted appropriately. And one thing coming into this, after watching that first game between these two teams, was vision. Who was actually going to step up to the plate and get the wards down? And that was unequivocally AHQ in this game. They did a great job controlling the wards around the Baron and the upper side of the river, and that helped them quite a bit in winning this game.
Yeah, those 3 pink Baron wards definitely lasted a long time. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's send it back to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you, gentlemen. A solid win there for AHQ. They actually even up the head-to-head against IG, pull ahead in the actual standings. The head-to-head might come into play later in the day when it comes to tiebreakers, but I want to hop into the pick ban because we saw one of those secret strats come out. We saw the Hecarim come out for IG, however, to no avail this time. So I want to get your thoughts, Tabe, on this pick and ban and why specifically they went for Hecarim in this scenario.
I really want to say something about the pick bans because I think IG really did really good at the pick ban phase because I think Lulu really counters Fizz. I think everyone knows that Westor is really good at Fizz and Assassins, and picking Lulu to counterpick all the Assassins is really good. And the second thing is they banned Kench. while they're picking two juggernauts to face tank their Kalista. That is really good about pick ban, but we have to know that they also picked Olaf for counter-picking Darius, but he performed poorly with getting the first kill, but he also lanes badly against Darius and got solo killed. It is a very bad point. And the second point is, I think Kitty's isn't a good Janna player because there's two very important mistakes. The first mistake is there's no wards at the left mid lane brush while he put a pink ward in the middle of the mid lane. It is very weird, and he got stunned by Elise. And I have a lot of question marks on my face. and the next thing is, I think why you have to initiate as a Janna. You flash W into Kalista with Quicksilver Slash. I have more question marks on my face now.
Well, you brought up the concept of vision here. And Crumbs, I know we have some thoughts on the way that Vision play, as well as Monte Cristo had some thoughts about Vision play.
I agree with Tabe completely. I thought the draft was awesome for IG. You know, they picked the really solid comp. They have great siege, you know, good things all around. But I feel like they tunneled Vision so hard in the preparation. In terms of fixing their macro play, just go for, you know what, we're going to beat you with weird composition. We're going to add the Hecarim, spice things up. And the reason why we don't see champions like Hecarim and the 4 meta junglers right now are Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Elise, and Gragas is because all 4 of those build Sightstone. All 4 of those also have abilities to face check brushes. The Vision game was very poor. Kitty's just is not playing well at all. And because Kakao is on a non-Sightstone jungler that needs a lot of farm and their macro game is not good, AHQ can sit in IG's jungle and just permanently kill them over and over and over. And they have no way to detect whether they are there or not. The only tool they had was the Scrying Orb from Kit, and he never used it. Even in one fight, he could have done it, but it was just awful all over the place. The macro game is just devastated for IG. I don't think they're going to be able to get very far playing like this.
Yeah, you're talking about the Vision game outside of fights, but inside of fights, they were also very key. The Scrying Orb came up. It didn't actually come up. It was up. It was available here. They don't have Rocket for this fight, and it would have been amazing if he had held on to this Rocket. He just fired it middle. Kid was just trying to clear a wave. But what ends up happening here is Rookie, you know, he's running off the left side. He's not backing up Kid. He's not basically reinforcing this Jinx. In Westor, you know, you see the reset come through here for Kid. Runs into the brush. He has Scrying Orb. Scrying Orb the brush. You don't have to face check this. And he gets cocooned, and Rookie's on the opposite side of the fight from him. And it just ends up being an absolute disaster. So if they had had more vision available to them, if they had set this fight up properly, and you're talking about their macro game, their micro game, their mechanics do not seem on point.
It's like a trust in your teammates. Just you want to do your thing solo kind of thing.
Well, they weren't even doing their own thing. The Scrying Orb was totally available. Yeah. That's a solo play at that point.
Now, that being said, AHQ played the Vision game very well. So from a macro sense, things are looking up for them. However, there could be some questions raised about their early play, especially by Mountain, with some very strange movements into the enemy jungle without any kind of support and giving up early kills.
I'm still not sold on Mountain because when you banned out the Rek'Sai and Elise, he resorted to the Rengar, which was overwhelmingly bad. And nobody else seems to want to target him again. We saw how poor he played the early game. Maybe put him on a weaker champion that he will falter even more. So the games that AHQ has to play in the purple side, I would be very worried for Mountain getting targeted. And also, Westor seems to always pick Fizz no matter what.
Yeah, they're very predictable in their pick ban. The Fizz is going to come through, and I thought IG did draft a really good composition to deal with the Fizz, to have the counters with the Janna and the Lulu and the wave clear. But you can't really ban out Mountain when you're red side. You really have to ban Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and then they threw Tom Kench in there too. And I also think AHQ, despite everything that went wrong with them, they did go for some comfort here. Ziv did have a carry top lane champion, and he actually got to draft the Darius after he had seen the Olaf. So he was actually able to go into that with comfort, knowing that that was a counter pick for him.
And I think what I have to agree with Crumbs, Crumbs brought out a very good point about, I have never think of that because I'm not good at jungling, but Crumb's point is very crucial. Why you have to pick a champion without buying a side stone? At the early stage, like Elise is like a silly guy, he's invading the jungle and he failed badly. And we can see that Hecarim has finished the green, what's the name of it?
Cinderhulk? the
Cinderhulk. Yeah, Cinderhulk.
with the fire.
Yeah,
the Sunfire Cape jungler item.
Yeah.
And he soloed the dragon with Janna. He's having a huge lead, and Elise is doing nothing. But after that, when Elise brought out his first side stone, he controls the map, controls all the vision, and we can find that Hecarim is not snowballing the jungle phase. Yeah, he takes way too much gold.
The vision game was there for AHQ. The macro game was there, and they come away with the first win of the day. We need to take a quick break, but the action continues when we return with an EU versus NA clash between Fnatic and Cloud9. We'll take a look at that right after this.
AHQ and IG. We'll see who can pull ahead and see whether IG has any more strategies left. It's going to be a lot of damage to Ty. He wants it. The ult comes down, but it's not enough. Oh, flashes forward. He's the Patrick going to know what it is. This Mountain comes in. The Chum the Waters is down, but the Monsoon's there. Arn picks up the first kill as there's the onslaught of shadows. Not doing too much from Cacao. Westall burning to death. The Zap not going to find him. Kid rockets forward, gets excited. Kiddies with the Monsoon, gets Arn out of there. It's AHQ. They're on the fountain. The Nexus is exposed to Ty all the way in the back of his fountain, but still not safe. It's AHQ even out the matchup here, and IG look all over the place.
Welcome back. Up next in the fight to make it out of Group B is a battle for the Atlantic between Fnatic and Cloud9. The last time these teams met, Cloud9 came back and won with a huge pentakill courtesy of balls on Darius. Fnatic had an underwhelming week 1. We'll have to see if they took advantage of their time off to retool for week 2.
What I want to see out of Fnatic is control Huni a little bit more. He's being too aggressive. You know, the two best top laners in the tournament, Someday and Marin, have really stood out because they play in a way that they don't need to get a lead in the first 10 minutes of the game. They'll be very patient and just get one solo kill at around 14 minutes and then just crack the game open. And that's what Huni needs to do. We know that he can take over, and right now you see how Marin, at this time, he has one lead and the game's already over. Same right here with Someday. We know Huni's at the same level of these guys. We know he can play like this. We've seen him do the same thing at MSI. Take a breather, relax. That's what I hope this time off did for them. And I think they'll just be right on track because some of the draft errors they had will be easily solved as long with the safe play.
Yeah, along with that patience comes, you know, the faith in your teammates. Febiven and Rekkles, who have been performing very well to carry the team. So there's definitely an element of perhaps, you know, stepping off the gas, letting them take over and do what they do best.
That's exactly what Cloud9 does, though. You look at Balls in the top lane, he's the exact opposite of the way Huni is right now. He's extremely patient, and he'll even fall behind in games, but then he waits for his team to actually back him up. How many times in this tournament have we seen him get off to a deficit in CS, but then his team bails him out? Incarnation and Sneaky finally rescue him. He gets 2 kills, he gets a wave and starts freezing it, and then Huni has to break it, is what happened last time. Just so many situations go wrong at the start for Cloud9, but they always bail Balls out, but he's waiting for that. He's not impatient and tries to dive.
Yeah. And we can see that Fnatic is drafted Yasuo, Alistar, Gragas, and Oriana. And I think this is simply all-in team composition. But we have to notice that C9's support, Lamination, is one of the best Morgana supports in the world. And I think it is really good for him to pick this champion when there is all-in champion with all the flash initiations, and it is all countered by a single E by Morgana. And what Serene said, Boss is always tend to fall behind and wants to have help from the teammates. I think Fnatic can grab this point and pick Twisted Fate. Why? If you are tended to fall behind, that means the minion waves is coming to the tower, and Twisted Fate can help the top laner to kill Boss easily.
Well, if they're going to be picking Twisted Fate, that means they're picking it into Incarnation, who's been playing pretty exceptionally this tournament. You know, the second half of his season was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, and then he started picking up Veigar and Azir and having these types of champions that are able to siege extraordinarily well and catch people out, but has so much damage. And then they always pair this with the Darius top, and you have to run through that to get to them. So far, they've been running pretty much the same composition. Darius top, Lee Sin jungle, Azir Veigar mid, Tristana AD carry, and then Morgana support. And then the question for me is, does that make Cloud9 too predictable? Are they CLG number 2? But I don't think so.
Well,
because they have dynamic shot calling.
This is the match that we get to see if their champion pools run deep at all, because Fnatic is going to be on the blue side, which means that they have the liberty of not banning Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and apparently Tahm Kench as well. So we get to see who are they going to target. You know, Darius has been the most played champion for balls. Azir for Incarnation has been pretty crucial. I think they should focus Incarnation for their bans just because we haven't seen more out of him, and he's been so critical with those two picks. There really aren't any other champions in the game that do the same thing that Azir and Veigar do to such a powerful Siege.
Now, we've talked a lot about how a team should attack C9 strategies from week 1, but the hope has to be that C9 will have also developed new strategies. They've had a week now to say, all right, we would be coming into week 2 predictably if we came in with that same fast turret pushing siege strat. Is there, with the tools they have at their disposal in their different players, do they have other strategies that they can stretch for?
I feel like this sounds like a broken record, but the shot calling has been very bold, and that's taken a lot of their opponents off guard, particularly the Baron calls from Cloud9 very early on, catch their opponents out of sync, out of rotation. So a lot of times they'll send people bottom and think, all right, you know what, you can catch that wave for 30 seconds. They're not going to do Baron. That's kind of too risky of a call. Bam, Cloud9's on it. They're doing the Baron. It doesn't even matter if the other jungler is there. They will go for it. They're playing how we expected LPL teams to play, and that is very refreshing to watch. And I think that that's really what's giving them the edge in all of these games.
I want to move ahead to predictions only because I want to get your guys' reasoning behind your picks. So, NA greater than EU, EU greater than NA. Once again, Crumbs, we're starting with you coming this way.
I'm going to have to go with Cloud9, obviously, for this one. But I do think that it's going to be a much closer matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic would be able to take it. I'm going with Cloud9 simply based on that I'm not completely sold on Fnatic's ability to restrain Huni. The mistakes that he has right now are the same ones we saw him make during the entire LCS season, which were obviously few because of their undefeated season, but they never really got tested to the point of having to fix them, and I don't think they're going to do it now.
I'm also going to go with Cloud9 here. I feel like it's the polar opposite of Fnatic. You were saying they weren't tested. Cloud9 was tested all season long, and now they're proving they can bounce back, but they haven't even lost a game here. So Cloud9, for me, because not only do they have these compositions that seem to be working, they probably have a little bit more, but even if they get the same composition or don't get it, they still have those amazing shot calls to back them up.
And finally, Tabe?
I think I will choose Fnatic. I have deeply thought about a long time before choosing Fnatic. Why? Because because I think there is a really close game, last game. And I think, like Crum said, Huni is solo queuing, playing solo queue. And if Huni is take a deep breath and notice that all teammates are also very good. Professional gamers, we have to have team cooperation, coordination, and they will succeed. And the next thing is, because they are red, purple side, right? The Gangplank bans and Mordekaiser bans are obvious, right? But I hope that Fnatic can have a little change in their mind to try banning the Morgana out. Why? Because I think Incarnation is good at Veigar, right? World #1 Veigar, but at the same time, his Azir is really good. That means if you ban Azir, they get Veigar. You get Veigar, they ban. If you ban Azir, if they other way round. And I don't think Fnatic's mid can play the good Veigar too. So I think maybe banning out their Morgana and giving them whatever Lee Sin, Tristana, I don't care. I think the Morgana is the crucial one.
All right, well, we'll see if Cloud9 can keep their undefeated run alive in Worlds or if Fnatic can come back swinging. It's time to settle this one, and as we head to the casters for picks and bans, Yellowstar tells us how High breathed new life into a struggling Cloud9.
They capitalize so well on the map movement, and they play for objectives really well. And we know that High is prone to be a really good shot caller. Like we've seen that when he stepped in the gauntlet, he basically brought Cloud9 from the ground to the top, and they've been performing really well lately. And getting a win against them would mean a lot to us, and we have to get this win to perform for this day.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. Great to hear from Yellowstar there with a lot of respect to High. Of course, this guy has been able to shot call their way through so many of these tournaments, especially at Worlds. I'm looking back to last year where he was Talon sitting in brushes towards the opposite side of the map against Samsung Blue. All sorts of ridiculous stuff. I mean, it almost worked.
The secret Agent Z move, one of my favorites, even though they lost.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
And I have to say, a lot of people, I mean, High definitely deserves all this credit for his shot calling, but he makes some very, very risky calls. And I think Incarnation and Sneaky particularly also deserve some credit, because some of the Baron calls that High has gone for balance on the tip of a knife's edge. And it's because of a couple really good outplays by Incarnation and Sneaky in those Baron fights that Cloud9 barely get away. They get a couple people out with the Baron, and then they're able to make use of that really well because of the split pushing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But before we get into Champ Select, let's run down the rosters. For Europe's #1 seed, it is Fnatic. In the top lane, it is going to be Huni. We'll see whether he's playing solo queue or whether he's decided to join his team for this one. It's Rainover is going to be in the jungle. Febiven in the mid lane. Rekkles and Yellowstar there on the bottom lane, and Coach Daylor. We'll see how these guys go, whether they can get some revenge against Cloud9.
I just don't want to see the Yasuo into the Darius again from these guys. If we could get a real top lane matchup, that'd be great.
That would be great.
I seriously doubt that we will see that exact matchup take place again. But lining up across for them for North America, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the mid lane, or jungle.
You fooled you too. We were talking about too much high mid lane.
Now in the mid lane is Incarnation. AD carry is Sneaky, and the support is Lemon Nation. Bubba Dub, the man on your screen right there, gonna be on stage coaching them as well. Now, I'm really, really interested in this mid lane matchup because even in the losses for Fnatic, Febiven has been so good for them. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, Incarnation, he actually has the second most damage per minute of any player here at Worlds, second only to NL.
Yeah, 734, which across 3 games is huge.
He's come up so big for this team.
But my question is, what happens when they don't get the Tristana paired with the Azir and the Veigar? We've seen their strat. Fast push the tower, everybody walks to mid lane. CLG was doing the exact same thing. The code was cracked against CLG. I think it's going to get cracked here too.
Well, we are going to hop into Champion Select right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how this one's going to go. Of course, one thing that I want to point out is the fact that we have 3 teams that are sitting on 1 and 2. But Fnatic's 1 was pretty impressive. They only dropped 1 kill.
Also, remember that when Cloud9 beat Fnatic, they actually were at a gold deficit in their victory in the previous matchup here.
Yeah, not to mention that Fnatic, first blood in every one of their games. They've secured it for themselves. Cloud9 has been first blooded in every game so far.
Look at the picks here, or the bans so far from Fnatic. Yeah, pretty strong coming out here. Both High and Lemonation have been putting in a lot of time on Tom Kench, so that's where that ban comes from.
Yeah, Lulu the final ban there for Cloud9 after the standard Gangplank and Mordekaiser, but Elise, the first pickup from Huni for Rainover.
Head to duck number 2 incoming.
Here we go. I've seen this one before.
Cloud9's been prioritizing this Darius, but now, you know, we've seen that there are some counter picks. Will Huni play the Fiora? Will Huni play the Renekton? He was very disrespectful in the Darius matchup in their last game, ended up seriously costing them. And what they need to do to break... No.
I want to
They're laughing. Rainover's having a giggle right now on your screen. So trolling his teammate, lightening up the atmosphere before the game. But
he says hopefully.
Get the wave clear if you're Fnatic. Just get wave clear. Stave off the big 5-man grouping that Cloud9 likes to do in the mid lane and punish it with a powerful split pusher on Huni. That's what I want to see. They tried to just wombo combo them in the mid lane last game. Didn't work. There was too much kite from Cloud9. They want people to walk into Balls as Darius.
Well, Huni considering the Gnar for the counter pick here for Darius. For Febiven, he's still going to be hovering that Yasuo, but one thing I want to talk about is this lock-in of the Jinx as well. You mentioned Sneaky on the Tristana, but already opting to go away from it. There we go.
Kennen and Gnar. So another...
Is that a triple flex? That's the question.
Well, can't be top lane right now unless we're going something really wacky. It's not Unicorns of Love, so it's probably not going to be a jungle Gnar.
I also don't think it's a Febiven mid here, so I'm pretty sure that is a support Kennen already. Now, Kennen being coming from the support lane, it makes him even squishier. He has to be very careful. That is a prime reset target for Balls. Whenever somebody has locked in Darius, you have to be fairly careful with the way you set up your
Balls
team comp.
and Sneaky
and
as well.
don't give him a reset target, because just one person going down increases Darius' attack damage by a tremendous amount. Not to mention he can easily 5-stack somebody with just an auto attack. So whoever the Kennen player is going to have to play fairly carefully.
Well, we'll see what Yellow Star is going to do with that pick as 7 seconds to go. Cloud9 need to make up their mind here, and Hai looking to go back to the Lee Sin once again, like he did last time they matched up against Fnatic, and Incarnation takes the Oriana.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of speed boost there that he could give to the Darius, but overall a fairly versatile team fighting team here for Cloud9 so far.
I'm seeing the exact same thing that we saw in their other games. Control Mage in the mid lane, fast tower pushing with the Jinx, long range for the Sieges, and a composition that wants to kite after setting up around a tower. So we're not really seeing any diversity really from Cloud9 strategically yet, and Ashe is a great answer to this.
Guaranteed
It's going to be locked in.
Would be interesting. Okay, so now we do have the multiplexer. It's going to be a jungle Shen or a jungle Gnar. You can jungle Gnar as well.
It's going to be a jungle
just
Elise.
kidding. Oh, yeah, just kidding.
Is that an AD cannon?
It is.
Oh my goodness, this is one of my absolute all-time favorites. It's a huge shout out back to, I can't even remember his name. Who was the massive AD cannon player from, I think it was about a year ago. We'll wait to hear back from that, but man, I love this pickup. I'm a little flabbergasted. You don't exactly get much range. You see, he fell out of favor once he lost about 500 range on his auto attack, unfortunately, the old cannon. But this is odd, most definitely.
So yeah, we have seen duo lane Kennen being fed the farm before. This is going to be very, very interesting because I haven't seen it in a long time. Is it going to be a duo ninja lane?
Oh,
with the
that would be
support
thematically kind of cool. Well,
I believe it is, yeah.
Who else is going to be the support?
So Rekkles and Yellow Star are going to go with the ninja bot lane.
Well, one great thing about AD Kennen is that he's actually very good in a split push situation because of his 1v1 potential, considering he's got a lot of hard crowd control. And he's a very big bully. He's a very big bully.
Also, he can fairly easily keep out of Darius' range. This is going to be very, very interesting. I want to see if they go for a lane swap with the duo ninjas.
I have no idea what's going on.
Because,
yeah.
Okay, so one important thing for Fnatic is that with the odd bottom lane that they locked in, they have guaranteed wave clear. They have the Victor in the mid lane. That was going to be the ones we were going to be looking at specifically. And Febiven will take the Victor there for that purpose.
That was really the key to me, is that you need that strong wave clear in order to prevent the sieges that were coming down.
Yeah. The engage here, though, from Fnatic, if they have Flash on Gnar, Flash Gnar ultimate could be very, very devastating for this Cloud9 lineup.
Well, I'm going to be looking to the early game here and see if they've got any clever plans for the hard CC on both Elise and Kennen to make some plays around that bottom duo.
Well, we'll see what they do, but with the lineups locked, be sure to tell us who you think will come out on top by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag FNC win or C9 win, and we'll check on the result in just a few minutes. But the ninja bottom lane, Kennen and Shen versus Jinx and Morgana, and I have to think it might be a little bit of a range advantage here for Cloud9. If we do get standard lanes, that's the big question.
It's still really dangerous because of the amount of harass that could come out early on in the Shannon lane, I guess we'll call it.
Beautiful. It's better than Ken, I think, because that's only half of Ken, and it's just a little bit weird.
All right, I'm really curious to see if there's a lane swap and see how they want to utilize this lane, because I would think that Cloud9 would just want standard.
Oh, well, first blood is going to be drawn here by Febiven in the mid lane. Puts down his ward as well. So much money.
This is going to be a weird one. There's not really great engage from either team here.
Oh my goodness, they didn't go double medic lane either.
They are going to be, heavily dependent on Flash.
Apologize.
The synergy is lacking. You had a chance.
It's a big deal.
You had a chance, Fnatic.
No synergy for Shen in here.
Skinnergy.
Oh dear.
All right, so Cloud9 are going to go with, let's see if they reveal themselves on the ward early, though. I have to wait here till minions come through.
And Victor at the moment, not with the most gigantic win rate.
Ooh, High could get himself into danger. They do have a ward, and it's going to see all of Fnatic, so Cloud9 should be just fine now. They've spotted the whole team.
And we are going to get
the duo. They are going to find them.
Yeah, we're going to get standard lanes when all is said and done as Sneaky Elimination head up.
Even start here, though. The Shannon lane is going to be able to get the Gromp as well. Oh, no, they're not. They're just bypassing it.
You never bypass the Gromp. That's especially if you're Surge and Shen. That's why he's bypassing, you know.
Yeah, the problem is when
surgery going on.
Pass Gromp do not collect 45 gold.
We'll see how many times he bypasses it. It's Rekkles taking the W here. And 80 Cannon, of course, the reason why he was good, does have that extra auto attack augmentation with his W there, the Lightning Surge.
Yeah, we'll check in on this, the spam of the harass here from the duo ninjas. Right now, they're just focusing on the...
Whoa! Level 2 hit by Febiven. Lots of damage onto Incarnation there in the mid lane.
Maybe forcing some pretty favorable trades early, but Incarnation just be able to hold on for a little bit longer. And I want to see how Huni does, because that's been the big question mark, right? How is Huni going to be doing in some of these 1v1 lanes, because he hasn't fared too favorably so far this tournament.
Gnar into Darius, much better than the Yasuo into him. So we'll see how well Huni uses that range advantage to grab harass in the early stages.
That being said, Marin made the matchup look pretty easy in the opposite direction there against Amazing J yesterday.
Well, influenced heavily by junglers.
That's a good point.
Also,
pretty much any
by
lane is
being Marin versus Amazing J. Must be said.
I didn't want to say it. Left that one.
The sustain here from the Ken and Shen lane is impressive, though. You can see Rekkles will go for the harass, trying to get his combo. Once you charge up for the Shuriken, High gonna find Rainover. Hits the Spider, though.
Kills the Spider Link. Cocoon lands as High's taking a fair bit of damage, decides not to go into Spider form. There it is! There's now Incarnation making his way over, trying to get some damage onto the Spider as they head all in for it. First blood to Rainover as there's Yellowstar. Just comes down from the top lane as Incarnation's gonna fall as well. Yellowstar grabbing a kill, and that's the best ninja play I've seen from Shen ever, I think.
Sneaking in right behind, up until he revealed himself and taunted. But yes, I mean, good early roam there. Fnatic had the top opened up. They had everything pushed forward so they could get the angle on the backside of the mid lane.
Bold move there by High, going for the super aggressive play. If you fail that and don't land your Q on the Elise, really big turnaround there. And he does cost the mid lane. Meanwhile, Rekkles gets queued.
Yellowstar making his way in here as Summoner Hill has been blown by Sneaky. Rekkles also has his down as Yellowstar just getting very far up in this lane.
And this is what I wanted to see out of Yellowstar. To me, Yellowstar had a very average to slightly below average first week of competition. He was kind of messing up his engages, wasn't being as surprising on the map as I usually like to see him be, but that was a great play. Comes back talking to Rekkles while he comes into that top side. Rekkles not worried about getting hit by that binding, and Yellowstar really turning things around. So we're seeing a lot more in this game, even though we're 5 minutes in, than we saw really out of Yellowstar in that first week of competition.
You can see as well how safe it is for Rekkles to play so far up. Does have that Lightning Rush, can reposition very quickly as Yellowstar is going to find Elimination. Oh, the torn out of the way of the Dark Binding. The Chompers are going to go down. Elimination gets flashed on. Rekkles grabs a kill onto him, and Sneaky trying to turn it around. The Ignite's ticking, but it's not going to be enough. Yellowstar just being a big, bulky Shen. And that is going to be the kill for Fnatic as Incarnation now in trouble in the mid lane. Once again, Rainover walks out of the gravity field. They want to give it to Febiven. Not going to happen as Red Buff takes it for Rainover.
Cloud9 crumbling everywhere.
There's some revenge being acquired here for Fnatic.
Yeah, Elimination face checks the mid bush there. Get a kill for the Shannon lane. And then a repeat gank on mid. Very smart by Rainover. Goes for the flash cocoon, even though he misses it. Able to land the gravity field there for Febiven. They know that there's no flash on Incarnation. Meanwhile, down bottom, Balls is the next target.
Aggressive, it does get the heal from the Q. Flashes to safety.
Yeah, but Rainover really making the place on the map already. He's blown several summoner spells, had a couple very successful ganks, and really out jungling High at this point in the game. And this is the Fnatic that I thought we'd be seeing last week. They started off a little bit slowly, but they are coming roaring out of the gate. And here we go, coming back around, balls, 50%.
Yep, there's the Nara into the wall. Doesn't quite get the stun, but there's the wall of balls. In a bunch of trouble. Huni is going to fall down. It's a 1-for-1. Balls is able to get one back.
Yeah, Cloud9 get on the board here. They get 1 kill, but still a lot lost here at the turret. Reignover can just clear out this wave very quickly, and a bunch of minions going to go down. Balls does not have teleport, can't get back there, so big wave lost.
Incarnation, despite the fact that he's fallen down a couple of times, still ahead by about 5 here in the mid lane, so farming out quite nicely as Rekkles going aggressive here on the top side. There's actually the Bilgewater Cutlass as the taunt comes in as well. Lemon Nation stunned up for a long time, and Rekkles just following him out. Easy kill. This Shannon lane doing some work.
Devastating early lane here from the duo ninjas, and Rekkles is going to go for the attack speed build to get those Mark of the Storms charged up even quicker.
Also just gives him a better dueling presence too for later in the game. So coming in, I mean, Yellowstar again finding a tricky path right there where you can see they really chained the CC beautifully, just waiting until the absolute last second to pop that taunt, which does ostensibly give perhaps a window for a Black Shield, but if you do it properly, there really wasn't any chance, and by the time the Black Shield came up, it was just too late.
Yeah, this has turned into a massacre very quickly.
Very quickly. Do you think it has a lot to do with the fact that Reignover has managed to pick up this Elise? Last time around, we saw C9 on the blue side were able to ban that one away, and his impact has been so huge this game.
It's definitely helped, for sure. He's been able to make plays using the Elise. That gank in the mid lane wouldn't have been possible. Otherwise, Rekkles going to get hit by the traps.
Yeah, there it is. The taunt lands as well into Sneaky. This is looking all too easy for Fnatic, but the flash is going to get Sneaky to safety. Lemon Nation over the top. Able to get Duke out of the way. Decent binding there onto Yellowstar, but he's pretty tanky right now.
Yeah, they just can't chase it. Fnatic
So
are just
zoned.
too far ahead right now from the duo lane. Massive CS lead, take the turret as well. Map pressure, deep wards, and kills. They've got everything.
Yep, Reignover's back here in the bottom lane as well, as there's the Stand United. Huni trying to get the work done. The shutdown comes in as High makes his way down, though, and Fnatic, they have to get out of there. It is a 1-for-1 in the end. Yellowstar, in fact, grabbing the kill. He's the worst medic I've seen. He's killing people all over the map.
It's okay, he's still doing bypasses, though. So.
Yeah, that's true. Got to bypass everything. As
What are you
Megan
gonna
Nars
transform?
coming in, Incarnation immediately stunned against the wall. Wall goes down, Chaos Storm! As Febiven comes in as well, and High is going to secure the 1-for-1. Can he make it out of here, though? Chaos Storm hunts him for a bit. Yellowstar flashes after him. Bloodthirsty support action. But Balls did have to teleport back up once more. We'll see whether he can catch up to Shen. Both of them very slow. Dark Binding going to be dodged here by Febiven. Gravity field goes down.
Elimination.
Stun comes in. The Ignite's there. Will he be able to find it? Nice shield coming out from the Q. Elimination can't quite get it.
Yellowstar and Rekkles already there to back him up, and Rekkles coming down into the bottom side of the map and then pushing forward onto the turret. And Fnatic, they may be making some even trades on this dive, but they keep taking these objectives. They keep applying pressure.
Yeah, there's the apprehend onto Yellowstar. Just shadow dashes his way away. Balls gets stunned there by Rekkles. Decent use of the Mark of the Storm there to make sure that this Darius is kept at bay.
And wow, pre-12 minutes, Rekkles already up about 1,200 gold on Sneaky.
Is going to have a very hard time to get out of this one.
Oh, and Sneaky's going to get caught out by Reignover as well. No turret to sneak off to, but does get the chompers down. High makes his way in. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Oh my goodness, Huni throws it out. It is going to be Reignover grabbing another one. And High on the run. The boomerang's good. Hyper Proc's going to be there for the speed up. And High kicks him out of the way, but the Krugs secure the kill. Look at that Krug light. Oh man, even the animals of Summoner's Rift able to come to the aid of Huni this time around.
And we just got confirmation that this is the largest gold lead at 10 minutes outside of a game containing the Bangkok Titans.
I thought you were going to say LGD for a second there.
It is a tremendous differential.
In true ninja fashion, Fnatic do get the surprise on Cloud9, and they made use of it.
Oh boy.
I'm so happy about the fact that AD Cannon's back.
Back for one game.
Back. I'm calling it back. I'm happy.
Back from
I'm
your
calling it
dreams?
Back. Yeah, back from my dreams.
Back from what, Genja maybe?
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Still trying to rack the brain.
Well, Genja definitely played it.
He definitely did play it. It did become a thing for a bit there.
Representing EU here. Rekkles with the EU pride.
Well, now we have a question, because now that Fnatic has shown this, Kennen becomes an even more slippery pick in the draft. Where the hell is he going? Play it anywhere but jungle right now. Reignover wrapping back around just to push him off the turret and secure another tower. Oh, they're not done there.
Yeah, teleport comes in. Huni with a decent Nabbar on this one as well. As Reignover with so much damage. Another Gnar into the wall. Elimination's going to die. This bottom lane constantly dying. High trying to turn something around here in the mid lane for Febiven. Trying to dodge out of the way of a potential Q, but High doesn't even throw it.
All right, now Yellowstar and Reignover running around as the duo. Incarnation does back off, though, to safety, so he'll be okay.
It was such a beautiful TP by Huni, coming in at just the right time for the Gnar and then hopping over the wall to instantly hit his Gnar ultimate. High wrapping around, he wants to get a kick.
He's going to find it there as Elimination gets it delivered. Decent transfer power, but it's not quite going to be enough to save him. Yellowstar still aggressively moving towards Incarnation, but can't get it.
Also popped the
Dragon gonna
Stand
fall.
United there, so Shen ultimate is down. Dragon taken from Fnatic, though, and they've got a massive lead.
Yep, High bouncing around the mid lane here as well as Yellowstar. Oh, these players are so good.
Fnatic feeling very confident early in this one, even as they have 0 defense on this turret. And see balls come around.
Yeah, it does get the upper hand on Reignover, instantly destroyed. This could spell the outer turret in the mid lane as well for Cloud9.
All right, they also have bottom lane pushing, so it's not just mid. They're going to get pressure on 2 lanes here. Can Sneaky get up in time? He has to worry about the kill pressure of Kennen, though. Kennen not only has the electrical surge to charge forward in the lane, but he also has the Blade of the Ruin King. If he gets in range of you, he's going to pop the ultimate, slow you down. You have to be very, very careful. There's a lot of kill pressure just from Kennen in himself in the lane now.
Yeah, we'll see what Rekkles decides to build second. I would like something like a static shift, especially if he's gone hyper defend.
More lightning, that's what Kennen needs.
More lightning.
It's the
Exactly.
thematic synergy going on.
Yeah, you picked up on what I like in League of Legends. Thank
Lightning.
Thematic correctness.
Are you a Pikachu lover too?
I know for a fact he's also a fan of Luden's Echo.
It's not lightning though, it's more like sad purple drops. Purple rain, Prince's favorite item.
Oh, well, blue buff. Vented steal here from Fnatic. Sneaky is making his way around, but Febiven going to secure that one. High didn't quite get there in time.
Well, this fast push has definitely been severely slowed due to the amount of dives and pressure that Fnatic has put on early. The amount of crowd control that they have in every single lane combined with the Elise, their pick pressure has been through the roof, and they've used it very efficiently so far.
All right, High going to go for a play here, but Rekkles just backs off. With the amount of gold that Fnatic have, they can just continue to pressure all lanes.
Yeah, and Ball's just going to die here on the top side in between his turrets. High making his way and looking for Yellowstar, but it's pretty tanky. There's the flash kick as Elimination's trying to pick this one up. Shadow Dash comes out, another Q lands, exhaust immediately onto High. The binding dodge by Yellowstar, gets through the base gate. High still wants it, misses the Q, has to get out, but can't. He's going to walk towards the inhibitor turret.
The optimism rocket.
Maybe rocket doesn't find him. Casually lists to the left, I believe is what you call that maneuver. Rekkles, he's trying to answer this one. Stand United. Yellowstar with the plays for Febiven. Secures the kill over the top. And Fnatic in the meantime take 2 turrets in the top lane.
C9 is just so desperate right now to do anything, and they are just getting shut down player for player.
Oh, Huni flashes out of the shockwave there as Balls and Incarnation still going in. Apprehend doesn't find him. That would have been so close as now the Mega Gnar's going to come through. Reignover bounces on top of him, but Huni doesn't need it. Febiven out from the side, and man, the fights continue. They seem to continue in Fnatic's favor.
A weird Victor ult there, but you can't fault Fnatic. They just thoroughly outplayed Cloud9 across the map. In the process, they get an inhibitor turret at 15 minutes into this game. This is an incredibly dominant performance from Fnatic.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud9 just looking to try and get kills for morale's sake. Chasing people all the way into the
Morale
base
kills.
Yes.
I see how it is.
Yep, I think I've heard of one of them before.
We had another optimism rocket here at the bottom side.
Yeah, the casual maneuver to the left.
Well, you're just not a good
sick outplay.
I mean, there's a flash on the shockwave, and you're just not going to be able to beat Fnatic right now in these 2v2s. They're way too far ahead.
Look at that expert tiptoeing just outside of the range there of Darius. Huni put in some practice after being the victim of a pentakill from Darius.
Huni's revenge.
Huni's
Oh
revenge.
my goodness. Okay, Rekkles is going for the Hurricane. So he wants to stack as many marks as the storm on as many people as possible.
You know what? Dash is cracking up on the analyst desk right now because his favorite thing is the Blade of the Rune King, or excuse me, the Rudon's Hurricane Cannon.
Oh, but Balls trying to get something done. Rekkles able to flash his way out of there. Super Mega Death Rocket just sails over nonchalantly, and Rainover now running away from Balls, who's overextended a bit. He's going to fall down. Yellowstar grabs it, and Fnatic are demolishing C9. Incarnation, no mana, no health. Sneaky, it's going to explode. That was Freudian. Febiven's going to wander away from the inner turret.
You know what happened? Well, never mind. That's.
I think we're done.
Oh, I was looking forward to the hole you were about to dig yourself.
Well, you like educational casts, right?
Oh my goodness!
Some biology for when the human body dies.
Oh my goodness!
Muscles release and certain things.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I like how there was warning, there was preamble, we were talking about digging.
He just encouraged me. He was like, you know what?
Anyway.
We got to have lessons in every cast.
That's right.
You know what else I learned today from Monty, actually?
Oh my goodness, that was close.
What did you learn?
Kangaroo leather is the optimal leather to use in whip making.
Yes,
I didn't even know this. I'm not Australian.
Yesterday was the noodling episode.
Now it's the whip making.
Today
before
is
you get ideas,
the
this
50
is for,
Shades episode.
No, it's not. It's for cattle herding, Kobe.
I don't know. Are you watching the same game I'm watching?
You'd already learned this, Kobe. Well, Elimination and Huni going to discover each other here, and Fnatic just looking for a way to tighten the noose. Or the lasso.
Oh, God. All right.
Get it right.
I take it back. I take it back. Let's go back into gameplay here for Cloud9, 4 men top. Can they... No, I don't think they can. Huni by himself here. Yellowstar coming in for some support. Makes the dive very difficult, but they're still going for it.
Yeah, Hayad's actually going to face check this one as they lock down the Dragon as well. Yellowstar just casual ward over the side. They can't get the damage down as Huni's just left to the wolves here. He's going to get dunked. Meanwhile, just turrets falling down in the bottom lane.
I mean, it doesn't
What'd I tell? Morale kills.
Morale kills for the morale turret trade. Now, they do have the Jinx, so they're going to be able to push pretty quickly right here, but Fnatic just roaring up the bottom lane. They're already on the inhibitor turret. Looks like we may see a base race. Okay.
Well, you may as well go for it. Of course, Jinx with a lot of turret damage, but they are going to back away.
If you can't beat him at League of Legends, try and beat him in a race.
Yeah.
Well, they may just give up an inhibitor for free here. Jinx still not back, Oriana not back, and that was 2 turrets for 2 turrets and an inhibitor. Trade, C9 seeing if they can make it work, but...
yeah, I think we know where the worths are coming from. Particular all chat conversation as Yellowstar's hunting Incarnation. There's the shockwave to stop him. That's a big cooldown as Yellowstar just shadow dashing to get in range. Let's get a key strike, but not going to find too much more.
They escape.
Well,
all right.
If Fnatic wins this game, then my hope of the 4-way tie is still alive. We're going game by game here.
If Cloud9 win this game, then I will never, ever bet against them.
Interesting. This may result in some conversations later, Kobe. I may be willing to take you up on that.
Something Spawn reference.
All right, Fnatic looking for a Baron now. Still a couple wards outside of the pit, so Cloud9 not going to be fooled quite yet.
Last year, when Cloud9 were facing a deficit kind of like this, we got the famous high on Zed, top secret ninja moves, trying to pull out creative ways to get back in the game and go for base races and split push opportunities, because you cannot fight the team straight up 5-on-5.
Well, they may have a slight opportunity. Huni now without Mega
get creative.
Lands. But the siege on the inhibitor continues. Inhibitor open on the bottom side, giving them some breathing room.
Yeah,
they're in no rush.
Be careful here. Wait for those super minions to come in. They don't have the best siege composition. Huni has already taken a lot of poke damage by hopping over that wall and providing that front line.
Huni's getting pretty low here. Ball's definitely eyeing that execute. Got to watch the rage bar as well, though. Meganar
starting to build up
deny and execute. huge amount of HP.
Oh, Sneaky gets caught by the Cocoon, and the Shadow Dash goes down so low, but not dead just yet. Inhibitor may suffer from this one. Double knockbacks, but look at all of the AoE action as Balls trying to get something done. High locks down the first one, but it's already a double kill for Febiven. Make that a triple as they are tearing apart the base, and there's just too much damage. It looked okay. C9 just don't have enough to work with.
Super minions here too. This is going to be the end of the game with everybody except for High dead.
Fnatic came to play week 2.
Yeah. They have something to prove on Summoner's Rift this time around. The Nexus is going to be falling, and Fnatic looking so much better this time around against Cloud9. And Huni, you know, that man in the top lane, playing the tank, playing the team player, looking a whole lot better.
22 minutes this game. This is probably the shortest game that we've had so far at this World Championship. And not only that, Fnatic had 26 kills in those 22 minutes. So it has been an absolute massacre of Cloud9 in this game.
We did have that one surrender, but yeah, this one, Nexus kill at 22, that is impressive from Fnatic.
This is the Fnatic I expected to see coming into Worlds.
You expected to see the Shen Cannon?
I did not expect to see that. But this level of play, and this is also the Cloud9 I expected to see coming into this World Championship. They had a great first week, but they're really going to have to rally today. They only really need one win to make it into quarters, but that's a pretty devastating blow.
Yeah, that one strategy not paying off all the time as well. We'll see whether Cloud9 can pull out these high strategies, whether they can get something crazy happening for the next couple of games. But look, Fnatic just looking so strong. And we mentioned the difficult week, sort of the disappointing week the first time around. And they're coming back with something to prove, but this is what we're expecting, and we'll see whether they continue it out.
This is kind of what happens. So Cloud9, they take, like we said, some very risky calls. They continue to make risky calls if they get behind. So the end of the risk is if you continue to snowball like that, then you get games like this.
Yeah. Sure.
And you won't lose in a very slow, drawn-out fashion. You'll lose in a spectacular fashion like this.
And I like how Rekkles gets a sweet haircut and then plays AD Cannon with a Hurricane as well. I mean, it's just my favorite thing that I've seen thus far.
New look in the physical world, new look in the digital world this week.
Mark of the Storm for everybody.
Yep, it's pretty damn good. And look, AD Cannon, one of my personal favorites. Mordekaiser is now pick or ban. Having a great time here at Worlds.
I feel like you're always having a good time. I've never seen you not having a great time.
That's true.
What's a bad time for you, Atlas?
I don't know, Maokai Shen, maybe. So thank goodness I wasn't casting the last AHQ IG game. Could have been a horribly dull time. But look, I'm excited to see what we are going to bring out next time, and whether Fnatic are going to play more AD Cannon, or whether anybody else is going to pick it up. Because of course, this is trend setting now. This might be the new meta.
So I don't think that AD Cannon is, OP or anything like that. A lot of it had to do with the surprise factor, and a lot of it had to do with the outplays that Fnatic made in the early game.
Absolutely.
And lane pressure as well, of course. They just shut down in lane. You could see that they didn't really get into any team fights towards the end there, because the game was relatively over by that time.
Yeah, I mean, just the lane outright from Kennen and Shen, they actually played it really well. We saw Rekkles, he would charge up Mark of the Storm, then go for his auto attack harass, and after he traded, Shen would Q a minion, and then he can regen off that minion, auto attacking and pushing the wave again, and continuing that cycle. Because they're energy-based champions, they can just do it indefinitely.
Yeah, just constant spam of abilities, and of course,
well, with
both
that
ninjas.
Yeah, with that trading too. I mean, you just shut down the fast push strategy because they keep getting chunked out. They can't really walk up towards the wave to start shoving, to start getting some turret damage, and it really worked out well. I think this was a strategy that was tailor-made for Cloud9. So will the other teams pick up on this? Because Cloud9 looked very vulnerable to dives in that game. With a lot of CC, you can see that they were getting outplayed, and if you play aggressively enough, they don't really have the answers.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're talking about as well. What are teams going to do to this one strategy that's been successful here for Cloud9?
I think that Cloud9 will be able to recover from this game in this group and take one later today, but I think this just bodes really well for Fnatic, because not only was it the use of a new strategy for their duo lane, but also Reignover's play. Reignover was instrumental in snowballing that early game. He outplayed High to get that first kill, snowballed the mid lane, he returned mid lane to camp Incarnation, and took away one of the biggest players that we've been talking up for Cloud9.
Yeah, basically went mid, bot, and mid, and got kills everywhere on the map. So huge game there for Reignover. But we're going to head downstairs to the interview lounge where Shox is standing by with Fnatic's Ninja bot lane.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, Rekkles and Yellow Star after some crazy stuff. So I want to ask you about pulling out this crazy comp in the first game to redeem yourself kind of after the first week didn't go that perfectly, because there must have been a thin line between getting blamed for maybe being overconfident last week and then going with something very, very daring in the first game. How did you guys perceive that?
Well, last week I'd say it was not really Fnatic because we didn't have the perfect draft and we were not really confident with it. And now we're facing Sneaky. We had to definitely take the ninjas.
Rekkles, we know from watching the web series that you guys have that they lure a lot of times says, okay, we got to pick something that works in the team when you would maybe rather pick some champions that can just go in or do what you would like to do. So how did those conversations go, and how did you feel playing Kennen?
I think to a beginning when I'd joined the team, then it was a bit harder, perhaps. When I joined the team, of course, I wanted to mesh well with the guys, of course, and then just playing a champion like Sivir or Kennen was kind of basic already because Fnatic revolves around the solo lanes mainly. So playing a champion like Kennen, for example, today kind of fits our team comp because I bring a lot of CC or utility, as you would say, and then that's exactly just what we need. We just need the CC or utility for players like Huni and Fabian to carry the game.
How about for you personally? A lot of people have said, and we've noticed that you've gotten a lot more aggressive. Still, it's something completely different to have to pull the trigger on a champion like Kennen and maybe ult and engage. But how did you find that?
Obviously, I've been practicing Kennen a lot.
Oh, really?
I'm new to the champion. But yeah, it's a bit different. When you play Kennen, it's not necessarily an AD carry whatsoever, actually. It's just you bring this extreme amount of CC, and then your job is different. It's not standing in the backline. It's actually going as a secondary follow-up, perhaps. So it definitely took some time to get used to it. But I think after a while, we kind of figured out that it works for us, and then we just kept practicing it, and then we pulled it out today.
Well, and showing a lot of diversity. Last week, you guys beat IG in the very first game very, very convincingly. So obviously the question on everyone's minds is, what have you built in this time to the team and maybe working with the coach to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself?
Well, we were really disappointed after our 3 matches because we had high expectations and we didn't really show our final form yet. And I hope that we're gonna qualify and then we can finally show what Fnatic is.
Rekkles?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know, last week just felt weird for me. I didn't really feel like us when we were playing. Even when I was playing the game, it felt really weird. So we tried to just find ourselves, I think, this past week, find what we did so well for the past 4 months when we were successful. And then we tried bringing it back today. And I think, I think we did pretty good on that.
I think so too. Trying to find yourself. Turns out you're ninjas. I would say that's pretty good. Thank you guys very much. Congratulations. And good luck in the upcoming matches. And now back over to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. That was as they mentioned, our new fastest game, 22 minutes, just over 22 minutes, a stomp.
That is a Fnatic
by
that
all
SKT
regards.
does not want to play. They said, we don't want to play Fnatic, now we see why.
Yeah. Exactly. So let's start first with this crazy pick ban. It was already talked about a little bit, but we saw Ken and Shen come out in the bot lane. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this comp that Fnatic came out with to start.
Right, so in the draft, we mentioned maybe Fnatic should ban Morgana. And the first thing that came to mind was wait a minute, they didn't ban Morgana. They first picked Elise. They're just wanting to play into Morgana. What are they doing? So when you pick the Shen with the Kennen and the Elise, both of those champions can break the spell shield very easily, as opposed to a regular lane like a Sivir, a Jinx, that has no ability to actually break the spell shield. With the Kennen, you CC both targets at the same time, so somebody's going to get CC'd, the spell shields are going to break, and then you just run over them. It was really intelligent, and I really liked it.
We can see about Fnatic's bans, and before the game, I analyzed that C9's Morgana is a huge point, and I think that banning their APs are useless. But come out, we can see that they banned Veigar and Azir too. Then I was shocked, but like Crumb said, because there's Shen and Cannon, they are both a lot of magic damage in the lane, so Lemonation will be very afraid of the timing of using the E. And the other thing is, I'm very proud of Yellow Star of using Shen to roam mid lane during the early game. And the misplayed by incarnation of delayed flash and the delayed E from Morgana is causing the game.
Yeah, also Elimination in that 2-on-2 lane, sometimes he was just way too far forward for almost no reason, and it happened like 3 times, and that was a big snowball on the opposite side of the map that Reignover wasn't even affecting. I actually really like the first pick Elise here for Reignover, because the thing that Hai has been lacking in this tournament is early pressure. We've seen lane swaps where his team is 3v2ing, and he's doing the red buff on the opposite side of the map. So Hai's early routes have actually been a bit off, but then this time, when he came middle, Reignover was right there to counter, and I thought that was really good. And then he just kept coming back to where the flashes were blown, which is the thing you should be doing as a jungler every time those flashes are blown. Camp that lane a little bit more. See if you can get another.
I'd like to go on your point about the low early pressure from Hai, which we ended up getting a regular 2v2, but in the top side. And Cloud9 went for the lane swap. They were very determined on going about it, and they knew from the get-go that was their plan because they went for the Krugs. Fnatic, on the other hand, they sort of had the intuition of just saying, you know what, we think they're going to lane swap, let's just go straight to lane. And they ignored the Gromp and then just went straight to lane and because they wanted that 2v2 matchup, and then they just crushed with it. So I think they probably saw what you mentioned about the low early pressure. We don't want to go into the strategic in the game. We're just going to completely overpower you in the early game, and it was just perfectly executed.
Yeah. Well, it was a quick game, quick analysis to boot. Cloud9 are not done yet, though. When we return, the North American squad gets back on the Rift to face the LMS's AHQ Esports Club. Don't touch that dial. Our coverage of Worlds 2015 continues in just a few minutes.
Fnatic. Good on the checker.
Who's with me on the Fnatic hype train, guys?
Fnatic caught out by Reignover as well. No turret to sneak off to, but does get the chompers down. Hai makes his way in. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Oh my goodness, Huni. Huni with a decent Nabar on this one as well. As Reignover with so much damage. Another Nara to the wall. Lemonation's going to die this bottom lane. Maybe Rocket doesn't find him. Casually lists to the left, I believe is what you call that maneuver. Rekkles, he's trying to answer this one. Stand United. Knockbacks, but look at all of the AoE action as Balls trying to get something done. High locks down the first one, but it's already a double kill. And Fnatic looking so much better.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we speak, Cloud9 are setting up, looking for their first win to lock in a quarterfinal spot. And as they do that, Riven quick shot getting in a little throw time as they're tossing swag out to the audience. Lots of fun out there. Now, before we get to the game, I want to come to you guys because that was a dismantling of Cloud9 there by Fnatic, and they have only 15 minutes to get back into their heads, figure out what went wrong, and get back out on the stage with the right mentality. They are a team of 4 veterans, though.
Yeah.
So if history says anything, they should be able to do that.
I feel like that's going to be pretty easy for Cloud9 to do. Knowing Hai, he's just going to be like, hey guys, we got blasted. Let's just go back out on the Rift. Quick loss. They didn't have to dwell over it very long. The downtime between games is pretty much the duration of the game. They'll get it out of them pretty quickly. They'll come back again.
You get stomped too fast to even remember. Yeah. Knocked out. Like, what?
What happened?
Oh, all right. Let's
round 2. Round 2. AHQ. All right, move on. Yeah.
But we asked, can AHQ learn something from this? And probably not. I think the only thing is try to 2v2 Cloud9 with a winning lane, because the bar was set very high in the quality of play, which is not something that we saw from their previous game against IG. So I don't think there really was all that much to take away from. So they should probably just stick to their main plan, which they prepared obviously throughout the week against Cloud9, and not try to take too much from what Fnatic played. Play to your own identity, of course.
Now, Tabe, we saw Fnatic attack the mid lane in the bans with the Veigar and the Azir ban. Do you expect AHQ to do the same thing with their reliance on Westor playing things like Fizz?
I think Veigar is really afraid of assassins, and maybe he will choose to bring some protective summoner spells such as Exhaust or Barrier. But I think because it is worldwide known that Westor is really good at assassin champions, but I think IG didn't ban against him. And Westor is still picking Assassin champions. That means I think he has his own thoughts too. So I think maybe AHQ is better.
Okay. Well, that's a great way for us to get into our predictions then. With this game, C9 or AHQ, let's hop into it. Tabe, I assume that means you then are going with AHQ.
Yeah, I think AHQ is pretty sure it's better than C9 because based on the previous 2 games, we can see that AHQ's today, Civ and Mountains is doing really good. His Cocoons are almost like 100% accuracy. And the next thing is, I think C9 has only like 15 minutes to prepare from the huge loss last game.
All right. Zarid?
I got to go with America again on this one. You know, it was a really fast game. I feel like they'll bounce back here. I want to see more strategies from them, but the last time they went against AHQ, it's not going to be as easy as it was before because that was Mountains Rengar, and we all remember Mountains Rengar, not for the right reasons though. And it was Fizz against Veigar last time as well. They were able to play that into it, and it seemed like that threw AHQ off. They might throw a ban at that, but that'll also clog up their pick and bans a little bit. We'll see what ends up happening here, but I do have to give C9 the edge, even coming off of that loss.
Do you have the NA faith as well?
I do. I do have it, of course, but my concern for this is that we've seen purple side be always funneled into Gangplank Mordekaiser bans, and it doesn't leave room for more diversity. I want to see them just, you know what, screw it. We're going to leave these champions because the one guy that has been crucial for the victories and losses for HQ has been Mountain. And the one time that he was just absolutely horrendous was when he did not have Rek'Sai or Elise. So he's only played Rek'Sai, Elise, and Rengar. Ban those 2 out, and maybe hope that the Gangplank and the Mordekaiser don't carry and affect the game as much as the Elise or the Rek'Sai have for AHQ.
I think he also has Gragas to fall back on, though, but we haven't seen it at this tournament, and that was why it was really odd to see the Rengar in the first place.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see if Cloud9 can get that first win that they're looking for or whether or not AHQ can keep their run going here in Week 2. The teams are ready, so let's send it inside the venue for Champion Select.
Thank you very much, Dash. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Doc Pullman. And we're very excited, of course, as usual, to get into our third match here of the day. Cloud9, it's going to be rough because, I mean, I guess it's probably better than if the last game was a slugfest that they lost because they got that loss out of the way pretty quickly, you know, and then you can move on. 20 minutes, you're done. Let's clear our heads, move into this game.
Cloud9 have gotten a lot of flack this entire season. So as they said, I think they will be able to brush it off. The only concerning thing is that, as Tabe said, they only had 15 minutes to prepare for this setup and this picks and bans.
That's a very good point, but we are into Champion Select straight away, as you mentioned, pretty quick here as Azir immediately removed. Gangplank, no surprises, is going to take the bench as well. Veigar and Mordekaiser follow. Looking pretty standard, but lots of mid lane focus. There's the Tahm Kench band away.
Yeah, exact same bans here from AHQ. Not really a surprise. Cloud9 will not get fire picks in the mid lane for Incarnation.
Question is that Lulu going to be the final ban here, and are they going to hand over that Elise to Mountain once again?
Yeah, I think you can leave the Lulu up. Mountain's probably going to prioritize the Elise, so I would try and maybe spend a ban on... Ooh, I was going to say TF, but I guess they're more scared of the Fizz.
They took no time in picking up that Elise. Of course, probably still the most first-pick champion of Worlds thus far. Already had a pretty considerable statistic, and now, so far in 3 games, first picked every time.
Her early game is just dominating. And you can see the difference between at least hitting cocoons and missing them does mean everything, but Mountain showed towards the end of the game a lot better performance on his Elise.
Well, yeah, he did started
with a couple snafus.
Started with a couple snafus early.
Just working out the cobwebs, guys. That's what you have to do.
But in the later game, he did help considerably with a lot of those picks. As you were saying, started 0-2 and ended up going 3-2 and 5.
Yeah.
So 3-0-5 in the interim into the mid game, and it will be Darius and Lee Sin once more for Cloud9.
Yep. And I would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it was pretty broke in the last game. So hopefully they can figure something out for the rest of the picks. Mountain considering Albus's Thresh one more time, and that's the pick combo that they managed to dismantle Invictus Gaming with.
I think you just go for pick. How did C9 lose that last game? Just get crowd control in all the lanes. They can play the Gnar. Ziv has had a great Gnar game so far in this tournament. Play it into the Darius again.
Yeah, HQ, they already banned out the Tahm Kench, which is a great counter to the single target pick here. So, and I mean, Janna does have her weaknesses as well, can get blown up before she can even react.
So I like it. Take the Thresh, take the Jinx. Those are going to be locked in. You have tons of gank pressure now on that bottom side, just like we saw in the last game with the Kennen and the Shen combo. So you have a lot of change CC in both of these two lanes. And C9 are going to be looking...
Will it just be the Tristana Morgana?
So you can do that, and you can go with a Lulu Morgana combo and Black Shield plus Lulu Speed of Darius for the ultimate Juggernaut. But even so, the Lantern, there's nothing you can do to stop Thresh saving someone on the front with a Lantern.
Oh, it's the Braum instead here for Cloud9. So Elimination going to be bringing the chair to the bottom lane. Now AHQ to round out their lineup. And does Westor just default back? He just looks down his list of mid laners. Goes Twisted Fate, probably the one that I'm going to go to next, because that one's not banned away.
High probability, but Cloud9 are saving their mid lane pick for a counter pick. So Twisted Fate pick. I know that Westor is very confident in his Twisted Fate, but Incarnation also quite good on Assassins. LeBlanc is still up, and Incarnation's been quite good with LeBlanc as well.
Yeah, the Gnar, not really a surprise coming in from Ziv. Had an outstanding performance on that champion already.
He's just been all around so good for this team.
Yeah, got a fair bit of inspiration from Huni in that last game as well, who played an excellent Gnar into that Darius. And Twisted Fate, no surprise, going to be locked in.
Well, if you're AHQ, maybe you're willing to take that risk with the TF just because you just saw how C9 lost. You know if you were very aggressive, you're constantly diving those side lanes, you can get an advantage.
Plus, you know, TF does have a great setup for Elise. If you gold card, then it's a guaranteed cocoon to land, so there can be a lot of pressure put on mid, even if there's an assassin there. And it comes down to the 2v2 outplay. And as we saw in the last game, Cloud9 did lose the first 2v2 in the mid lane, which then snowballed against them.
Well, taking some time here to lock in that mid lane pick for Incarnation. So what he does take away. Of course, his two main champions so far at Worlds have been the Azir and the Varga, but he's got a whole lot up his sleeve. We'll see whether it is the Orianna again. He could go back to that.
Yeah.
But you probably, it just doesn't feel fun to pick a champion that you lost with last time, and looks like the Lulu.
So they are going to grab the Lulu after all. We'll see if Incarnation can put enough pressure on TF to keep him from gaining map control. Westor's TF is famed for a reason.
Yeah.
There's some things constant in League of Legends in
as well.
Westor's champion pool.
So it will be exciting to see him on a legacy champion there. And we can talk about Incarnation being pushed up in that lane. But with the targeted CC on the gold card, like you were saying, Kobe, into the cocoon, sometimes even Whimsy isn't enough to get you out of that situation. So Mountain prowling around the mid lane could be dangerous.
Yeah. The other thing I am going to watch out for, if they do seek that 2v2, lane pressure is going to be really big to allow the supports to roam. If Albus also roams, then that just makes it so difficult for the Lulu lane, because he can also come from the bottom side with support ganks. If they do that though, Cloud9 have high kill pressure. Tristana Braum, if the support ever leaves their lane, Tristana Braum can look for a dive.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually make that one work. But ladies and gentlemen, tell us who you think came out on top in the picks and bans by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag AHQ win or C9 win, and we'll see who has the edge coming into this game. And, you know, so far, Westor on his fabled Twisted Fate, coming off a pretty decisive victory against Invictus Gaming. And we'll see whether High able to rally the team and pick themselves up after that Fnatic loss for Cloud9.
The trends have been really interesting today. I mean, we're only into the third game, but AHQ plays a pick composition in that first game of the series against IG, manages to control Vision well enough to eke out a win in spite of a shaky early game. C9 comes against Fnatic, gets dove by what is effectively a pick composition, has a lot of trouble. So AHQ, they already showed us today that they're good with this kind of composition. C9 may be a little bit weak. They have to overcome that right now.
Yeah, I don't know. The last ban there from Cloud9, going with the Fizz rather than something like the Elise, might come and bite them in the rear end here, as Westor is sort of forced onto a champion with wave clear. So now they do have
I like the idea
squad
of
as well.
banning that one away.
Oh, they've caught Ziv though and burn his flash. See if they make use of it though. Gonna have to target him early if they want an advantage off of that. And if they do a lane swap, then he can just hide himself until the flash comes back up in the jungle, going for double jungle, not even having to expose himself to a lane phase.
A lot of deep vision now available here for Cloud9, who do get a bunch of wards down. See AHQ already committed to that bottom side by the looks of things, as minions are going to spawn in about 7 seconds. Carnation throwing out some flares in the mid lane.
See what Albus is doing here. Just gets another ward in behind that tier 1 turret. And meantime, On will just head down and start out at the Krugs, it would appear.
Yeah, Cloud9 recalling from the jungle there, but AHQ moving straight in. It's actually very bold to go face check all of these brush after Cloud9 recalled, and they weren't sure they were still here. But nobody's punished for it on AHQ's side, and they both start on top side with the double jungle. So both junglers will be ending down on the bottom side of the map. See if Hai can get the better of the Lee Sin versus Elise this time around.
All the Krugs and all the Groms are going to be dead. First 2 minutes of this game as Cloud9 are going to move towards the bottom lane, as are AHQ. Mountain now going to be taking this one down. So, see how this one works, as Ziv is going to have that 1v1 matchup against the Darius.
And once again, here's an interesting variation on the double jungle that Cloud9 like to do. They have Balls take the small minions there and just go to lane and actually have Hai do the tanking. So Balls still has teleport. Cloud9 have actually invested Hai's health pool into a teleport advantage for Balls. Ooh. So I want to see if they make use of that teleport early, maybe in the bottom lane, watch for elimination to try and get a ward deep down in this brush, and then maybe have them back off for an early teleport play from Balls, because otherwise they just lost out a lot of health on Lee Sin for small teleport cooldown advantage.
Yeah, and it's not, in this particular situation too, with the way the pathing in the jungle is gone, it also eliminates really a possibility of taking advantage of Ziv's flashless state, because if you have a lower HP Lee Sin, or one that's a little bit delayed in the jungle, and also simultaneously heading down to that bottom side, it does give Ziv a bit of respite in that top lane. So, interesting trade-offs being made for sure.
Hai actually might go for an early gank here. He'll probably take this crab as the lane is actually pushed in for some extra vision. And he's been able to sustain back up just fine, being Lee Sin.
Yeah, it looks like sneaking elimination, pushing up fairly far in this bottom lane, so AHQ might find themselves a little bit more difficult to gank here on the bottom side.
And look at that, Balls, he goes for the strategy for top lane where you just quickly shove the lane in and then walk back to lane. So he's, again, saving his teleport. Mountain does find him,
yeah,
or he finds Mountain.
Yeah, who's found who, Kobe, as Mountain takes a heck of a lot of damage. Balls without the upper hand, not going to find Mountain on that one.
Stops the counter jungle there, as well as gets a good health trade and burns the flash, but he face checks a second brush.
Yep, don't make the same mistake again. Oh, Boomerang just misses onto Balls, has to blow the flash to get back under his turret.
Yeah, getting a little bit risky right there, and now that range on the Gnar really comes into play. Are they going to push this all the way into
no help? He has no help on the way.
Time.
Face checking that second brush, really, really risky there. AHQ are definitely going to go for this dive, and Hai is not moving towards that side of the map. Can Balls get the outplay without his flash?
Oh, there's a hook down in the bottom lane as well. Nice for Chompers, but it's only half the health of a Braum as Mountain's coming in. They're looking to try and get some damage on this turret. Well, they're toying with Balls for the moment, not opting.
Dare he go for that cannon? No.
Well, zoning him away from cannon minions, I mean, that's a victory.
They actually do not want to pull the trigger here. They still haven't seen Hai, so as far as AHQ know, Hai is on the way.
This is interesting. We haven't had too many instances of a 1v1 in the top lane.
Wow.
Where the jungler will just come and help right there. And you can see Balls getting a little gun shy right as the Mega Gnar comes through. But Mountain using that Elise, one of the better champions for helping out a top laner take a turret. And the double range versus the melee means they're going to get it.
Yeah, Mountain really turning this top lane matchup right back around.
And that was a full wave of experience the Balls just missed out on then. So Ziv moving towards level 6 while Balls yet to hit that level 5 mark. Having that advantage.
Well, they're really investing a lot of their time into Ziv. When you let the jungler just sit in the top lane, you give the enemy team so much more information. And also, you can see that C9, the price of this, they've started to get a pretty nice CS advantage on the bottom side of the map here because they've been able to play so freely without concern for the enemy jungler. Also, the advantage that Hai got from farming for pretty much that entire time.
He's even been able to go back, grab that Chilling Smite as well as the longsword, so he's ready to fight.
Flash
top.
back up for Ziv now. So he successfully waited out that time period with the extra Elise pressure. Can't be trouble to clear out that ward.
Yep, no. Doesn't have time. It's got to be killing them Krugs. Ziv going to hit that Mega now as well, level 6 to level 5, so Bol's probably not going to go too aggressive, but pretty safe at the moment with so much health. Now hits level 6.
Very curious to see how far Ziv wants to push this and where Mountain's going to go next, because that top lane turret is just hanging on by a thread. And do they want to try and push it out and get a freeze back? How much do they want to deny balls in this matchup? Because in terms of CS, he's doing just fine.
Spotted. They see Elise, though, with their River Pink Ward, so Hai's going to go for that counter jungle because he knows where the enemy jungle is. Westor's level 6, so he's going to teleport in. Oh, Hai!
Oh, Hai actually could be in trouble here as the blue buff is up. Ziv hops over the wall. They spot him out. Flash already burnt. Twisted Fate moving back towards the mid lane.
Flash for Grom.
Worth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's 100 gold, man.
It's actually definitely not worth because Lee Sin hitting level 6 and having Flash is
probably a good
just
idea,
in case
right?
you didn't catch that.
Sarcasm, everyone. Sarcasm. Nailed it. Hai making his way around again, but he's going to be spotted by another ward. Oh, just misses Sonic Wave, so can't steal away that blue buff, and Mountain is going to lock that one down. But Westor, he doesn't get it.
That's still huge, though. Not having the blue buff on the Twisted Fate, this just increases the bully potential that Incarnation has. He's been doing a great job building a CS lead in that mid lane. So, and just Westor always in vision, always bottled up, and now without the freedom with the blue buff to really push out that wave.
Yeah, Cloud9's gold through jungle camps and lane CS now, up to 500 though. Hai actually definitely outperforming so far. A little bit of a lead. Balls gets pushed off the lane though, and that will swing the gold right back around if Ziv decides to finish this off again.
Yeah, good freeze coming in too.
Leave it as a freeze as well.
This is AHQ's plan coming together right now. They took the hit in the other lanes, and the advantage is this. Store with the gold card.
That Polymorph is going to at least allow him to wander away as a seal, which is more than fun. But he's being so bullied out of this lane. And a lot of it comes to rest.
Oh, look at this jungle camp here, though.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
Incarnation moves first from the mid lane. Good positioning.
Yeah, the Winter's Bite does come down. Last proc of that passive, not quite there yet as the flash does come through. Decent use of the Death Sentence comes down and Westor finds himself all on his own, but Sneaky jumps in. Mountain uses the repel, may have to flash out of this one, does so over towards that Krug camp, and Westor, now there's 5 C9 members in that jungle and Balls can't quite close the gap on the apprehend.
Gonna go for that red steal though. Cloud9 get the invade. Couple of flashes traded there. Braum passive dropping off of Elise was crucial. They couldn't get that last hit.
And C9, they saw the freeze coming into the top side. Sneaky grabbed.
Yeah, there it is. The Chompers come down as well. Nice unbreakable from Lemonation, but takes the Lantern to try and get round to the other side. Albus gets stunned up. On flashes forward, the last auto attack calculated right there for the Jinx, and Lemonation is going to die for the double. Arn is getting huge in this game already. AHQ now trying to follow up. The gold card's down under Hai. Westor says thank you very much.
He's coming back again. There's the gate.
Yep, looking for more as Balls able to get a lot of damage through the dunk. Flashes out of the way, but it's not enough. Balls is going to sacrifice himself. Ziv gets a piece of the pie. And AHQ now pushing on the bottom lane. This game just exploded.
And Incarnation going to take the mid turret, so Cloud9 gets something for that. Remember, Incarnation can't follow this game. He doesn't have TP.
Worrying trend for Cloud9 is this is the 5th game in a row. Well, not in a row, but the 5th game that they have given up the first blood. AHQ with the outplay down bottom. That was a very nice combination with Albus and On.
So I want to talk about how that play got set up. So it all came from the tower take in the top side. When we saw Ziv take that turret and get the freeze. Balls did not want to overextend into that lane, which caused him to roam down and try and make a play on the bottom side where they had been pushing all game. And then this happened. On pushes the wave up, and then Sneaky gets caught very cockily walking into this lane, and they're going to get attacked by the minion wave here too.
This is the impressive part from On. The flash for the rocket turns around. Auto attack's already in the air, so Sneaky even wastes his flash as well, and they turn it around. As you know, Hai gets caught by the gold card from Westor teleporting in as well.
Yeah, and Westor still has the gate and the Destiny up, so he's able to get under that turret. Does sacrifice himself to Balls, but Balls falls too. So this was entirely a chain of plays that started in the top lane with the tower going down, ended up with Cloud9 trying to make a power play on the enemy side, and then AHQ pushing up and kind of Sneaky and Levin getting a bit too cocky about how they could return to that wave.
Yep, Hai going aggressive again though.
Yep, takes the lantern out, does Mountain, as Elimination is going to get caught up by the death sentence, but AHQ going to be safe for now. Westor looking to try and start something, locks in the gold card.
Ziv also cutting them off in the river. 3 versus 1.
There's no Meganar.
If the skill shots land.
They didn't. Apprehend does, though, as Ziv just going so aggressive. Doesn't have anywhere near a Meganar. This could be just handing Balls another kill. Hai grabs it as Ziv falls down. And AHQ, they are going to have Albus fall as well. It's going to be the Braum locking him down with the passive.
Yeah, dangerous game there by Ziv. You know, he was lucky when the 2 skill shots landed, but stayed in range. Balls apprehends him, and he goes down, burning the flash as well, so Cloud9 strike back.
That was perplexing, though. Ziv, I don't quite understand. Dodges everything, and then just wanders casually back in.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have the Meganar. You have to assume that there was a miscommunication there because he went back in on that, perhaps thought his teammates were closer than they actually were, but definitely a misplay. And he's going for that Frozen Mallet first in this game, so looking to kite that Darius in the laning phase.
With those kills as well, if Cloud9 can even up the turret score, they'll get right back to even.
Possibly even in the lead as well. Look at that CS deficit for Incarnation against Westor. That is huge. 36 CS at the moment. Stack Deck is going to be doing some work here for Westor to try and give him some extra cash, but they're not going to be working out. Just completed those Lucidity boots.
Look at this extension here by Ziv on the top side. They know he doesn't have flash now. And Hai working his way up there. They saw Ziv place his ward over the wall of the tri-bush, so Hai should know that there's no ward actually in the tri-bush, and he could get behind Ziv right now. If Ziv shows himself in the lane, I would really look for Hai to go cut him off, but it looks like they aren't going to go for it.
He's going to kite the wave a little bit right there, and you know, in spite of that big CS differential in the mid lane, the actual gold value is less than 200 right now, due to the kill, due to the stack deck, due to the extra tower, so it's actually not going quite so badly as you might assume for Westor.
He is playing so far back in the lane, though. Still understands that he can get bullied out by the Ignite on this Lulu. And it's interesting how Lulu's play so differently based on that Summoner spell. You see that the Teleport Lulus will play a lot further back, whereas Incarnation wanting to bully as much as possible to make use of that Summoner choice.
I'm very curious. I think that Cloud9 may have not been watching as Ziv was clearing the pink ward. And they just assumed that since he cleared it, he also placed one in the tri-bush, but got to pay attention to those small things. Down bottom, though, by Dragon, now looking to get up some vision of their own. I don't think either team starts it off blind. Both teleports are ready.
Well, AHQ moving around immediately, swooping out the vision, but Rift Scuttler is going to be collected there from Hai, so full vision of the area for now. Mountain is going to discover a ward, and we'll see whether Elimination can be enough to deter him from removing it.
Yeah, defending the pinks is extremely important right now. Cloud9 have invested a lot of gold in the vision around this Dragon.
Elimination going to take a lot of damage, though. There's the Death Sentence back. They really want this kill. That is going to be secured by Arn as he tries to flash the wall.
Defending pinks, very important. Not that important, though, to sacrifice your life for it.
Your point was very well proven, though, Kobe. I liked it.
Well, up until that point, too, C9 got the Scuttle Crab. They had a very good position on the river because AHQ had pushed up. They were worried about the Dragon being taken, and Sneaky was starting to push it back out. They were moments away from making a very good Dragon play there, and it just all came unraveled.
Little bit too risky right there. Trying to take out the pink ward.
Explosive Shot doing some work there under Arn, who's going to play a little bit further back, but 3-0 and 2. 100% kill participation for this Jinx, and we mentioned how much farm Arn gets for AHQ. See whether he can carry forward.
Also, Cloud9, after that Elimination going down there, they're going with a kind of a risky play here. They decided to have Balls freeze in the top lane against the team with TF. Now, if the top laner freezes like this with the lane so far in Cloud9 territory, makes it hard for Ziv to go up there, yes, and try and CS, but it encourages AHQ to make a play on the other side of the map. So Cloud9 on that other side of the map have to play very defensive.
Well, some items coming in here for AHQ as well. Frozen Mallet now completed for Ziv, as well as the Infinity Edge for Arn. And as far as single item power spikes are concerned for AD carries, it's a pretty good one there for Jinx.
Yeah, AHQ needs to make a play right now. They can't just let balls freeze at tier 2 forever. They need to just start putting pressure on the Dragon, start putting pressure on perhaps the mid lane turret or the tier 2 in the bottom side, or start getting deep vision in the enemy jungle. Because otherwise, C9 should not be able to make this play right now.
Cloud9 now reversing that top wave, ball's starting to shove it, and they just burst the Dragon.
Yeah, free. As you like. The death sentence comes through, but that was not going to find it, and Cloud9 locked down the first Dragon.
You can see the trigger though. 10 seconds before they start that Dragon, top wave starts pushing and balls cues the wave. So they try and get top wave pushing again in their favor right before they go for the Dragon. So if AHQ decide to commit, then at worst for Cloud9, they then have pressure again on top.
Yeah, still a little bit late there though, and that was a very greedy play from Cloud9, a very punishable play in a lot of ways.
But
those are the plays those are the calls that High will make though.
Well, it worked out this time. Dragon over, first of the game.
Certainly did. Balls not so apprehensive this time around. Going to be able to lock down this farm. So Balls having a decent time here in the top lane, definitely better than it was the last game. But about this time, it was inhibitors falling in the game against Fnatic. So definitely turning around, and this game working a whole lot more slowly. That being said, AHQ do still have that gold advantage by about 1.2.
Now, High seeing AHQ have so much pressure out here on the top, goes, smites his Raptor buff, gets the proc, clears out that one ward on the backside of the red. Doesn't have the charge left to see that one though, but at least gets up some defensive vision for Cloud9 around their red quadrant.
You can see right there, a couple of pings coming down from HQ on the bottom side. They don't have any wards, so take a couple pot shots with Jinx, but then Lantern right back out. You can see the cautious play, and it comes down to the vision now. AHQ has to set up better vision if there's a slow.
Yep, gold card comes down. The Unbreakable was there, though. Has to flash his way out, does Westor. Cloud9 get a free summoner.
Yeah, that's actually fairly key for them, because the thing that Cloud9, the reason that they're playing sort of defensive right now and playing cautiously and mostly defensive warding is because of Westor, because of the TF teleport. Taking out his flash, attacking the source of the global does reduce some of that threat from AHQ.
Also a huge help that they got the mid turret down early, so he doesn't have that position of safety in the center of the map to operate from.
Yeah, that was paid for with blood of the bottom lane.
Yes, it was.
The sacrifice. But decent AHQ wards on the top side of the map. Means that Ziv could potentially get up there and pressure that inner turret. AHQ moving everyone around, trying to get down and defend this outer turret in the bottom lane. Sneaky hanging around there, but not going to stay for too much longer.
They got to set something up now. There are many opportunities here for HQ. Ziv now coming down into the mid lane, will be pinged out, seen behind the red.
Yeah, the battle for vision is completely over this red quadrant. HQ trying to keep up vision so that Ziv can continue to try and push. But Balls is playing it really well, not overextending, not letting Ziv make use of his Frozen Mallet build. This Frozen Mallet build really shines in the long lane when Nara is able to try and chase down Darius and has distance to punish him.
I feel like this whole last 7 minutes of the game has been all about vision. Denial, trying to set it up for the next objective. And of course, with Dragon not available, seems like the next logical choice for AHQ would be sieging the mid lane, but just can't seem to do it. Incarnation with a bit too much wave clear at the moment, and a 50 CS lead now in this Lulu, almost with that death cap completed.
Some small things here too. Sneaky with the Avarice Blade during this defensive farming period of Cloud9, whereas On went for the extra power and went for the full zeal. Sneaky's Avarice Blade earned him 250 so far, as he's been able to clean things up. Lemon now actually getting the Glacial Shroud, so even though he showed an early Null Magic Mantle, looks like he will try and grab the...
We'll see whether Sneaky can keep that Avarice Blade 600 gold earned, so he makes up for the 3 kills evens it out completely. $900 would be the correct mathematics on that.
Got a ways to go so far, but it's still early in the game. And
but at about 75 minutes, Monte Cristo.
I mean, those were also assisted kills, plus they had nothing to do with Steel versus Apps.
There's no need to go into this.
All right. You're happy now, though, because there's lightning on the field.
Oh, thank goodness.
Just distract Atlas with the shiny
Yeah,
things.
exactly.
The shiny things. There we are.
Oh, that crit, though. Incarnation taking AoE.
Damage. Speaking of shiny things, Super Mega Death Rocket, that's a goal. As the zap doesn't quite find it on the Incarnation. Westor wants it, plays the Destiny, but probably won't go too far. No, he's gating in, looking for something? No?
Yeah, Incarnation dares him to come for the steal there as he recalls.
Okay,
But
Wildcard's not going to get there.
the Braum shield doesn't do anything blocking those giant rockets that explode anyway, so the rockets just explode and they still hit both of them. High goes
Gets the
down.
play back into the Flame Chompers there as well, is going to secure High as the kill, and both towers in the mid lane. AHQ pulling the trigger at 21 minutes. Incarnation comes back, but he's getting crit. On just, he knows when his power spikes are.
I've been loving watching this guy play Jinx in this tournament. So aggressive, knows when to flash forward to clean up the fights, and he has that trust in his teammates to back him up. Done it a couple times already this game, and it has paid dividends.
Huge pick there by AHQ in the mid lane, setting him up to deal damage as they chained on Incarnation, and there's nothing you can do to protect against those Jinx rockets. So here's what it is. Incarnation is able to dodge the hook, but he goes back in and has to skirt around the Flame Choppers. So boom, rocket explodes, still takes full damage. Rocket crits, still takes it. Bromwall did block one of them, but man, absolutely destroyed there. And it was such a huge swing because they got 2 turrets after it due to the Jinx quickly taking the turrets.
And Westor too, his use of his ultimate may have seemed a bit gratuitous, but he actually delayed Incarnation's recall. He has a Lich Bane, so that bought them even more time to take a second tower, so it actually worked out quite well.
And if you're talking about being able to take things from these fights as well, with a Twisted Fate with a Lich Bane as well as a Jinx, they can destroy turrets so quickly as Ziv going aggressive onto Sneaky. Gold card's down. Sneaky definitely caught in the wrong position there as Balls teleported in, but I don't know whether it was the best idea. Death Sentence doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's piling on top of the top laner, and AHQ grab another couple of kills.
I mean, Cloud9 were playing defensively for so long because of the Twisted Fate ultimate, but here they just lost it after losing that huge play in mid lane, and they overextend up top, even use teleport to give an extra kill away to AHQ. Very big swing.
Hello, Incarnation.
There's the Destiny one more time. The red card's been locked in, but it doesn't seem to matter here as Ziv, he's going to proc the Hyper. High finds his way down. Westor not quite with that Zhonya's just yet, but Ziv with enough pressure. The Sonic Wave did land, but they've killed him in time.
There's no way you're getting around that. It doesn't matter if it's a gold card or a red card, because the Frozen Mallet from Ziv is just going to lock you down on the escape. And AHQ finding the picks for the second game in a row today, for them at least.
Yeah, and it always looks so much cleaner after the 20-minute mark. It seems like this team just sort of lays in wait and then jumps out and destroys you when they can roam around the map and get these picks. Mountain does find the lockdown, and Sneaky's just going to die. That cocoon was fantastic, and Lemon Nation, he's probably going to follow suit. Glacial Fissure is not going to be enough.
Well, AHQ, they just waited very, very patiently for Cloud9 to make a mistake. They had a pink ward in that brush in the mid-river on the bottom side. And when Incarnation came back for the face check again, they just snapped their trap shut and took a hell of a lot on the map after that. Second dragon of the game. Looks like it's going to be theirs.
Yeah, Westor going to help lock that one down with Arn as well. So it's going to even out the dragons. And High going to be taking down his Grom. But what does Cloud9 do to try and turn this one around? Do they need to now start grouping up for these potential team fights with the added advantage of a Lulu?
Problem is right now for Cloud9 is that the Zhonya's Hourglass has been completed for Westor, so he can actually initiate these team fights, and then the follow-up from Ziv with a Randu and Zoman is absolutely brutal, so even team fighting may not be an option.
Yeah, plus with the Baron buff on AHQ right now, they can have Westor split. They'll get a whole bunch of pressure. They can clean up that last secondary turret, and just like that, 10,000 gold lead almost earned here for AHQ.
Yep, cheeky ward from Cloud9 is going to spot Mountain here. for a moment. Oh, that cocoon was very lucky. If he'd put on any weight at all, that would have hit.
If only he was a little bit taller. But a Yordle, sadly.
Yeah.
Kobe can identify with that song because he wishes he was a baller. We know that because of his ID.
There's already a shot caller on the team.
Oh dear. Well, Baron buff swirling around Ziv, allowing him to push up this way, but you can see AHQ have their eyes on the mid lane as well. The inhibitor turret now under fire as Arn's going to make his way in. Get that minigun out, start shooting that turret because that's going to fall so quickly. AHQ are going to cop a zap. Now the wave clear arrives. You got to remove them from this turret.
Jinx has been one of the most successful stories here as far as single champions. Did lose quite a lot of momentum yesterday.
Yeah, before yesterday was 9-2. After yesterday was 10-5. But a couple more wins coming in today.
These AoE rockets on the grouped up C9 definitely doing some work. AHQ trying to tank this one out as best they can. Mountain, not exactly the tankiest Elise as he's opted for that Rylai's Crystal Scepter as his second item, as well as that Runeglaive, of course. C9 Nation took a lot of damage, but they're still trying to defend this turret. Don't know how much longer they can do so, though, as High looking for a potential engage. Balls does get the apprehend off, but High's already dead in this fight. There's the Death Sentence under Lemon Nation, and it's all falling apart. Destiny comes down, Incarnation melting at the hands of AHQ, and Arn just running towards the fountain. Sneaky trying to do battle with the added bonus of having his health regenning. Buster Shot comes in, the explosion, he wants to share it with his teammates, but this looks like AHQ closing out this match. The Nexus turret's being destroyed, and this is a completely different AHQ. This is not a 1-2 AHQ, this is a 2-0 this week around. What a stunning performance from this Garena side.
Absolutely, playing the pick comp again, and Cloud9 falling to more or less the same strategy 2 games in a row right now. They've got to look forward to this IG match later today. They only need this one win to make it into quarters. But guess what? My dream of the 3-3 tie is still alive. We made it through half the day. Come on.
I believe it's
I hope that Monty's dreams do not come true.
You don't want the 4-way 3-3 tie for the epic tiebreaker?
We need it.
I want it.
Completely
the drama, Kobe.
I actually do think that the really apparent thing here for this game, HQ on blue side, a completely different animal. When people don't get to double ban Westdoor, magical things happen. You know, the Twisted Fate left open this time, huge for them.
And that speaks volumes for the potential, 3-3 going through here for AHQ. I mean, the next time they're on the other side of the rift, it might be more difficult for them to pick up a victory.
I want to talk about Ziv, too. What an outstanding day this top laner is having. He is looking absolutely brilliant.
The whole tournament even, yeah.
It's definitely a very strong player coming into this and having his team play very well around him to make sure he gets ahead and make sure he gets those advantages.
I think the story here, though, has to be on because this guy's Jinx was unbelievable this game.
Well, we talked about he's only second behind Imp in CS between 15 and 30 minutes. He gets all the gold. So you have to be able to deliver. He delivered.
Yeah, I mean, and coming into this tournament, we set him up. He has the highest CS differential of anybody here coming in. HQ like to focus on him, get a lot of money, dive the bottom lane, make sure he has that advantage. And he has performed really well. Even though Westdoor is the most famous name on the team, Ziv and On, huge carries.
Yeah, and Westdoor as well, he's more than happy to sit back, is that veteran, and that whole laning phase, he was under his turret. He was being pushed in the entire time, but just did exactly what he needed to on TF that game. Wasn't trying to take any glory, just clearing out minion waves with wildcards.
It's very clear that AHQ plays around their side lanes.
Yeah.
And Westdoor is just left to his own devices, but he does some work with a little, but he trusts the rest of his team to really carry the games.
Yeah, and does it
As
mean that
he should? Well-placed trust.
Well, that's a very good point, and we've seen him banned out, and the fact that does give a lot of opportunities for other teams. But could we potentially see Mountain focus some more as well? Maybe get some more of these Rengar picks out because the Rek'Sai / Elise seem to be his go-to picks, and the last 2 games, both Elise picks looked fantastic, and there are a couple of options for dismantling this side, potentially.
Potentially, and I think another question, like Kobe was saying in the draft of this game, is do you just ban the Elise if you're on red side and you're Cloud9? Because That pick seems very strong against C9 right now.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, at least right now.
Yeah.
So much momentum for the early game you can get.
And such a high percentage of first pick as well. So if you're on the blue side, generally, you're going to be getting an Elise. It just seems to be the thing. So we'll see what happens as we move forward. Of course, still 3 more games, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether we can get to this 3-3. I'm so glad that the dream is still alive.
Well, we're guaranteed at least one tiebreaker now.
Great. I just want a 4-way tiebreaker.
I give you one, Monty. It's not enough for you. You want everything.
4-way tiebreaker, ultimate drama.
Yeah.
It all comes down to the tiebreaker for everybody in this group. Chance of quarterfinals on the line.
With a 4-way tiebreaker, how many games are we going to have?
3 should
Does he just
be.
play the group again?
Just a round robin, everything again.
Yeah, just do it again. Don't worry about it. But it's time for an inside look at AHQ's win. Let's check in with Shox in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. And we're talking to the man that had an incredible performance once again on from AHQ on that Jinx. Tell me how you dismantled Cloud9 because it was very convincing.
他说你打秦克是打得非常好，然后把 C9都打爆了。那请问你是怎么做到的？
就是我比较擅长的就是进克斯，然后加上最近练了很多场，所以打得很好。
I always like to play Jinx, and I practice a lot. So that's why I did good against C9 with Jinx.
Well, your Jinx is definitely very good, but besides that, you just seem to exude a huge amount of confidence, and it's only your very first World Championship. Can you talk us about that experience and how it seems that you don't seem to have any problems in lane, even if you're in a bad matchup?
就是目前为止是你第一次打世界大赛，那可是看起来你每一场都打得很有自信。然后想请问一下，就是你目前打，就是虽然是第一次打，可是你的感觉是什么？因为感觉好像就算你的 lane 在落后，你还是可以那种放开来打。
就是第一次在世界大赛打，然后就是不会害怕，我就是想要证明自己而已。
It's my first Worlds, but I'm not scared. I'm just here to prove myself.
Well, we are seeing that. Someone who's also never scared is Westor, who always gets a lot of attention on your team and who's always very confident, saying this year again that you guys have a good chance of winning the World Championship. Next up is winning versus Fnatic. You've done it a couple of times before. How is your confidence going into that matchup?
他说另外一个不会怕的好像是西门，他每次都说想要拿冠军。那你们接下来要打 Fnatic， 然后你们也击败过他们几次。那你对接下来的比赛有什么想法？
对上 Fnatic， 我觉得我们非常有信心，只要打好自己的本分，应该就可以进8强。
So playing Fnatic, we're really confident. As long as we perform to our level, there's a good chance we'll advance.
Well, we'll see if we get that Jinx coming out again because it's very impressive. Thank you so much for talking to us on.
Thank you.
And good luck on the further matchups. We're going to take a quick break, and Fnatic is up next, but versus IG first to get their next win or loss in this group. We'll see what happens. We'll be back right after this.
All right, you gotta keep doing it. Let's keep doing it as we play.
Just the entire time, it keeps coming in, and then we're trying to get a kill. Wait, we gotta do the wave.
On flashes forward, the last auto attack calculated right there for the Jinx, and Lemon Nation is gonna die for the double. Near Omega now, this could be just handing balls another kill. High grabs it as Ziv falls down, and AHQ, they are gonna have Albus fall as well.
Oh, that crit though, Incarnation taking AoE.
Damage. Speaking of shiny things, Super Mega Death Rocket, that's a goal. There's the descent onto Lemon Nation, and it's all falling apart. Destiny comes down, Incarnation melting at the hands of AHQ. What a stunning performance from this Garena side.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Worlds Group Stage. Before we get back into the action in Paris, let's take a closer look at Zatai and his journey from the Invictus Gaming bench all the way to the World Stage.
冠军这两个字对我的意义更多的是证明了我的一个存在，它的背后真的需要付出太多辛酸努力和泪水。我是姿态，现在效力于 IG， 在 IG 打上单的位置。在2012年世界总决赛的时候， IG 和 WE 两支虽然在国内已经成为了一个比较老牌的一个战队，但是当走上世界舞台的时候，其实两支队伍显得并没有那么的成熟。当时输了以后没有那么太多的感受，可能在往后的世界总决赛里面继续再加油了。在13年的时候就已经没有进入世界总决赛的舞台，然后14年又没有进入，一个职业选手就是连续2年没有进入世界总决赛的舞台，真的是一个非常大的打击。输给老干爹，当时心里就感觉自己整个世界都崩了，然后就完全的不知所措，不知道要干嘛。坚持到今年第3年的最大的一个原因，其实还是因为不服输，还想再去看一下。当时我知道有这个决定了以后，心里也是就是特别难受的那一种。我对自己要求非常的高，完全的根本不能接受自己是一个替补这样的事实。我和 Safe 去上场，可能效果比 Rookie 加麦子坚稍微还要再更差一点，所以就没有我和 Safe 上场的机会嘛。管理层也有和我讨论，让我去考虑去转上路这一个位置。当时我第一次听到管理层这一个想法的时候，我感觉这个是完全天马行空的一个想法。我说我怎么可能去干这样的事情？春季赛进行到1/2的时候，就找我进行了第2次谈话，然后当时我可能稍微有一点点动心了，因为我真的很难去接受自己在那么努力过后了以后，竟然还是坐在替补席的位置上。我当时甚至就有点怀疑自己，我说是不是我要离开这个队伍了？真的是不是就真的没我的容身之地了？在第3次的时候，他们也没有主动找我，是我自己主动去找他们说，我去试一下，看能不能让这支队伍更完美一点。在中国更多选手退役的情况下，我就越想坚持下去，越想打下去。怎么说？一方面是因为自己的年龄可能真的没有到退役的年龄，第二就是我还能去打，我还能去继续为自己的队伍去做更多的东西，然后我也还能继续为自己的俱乐部争取更多的荣耀。15岁的我以中单的位置参加了2012年世界总决赛，时隔3年，18岁的我以上单的位置重回世界总决赛的舞台。我会将经历了3年的更加成熟的我展示给大家，让不认识我的人认识我，认识我的人重新认识我。2015世界总决赛，我来了。
Oh my God. I didn't know he was 18.
Yeah,
he's
so
a
very young kid.
He was there when he was 16 years old. And that takes a lot of just mental fortitude to get benched and bounce back from it and change roles for the team and be a team player. He had a very large champion pool when he played mid lane, and now he has a very large champion pool while playing the top lane, and he just seems to be an all-around just great asset for the team, especially on this patch. And it's a big reason of why they're even here.
I love the honesty and the self-awareness that these Asian teams are bringing to the interviews. It's something that we haven't really seen before. You know, they're really aware of themselves. They're like, should I leave this team? Is there no place for me? All these kinds of questions that we never really see brought up in the interviews that we're more used to. And it's a refreshing thing to see these players really consider themselves not just as players, but as people in their lives.
Yeah, there's been so much focus around the top lane in this tournament. So now, along with your predictions, is Zatai going to be able to help IG overcome Fnatic in this game?
Unfortunately, I think there's going to be more tears coming his way because of the performance Fnatic had was just outstanding. What we learned from the first week is not applying today. Today, Fnatic was an absolute beast. I think they're going to have it pretty easy this time around.
All right, Zyrene?
Yeah, I'm just going to contrast the performances today. We saw a great strategy come out from both teams, but the one that seemed way more polished was the one from Fnatic. It was hard hitting, it was fast. They came out of the gate swinging, and they seemed angry. And IG, If they have more secret strategies to pull out, I'd like to see them. But at the same time, that one was not convincing at all.
All right, Tabe?
I will choose IG because I think last game is not about the secret weapon, about the Hecarim pick. I think it's basically because of the misperformance of the top lane being solo killed and the bad performance of the kitties. And you know the red buff fight, while we think that a rookie should have protect Kid to kill Darius and Elise. But more of that I want to explain is they had a failure just now of picking the AD-based team composition, the Lulu, Janna, and Jinx, but it failed. I think IG's mid and jungle synergy is one of the top in the world. I hope that Rookie and Kakao can choose something counter pick and aggressive play of jungling. I think they would be better to end. They have to, because we know that Kitty is a really good Cannon support player too, they have to be aware of Rekkles choosing Cannon and Shen and counter Kitty's champion pool.
All right, well, we're looking for IG to switch things up, maybe not have to rely on that top laner. The teams are ready, so let's hand it off to the casters for Invictus Gaming versus Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the cast. Our game's about to get ready. I am David Freak Turley. I've also got Mitch Crepo Forceballs and the wonderful, the amazing, the Boba Fett tattooed Trevor Quickshot Henry. It's going to be a great matchup coming up. Invictus Gaming up against Fnatic. It is a rematch of the first game in the tournament itself. Fnatic crushed that one in like 30 minutes, and it was like, oh my God, is Invictus donezo? But we're going to see if they can bounce back here.
Yeah, well, Fnatic, after crushing IG last week, then went on to lose their next two games, arguably off of their own mistakes more than anything else. Fnatic will look great against Cloud9 earlier today, and we can confirm with two European casters on the desk, there will be at least one tiebreaker at the end of the day, but we need to see the next 3 games play out to determine what they will be.
Yeah, if you're fans of Monte Cristo or anyone else who wants a 4 teams tiebreaker, you need Invictus Gaming to win this one. In fact, IG must win every game left in the tournament to get themselves into the quarterfinals. They must win the next 2, and then they must win a tiebreaker, which is, you know, the very least of their worries there. Fnatic is hoping to move up in the standings, and here we go, Champ Select.
Yeah, we're seeing here the next evolution in the pick and ban phase, where blue side in this tournament more often is just banning out these niche picks, these picks they really don't want to play against. They don't want to pick them up early, like the Tahm Kench, like the Shen support we saw from Yellowstar earlier, and a Zero target ban there at Febiven. Whereas the red side is just obliged. You look at the ban numbers right there, 89% of the time. Mordekaiser, 91% of the time. Gangplank has been picked 100% of the time when he wasn't banned, I believe. So power picks banned on red side, niche picks banned on blue side.
And of course, with it at least taken off the table, that's actually the most first pick champion here at Worlds. 15 out of the 44 games that has been first pick, but Lulu's not made it through. Yeah. Do Fnatic take it? I mean, you have to deny it for Kalista, surely.
Elise has been the lesser of all evils. IG pick up here an early Kalista. Fnatic saying, well, we don't really want to go in this protect the AD carry composition. Perhaps they don't really rate IG playing it very highly.
I mean, this is Fnatic, like, they look like they're back on form. This is the aggressive Fnatic that kills you all within the first 20 minutes of the game, and when Raynor doesn't get a lease, maybe he goes for the Warrior Rex side that we saw him do so well during the European playoffs. So the incredibly aggressive early game Fnatic might come back out here.
I would also expect this cannon to be a flex. Given that they gave away that last game, it was an AD carry. It could even be a triple flex, even with support cannon
being in 3 roles already.
Viable in the tournament. Smed played top cannon, I believe, too. So there's a triple flex here, so that hides a lot of information. And IG, if they pick the wrong matchup, Fnatic can flex that cannon into it.
We'll see what Invictus Gaming goes for here. Kind of curious to hover Zed so early on. I don't feel like it's a champion you want to blind pick that quickly. And in fact, they're going to hop off that right here. So even though the cannon is taken away from the Kalista support, the Annie is still up here for Kitties, and looks like IG going to have one of the most practiced, tried and true bottom lanes here.
Also, what IG have gathered so far, Kalista Annie is a bot lane that plays well into almost anything. I don't think there's any hard counters to that at all. Maybe skill matchups at worst. Yeah. And then a generic, aggressive early game jungler on Lee Sin. Kakao, one of the better mechanical junglers in this tournament. So IG, they'll be very hard to counter in the early game. So let's see if Fnatic will try to match that early aggression they did versus C9, or if they will take a more late game approach. Say, well, IG overall, they didn't look all that great. Maybe we can exploit that, get to the late game, and do the signature Fnatic shock call your way to victory.
Well, we don't see a big front line for IG yet. So with the current champions on the table, there's already a signal towards a lot of combat, a lot of skirmishes. But for Fnatic, that flex cannon, I think we're going to reveal now whether that's going to be in Huni's hands or Yellowstar's. I feel like it's more of a Yellowstar champion, considering all of the top lane picks still available for Huni.
My gut was going to tell me Cannon support and Tristana AD carry, but I could very well be wrong here, because that seems to still be losing into Kalista Annie, so we may see something else from Fnatic.
I actually like the Jace Harbor that we had a little bit ago. You mentioned it earlier, a quick shot here. There's really low chance of a lot of tanks here for Invictus Gaming. You know, Annie support and Lee Sin jungle are two of the squishier in those roles. So IG going to have a hard time if they get engaged upon, just based on the fact there's so many squishy targets.
Well, I mean, it could also be another AD cannon.
Sure,
I mean, we keep assuming it, it's going to be in that role and allow Huni the counter pick for top lane.
AD Cannon plus Braum lane sounds incredibly snowbally in either direction because it's a double stack based lane. So if you're winning trades already and you can get to 4 auto attacks or 3 plus marks for Cannon, then you can do a lot of good trading there. Also, Fnatic locked in 2 tanks, so this still leaves the possibility for an AP top laner open that doesn't really need to be tanky. So Fnatic can go both directions here with their last pick.
And think about how Fnatic beat Invictus Gaming way back in week 1. They played Sivir at the AD carry, and they recklessly dived the Invictus Gaming bottom lane of Kid and Kitties. Maybe not Sivir this game, the matchup in Eclipse is pretty bad, but how about Kennen slicing Maelstrom? Braum for the dive as well. They still have the ability to dogpile and target this bottom lane. It's what they won the game with last time around. Maybe this same strategy comes through here as Invictus do lock in their last few champions. Victor in for the mid lane, and Olaf theoretically in a blind pick.
And then you've got all of this physical damage again on the side of IG. It makes itemization a little easier for Fnatic, but IG have made it very clear what they want to do. They have to run at you over and over and over. And we saw the Lee Sin Yasuo combo earlier in the week work fantastically well. It was Casa and Maple if memory serves. They enabled one another so well. And that's a squishy Fnatic, at least carry line thus far.
At least there are those 2 standard tanks. The normal Fnatic lineup, Reignover and Yellowstar, big and beefy and in the front line. The tried and true formula is still there for the European squad. And then the real thing to watch out for, though, is that only really Lee Sin, plus like the Callisto, have setups here for rookies. So it's not even the best Yasuo comp.
I would like to see this cannon go top, because I think if Fnatic buys into the early game skirmishing that Invictus Gaming have drafted so far, they're going to end up getting the shorter end of the stick.
Wait!
Here's I'm wrong. Fnatic going full on early skirmish here, picking the Riven into the Olaf. Perhaps maybe going to deal with that 2v2. Actually wonder if they want to lane swap here. I would, just from watching the bot lanes, I think Kennen and Braum should lane swap away from Annie Kalista. But then again, Huni picks a Riven, who is so dependent on early game farm and experience.
Well, a lot of squishies are here. There's really no true tank that you consider immovable here when you come to the late game there for Invictus. So Riven going to have her pick of the litter in terms of targets, and Victor's got plenty of burst to follow up on this cannon engage. So Fnatic just look like a very good, straightforward bash you lineup.
The one thing we've seen though before is Yasuo Windball late game, blocking a lot of the AD carry damage and then turning the late game around. Fnatic upped around that by just picking the power on the top laner on a melee champion that obviously doesn't get affected by Windball, and then having a utility carry like Rekkles, who yes, he relies on some projectiles, but he can still position around that Windball.
Most of his kit is not windwallable.
Yeah, most of the kit is not windwallable. Obviously, auto attack AD carries are windwallable, but he has the lightning surge to get around that windwall a lot easier. So in that sense, Cannon makes somewhat sense. I'm just so afraid in the late game for Fnatic if that AD carry pick is actually going to fall off too hard, and IG will still be able to win these fights.
Luckily for Fnatic, the last time they ran Riven in the summer split in Europe, they played the map and the threat of Riven's power so exquisitely it never got to late game. So the home crowd we know are going to be voting for Fnatic on Twitter, #FNC win. But if you want that 4-way tie, you got to be looking at IG, isn't that right, Freak?
Yep, #IG win if you want. There's a tiebreaker at the very end of it all. I know I've reused the joke, but it's just too good. Crepo gave it to me before the cast. Props to him for this one. Got to share in the ball. But here we go into the game, everybody. Invictus Gaming and Fnatic taking to the Rift.
I actually forgot I gave you that pun, and I actually laughed when you said it. It's hilarious. So TLDR, I laugh at my own jokes.
As do I, as do all great jokers.
When they are gold, you are permitted to. The local fans have started what we're going to dub the French wave. And it keeps going round and round and never ends. While we look, defensive line start. We saw Fnatic with a fairly group start against Cloud9. The threat, waiting in case Cloud9 was sticking around and Fnatic stayed together, doing somewhat similar, but on the top half of the map this time.
So this is actually where my analysis falls short a tiny bit, because I'm just not sure what Fnatic prioritizes more here. Getting Rekkles and Yellowstar away from a poor matchup, but then at the same time, they're playing a lane that is very based around early trading and outplaying because you get outscaled. So therefore, I assume Fnatic wants to play the lanes 2v2. it's hard to guess their true intentions here.
Well, luckily, a couple seconds, we'll get a better idea. Mirrored as far as the wards are concerned. There's Fnatic that started that invade first.
I would think Huni's Riven would do well into an Olaf early because you can always gap close and you can get out of the accident even if one connects, and you can get to the Olaf even if he's trying to kite you, and you should be able to trade, especially around level 3. But then again, IG's bot lane, double range with Kalista, with a hard CC that's applicable target stun. That is so incredibly hard to lane against.
Rekkles and Yellowstar have always been adequate laners, but never something you consider strong, which is also something you consider of both Kid and Kitties. Last week, when Kid ran Kalista, he did okay, but missed a few crucial lanes, felt like he was a little bit out of tune with the rest of the team, especially around the Dragon and the Baron plays. We need to see if that's been worked on over this last week.
Well, Kid has not been the most prolific of the Kalista players actually over on Invictus, but you can see, as Tabe mentioned, this team is much more about their solo lanes here, and Rookie already getting a good start in the mid lane is the kind of sort of formula for success IG wants.
So we asked ourselves what's going to happen. Fnatic did a deep invade in bottom left side, but then moved their bot lane around. So they faked the lane swap. They said, okay, we're taking the left side of the map, but we're still going to send our bottom lane to the bottom lane. So the expected outcome here is to think that Fnatic actually does want that 2v2 and a 1v1. I watched Huni do the wolf camp. He actually used this third strike of his Q, landed on the floor before the wolves even spawned, so he was actually a little delayed there. So maybe some nerves there on Huni.
And we saw that last week as well. Huni in week 1 was not the same level that we've come to expect, but his Nard performance earlier today, significantly stronger. Crepo, we do have that 2v2 in lane, and you have to feel it could be very swingy, whoever gets the advantage.
I mean, it'll swing to IG side because Kid and Kitties took the Krugs, while Yellowstar and Rekkles leashed the Wolf for Huni, who actually missed a lot of damage with that failed Q-proc. So overall, top lane got snowballed a little bit. Rainova also started top side of the map. He's now looking to find Kakao, and he's looking to protect Huni.
And we're going to see if Huni's going to be able to do okay in this matchup right now. The CS about equal, but Flask on Olaf means his health is not high enough to survive, and all in like this. It's going to be the knockup into a bunch of CC. The stun lands as well. Look at the chaining, and of course he doesn't have flash, and because of the Flask start, they read it, and Fnatic get the all-in.
Well, fantastic play from Rainova and Huni, punishing Zitai in the top lane, and on what a champion. Riven, snowball heavy, he gets a lead.
I mean, it's such a weird start for Zitai here. It's so easy as Olaf to start cloth armor, no potions, clear a full camp, recall, get 5, and then TP into the lane. But the fact that he has no raw defensive stats means exactly that can happen to him. And I think it's a huge mistake in a matchup like this.
So we'll find out if it continues to hurt Zitai. We did see Rainova setting up in the middle lane. He's now going in for Rookie. Connects with the Prey Seeker. Febiven is going to put the gravity field down and will get the summoner spell.
I just went and looked back, and Kakao actually pinged the exact location of Rainova, but there was no vision. So that means two things. Either Kakao said, hey, watch out, Rek'Sai can actually end up here and tunnel over later, so you have to be careful. Or he was telling his jungler, I'm going to take this path and come to you. Likely he was actually warning Zitai of an impending Rek'Sai gank that could potentially happen, but he chose to ignore it. And he paid the price for that one.
Well,
really rough start.
Every time we look middle, Rookie is jumping in on Febiven over and over. It hasn't impacted Febiven's farming yet, but he's running out of consumables, and there's pressure from Kakao. Kakao's looking to set up the gank.
Oh, Winwall misses, though. He tried to reflex it onto the Febiven. E didn't block much of anything. Q from Kakao, he won't keep going in, but this is really impressive to watch Rookie. He goes in every time his win gauge is full, and he'll dodge right in, put a Q down, absorb the trade from Febiven, make him run out of mana, and dodge right back out. And you can see that he's doing okay.
At the same time, Febiven still has one potion available. He's even on CS. He doesn't really care that all this is happening. He even drew a little bit of jungle aggro. Huni's wave now is bouncing backwards. Let's see how Zitai plays this. If he's going to bait a good trade here from Huni, his jungler to come in. Or if he wants to freeze the wave. Actually wants to push in.
A hard push, yeah.
Oh, Rainova's going to donate, apparently might, an early blue buff yet to Febiven.
Actually really smart. Starts top left, finds the enemy jungler or secures his top laner, and then goes to the top right quadrant to deliver like a really weird timing blue that can actually tilt this matchup. Because most mid laners are used to playing against each other, picking up the second blue 750 around 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Right now, this changes like the dynamic in that mid lane matchup.
It's weird because like all the other lanes have these weird dynamics going on. Kakao had actually snuck into that top lane brush. Then Zitai's like, no, I'm just going to push the wave into the turret anyway and not let the lane go back towards him. Like breaking his own game.
Yeah, we do see the bottom lane. Early recall there for Rekkles. He's picked up the Vamp Scepter, and despite the pressure from Kid and Kitties early, it's not hitting them too hard on CS. Wave is going to push towards Fnatic as well, so they can keep playing safe, keep playing back, defensive. exactly what we really come to expect from Fnatic's bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be the weird thing because right now, Kid can actually get himself a Bilgewater Cutlass on the recall right here. So Kid gets kind of the optimal recall while holding his CS lead, actually. And that's actually a very good thing for him. Meanwhile, you know, Rekkles is going to sit on, you know, kind of bad items and in a weird lane without much power.
It is kind of bad items, but it does... Picking up a Vamp Scepter on this cannon kind of counters the 2 auto-attack trade that Kid and Kitties do, so it makes this lane very all-in-y. And the fact that Rekkles has a one-ranged melee, hang on, Zatai.
Well, Zatai not going to get knocked up. Rainova and Huni both decide to back away, 2-on-2. The axe does connect. Zatai and Kakao got a very big minion wave. Huni throws out the Wind Slash, and Zatai will just bait and juke. Nothing further happens.
Well, and Fnatic had a cumulative 2-level lead on that one right there. Riven 6 to the 5 Olaf, as well as Rainover being 5 to Kakao's 4. But of course, threw out of a turret a little bit too much. Good read by Kakao, and especially the fact that he stood still, which helped make sure that Tremor Sense would not spot him when Rainover came in and took turret aggro.
Rookie looking for some aggression, spots Rainover. I just like the communication of Fnatic though. A lot of teams, one guy would randomly get tower aggro, they're just panically attacking, but they say, nope, we're not going to go for the gank, we're just going to walk out. Nobody took tower aggro. IG was still afraid to aggress because Rainover was continuously burrowed. Febiven now
almost in trouble. Almost in trouble. We did see Rookie decide to back away. Got that exhaust on his mid lane Yasuo. And he decides to dive in against Riven and Victor later in the game, but it's really just been a farm fest, and with the exception of the small advantage for Huni, even across the board.
Interesting pickup here. Kid actually built a BF sword on the Kalista, and he's maxing Q, so he's going through a completely different approach. He's going very all-in style lane, and that's probably why Rekkles and Yellowstar actually did, so far they did okay in that lane. They picked up a little bit of sustain so they can get through auto-attack trades. Kid and Kitty's going for, say, well, if you're going to sustain up and you know you're not going to get slowly out-traded, we'll just blow you up in one go. However, when Rekkles and Yellowstar hit level 6, they have the tools to really deal with those trades.
And they're not too far from that right now, actually. If you look at the champion levels here, Rekkles halfway through, Yellowstar a bit more than that. We'll see if they can time the next roughly 2 to 3 waves with Rainover coming down to that lane. Of course, right now, Rek'Sai is to the top side. Plenty of tunnels around the jungle, so an ulti can get her to that quadrant soon.
Well, we'll see. We do once again see Rainover in the top half of the map. Blue buff is respawned, got timing on it. And we do see Zatai moving around. Rookie's got caught out. The Chaos Storm comes down from Febiven. Rookie does have exhaust, but not going to get chased further. And Kakao, he may challenge for this blue buff. Secured by, I think Huni got the last hit.
And when he takes the blue buff, so 10 CDR on Riven, not the worst thing in the world, actually. Scales very hard on that stat, especially with the Lucidity boots already there. It's like almost worth more, kind of the way the math works out there. So Huni is still getting a lot of favors from his team right now. Like, they picked the matchup last. They saw the Olaf, said, yes, we're going for the Riven. The flex pick Kennen to make sure they could kind of pick last and still make it work out. Even got the first gank. Huni is the man that right now Fnatic are relying on to win this game.
And they can. Because not only has Huni shown in the past that he can do it, Fnatic can play the map and run the threat of a very strong Riven if they can start putting some pressure on these towers. The only catch is, Rekkles and Yellowstar have been playing so defensive, it's going to take some time before they get unlocked. And more importantly, Yellowstar for his ability to roam around on that Braum.
Well, I think it's the right thing to do for Fnatic's bot lane. They're just neutralizing the enemy threat. They're playing against a stronger lane and they're going relatively even. They have to be obviously careful of the all-in threat, but meanwhile Fnatic, as a top lane triangle, is winning that part of the map, and that was their signature style. Relatively passive early game, playing on the top side triangle, and then making teleports later on work for ganks.
And you're going to see the work for ganks right now as Rainover comes across to the mid lane. There's that other point of this one. It's Isosceles, because here comes the gank for the top lane as well as the mid lane there. And Rookie losing all of his health, and there it comes in. But at the same time, a fight in the bottom side. Ulti used on Nikita's keep alive. Rekkles tries to zone the team out. This Annie's so low, but there come the teleports. Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Rekkles goes down. Zatai gets a bunch back, but Huni, the double, the steal, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni.
Unbelievable! 5-1. The teleport comes in, and Huni flashed back in. He went past the Olaf and Fnatic at the mid lane tower, and most likely the Dragon.
I do not believe that this just happened. Oh, that was incredible. Huni was flashing over aggressive before last week, but now he's flashing aggressively just right. This is still the Fnatic we remember from the summer split regular season over in Europe. This is the Fnatic that so many people had winning this group. and it still looks like that same Fnatic now.
And what a swing, thanks to the kills, thanks to the Dragon, the Tower, blue buff secure. Fnatic have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead and an advantage in every single metric in the game. That has to be one of the most valuable teleports that we have seen throughout the group stage.
This is what we've been used to seeing from Fnatic. Passive in the early game, and this entire trade here, I watched it on my screen already, but Yellowstar, he's getting out-traded, he's getting engaged on, so Rekkles is not taking any damage. Yellowstar trying to get out here, and the problem is Kid, his E at the end, he gets stunned right before he can E. Chain CC'd into Yellowstar's knockup. Huni was actually a fraction of a second earlier in that TP, and then just watching the play what he does here, going for the bravado of this play, going back in with the flash and turning that around, that just shows he is confident and he's by no means influenced by whatever happened in the first 2 losses that Fnatic faced last week. But yeah, really good cooldown spacing here from Fnatic. Kid has to flash in, gets immediately stunned by Rekkles. Rekkles held his cooldowns until it was necessary to peel for his support. So overall, really good trading. And we could also see that Kid, if he was maxing E, he could have executed a lot earlier to finish off Rekkles. But because he has running that Q max, he really has to get a lot of spears, and he just wasn't certain enough that it was going to kill the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, Keep Me On Else went for a lower attack speed build as well, so BF Sword instead of Cutlass into a, dagger would have changed the dynamic a little bit more as well, but all said and done, Fnatic in a sizable lead there. Incredibly though, the Lee Sin is snuck behind Huni.
Well, there's a 2-on-2. Reinover's joined the fight. Huni's going to get the shield, and he's turned to Zetara. He just dunks him in the spot. Fnatic have got a massive minion wave, and they will take a tower as well as the kill. I think Kakao, he started Gromp, and Reinover, you can sense him with the trim, is going to push him out of his own jungle. Fnatic say, we want everything.
Reinover has had some fantastic game reads overall in this game. His early gank either works in Huni's favor to get a kill or deters Kakao from ganking. Then he helps mid lane a bit. He asks his bot lane, are you guys okay? Yes, they're fine. He continuously hovers around Huni, who's now 5-1, and he kind of predicts here as we see Yellowstar being traded on. Just a gank from IG, and he just robs IG of any potential counter plays. It's just fantastic to see where he's pathing on the map with 0 downtime, because Reinover on Rek'Sai can always just ulti back to the tunnels.
Yeah, part of more kills, dying less, and still more. CS Kakao completely outplaying him. I know coming into Worlds, Reinover was considered maybe the weakest portion of Fnatic. Of course, a very good team. It's not like he's a bad player, but just not quite to the caliber of the rest of his team. But so far, basically perfection from the Fnatic jungler here. And though Huni is getting all the kill credit, it has all started with Reinover.
And it always is. Reinover has been the crux of Fnatic all summer long. He is the one that gets them ahead, and then the rest of the team play very intelligently.
It's like when you play those bridge builder games and you have to start on one pylon. That pylon, that's Reinover, and then you can expand, you can make a nice pretty bridge that everybody's watching. But Reinover, he is the support. Like, he works behind the scenes to get these lanes ahead, and we see sometimes when Fnatic plays around the bot side, Huni playing on an island, sometimes he's a little lost, goes in for unfavorable trades, and then needs a jungler to back him up, but by that time it's too late. This time Reinover says, no, I'm here the entire day. If you ever need my help, knock knock, I'm here. And yeah, it works.
Well, I guess a lot of teams at Worlds could have constructed additional pylons here. They would love to have a jungler like Reinover because he's completely supporting Fnatic across the map.
And what we see is every time Fnatic are getting an advantage in this early game, they are pressing for deep wards. Reinover may be pressing maybe a little too far. Fate's call has been channeled. Kitties goes in.
Is coming, though.
He will find the stun. And there's the support. So they have at least one cooldown. It's not the longest, but it'll also pull Kid and Kitties away from the tower. Look, Rekkles and Yellowstar, they're hitting it the whole time.
The threat of teleport from Huni. You can't do this anymore. I mean, the problem is Huni got ahead, and then IG made the mistake of ganking the 5-in-1 Riven, and suddenly none of this works anymore.
Bloodthirster, Brutalizer, Ionian Boots at 15 minutes.
Yeah, talking about Bloodthirsters, Kid has one on Kalista early game with Qmax. That is one of the worst scaling builds overall because it is so front-loaded. Auto attack Q, that's it. Your damage is done. Your next additional auto attacks are incredibly slow. You obviously deal less damage since Kalista got changed, and you don't have the rend execute at all. Against a Braum who can easily see that projectile coming in fights, I just don't think this is a smart build overall.
Might not even matter anyway. Even if you could build optimally and CS perfectly, Huni is just... It's like he embraced a guillotine here in France, because right now he is ahead. And I don't know if anyone can stop this Huni train.
Another objective steal as Fnatic get the blue buff in the top lane. And earlier, I saw a line of pink wards in Fnatic's inventory. They've all been repurchased. If you look at the minimap, there are tunnels and wards all over the place. Febiven, he gets jumped on by Kakao, but Kakao, I don't think you want this. They get turned around.
No,
Chaos
beautiful.
Storm gets dropped. think Kakal's going to get away.
He baited the flash. That was perfect. He could have immediately R-flash. As soon as the ulti starts, it roots the champion, so Febiven couldn't have flashed away if Kakai wanted to time it that way. But, I mean, he took 500 damage and burned a flash. That's great.
Well, we'll find out if Rookie or Zitai can make use of it. Problem is, there's 6k gold down, so it's going to be very difficult to punish that no-flash Febiven.
Yeah, when we've seen Fnatic play similar strategies over in Europe, they keep Huni around in this top lane until he has some damage on that tier 2 tower, and we hit about the 20-minute mark. That's when they swap him to bottom if he has teleport, and Fnatic just become a very Baron-emphasized team. Their Baron vision denial is probably one of the best over in the European LCS, and they just take it on a whim. They have no hesitation. They're really good at calculating how long it takes for other teams to get there, so we could actually see an incredibly early Baron here with little counterplay here for IG.
Yeah, keep in mind, they have an attack speed focused Blade of the Ruin King AD carry. Even though Rekkles is not a traditional hard carry, he's not like a Kog'Maw or anything, he's still got objective damage in spades.
Yeah, and look at the deep pink wards Fnatic has placed. 2 of their pink wards are just inside IG's jungle, and even if it takes them 5 seconds to complete, that is time you lose, that is momentum that you lose, where Fnatic will just reposition in a preferable position on the map. Huni right now, this is something we've seen from him before. 4 guys are doing Dragon. He's split pushing with no vision. Huni, you don't run into the wolves. That is something like Fnatic fixed so far in European LCS, but it's kind of creeping back into their play.
So Huni gives up a death. Fnatic get a Dragon. They get flash from both Kitties and Kakao. We'll see if that's going to be worth for IG, because the rest of Fnatic now have got siege pressure in the mid lane. It looks like Febiven's going to push on the bottom lane. So at the end of the day, a lot of net... Are they going to get this tower? No, Windwall's going to stop it, but a lot of net positives despite the gold given away from that single day.
So hard to siege, though, or to protect the siege against Braum Cannon, because all you need is like 1 stack, then a couple of stacks get more, you get stunned, then suddenly Cannon has 3 marks, you get stunned again, Reignover will burrow, he will knock you up, you're chain CC'd until you die, even though the damage isn't very burst heavy. The control it brings in later team fights where your tanks are building some armor against this very one-dimensional 80-based composition. It's just very hard to play against if you're Invictus Gaming.
It's interesting seeing how Fnatic are playing this game overall in terms of their builds and whatnot. Reignover is going full tank, of course it is that center hook Rek'Sai, but also, I don't see this very often, actually maxing W second, which reduces the time between unburrow knockups on Rek'Sai. Normally we see E for the burst, but...
Yep. His function is entirely CC-based.
Just be a tank.
Oh, this could be a fight, gents. Yellowstar, he's put the shield up. He's going to put the Fissure down. Gravity Field will block off the fight, and Reignover's got one of those unburrows, but he's being chunked down by Kid. We see Fate's Call. He's been channeled, and Huni's looking for the fight. Broken Wings pulls him backwards. Nobody's died yet. The Fnatic are going to push this minion wave into the tower.
Rookie got really low on that one. Huni managed to play his ranges just right. And keep in mind, it is still a fairly squishy Riven. Okay, yeah, she's high level, but there's no true defensive items in this champion, so a mistake can get you Yasuo ulted into death. Then I got to play it right, but this turret nearly gone, and there they go, turret number 4.
Huni teleported in for that as well. All the vision is on the top half of the map. Minions pushing towards the bottom tower, but another objective still. That's 2 reds in a row. I believe 2 blues in a row as well. IG have not touched their buffs for the last 10-12 minutes.
Yeah, and amidst all this action, mid lane has been pretty stale overall, averaging around 10 CS per minute. That is incredibly big if you can do that consistently up past the 20-minute mark. Febiven right now, he's comfortable becoming a really big AP carry, and that's something that IG's lineup is lacking. So the longer this goes, the better for Fnatic. They actually have no alternative plays on the map either so far, because Dragon's down, they've taken all the buffs. So sieging a tower is pretty much their only really map-wide play they can do. Once Baron spawns though, you can see a lot more pulling around of IG members that Fnatic can do on the map.
And there's actually a window literally right now. If you take a look at Invictus Gaming's wards right now, they've got a ton in the bottom jungle. They've been covering that side as much as they can, but as far as this western side of the map, they don't have any vision at all that would track Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic knows this because they have 2 deep pink wards. They know IG actually hasn't even pathed into the river because all the fights have been centered around the ruins of that now. Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Huni is continuously pressured up top. He died once for it, but IG, they haven't even seen the river in the last 4 minutes.
They have not. Kakao is seeing Yellowstar, going to boot him into the air. Rookie's committed an ultimate to this, and they will secure a kill. Doesn't look like Fnatic will have a counterplay, but that's at least 1 more on the board for IG.
No, it's solid by Invictus. They're finding these individual picks by 1 member being left out. It's so early into the game. These guys are spread out. Yellowstar was out in front of the map, trying to put some deep wards down, and Kakao played this so well. Chilling Smite for the slow, so you could walk behind Yellowstar so that he could kick him a little bit more towards Rookie. Just a beautiful setup there. Happy minion wave as well for more dashes. A lot of things go right, but these are the mistakes that Fnatic can't make.
Yeah, you can't overextend when your AD carry is in base. You need some help because it does look like a minor mistake. Yeah, he got picked up, but what it cost you is so much tempo in the side lanes, because Fnatic had almost locked IG into the perfect 1-3-1, where they could then use their vision advantage to then make picks themselves. So losing Yellowstar loses them some time, and IG could have potentially warded Baron. They're pinging it right now, so they are aware, but this is Fnatic typical, just burning it down.
Chaos Storm's even thrown in as well. Yellowstar does have the Fissure available. Gravity Field's there for zoning, and Kakao is down. Baron secured as well. And Fnatic at 21.5 minutes, they're looking for more.
And it's going to be Kid trying to run. Rekkles does land the stun. They got the utility out of their AD carry. A flash knockup for Rainover means another one. 10-4 affirmative. Fnatic are ahead.
Fnatic don't care about your vision. They don't care that you know, because they know exactly how long it takes you to get to the Baron. In addition to the fact that they know exactly how long it'll take them to do the Baron. Simple math checks out. We get a free Baron. Kakao overextends. And Fnatic looking to take their first inhibitor of the game at 22 minutes.
And the first time these teams met, Fnatic was 1 kill away from a perfect game against Invictus. Right now, it's almost the same. They're only 4 kills away. No dragons, no turrets picked up by IG whatsoever. They're getting absolutely whitewashed here by Fnatic.
And what a difficult situation to be in if you're Invictus Gaming, because everybody knows that the Baron plays for Fnatic are strong, and how do you play around it? Huni's even going to use that Valor to dodge away from the Sonic Wave. The rest of Fnatic pushing in the bottom half of the map with the Baron minions. When you're that far behind a Riven, you can't run the risk of face checking.
And again, this is a must-win game for Invictus. If they drop this, they move to 1-4. They can no longer reach either Fnatic or Cloud9 at 3 wins, and they would be guaranteed out of the quarterfinals.
And if you watch the way these fights are playing out too, there's the really important matchup is Olaf versus Riven. If Olaf was ahead of Riven, then Zitai could storm in, threaten one of the carries, be it Febiven, be it Rekkles, be it Huni of Fnatic, and that would give you so much forward zone that the rest of the IG members really could follow up and do some damage there, potentially get a good win ball. Since he's behind, it's so easy for Fnatic to feel, look what Yellowstar can accomplish here solo as a support. Just tag somebody, and when they're running in so slowly, 1 by 1, it's so easy for Fnatic to play these fights. CC from Rekkles is still relevant enough to flash into 3 people almost, because his team has his back and is continuously just chasing here. So it's incredibly hard. There's almost no answer that IG can realistically, fabricate.
And while we were in that replay, gentlemen, Huni went back and spent over 4,000 gold that he had accrued, bought a Last Whisper and a Quicksilver Sash. So he really just wants to get in and obliterate anybody in the front line. And look, there's hardly any armor to speak of. He's going to be, for lack of a better word, shrekking the back line. Thank you, Pyro, for that one. And it's just a great performance from Fnatic. Unfortunately for Monte Cristo, the dream of the 4-way tiebreaker will be dead if Fnatic can close this one out, and we'll be looking at a single game tiebreaker, either for first seed or second seed Fnatic. They're knocking on another inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Raynor has 220 armor already at 24 minutes on that Rek'Sai, including a Thormail. So also the way Thormail operates is it doesn't take into account resistances for the return damage, so it actually does a good amount of damage if he gets focused in these fights.
Yeah, it specifically takes the damage you would have taken before armor and then transmit it as magic that would be reduced by MR. So yeah, it's very large amounts of damage. Flash engage though does catch Febiven. Yellowstar walks right in, puts up the shield, blocks a lot of it. Now Rekkles is there to buy some time, but the first kill does come through, grabbing it now. A big knockup, and here comes Huni.
He's already got one on the board. It's a triple kill for Rekkles though. They're turning onto Kid and Kitties who are trying to run away. Quadra kill for Rekkles. Kid is trying to get away. Huni wants to set him up. He's got the broken wings. He's got the stun. He wants the penta. Rekkles is looking for it. He needs to get it right for the auto.
Set it up. Rekkles did not have enough ability power to kill him off with the QW, but either way it means the game. Fnatic up to 3 wins and Invictus Gaming are out.
Yellowstar says, look at me, I am the captain now.
The crowd go wild.
Fnatic not so much.
They still have another game. They still need to win against AHQ. And if Cloud9 are unable to beat IG, there's the possibility for Fnatic to top this group.
That'll be the one to watch for, and of course a Fnatic win in their next match would guarantee them a spot in the quarterfinals at 4 wins. Only C9 could tie that feat, if I understand correctly. So that would be an incredible battle. But, I mean, what just an incredible set of games by Fnatic. Not only today, but also back in their very first one when they looked like the real Fnatic. I mean, these guys 2-0'd Invictus Gaming with a total of 6 deaths, no turrets lost, no dragons lost.
I just think it's fantastic to see how solid these Fnatic members played. Bot lane, Rekkles and Yellowstar held their own into a matchup that should leave them drastically outpoked, especially since Kid, we talked a little bit about it, he was running Q-Max. That's actually a very poke-heavy build, so double ranged auto plus Kalista Ren and that Q, they should have been down CS for sure. Reignover secured the top side of the map. He held that triangle even. Febiven, even though he got traded on, farmed it fantastically well, and we already know what happened to Huni, so it all seems so simple when Fnatic plays this methodical playstyle where then they snowball the bot side of the map with the teleport. But they do it also well, and it's really refreshing to see that they went back to what worked for them in the European Summer Split. Yellowstar came out, this wasn't Fnatic that we've seen so far. Well, this is.
And Fnatic, they set a tournament record for the quickest non-surrender game in their first match of the day. They beat IG in 25 minutes. They might be going for the quickest average game day time of any team here at Worlds. AHQ gave them a difficult task earlier in the tournament, and that's who they will play later today. But for Invictus, one more game against Cloud9. They get to leave the stage, gather their thoughts, and now they have to come back and play against Cloud9, who have been beaten as handily. This could be quite a difficult match for both teams from a mental standpoint.
Yeah, North America as a region right now is 0-8
in the last day of their group.
Will we see 9?
That was amazing. On that note, we're going to send it down to Dash and the gang for thoughts on that 2-0 day so far.
That was not amazing.
That was amazing.
Fnatic is putting on a show here today. This is the Fnatic that we expected to see in week 1, and they've shown up here in week 2. They look to be dominating this group. It was mentioned if they win their next game against AHQ, they get themselves through to the quarterfinals. Still not certain whether it's first or second seed, but this is what we expected. Why did it take so long to come to fruition?
Maybe the nerves, to be honest. There was a lot of pressure on them, especially only having dropped games in the playoffs. And when Rekkles, in the interview, he's like, we need some time to find ourselves, the selves that had gone the 18-0 in that really outstanding split. So I think they've found their groove again, and it's scary.
Well, one of the members of the team who was very scary was Huni in the top lane this game. Tabe, thoughts on him and his Riven play?
First of all, I think that Huni's play was magnificent because we can see that Zitai has been choosing Olaf for 2 games already. I think he has been practicing Olaf for a lot of times, and he's very confident in playing this. And we can see that maybe Huni, after seeing their first game against AHQ, he has preparation too. He chose Riven to play against Olaf. I think it is pretty tough to lane against him because when Olaf can finish his first jungling camp and has his cloth armor, right? But we have to mention a really important point is Reignover's start red buff is magnificent. He can just gank over the walls, and even Olaf has burned his ghost. They didn't have any summoners. They still have double flash. And I think the second point is Huni's teleport to the bot lane is very crucial. He has flash under turret, but he chose not to survive. He chose to 1v3 under the turret, and he has 3 kills, right? The last kill knocked up Olaf, and the last auto attack attacked him.
And a scary Riven from that point onward is scary indeed. I want to jump on the Reignover point, though, because this was a point of criticism for Fnatic throughout the season. If people had to choose a weak point of Fnatic, they would have said that. Your thoughts there, Yamato?
It's like I feel like this meta where you have to ban these specific champions is kind of perfect for Reignover and Febiven. They've been playing like a few amount of champions throughout both splits, and in the meta where you can't really ban like players specifically is perfect because on these champions, like the Rek'Sai, they are shining on them. On the Victor, they are shining, and it kind of releases the pressure from Huni.
Now, what this does to the group is just apply a lot of pressure, right? When you look ahead to AHQ, how are they going to look at beating this Fnatic team? Because we've saw the Kennen flex pick come through. People don't quite know how to deal with that just yet. We've now seen Huni kind of come back into form and show that he can carry from the top lane. Where would you attack this team if you had to pick something?
Well, the early game so far seems very strong for Fnatic, so they're really putting a lot of pressure into this. And in the 2 outstanding victories they had, was in a 2v2 and 1v1 scenario. So if I was to take that match and be like, okay, this team is just wrecking through everybody, we need to get a lane swap at all costs. So probably go with a strong level 1 composition, Alistar, Braum, Olaf, things like that. Invade, and then make sure that you get a lot of wards in the right spots to guarantee yourselves having a lane swap so that you can slow the game down and really take it by stride and not get out-rotated and get surprised by the ganks. Even though we saw Kakao ping that, hey, be careful here, the ganks still happen. So make sure that you don't get these standard lanes right now, especially with the cannon, because they are just going to steamroll.
I feel also, as well, it's very important to highlight, in the games that AHQ have won, it's usually, like, they are punishing mistakes very well. Like, in the game against IG, it was Kitties in mid getting caught by that flank. Against C9, it was them overstaying at the red buff and then taking a very, like, bad path out of the jungle and getting caught there as well. AHQ, like, they're looking out for those mistakes, but if they fall behind and Fnatic keep rolling on this pressure, I feel like Fnatic should take it home.
AHQ would be a scary team, though, as well, if you put the two together. Lastly, I want to touch on IG and what this team can do. Although they are not going to make it out of groups with that loss, what can they do looking ahead towards their game against C9 that they haven't been doing yet today in order to come away with a victory to close out their Worlds run?
I think, again, when we're playing against C9, I think IG, the first thing you have to do, you have to think of how to let Lemon Nation's Morgana is useless. For example, because they must have been watching the game, last game, right? When Fnatic is playing against C9 and Lemon Nation's Morgana is simply just walking around and die. I think they have to use this experience. And the next thing is because Zitai is tending to use Olaf all the day today, maybe he have to change using different champions, or if he insists using Olaf, he must have a better coordination with jungle, because the last game we can see that when Olaf is starting to be aggressive, Reignover is behind his back. And we see that Kakao is near too. He's like beside the Toad. It's just slow about a second or what.
It's what we wanted to see out of Huni, to play more reserved and really take advantages when he can really guaranteed take the advantage to just hammer it in instead of, oh, surprise, we died and didn't get anything out of it.
All right, well, we'll see if IG can bounce back to play spoiler, because they're back on the Rift in our next game against Cloud9. We'll be right back with a look at that matchup in just 3.5.
We have C9 in our team too. We have Lemon Nation.
Oh my god, I have to dye my beard. Dye my beard red, and then we have a little bit of C9.
Everyone's dying in this fight. Rekkles goes down. Zatai gets a bunch down, but Huni, the double, the steal, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni.
Kalista.
I'm not going there. I can catch him.
We go? Kalista. I can catch. Honey. That's off left. Bring the way mid.
Big knockup, and here comes Huni.
He's already got one on the board. It's a triple kill for Rekkles, though. They're turning onto Kid and Kitties, who are trying to run away.
Fnatic up to 3 wins, and Invictus Gaming are out.
Invictus Gaming is about to go up against Cloud9, who you see making their way to the stage just now. They're still looking for their first win to lock in their spot in the quarterfinals. Important note coming into this game, IG is making a substitution. They're bringing in Time in place of Kid in the AD carry role. So Tabe, I'm turning to you. What kind of information can you give us about this player?
Because Time is also a Chinese player and he always play in the Chinese server, and we always met and dual queue in the rank. And he is famous for his feign. Yeah, maybe he can break up some feign games, because there's only a few games have feign. Like Double Leaf is playing feign too. So in the Worlds, maybe we can see more feign.
I've also been told from Spawn during the break that he is known for Corki as well. So I guess they have both options, going either very late game AD carry with the Vayne or the early game pressure. Corki is a pick we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Time can't rewind himself, and he's not going to be able to really make an impact except for trying to kaboom C9 themselves. So either they're going to try to have some fun and just like, you know what, we're just going to relax ourselves, or let's just play a spoiler and really try to get our win in, because these Chinese teams have a lot of pride and they will definitely want to give it their best, as we saw LGD yesterday.
Yeah, the spoiler here would be if they hand C9 the loss, they're 3-3. They'll be playing a tiebreaker to make it out of the quarter, or make it into the quarterfinals out of group stages. If C9 is able to bag a win here, they'd be playing a tiebreaker for first. So a lot on the line for Cloud9 here. Yamato, when we look at this team, they've been struggling all day today. Do they have another recipe for success?
It's like, I feel like they are very one-dimensional in the strategy. They have this push strategy with the wave clear mid, and with the Veigar ban coming in and the Azir ban, it seems kind of weaker with the Oriana pick because it doesn't supply the amount of range that these two champions that I mentioned have. And also, like, when C9 fall behind, they tend to not kind of believe in their composition. They just kind of try to do something crazy to get back. That's why we see elimination being all over the place. We see high being all over the place as well. So I'm kind of worried for the future of C9. But for this particular matchup, it's very, very hard to call.
I guess the advantage here, though, is that C9 will be on blue side. We've seen them on red side both times today, where they've had the disadvantage of banning out the power picks like Gangplank and Mordekaiser and getting their mid laners banned out. Is that a string of hope there that NA fans can hold on to?
It really is, that they're finally able to get rid of those two bans and try to focus on other bans that are not the Mordekaiser and Gangplank. There's a lot of champions that are really affecting the meta right now, especially for them, because the bans, not so much what they do, but what the opponents do, are unlikely to be able to ban Azir and Veigar. So one of those is probably going to get through to them. If not, they get the Gangplank, the Mordekaiser. They can go back to more comfort picks, because the Lulu for Incarnation, not sold. The Oriana as well, with the teleport into a heavy CC composition, really didn't like it. So let's just go back to those other comfort picks, try to get the win via that.
And since IG's on red side, Tabe, that makes it a lot harder for them to deal with some of the things you pointed out. Lemonation's Morgana as well as Incarnation's mid laners. How do you expect them then to build a comp that can deal with Morgana?
It's really a tough question, because like just Crum said, because today Incarnation has played at Oriana and the effect is not that good. So maybe he is really, like what Crum said, picking some comfort picks. For example, Azir and Veigar. Maybe there's a crazy idea because they can play freely this game. Maybe they can just ban no Mordekaiser and no Gangplank. Why? Because they are the second pick, right? If they pick Mordekaiser, okay, I can pick two. Yeah, maybe this is a good solution.
Let me tell you, though, something that nobody has tried against the C9 composition. The C9 composition has a very low amount of engage. Bing. Play poke against it.
Yes.
They have a very low amount of engage. Just play poke against it. Play Xerath mid lane, Varus mid lane. Perfect for the red side last pick. Play a poke composition against this Azir composition. That's what I want to see.
There's definite thoughts there. There is a slight delay as Time is having some equipment trouble. So while we get that sorted out on stage, we have some more time to talk, gentlemen. But I'll expand this to the tournament, because as we mentioned, IG can't get out of group stage. Cloud9 can with a win here, but even if they don't get the win here, they force a tiebreaker with the loser of the Fnatic and AHQ games. When we look at these three teams, Fnatic, AHQ, and Cloud9, Fnatic's looking pretty much unstoppable. How does Cloud9 match up against AHQ again in this day? What do they learn from the game they played earlier that'll allow them to come back stronger?
Actually, it comes down to a coin toss. 50% chance. Are they going to get the blue side or not? Otherwise, I think they're just not going to be able to hold up right now. AHQ looked impressive in every aspect compared to Cloud9.
I'll stop you right there. It actually isn't coin toss. It would be based on shortest average win time. So we'd have to have those calculations run. That team will get the blue side.
That was actually a close matchup then.
Right.
Because it was such close. But, well, regardless of that, the composition that Yamato mentioned, the poke comp, would be very effective. But another point to Cloud9's weak early game is the fact that these compositions that rely on a lot of siege are very late game scaling. The Azir, the Veigar, the Jinx, and Tristana are very slow champions to ramp up. And that's why these two teams, AHQ and Fnatic, have been able to just exploit the early game with the Elise pick and the tower dives so well. They're not prepared for it, because in the first day, teams tend to be more reserved. They want to test the waters and see where they stand to the competition. Now that they really know how each team plays, they're like, you know what, screw it. We're not going to play your game. We're just going to beat you in the early game and never give you a chance. So as long as IG sees that same trend and sticks to it, which they could have last game perfectly fine with the composition that they had on the lead, I think they could give this struggling C9 a good run for their money.
Looks like teams are about ready, so I'm going to move us ahead to our predictions for this one. It's a big game here for Cloud9. Cloud9 versus IG. Tabe, starting with you, who do you think is going to take it?
Of course, I am a fan of IG. I have to support IG. And because on top of what Yamato said, poking composition. We know that Rookie, he has so many, he's really good for his champion pool. His Jace, his Pharahs, his Twisted Fate, and Kakao's Nidalee jungling. That means it is really possible for them to play a poking composition. And if they really didn't ban the Mordekaiser or GP, if they first pick GP, maybe Rookie will come out his Veigar mid.
Well, Yamato, you've given IG the recipe to beat Cloud9. Do you think they can do it?
It's like I wish I could predict after Champion Select, but for the sake of Fnatic, I'm just going to go for IG because it's very hard to predict out of Champion Select. I think it's kind of 50-50. I think the Champion Select is going to decide it, but I will just go for IG.
All right, and Crumbs?
I'm going with Cloud9 based on the fact that IG was unable to capitalize on early game advantages in all their games so far, even the games first week where they had a lead against AHQ, unable to do so. Same this week, and Cloud9's macro game with Vision is just a step above IG's with their affinity for these carry junglers that just don't provide the vision combined with the underperforming kitties. I just don't see it. If it comes down to a strategic game, even with a poke comp where you need a lot of macro knowledge, I think they are just going to fall short. So Cloud9 for me.
All right, Crumbs, holding on to hope that NA is going to come away with one win here in week 2.
The last
and
straw,
before we step into the caster booth for picks and bans, we'll hear how Kakao thinks Cloud9 has high to thank for their decisive objective play.
초중반에는 파밍을 하고 자기 팀이 좀 5대5로 갈 수 있게 균형을 맞춰주는 역할을 한 다음에 그러고 드래곤이라든가 바론이라든가 이런 오브젝트를 칠 때 망설임을 없게 팀원들이 망설임을 없게 좀 오더를 내릴 수 있는 그런 역할을 할 수 있는 것 같아요. 되게 바론 치는데 되게 망설임 없이 치더라고요.
We'll find out just how powerful high shot calling can be as his team needs to bounce back from a 0-2 start. And they need to win. If they pick up a win, they qualify for quarterfinals, and then they're playing for seed or waiting for the seed battle to finish.
After going 3-0 and really getting a good place in the group, C9 are basically doing the reverse sweep so they can start the quarterfinal 2-0 up in that best of 5 and really get in a comfortable position. So
that is next level meta.
I talked to Jack, their owner, and he's like, that's exactly what we're doing. Don't worry, guys.
So IG, they've subbed in Time in place of Kid. What are we expecting from Time in that AD carry role?
I just want to make something clear. Time jokes are off the table.
You say it's no time for jokes on the AD carry
name puns? For name puns, yeah.
Yeah, so real quick, Time played 8 games in the LPL while Kid was out. He played in week 10 and 11. He went 4-4, so a respectable record there. 5 Lucian games, 2 Vayne games, and a Kog'Maw. We'll see if Cloud9 seems to care about that at all. Blue side in the group stage has been the side of target ban.
Yep.
His Jinx off the table. That's interesting enough. Invictus are likely to ban those 2 that we expect, and then we'll see what branches out if they have room for a Veigar or an Azir ban.
And what a difficult position for Invictus. We've seen how Cloud9 have been shut down, ban Azir, Veigar, and Tahm Kench. Those are the 3 bans that both Fnatic and AHQ ran earlier today, and that is what sort of sealed the deal for C9. IG can only ban 1 of those remaining, and let's see what it's going to be. It will be the Azir. So Veigar and Tahm Kench available if the opportunity arises.
Do you obviously have the opportunity to take some of the champions away? Obviously, it's not like they can pick them all at once. So if Invictus Gaming's champion pools go deep enough, they could take away the necessary parts here from C9's composition. C9, they're just lucky at least, though.
What's funny about it, though, is as far as Veigar and Tahm Kench themselves are concerned, Tahm Kench is a bit of a counter pick. You either save someone from the burst combo, or you get right on top of Veigar, which he's kind of bad about with the ultimate. So definitely just options available if you consider sort of the counter pick game, but right now C9 are allowed to pick those champions now if they want them. Meanwhile, Invictus have already locked in that what we assume to be a bottom lane duo already.
Yeah, seeing this combo come out, I think we were pretty right on the money there. That's going to come out in the 2v2. That is an incredibly potent lane. We've seen it before. Not only does it trade well, Kennen can always close the gap with the Lightning Rush too to make sure he at least gets that passive proc from the Kalista W. In addition to that, gets a couple of procs from his own. Stun people, then Kalista can stack up spears, and suddenly everybody dies.
I love it how you make it sound so simple.
If they don't fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just auto-attack a target dummy for a while.
And then they die.
Yeah, weird.
Don't you know? That's how you get the challenger,
Every time I fight a target enemy in a game, it never dies, though. They're freaking invincible, so I don't know if this is actually going to work.
So for IG, both games that they've lost today, their opponents have brought the fight to them. Very aggressive, very in their face, and look to skirmish around multiple towers. Cloud9 have not necessarily played that style. They've been focused more around the actual tower kill itself. And with Tristana and sort of the defensive Morgana locked in, it's a similar recipe once again for Cloud9.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Cocoon and Binding to keep them in place. Really well scaling AD carry if things go rough and we have to get to the late game. Tristana trades well into Kalista, and this time IG's bot lane, unlike Fnatic, can't break the Black Shield to really get rid of the stuns from Cannon unless the support Kitties plays incredibly well, but Kitties has been a little bit lackluster this tournament.
Oh, here's a champ we haven't seen in a while. You heard Tomato Cannon himself talk about it, playing poke, and right now Nidalee being hovered. It's actually one of Kakao's very best champions as well. This is something that was so scary back in the LPL. Of course, Nidalee had some nerfs ever since the playoffs, but it looks like that's the consideration right now.
She does fall off a little bit, so IG will need a lead into the mid game to really get ahead there.
Difficult for Invictus, and we'll find out if they can pull that one off. Lissandra's locked in. Also another potential flex here for IG. Could be for Zitai up top, could be in the mid lane. Saw Bjergsen running it yesterday. Not too much success, unfortunately. But kind of a mixed bag here for IG. You've got poke from Nidalee, you've got all in from Kennen, Lissandra, Kalista to some degree. So a mismatch of flavors.
Yes and no. If you look at traditionally how Nidalee was played, it was all winning lanes, pushing in, allowing Nidalee to go in and counter jungling, neutralizing the enemy jungler. Kakao said in his pre-game interview that, High was the foundation, and if he just farms in the early game, then he joins his team to even things out. Well, you can get him while he's farming if he does predictable routes. So in that sense, that could be a strategy here if we see Lissandra flex until she plays into a decent pushing lane, which she can in the mid lane. Every Veigar lane almost gets pushed in. We have the counter pick in top lane. Suddenly IG, they could be setting up for a triple push aggressive jungle lane, and this game could be over in 20 minutes.
And we've seen games completely opened up by Balls getting behind in his lane, getting pushed on, getting dived. And Zitai was one of the better top laners coming out of the Chinese LPL. We'll see if he can win his lane, and that dive that we expect from Nidalee can happen here. C9, though, they get a comp that they would probably blind pick if this mode existed for them to be competitive. This is exactly what they want to play.
And at the same time, that's good for C9, but Invictus game, they knew this was coming. This is no surprise. These champions have all been played a lot. Now we have an aggressive counter matchup here where Nar can continuously outtrade. They're not going with any Malphite. Like if you look at Invictus comp, sometimes you can think, oh, we need hard engage. Well, no, you just take out the team fight perspective. You just win every lane as individual elements. You don't allow Cloud9 to group, because that is their strategy. Get one tower, group in the mid lane, combine your powers. We've used to call it an Exodiac comp, where if you get everything together, then suddenly you win the game. If you deny Cloud9 from doing that, which Invictus Gaming very well may do, and Kakao can really work in between the lanes as an aggressive jungler, then we have a very interesting match on our hands.
The difficulty is those lanes actually have to win. Earlier today, Zitai had a kill advantage over his opponent Ziv, Olaf versus Darius, and he got killed 1v1. We saw now a substitution. Time, how much has he been scrimming with Kitties? Kid was underperforming. How is Time going to do? Same champion as Kid from the previous match, but they need to win those lanes to allow Kakao the freedom to move around.
Yeah, win or push. You can go even on CS, and usually that's fine because at least somewhere on the other side of the map you have some pressure. But if you go even in CS in every lane, but you're pushed in everywhere, your jungle will completely annihilate the other jungler, and you'll be working with perfect information, and then you will get an advantage somewhere else, be it dragons, be it some neutral camp somewhere.
Well, something to watch for then. What can Kakao do with his lanes that he's expecting to do very well, guys? It's going to be one to watch for. They got to pick their duo lane at the very start. They thought Ken and Kalista would do it. They think it's going to be enough for Invictus. Tweet hashtag IG win, but Cloud9 running the comp that they know and love, and everyone can predict from them. We'll see if they can do it, and if you think so too, hashtag C9 win.
And such an important game for Cloud9. If they win, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals in London, and seed will be determined by the next 2 games. But right now, the crowd in Paris will be cheering on Cloud9 as they take on Invictus Gaming for their last regularly scheduled games in the group stage. And for IG, it's playing the role of spoiler because they unfortunately cannot advance further in the tournament.
So we've talked a little bit about what IG need to do to counter Cloud9, but then we should probably refresh. What is it exactly that C9 wants to do? Well, in this game, I think they want at least to get a lane swap to get to the early game, open up one tower, and C9's signature move so far has been pushing up with Sneaky and then rotating into the mid lane for the siege.
And we'll see if they can do that. I mean, I know back in the North American LCS, we thought that Tristana was a great matchup into Kalista. You could sort of win the short-term trades a whole lot better. And you know, C9 are actually known for playing heavy push, heavy aggressive lanes. Elimination played a bunch of Karma, for example, just because they really relied on getting that lane push going. We'll see if C9 are able to play around that. Kid and Kitties was the starting duo for Invictus Gaming, and they'd been losing lanes so much that in the last game of the World Championship, IG did bring out their substitute. We saw LGD do the same thing and actually win some games, and they brought in Flame. So maybe the bench is going to be what works here for IG.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task. Cloud9, they got their bread and butter comp. They got the style that allowed them to go 3-0. And this is the first time that they were able to get a similar sort of flavor, but it looks like it's going to be standard lanes, however reversed. You can see both Time and Kitties somewhat predicting it. They've moved themselves up top, and Sneaky and Lemon also moving themselves past Gromp.
This is interesting. We didn't have the deepest of wards down. There's one revealing the red buff of Invictus. That's from C9, but no such deep wards from IG. So this will be a blind-picked lane swap from what I can tell.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Normally you see both teams do camp here because that's what you expect. But Elimination and Sneaky are actually moving in. They have been spotted here, so Kitties and Time are hiding. This could be a really good opening trade.
Could be a lot of damage.
So early.
Already chunked down to half.
You never trade until he actually steps into the brush, because then the surprise just gets you at least 2 more auto attacks. So that's already trigger happy here. It's expectable. Time and Kitties' first dual lane here, but yeah, just not optimizing.
Could have got more damage. Lemon already burning through some of those consumables. And moved himself up into lane. We'll take a look at these trades. Sneaky about to get aggressed on. Actually going to put that explosive charge onto Kitties and gets 1 or 2 autos while Time's on the backline bomb.
And before we move on to the other lanes, any Morgana lane is so centered around the bind. It's almost like Blitzcrank, where it's a zoning tool more so than the power that the bind actually brings. If you miss your bind, you will immediately see good bot lanes just step up on you and trade, because you have no counter trade potential. That was a good trade still from Sneaky's on Kitties there, but overall, this guarantees that IG is pushing. That's 1 check mark already. Pushing top. Let's look at the mid lane. Well, Lissandra's already at Incarnation's tower, so that's 1 check there. The only remaining lane is the bot lane.
And we're going to see that one actually is pushing away from balls here. He's actually pushing Zatai back under his turret, but Meganar about to be popped. Could be something to be afraid of, but right now both junglers are just hard farming. No wards have spotted Cacaw's jungle path. All C9 knows that he didn't start on his red buff, but that's not exactly a surprise for anyone.
Luckily for C9, Elise is a very sustainable jungler, so Cacao will probably not get high down in the first invade, because Elise just stays a lot higher HP in the jungle, and it's so risky to move into Elise's jungle without any vision. So Cacao probably looking for a first base, and then we see what his plan will be exactly in this game.
Well, we do take a look at the minimap, and you can see that Balls is actually pushing in towards Zatai on the bottom lane, but the 2 other lanes for IG are pushing towards Cloud9. And for Balls, this is his 5th performance on Darius this tournament. Really showing that he prefers Darius over all others. And he's got himself an advantage already early on. So Zatai, not having the greatest of days. As we said, he does have a big minion wave to farm out, but lost 1v1 earlier. And we'll see if Balls can get an advantage in that lane.
Elimination actually skilled pool. This is something we don't really see too often from Morganis anymore after it got nerfed almost into oblivion. Does barely any damage, so it may be...
we still see 1 point for the gold income.
Yeah, to trade him, but he's using it on the waves even to prep for farm. So now he's actually trading with it for the gold income. I still prefer 2 points in bind, honestly, to go for the aggressive trade. Rookie here.
Nice.
Easy peasy escape.
We talked about how predictable Cloud9 is the team, but first of all, Hai going to go in. Nice flash by Rookie to get away. But as we said, C9 picked the same champions every single game. Before the Veigar, actually it was after the Veigar show, I forget actually, but the Lissandra very good into that one. Hai getting jumped on by Cacao, has to flash over the wall. Cacao still in range though, jumps in, gets first blood in Hai's jungle.
And that is exactly what Crippa was talking about, pushing lanes, and you can see the play evolve. Cacao inside Cloud9's jungle, he had the support of Rookie, and that allows him to secure first blood.
Really good move there, and also we can see why the Lissandra was picked early and then Flex, because they wanted to see the Veigar come out, and then they knew, because Lissandra E can actually still get you out of the Veigar cage. A lot of these conventional mid lane champions, as we see Kitties take some poke here, they can't get out of the cage because they have to dash through it, and then obviously the new Veigar cage stops your movement. But Rookie can send his projectile over and he warps, he blinks outside, so that actually makes it really easy to play into Veigar. In addition that he can self-cast the ulti on himself, so a lot of counterplay.
Zatai's in trouble, gentlemen. He needs to crunch out. It's gone into
Flash.
Flashes the point-blank cocoon. But Summoner spell blown. So Hai has been able to get 2 summoners. However, he has given up first blood.
And Hai has been revealed, and look what Cacao is looking to do.
Miles going to look to hunt.
Now he's on the hunt as though he's playing Rengar, but he's a different feline this game. High force run away after Chilling Smite to buy a bit of distance, and now the Spiderlings will just tank the Javelin. He'll be okay.
And yeah, if you look at the draft, like how and why did C9 get this exact composition? Well, because it's becoming relatively predictable, and IG is using that into their favor. Every time High reveals himself, Kakao is going for an aggressive move. All IG has to do is survive the ganks. Two really solid flashes, one by Rookie and one by Zitai, have actually bought Kakao the time to really counter that play.
And look at the parts that everyone's playing in this matchup as well. Rookie, first item, gets a Negatron cloak, saying just make sure I don't have an Incarnation, I'm flashless, let's have no damage happen at all. Elise is a magic damage jungler too. Let's survive this lane because we know Zitai can win this matchup already at 5 CS. We know the bottom lane that we picked on our very first round here on red side can win as well, and they're up 8.
And what I also like about Rookie, not only the itemization and the decision-making from the team comp, Lissandra is somewhat of a soft counter to Veigar. That Glacial Path allows you to get away from the Event Horizon. You can self-cast your ulti and survive. Kakao, once again, in the same area as High. Javelin toss, if that connects. There's even a teleport from Zitai.
It's going to be 4v2. These guys need to leave, but Kakao's already here. The stun comes in. Balls is 6. Has to flash. Thankfully for him, no Meganar. Just transformed back to the small one. But another Javelin hits means the kill comes through. Time gets the credit. 2-0 IG.
I absolutely love this play. IG is slowly whittling away at C9, so C9's reaction is, well, we will switch the lanes up, just like we wanted to do earlier in the game. But at this point in the game, IG used that fact to their advantage. Instead of trying to match whatever C9 is doing, they just move their weak pieces away from the weak side and they move it to the strong side. Teleport with Zitai to the top lane, gank and die from Kakao, and so they trade even towers, but they get a kill to boot.
Yeah, unfortunate for Balls to die. Sneaky Lemon kind of would have liked the whole, oh, great, we get a 2v0 a turret. We love destroying these things, but as you mentioned, a lot of damage to the top side of the map. It's going to be a very low turret, but into the mid lane.
Incarnation's dead. The Event Horizon comes up. Kakao gets one more to attack. Apprehend into the wall means he's stunned. Ball sidesteps and dunks to get one on the board for Cloud9.
And able to trade one back. C9 getting their gold okay. It's a 700 gold difference only because the top turret hasn't died yet. But with Balls leaving that lane, it's only a matter of time here for Zitai to knock it down.
Kitty's moving in here. Balls is snared. Not quite level 6 yet, and obviously Sneaky's lurking around the corner. But keeping these trades 1-for-1, it keeps C9 in the game. At the same time, it prevents them from doing what they want to do, which is set up those pushes in the side lane and then allowing them to move into the mid lane. That's IG's loose condition right now. Getting 5 C9 members in the mid lane that could just push into the tower siege and throw binds and cocoons at you. You really want to keep the map open, and they're doing a great job so far.
Oh, we Sneaky rotated. Managed to help out in the middle lane, buy some time for Balls, and gonna start trying to knock down that top outer turret. Time has said snap, moved himself to the bottom half of the map, and I also just noticed IG have got that deep pink ward behind the red buff of Cloud9. Been alive for a little while. Let's keep a track on how much information that's going to give IG as this game progresses.
And look, Rookie is no longer AFK shoving into Incarnation because it feeds him too much AP right now. He's using the threat of Kakao ganks and just leaving the lane in front of his tower. Incarnation also has to pick up blue. Again, this reveals High. A mid laner doesn't just walk into the blue buff and magically gets it. You know the jungler is there. And then we now know that High will likely either path to the right or up. And let's see if IG can read that and really get a kill.
Already warded. They actually already know he's there. You can see Zitai is already walking backwards. He's a full screen away, and IG able to basically trade objectives again. Tristana, Morg want to push, they know that, but the bot lane turret is already being attacked. C9 can only do it first, but it's still going to go down 2-for-2.
Numbers advantage for IG on the bottom half of the map. Kakao is moving towards the Dragon Pit, but he's placing traps, placing wards.
Found a pink ward.
And Cloud9 is sieging the inner turret. So IG going to clear out a pink. Maybe a tower dive being set up. Look for the cocoon to connect. Teleport's being channeled from Zitai. No, that's Rookie instead. And he's not going to follow through on the Glacial Path.
And here comes the TP in from the rest of the team. Zitai getting pulled in. Not yet Meganar. They got to get him first. That will be the dug before anything else can happen. Fears the minions away. Elimination survives, but of course High has still died. Rookie is alone, but bot lane's still getting pushed.
Yeah, look at the bot lane. The remaining members here from IG are pushing in Rookie. Fantastic E, but still gets clipped with a slow. He managed to survive.
Flash away. Tower is still standing. They should trade one tower for one and a kill for kill. Invictus Gaming hold themselves a 3,000 gold lead and can peel back for Dragon.
Exactly, because they sent their bottom lane down there the first time, and while Cena had all their antics up in the top jungle, Kakao went and warded before he made the exact same style of dive to knock that bottom turret down, so they've already got control. People are already there. It's going to be, 1-for-1, but a Dragon for free to IG.
IG actually have been playing pretty fantastically well when it comes to mechanical plays. That was a 2v5, I believe, in the top lane, and they went 1-for-1, getting Rookie out of there. Also, the confidence that he played with, he could have flashed out of that Veigar cage and then easily eat out, but he took the greedy approach. It's like, I'll see how far I get with my E. If I then fail, I have an emergency flash. And just seeing this IG play a lot more confident, a lot more proactive, and just smarter, countering their opponents, this is not something we've seen the last few games with them.
Certainly not. And for Cloud9, they're trying that tower dive up top, a little risky, a little scary. Just how much doubt is now being set into their minds. On the verge of going 0-3 on the day. Of course, not entirely out of quarterfinals, even if they lose here, but the possibilities significantly lower for Kakao. Gonna get caught out. There's an event horizon and a very early, respectful flash from Kakao.
He has to, man. You got to respect the event horizon there. I don't know it in Portuguese, unfortunately, but Kakao's still having to run away. But now, of course, he's flashless, walks onto a pink ward. That's a risky one. He will explode, and Sneaky gets kill number 3 for the team. Cage not quite landing on anyone else, but C9 looking for that mid push.
Yeah, look where C9 is and how many members. This is something we've seen before. And Kakao, he respects the cage, he respects the dark. But then he steps into the pink ward and he doesn't realize there's another dark area right behind that. People are across that wall, so you really have to keep respecting it.
So this could be a little bit of a tempo swing in favor of Cloud9. They will have the final outer turret knocked down while still having their own mid to fall back on. Kitties gets caught and apprehended backwards. Fate's called back to time, but that's a triple! Boom! Incarnation gets the kill. 5-on-4, and Cloud9, they may want to look for more. Instead, we'll back away. Big minion wave on the bottom half of the map, and wards to be placed.
And C9 can run their time. No summoners, no ult, but Rookie's going to be there first to wave for C9. Don't make the quick move to go down there. They're going to let that farm be taken. A couple of wards down, C9 going to retreat.
And now you can really see how frail a 1v1 composition is once it falls behind, in a sense. It is incredibly strong if you can lock the enemy down because there's almost no counterplay once it's in full motion.
Yep.
The problem is if you don't get into full motion, you make one mistake in the setup, then you get punished so hard. C9 with a fantastic group, a couple nice cages, and kills to boot.
Well, Invictus had the Exodia comp, but when he walked for the pink ward, they activated C9's trap card, and suddenly all went poorly. It's still a 1,200 gold lead, though, even though turrets are the same and kills are the same. Look at the farm lead, top lane and jungle specifically. Actually, even the mid, there's a lot of members who are significantly out farming, so the laning prowess of IG and the farming speed of Kakao keeping them ahead.
Also, you have to factor in that a Veigar can be down slightly in gold and still have the raw amount of power in the game. Incarnation hasn't been doing the greatest. He's now sitting on 91 bonus ability power from that Baleful Strike, but he's playing forward with pressure, so he's not maximizing the perfect CS, but instead he's looking for these cage opportunities, and honestly, it is the right approach.
It's still roughly, what, 1,700 gold worth of AP for free, ballpark?
Yeah.
Which is something you have to always factor in. And we just need to see whether or not Incarnation can find the targets, because there are some ways to avoid it. The Fate's Call if he tries to hit Kitties by accident, the self-cast on that Frozen Tomb from Rookie as well. So there are some small windows to outplay.
It helps if Time walks into your cage and then flashes out when he's projectile.
So you mean like this?
Traveling.
Time, Event Horizon.
Oh, he can't move anywhere.
I think he's gonna go down. No.
Dodge the W, perfect.
Well, Incarnation decides not to throw the Primordial Boost.
Later in the game, it's enough to make that move and then just do QR. At this point in the game, Incarnation does need his full combo and maybe even another iteration of the Q, but you can already see the pressure he's putting out. He's no longer being pushed back in his lane, and Kakao can no longer find High because High is simply just grouping with his members, and the time it takes for Kakao to go anywhere, a potential siege could arise. So C9 with a lot more proactivity in this phase of the game.
So Dragon should be up in about 2.5 to 3 minutes time. Cloud9 with that earlier push, they got some vision in the top half of the jungle. This will allow them to secure a blue buff uncontested and hopefully leave vision. There you go, 2 minutes on the timer for a potential future Dragon challenge.
But the thing is, right now, C9 are slightly owning the map. There's wards kind of a mismatched side. There's a bunch of wards on the left side of the jungle that are IGs, which doesn't mean very much. There's no turrets to contest really up there. Baron's not up for 5 minutes, so C9 are actually the first team to get relevant wards on this side of the map. And as a quick tangent, you're noticing double Abyssal Scepter, Kakao and Rookie both realizing as kind of the primary targets for Incarnation in a lot of these fights, getting early MR, emphasizing not getting one shot.
Not finding finds Kakao, but nothing more than that.
Look at the vision, though. Playing in the darkness, hang on. Kitty's walking in.
Oh, Fate's call, but that's an important cooldown ahead of the impending dragon fight. It's a little under 2 minutes is the total cooldown for time, so it will not be available for the fight.
IG had the right approach in the early game, so their 0 to 10 minutes were perfect. Right now, though, they're falling into old habits, especially when you look at the LPL. They're trying to contest the dragon when they shouldn't. They should switch their attention to the other side of the map, because in a perfectly warded deep jungle right there, it is so incredibly easy for Cocoons, Dark Bitings, or Veigar Cage to catch anybody and blow them up immediately. So face checking into the dark, you just gotta respect it and move to the other side of the map.
Cloud9 got a big chunk of that tower down. Still really committing a lot of time and resources to the top half of the map. Wave is pushing against them down bottom, and Balls, with teleport available, has been left alone in the top lane. He's currently a level behind Zitai.
Yeah, this is most Balls games, really, as he gets behind in the lane matchup, and the rest of C9 creates him the room to catch back up.
But look, C9 actually don't care about the dragon. They only care about the illusion of the dragon. And now they've used that time where IG pick up the dragon, the second dragon, to buy Balls some more time to get even in that matchup. They don't really want it. They just want you to face check and come and fight you for it. So this is IG up playing into C9's hand. We do have to obviously be afraid of a potential 5 dragon later on if there's some mistakes coming on, but we're looking at a very, very even mid-game.
Cloud9 decide, hey, not worth the risk. They've peeled out, committed too much time and resources, and even though they've got the crowd, they will have timing, so they know there's some freedom, and IG gonna get it.
I mean, they all just recalled back here. Now, Zitai can try to back up and try to get back up to the top turret, but Balls is getting enough time with this early Black Cleaver to get some pretty significant damage down on that top turret.
Say tower for dragon, but what we saw was there a tower and 3 waves for the dragon here, evening out that XP advantage, and everything happened in full vision. IG had 4 members on the Scarlet Crab. It doesn't get easier to shot call when you have complete information.
Well, mini-map, Sneaky's aware something's fishy.
Oh, he knows.
IG have got vision control of the river bush.
This is where you just throw the bait in front of them, dangle it, just to make them interested long enough to wait, but not...
They're still
scary
there.
enough to get
No,
caught.
Sneaky, don't. Sneaky, well, Sneaky's going to get dunked. And that was a kill.
Only 2 of them. Didn't realize there was more against the wall. A huge misplay. Sneaky goes down by a well-executed trap of Invictus Gaming. And now they can go push mid.
On the numbers advantage, Zitai's Mega Null will be timing out. And the rest of IG gonna wait for another minion line to conga its way to the Christmas cage. Cloud9 gonna look to defend the best they can. They have pulled
for a cage fight here.
They pulled Balls down, still not level 11. But he doesn't use his teleport, and it looks like Cloud9 can hold for the time being.
IG just lost their primary engage though on that pick. Because if you look at what they're bringing to the table, Kitties is secondary engage. Zitai with Gnar is secondary engage. Kakao is just damaged. So all the really hard CC that is targetable is on Rookie. Without his ulti, he gets blown up immediately. More importantly so, there's no way to disable the Veigar. If you go in for any hard engage, Veigar Cage comes out and you get denied. Either you get stunned or the team that follows up on you gets stunned, so you really want to buy some time. And then you need the Zonias or the ultimate available for Rookie.
Unless they can stack the CC right away. A flash ult from Rookie, throwing in Kitties and somehow getting a knock up into the chain stun. These are possibilities, but of course, it will be hard. Flash down, ulti even still down from Rookie as well. Now, we mentioned the top lane turret getting chunked early. I just want to point out that it is still alive at about 300 health. The threat of the frozen mallet rush Gnar was too great, and Balls actually backed out quite early to finish it down.
And look at Kakao's build. Not only did he go second item Abyssal, a QSS picked up as well.
Wow.
Get himself out of those bindings or even Event Horizons. Like, it's more MR, but it's a defensive build. It's one of these suboptimal routes just to deal with some of the threats that C9 have.
It looks suboptimal, but when we saw Score face off against the Veigar, I think it was yesterday, he went in every time and he almost got blown up immediately as a tank of Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
So somebody has to take that cage. You can't wait for him to not cast it. That will come out at one point, and the most ideal player to do that is either your support or your jungler. So in that way, it does make sense for Kakao to take that approach.
Right. He can stay alive as best he can. Of course, you mentioned the support tanking it. Kitties can always get ulted out, so you hope for C9's sake you never see Incarnation's ulti come out for that Kennen. We'll see. Lots of Magicers being stacked on the team means it is an easier playground for Darius and Tristana, who are not being itemized against in any meaningful way right now.
You can feel the slowdown now as the inner turrets are so much more difficult to siege. Cloud9 had a good ring of vision, but they may be falling prey to some shenanigans as Invictus have moved their way into this bottom quadrant of the map. Balls smells something fishy and will back away in time. There's no real vision for Cloud9 in their own jungle, and they are losing some control.
They're moving to the Baron area already, though, faking a potential bait here. Teams don't really have too much vision in the Baron pit or in the Baron area at 20 minutes into the game, especially if your jungler is not running Sightstone. Remember, this IG is playing a very spread out style with very limited amount of wards. Trinket upgrades will be fundamental for this to work.
Kitties is going in, slicing Maelstrom. Incarnation's in trouble, but look at that Event Horizon. Fate's Call will get him out alive. They've got the teleport from Balls, and IG tried to set it up.
And now the teleport's on cooldown, so Balls can't show up, and Sneaky was spotted on the top side of the map. IG had a small power play. Not going to get much for it, but you saw how close it was to killing Incarnation.
Yeah, the CPM here for Incarnation is around 6. 1 cage every 10 seconds here, cage per minute. That's what we can expect here. So every 10 seconds the cage can come out, so that is actually brutal in fights.
Zatai taking a bit of damage. C9 on the hunt, trying to knock these guys back. Of course, mid-tier 2 is available, and the waves coming with them. C9 have zoned out Invictus for a precious few seconds, but not enough minions there to actually push the turret down. The Spiderlings chase through, but here comes the engage. Here comes the tie. No Mega Gnar just yet. Rookie ults in.
High's in trouble. Frozen Tomb's down. He gets gnawed against the wall, and it's Time that picks up the kill credit. Incarnation and Sneaky trying to deal damage from the backline, and Sneaky's forced to rocket jump and then flash away. It's a 2-for-1, as I think Rookie was unable to follow through on that glacial path. Cloud9 managed to survive, but they lose 1 extra member.
And that's with them stopping the immediate Mega Gnar. It only gets better from there. Cloud9 now losing a lot of their flashes.
They just didn't have the tools to deal with the engage. Cage was down, they were out of position, they were too clumped up, and obviously they were focusing the primary tank there in the Mega Gnar form from Zitar. So that was a really poor fight. So C9 in a sense got lucky that they got out of there alive 2-for-1. They did have to burn a lot of flashes though.
You can see the Cocoon comes out, tries to stop the one. Now High's just an easy target though, he's not very tanky at all. Runeglaive and Abyssal, one of the squishiest builds you could go for. They're just thankful that Zatai actually does die. It gives Sneaky that rocket jump reset and the flash over the wall.
Yeah, if Time actually moved backwards to heal his top laner, or if they worked together, healed each other, that could have actually been another dead Sneaky right there.
Unfortunately, Time only goes forwards, and that means finding kills onto Balls. As he's got that Hurricane completed, Blade of the Ruined King, a CS advantage. So substitution at 20 minutes, I think it's fair to say working out thus far. Different itemization, different build, and Time showing up.
Also, he's maxing E, which is necessary.
Yep. Attack speed, Emax build, Hurricane's in there as well. Now, during that replay, the top lane 3-2 did die, so if you look at the gold, it's very close. That's C9 finally getting their 4th turret kill of the game. But Dragon number 3 is already here, and with a player like that, of course, IG are there on time. It's going to be an easy rend, an easy pickup. Dragon number 3 for IG. C9's going to start sweating.
C9 is still grouped. We can imagine that their plan is to just go for a Baron play around the timing of Dragon number 4 and then hope to close out the game, or convincing map control fashion to deny that 5th Dragon. But it is a risky game they're playing.
And it is a very close game so far. Despite Cloud9 giving away advantages to IG throughout the entirety of this match so far, they are staying relevant in gold. They have been down in CS, but Incarnation has farmed up a sizable lead over Rookie. And it's on a champion that scales so exceptionally well.
IG seems to be chronically underwarding though. 3 sweepers for vision denial. Kitties obviously gets Fate's Call out of this cage right here, but look at the vision that C9 has on the map and how much vision denial they have in their kit, especially because even High, if he doesn't run the Sightstone, he does have a couple of nice wards that he's placing, and Kakao invested a lot in this defensive build, and I feel like IG are running out of vision.
Well, we can look and see that they're mostly only having wards on their side of the map, though it's where C9 likes to play. Zatai walking forward, close to Mega Gnar, down a bit low. Cage comes through. Oh! Holy crap!
You don't face check those brushes, not against the Veigar. He doesn't care if you're a tank. He just blows you up. Easy bind into CC, chain,
but
and then
the only MR in Zatai's kit is in his shoes.
And the thing is, he wasn't Mega Gnar, so no bonus stats, but quick pro tip for the Veigar players out there. Second item, Void Staff, always. It is the better damage item in pretty much all circumstances, so the early Void Staff definitely being a big deal for that. Mathematically, it's true.
Is there a counterpoint if you get an insane amount of AP off your Q when Rabadon spikes that up?
Basically, no. Because your damage is so high, like it requires like really extreme situations, and in almost all basic cases, Void Staff just is better.
Incarnation has farmed 3 needlessly large rods worth of free AP on that Baleful Strike.
Let's watch that again here. You just see
slow motion.
Goku goes wide, but Bind hits, and then it's not hard to land that cage. Also, the cage keeps Incarnation and Sneaky protect. Look at the placement. He could have placed that cage to the top right too, but he just makes sure that if people really want to go in a straight line towards the carries, that they actually get clipped by that cage too. And it's the little things right there, and then you blow up one target, and The difference between the IG lineup is if they hardcore engage and they lose their primary engage, then they can't really take fights after that. C9 can take repetitive fights. Bindings come up again, Cocoons come up again, bigger cages come up every 10 or 9 seconds by this point, so comfortable position.
There is the possibility, the only problem we've seen from both teams, when they find those individual picks, there's very often not an optimal objective to go for. You know, they have been getting some damage in towers.
Out of Earth are dead, Dragon's dead on respawn.
So Cloud9, they've regained some tempo back, regained some control, but look, there's not a lot of deep vision inside of IG, so C9 have to look again for more face checks, look again for more picks to maintain control.
That all depends on your definition of an objective, because people can rate vision control around that.
Oh!
Sneaky!
Flash engage. Goodbye. Good Zonia's there, and here comes Kitty's well to lock up the team for a little bit more. There's plenty of time here, and they've got to run and run away. Invictus looking pretty good, but you're still seeing balls to rejoin this fight. 2 kills already for Invictus. Another lockdown of this Darius. Not long for this world. A double kill for time. 5-1 on Kalista. 3 for 0.
It's not over yet. IG have got a minion wave pushing forward. 5v2. All of the wave clear is going to be reliant on Incarnation, and instead, IG look towards the Baron. 5 seconds before Sneaky's up, 20 before Balls and higher up, and there's no TP for Balls.
And will they start it? Yes, they will. As a tie up in the front, Kakana putting the damage in here. Elimination and Incarnation kind of by themselves, holding their hopes for an auto berth into the quarterfinals if they can win this game, but it's slipping away now.
Incarnation is going to try and time a WQ combo. Can he steal it?
A perfect! Ooh. Not going to work this time. Invictus get the Baron after the team fights.
That was actually a really smart approach from Invictus Gaming. It even caught me completely off guard as I was going to go into a rant about objectives and vision control. IG, they played on their strong side where they had vision denial. Rookie snuck in and he just went in with the E from Lysandre, something we very often see mid laners do, but they just did it from the right side. Left side was completely in control from C9, and it gave them a false sense of security. He just comes behind Sneaky here, instant flash R, denies the jump, cage is not enough, and then follows up here on Incarnation. So has the zone, has to deny ulti, that Kitty zones, he gets pulled back. So this is a beautiful engage sequence here from IG overall.
Even High trying to go back in, just gets knocked up by the second part of the Kalista ultimate there. Then Balls just kited too much because there's no CC left for him. Incarnation zoned out to the wrong side. High is already dead, nothing they can do.
5-1 on Kalista for IG. Thanks to the fight in the Baron, they now built themselves a sizable lead. 4,000, the largest of the game so far. Got themselves some key item breakpoints, and they're slowly creeping that vision into C9's territory.
The story of the 0 to 15 minutes game plan for IG repeats itself here though with the Baron. They really want to split push, keep C9 spread, because even with Baron buff, moving in here is incredibly hard for IG because they'll have to go for a really, really big dive unless they can flank. C9 will have to yield some towers, but when it comes to defending the base, it's incredibly hard to flank there. So likely we're going to see some split pushing after these initial towers drop down.
That's what IG wanted to do a long time ago, and that's what their team composition can do very well in. Another Dragon is up. This will be Dragon number 4. Cloud9 are relatively close by if they wanted to contest. There's 20 odd seconds, and they need to do a lot of work because it's very dark.
But it's still 1 minute of Baron buff, and even though a lot of that power is buffing up minions, it's still up to 40. At this point, probably 25 attack damage and ability power per member there. So the bonus stats, plus the fact that C9 has no dragons themselves, means they're down actually more like 6,000 gold worth of stats, even though the gold lead itself is only 4K. It's, add 3,000 to that.
And this is something we see very often, especially in Europe. One team will get up to 4 dragons, and it's the 5th one where teams will decide to contest. Cloud9 not going to run the risk. They don't have the ability to clear the vision. They don't have the ability to push deep enough to that dragon pit. And the 4th one has been secured by Invictus. IG might be trying to play Heartbreak here to Cloud9.
C9, they have 6 minutes right now. That's all the time that's left on the clock for them to really find an opening here and get the game even again. See split push here from Zitai. He's getting caught by Sneaky though. You can see an R flash.
Yep, rapid fire means a lot. There's the rocket jump forward. Hex Drinker popped, and this could be enough. Yes, Sneaky with a red buff creates an opening. Now Rookie getting stunned, but High is going to take a lot of damage. His Vitalings are dead. Here comes Kitties. He's ferocious, and down goes the kill.
But this completely shuts down IG's push. We talked about it earlier. If you get shut down that 1-3-1 split push in the earlier stages, you have room to punish. Right now, that punishment is them losing the entirety remainder part of that Baron buff, any potential setup, and C9 relatively even here. 4,000 gold behind it means a lot, but it doesn't mean anything if you can get the jump on the enemy team.
For Cloud9, still yet to take down or move into IG's territory, so they're going to need to look for more of those picks. They've got that banner of command for elimination, so that could start opening up some side lane pressure and allow them a little bit of wiggle room as we get closer to more objectives like the Dragon, like the Baron.
Honestly, I feel like this build as well is curious for High. He's going for a really high ability power, low tank build with the fact that there's so many good hard dive champions. You've got a Kalista ulted Kennen, you've got a Mega Gnar, a Lissandra. It's so easy to pick someone up, and High has been getting basically one shot in every team fight. Okay, the early jungling didn't go well, he was behind already, but the fact that High is now 0-5 is pretty troubling.
Same time, he's 0-5, but he can still play a large damage role in the team fight, so they're just operating under the approach that they're going from 4 carry composition with a defensive Morgana. Speaking of elimination, he can split push, as we see High path by here.
Rookie and Kakao not going to find the opportunity. They've got that pink ward in the red buff, so they know they're safe. But again, playing aggressive inside Cloud9's jungle.
Surprise elimination didn't go for the Zeeks here to buff up that Tristana even more, especially since his build is a little weaker since he had to opt into the Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
Split push, it can help you a little bit, but it's rough into, especially just these melee split pushers, or these 80 damage split pushers that will just tear apart that tank in like 2 hits, so. It does help them with the siege if they ever get Baron. Then it's incredibly, really, really good for C9.
Yeah, Sneaky itemizing a lot of magic resist with the Hex Drinker and QSS means he's not... It's just weird, they're splitting their roles so oddly. I guess Sneaky's trying not to get one shot and the QSS helping that, but they're kind of over-prioritizing defense in the wrong roles and then over-prioritizing offense on the wrong roles. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, we'll find out if it affects the next big team fights. 2 minutes to Baron, about 3 till Dragon. Balls has got teleport available. He went down to meet Rookie, who also has his TP up, as does Zitai. So more map play options available for Invictus.
Double Zonius, double QSS picked up, but a bit of a lacking of Mercury threats. Mercury threats are incredibly good against compositions that C9 likes to run like they do right here. I think TSM actually ran a similar composition and the enemy team just continuously kept picking up those Mercury threats. So IG looking to just get out of those cages with the QSS and then hopefully to deny some damage with the Zonias.
Well, 1 minute on Baron Nashor. Already a 4,000 gold lead, and this pink ward allows Rookie to sneak in. No one knows he's here.
Well, Balls may find out very soon.
Or Lemon. Not going to run the risk. Every single time we see Rookie or Kakao inside Cloud9's jungle, there's not a whole lot of support around them. It's a 1 or 2 man invasion squad. And they're getting away with it thus far. Cloud9 is sticking primarily to their lanes. Sticking primarily to the CS that is moving towards them.
But they're closing their eyes to the real problem that's about to emerge. 30 seconds from now, Baron will spawn, and there's no vision setup whatsoever for C9. 1 minute and 50 seconds from now, Dragon will spawn, and there's no vision whatsoever too. So C9, they have to group and push out at one point, but they're delaying the inevitable. They just want to find an opening, but IG is playing patient enough to not allow that.
Oh, well, C9 finding a bit of an opening. Kakao at half health already. There's the virtue of the damage build, but Kitty's just barely stopped by the cage, down to half health, but you wouldn't dare ult because of Fate's Call.
So much damage onto IG with 5 seconds to Baron. This might be the grouping and the pressure that Cloud9 could be looking for. Balls did channel that teleport. He's with the group, but look at the minion waves pushing against them. Cloud9, they need to deal with that as well as trying to get vision. So much to juggle.
Well, we'll see if C9 can juggle this turret down first. IG looking around the side. They got the hunt on the Balls. He's okay, though. Top lane, as you mentioned, is pushing down, and Zitai can run over and use teleport if he needs to. Rookie's TP is down as well, so at least Incarnation is a teleporter for C9.
Keep your eyes on Rookie every time that cage goes down. For the remaining 6 seconds, he's going to be so incredibly...
He's looking.
Aggressively positioned in these fights.
Incarnation thankfully has a QSS. That could have been a flash hold in the making in a game-winning team fight. Cage won't land.
A good QSS could also be game-changing for Cloud9. The Event Horizon will impact so much flow during the course of a team fight. Cloud9 signaling 30 seconds to go until Dragon is up. They are now in the Baron area, threatening a rush, threatening a start. For IG, they don't want to go uncontested.
Close.
And there are wards behind Cloud9 if Zitai wanted to try come in with a flank.
Trinkets on cooldown and Kitties is out of wards. This is rough. If that ward gets cleared in the back of the pit and we don't get an immediate mid-push reaction from IG, we could actually see a successful Baron bait from C9 here, or a forced fight.
Mega Gnar just got triggered. C9 should not be looking to do battle. just waiting out the Mega Gnar. IG, of course, running towards Dragon. They do take it slower. They've already gotten 4 of them.
C9 could have traded this for Baron, but right now they're moving. They're playing into IG's hand. Scuttlecraft for the accelerated engage too. So now C9 is stuck.
C9 seem to be pushing IG away just a little. The Event Horizon is down. It's a 10-second cooldown. It has been pulled.
Can burn this.
Dragon is out of the pit, but now it's C9 backing away. Look at the minimap. Minions pushing towards Cloud9's base. Invictus are in control. They've got the Scuttle Crab for engage power as well.
And Gnar is no longer tired. He can build up this bar and get himself back in on this one. Kakao and Co are starting though. C9 walking in. Zatai on the wrong side as mini Gnar.
This is full aspect of the Dragon. It has reset. The Dragon is regenerating minions again, pushing towards that inhibitor turret. The Event Horizon's down. Dragon's been rushed. Cloud9 secure it. The zoning Event Horizon, and they're trying to get away.
And this is exactly what Kakao talked about in his opening interview. Levitation has to run though.
They're going in. Kitties is gonna pop the ulti. Event Horizon buys some time, but here comes Rookie. Incarnation gets out, but Zatai is Mega Gnar. He finds the stun. 2 kills already, and they're not done yet. A quick kill back comes in, but it's a slaughter right now.
Invictus are looking to clean up. Sneaky, along with High, the last 2 standing. 3 for 2. Baron is alive as well, and Invictus are peeling back.
But if we go back to right before this game, Kakao talked about why High is such a successful jungler, because there is 0 hesitation whatsoever on his objective calls. That was an incredibly bold move here, and Sneaky with some bravado too in that fight, because he actually jumped on his target to kill it, to get the reset, to then jump out. So C9 getting away there 3 for 2 is actually impressive.
But you can see the level of damage output here. Incarnation, I think, making a strange choice to go for his zone. I think he needs a pistol as well. There's so much front-loaded magic damage. Rookie and Kakao have the right idea of just itemizing defensively enough to not get one shot, but still do their job. Incarnation could do basically nothing, even though he had a perfect QSS. You can see this fight come in here, and IG just want to jump in. They've got the engage items already. Kitties doesn't care if he gets stunned. Incarnation jumped to 1/4 health before anything even happens. Zatai has the easiest of push-ins.
Keep your eyes on Sneaky though. He finishes off one guy, goes on Rookie, uses his jump on Rookie, kills him, and then gets a jump out. Many players would have just instantly jumped out there, but good, just spatial awareness there. And that was a fight 2 for 3 with Incarnation doing nothing in a position that C9 was forced to overplay their hand and just go for a 50-50 on Dragon. Imagine if C9 can repeat what they did earlier, which is get vision control around these areas like they did on Dragon area before or Baron. Then this composition can still blow up IG.
Well, they've got time. QSS does come out instantly. High was able to just repel for that one. So here's some of that vision you're looking for, Crepo. Tension is real high. The crab belongs to IG. Baron has actually been started. Zatai,
they know.
He started to channel the teleport. Kakao isn't going to find a javelin toss, but that looks like a Mega Gnar. And Kitties has got in.
It's going to be the smite. Kakao gets it. And here's the ensuing battle. 1 kill already. Balls can't get away. Kakao is just cleaning this battle up. 1 kill back for Incarnation, but the stun is 1 spell away from landing. This Veigar refuses to be stopped. Can he get away with this? Baron still to IG, and it's still a 4-2, but Incarnation made it look closer.
Oh, if that bind from Lamination actually connected on Kitties, then Sneaky wouldn't have been forced to use his Buster Shot defensively, so one spell can really turn the tides in this fight. Really good steal, though, from IG, but again, these plays, you have to be confident to make these calls. On the world stage, when you're playing for this much, when this much is on the line, High says, well, we're Scuttlecraft, they have Teleport, we're just going to finish off this Baron. And look, Kennen comes in here, bind misses.
Good flash.
Kitty splashes over it, and then Buster Shot reactively from Sneaky, which is good, but at that point, position is compromised for C9, and they can't afford to play when they're behind on the positioning.
No flash from Sneaky either. He actually could have flashed away from Kakao and gotten a bit more space. You can see the burst available here. Actually eats right through Zatai's Hex Drinker. And that's the thing is, I just feel like C9 needs 2 threats that can stay alive. Sneaky can do plenty of damage. You saw that in 2 fights ago. Incarnation can do a lot. You saw it in this one. It's just a matter of them living.
Yeah, but C9 have only lost fights where they kind of like panic.
Oh, gosh.
I won't call that a fight.
No, not really.
But they've only played fights where they allowed IG to aggress upon them when they're actually trying to secure an objective. In open space, when they can kite, I just want to see how it plays out.
Well, for Cloud9, they may not get that opportunity. And 40 minutes in, Incarnation is over 1,000 AP, but the problem is his team is 10,000 gold down and against Baron-empowered minions. IG are sieging up the mid lane inhibitor turret, and with just 1.5 waves of minions, 2 waves call it the siege as they've chunked down that inhib turret.
Just look for Rookie whenever they siege. He has to position in Fog of War on either the left or the right side. Hopefully get that with a pink ward and then threaten at least some zone in that area so that people have to be afraid from Rookie diving in, because 4v5, C9 is still holding onto this tower.
And you know, every time I look at the items, I see Lemonation's Banner of Command is available. It has not been used. I don't know how many times he's actually put that down. Eventerizing catches Zitai. Wow, Rookie went down somehow on the back line.
High assassinated him.
How on earth did he do that? Now
KP Elise is how. That's...
is looking to retreat. All of a sudden, Cloud9, they've said, we don't care about your Baron.
Whoa!
We'll just turn this around.
C9 was just all about the X factor here. High gets the one shot. Rookie doesn't have QSS. I forget if he sold it for a new item or if he never even had it, but either way, the stun lock just kills him.
The level of confusion and question marks around High's build may now be justified. They have 30 seconds until Rookie is respawned. Cloud9 have got Tristana and the explosive charge and the tower. They're now knocking on the inhibitor as well. Kakal's on the sideline, but it's inhibitor to Cloud9.
15 seconds remain for Rookie to spawn. He could change his boots upgrade for a TP home guards, engage somewhere, but C9, they disengage, they get out of there. Their top lane turret did fall, but they can pick up these waves, and
C9 have about 5 seconds left to control the map as best they can because the Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. C9 does have every ultimate and every summoner spell. Same situation though for Invictus Gaming except for Kakal's flash.
the difference right now is that C9 is in control of the Baron area and they can punish IG for pathing through choke points. That's what they want to look for. Don't let them get in and just try and put that cage down.
Could this be a comeback for Cloud9? Dragon is live. Aspect is being threatened by IG, and Balls would need to teleport in. He's actually channeling it already, so the dance has begun.
And Mega Nardo is almost here. It's a threat for Cloud9. Aspect of the Dragon could win the fight. IG getting pushed a bit backwards. High's posturing forward. 3,000 health. Kakao goes in. Here comes the battle. Aspect of the Dragon in for Invictus. Incarnation over the wall. Kitty's safe as well. First kill comes through. Rookie's dead. But Time and Co. are crushing phases. Incarnation, the only one alive. Kitty's here to say hello. Not dying just yet. Gets a stun. Here's the ignite. There's the triple kill. Kitty's on support cannon. Gets 3.
And this is where it all comes down to questioning the C9 tunnel vision on the Dragon, and should they have opted in for the fight, played a little better. But yeah, if High gets that smite, suddenly he's the king, and maybe C9 can win that fight. But IG, it just cost C9 too much in that fight to go for the Dragon, because they just lost the ensuing fight regardless of who smote that Dragon.
And IG, even though they cannot get themselves out of 4th place in this group stage, they might be able to win their last game at Worlds here. Time in the roster, 9, 1, and 8 on the Callista. And Kitty's with some great engages as well.
There is nobody to tank the Nexus turrets for IG, so they will settle for 2 inhibitors. They did lose a Nexus turret of their own thanks to supers, but this is that fight once more.
Yeah, Balls is positioning offensively here to... Actually, no, he didn't even do that. Balls went in for the Dragon. There was just too much tunnel vision because Darius' role in these fights is to move in and prevent people from coming in and doing exactly what Zidai did there. 3-man Meganar. Look at where Incarnation ended up in that fight. That means something went wrong at one point and people were zoning and peeling enough and they were tunnel visioning on that Dragon. You can still win a fight where people get Aspect halfway through. But it's incredibly hard because it's so easy, hindsight. You know, we get a replay, get prepared, nice. You're like, yeah, High.
We're not playing for a quarterfinal position and to go 0-3 on the day, which is what Cloud9 is facing. But for Invictus, they pull timeouts in the final hour, and he's 9, 1, and 8. His Callista performance is leaps and bounds better than what we saw from Kid, both last week and earlier today. And IG are just, honestly, they're punishing C9 who are looking weaker. Let's also keep that in mind. C9 have not had a great day on the Rift and on the stage.
Don't forget though, at this point, one full combo from Incarnation deals over 3,000 damage. So he only needs like 2 parts to that. He can literally one-shot Time. Once he gets his flash, he can flash in QR and Time is gone.
Well, that would mean IG would be out of time and their base could die.
Incarnation.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would.
We'll need to wait a little longer because his flash is not available for one of those combinations. Zitai is going to start charging up that Mega Narc after he gets caught by a Dark Binding. And it's currently Incarnation on the bottom lane dealing with the supers. He's pushed that wave out, bought a little bit of breathing room. Trying to look for superlatives, different words.
Yeah.
And Invictus going to back away.
But it's 2 dead inhibitors to 1, so someone has to respond to the bottom lane. Probably going to be encouraged because he still has teleport. There are a few wards still here for C9. They see this coming. The team's coming across. Teleport coming just to walk a bit closer. C9 trying to stop the Baron attempt. Zatai stuck in the pit. Baron's at 5,000 health. They can't finish this off. Zatai forced out, but he's close to Meganar. He could try to come back in. And all the while, bot lane's still getting pushed in by supers.
Mercurial Scimitar was used by Time. He can't run the risk of being caught by any of those skill shots. C9 do not try to finish the low health Baron, and the dance has begun once more.
IG finally playing with patience until Zatai flanks Incarnation, catches him in the
He's
cage.
stuck in the pit, no flash, but Sneaky still has the black shield. 1 Meganar in towards Balls. Elimination, the only man taking the Kitty's ult. Time survives, Cacao kills off Incarnation. Rookie gets the second, Sneaky forced to flash, but Zonia's buys time, and Kitty's again is the man engaging the fight. Sneaky, the last man alive, he's gonna go down.
And that's gonna be game. There's super minions pushing onto Cloud9's Nexus, and to play spoiler in the final hour, Invictus Gaming will be knocking down the Nexus.
It looks so good, the cage fight for John C9, but it wasn't enough. IG close out.
They are on to the Nexus turrets, and Invictus Gaming pick up a win against Cloud9.
Well, Time to go down in history books being undefeated at the World Championship this year. His first and only performance here at the World Championship. Had a great game for himself. This felt a bit like the IG I think we wanted to see, that many people had predicted as being at the top of their group, but instead they still finished fourth.
Yeah, IG, with that roster swap, really invigorated their play. And they added another dimension to their play here, really came out.
So, what does this mean for the rest of the day? First of all, I love hearing the Parisian crowd yelling IG as well. Great support, regardless if they're home team or away. The next game is Fnatic AHQ. If Fnatic win, they will clinch first place and force a tiebreaker with Cloud9 and AHQ for second.
Right, whoever wins that game is the #1 team, whether that's Fnatic or whether that's AHQ. The winner of our next match is the #1 seed in the group. The loser of that match will be facing Cloud9 in a 1-game tiebreaker for that second quarterfinal spot. So both those teams that we'll see up in the future have 2 chances to win 1 game to get into the quarters. And C9 continuing that North American trend, 0-9 for NA teams in the last week of the group stage. This could be 0-10, or it could be 1-9, and they would secure that second spot in the quarters themselves.
What a story. How Cloud9, first of all, get to the World Championships. Then they come out the gate swinging 3-0 last week, only to truthfully be picked apart. It feels like their play style has been dissected, and even IG, who were weaker today, also took a win.
Well, back when Cloud9 was the North American team back in Summer Split 2013, they just played the same champions and the same comps and the same strategies every single game and said, I dare you to figure us out. And no one ever did back then. As time wore on, it got harder and harder for C9, and now they're at the World Championship, one of probably their hardest moment ever yet, being such huge underdogs, and they still go back to that one strategy style. And I don't know if it's being daring or just being, we actually only ever knew one style. You know, each year we pick one and we lock that in for the rest of the World Championship here. And this is what it looks like here. C9 still playing the same champions over and over again. And, you know, this one, it didn't work out absolutely.
One style to rule them all, one style to bind them.
Well, but unfortunately, you can flash over those and the Morgana doesn't hit them.
Sadly enough. But yeah, really, really big difference here, stylistically, coming out from this group composition versus the spread out early game. IG knew exactly what was coming even before Champion Select was done. So they played around it, and I like just the way Cacao played this early game. Really, really smart, used information, aggressive pounces. Remember when some point in the game, we saw Hai being spotted bottom. He pounced over the wall, the exact frame where Hai was really in front of him. And that knowledge really showed that IG could come back and actually finally play to the strengths of their composition, which was refreshing to see.
And you have to step back and then look at all of the Chinese teams. EDG go through as the only Chinese seed to qualify for London in the playoffs. Both LGD and IG are now dropped out for the first time in the World Championships, having not all of the Chinese squads through to the playoffs, and just disappointing performances.
Yeah.
When they're knocked out, all of a sudden LGD finds some life yesterday, and IG, similar story, finally against Cloud9. I mean, arguably Cloud9 underperforming as well, but just a disappointing group stage for 3 teams that were very, very highly rated coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and it's just it kind of goes to show you've got to play the games. When it comes down to it, you can have favorites, you can have players that are supposed to be very good, players that dominated their region, but you come here to Paris, you play in the big stage, you play in front of this crowd, their baguettes are waving, they're yelling. Every time you click Pantheon and Champion Select, and I mean, all that, it's a different environment. You've got to get used to it. You've got to be able to show up when it comes to Worlds. Week 1, C9 did show up, and that was beautiful to watch, but here they are playing, honestly, sort of, I guess at the level players expected of them. They were probably supposed to be 4th place in this group.
I think that's fair.
They're at least guaranteed 3rd, so that's still better than most predictions, which ruins more people's pick 'em brackets.
Including mine.
Including mine as well. But the point is here, C9 still, of course, have that chance to play up. They still will wait the loser of Fnatic versus AHQ. That is, of course, a possibility for these guys, and maybe they will be the first and only North American team to make top 8.
Yeah, they could. Although I have to admit, there was a distinct lacking of baguettes being waved in the crowd.
Today, yeah.
Hopefully they can up their game. We'll speak to Chips and Noir and find out if they can get them to wave their baguettes. Guys, we're going to head to Shox at the interview stage to talk to IG support.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed joined by Kitties, who unfortunately your team is out, but you still got a really nice victory here. Can you talk me through what happened in this last game and how you found the strength to do this and play so phenomenally?
就是这次比赛虽然你们没有晋级，但是你们最后一场比赛打得非常精彩。然后想要你跟我们仔细介绍一下这场比赛的经过和发生。
最后一场是我们拿到卡尼斯塔跟凯兰嘛，然后最重要的体系是我们本来团战阵容需要就是靠我或者兵法去强开团，如果说能开起来团战的话，队友就会有很好的机会切入。那个时候也要看一个机会，就是纳尔的能量嘛。 他能量太低，我们不能上。
Okay, so the Kalista and Cannon comp is really important. It basically gives us a tool of engagement, as well as we have Lissandra. Lissandra is really good in forcing a team fight. And the other thing we have to pay attention to is Maganar, whether Zitai has enough fury to become Maganar. So combining those 4 things, we can make sure that we have a good chance at the team fight.
Yeah, and with all those 4 things, it's actually a very complicated thing to pull off. There's been a lot of criticism on both individual play and the team play for your team. What for you do you identify as the problem for IG throughout this tournament?
就是对于这次 IG 的失利，我们可以有很多人把针对了我们的队员，也有针对了战术。你觉得 IG 这次失利的原因大概是什么？
没有打出自己想要的东西吧，然后在赛场上、比赛上面判断上面有失误。
Alright, so they didn't find their rhythm to play what they normally play, and they have a lot of problem in decision makings, in the in-game decision makings. So that's basically how they lost the game.
Right, and that's the end of the story here for IG. Finally, that means that IG and LGD out of the Chinese LPL are out. EDG is still left standing. As knowing them very well, what are their chances here at Worlds?
就是这次 LPL 战队只有 EDG 晋级了，你觉得 EDG 在之后的比赛中能取得什么样的成绩？
他们能进决赛吧，感觉。
You think EDG can make to the finals?
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. Thank you so much for talking to us. Kitties, after closing out the tournament with a win, over to you guys.
Thank you, Shox. Things are only getting more interesting here with that loss for Cloud9. I want to jump into picks and bans. Specifically, Tabe, you mentioned that Kakao might move towards something a little bit more aggressive. We saw the Nidalee come out, and it was very effective in the early game.
Yeah, as Yamato just said, the poking competition is really good. Although Rookie didn't pick poking champion, but Lissandra is always very good because he can flash an R Faker and force Faker to buy the Quicksilver Slash. Because even if you have Sonya's, you will be stunned immediately because of the stunning. And we can see that Kakao's this game is performing magnificently because he is like punishing the other team's jungler a lot, and he also have a really good attention on all the dragons. He got nearly all the dragons.
I'm really happy they brought in the Lissandra. As we talked about yesterday, the kind of weakness of teleport is that you can't really take the cleanse. And with the combination of Kakao dominating the jungle, they are pressuring Incarnation, who is playing Vega that is weaker in the early game. So I really, really like that approach.
Coming into the tournament, we knew that Cloud9 was really good at innovating. So for a long time, they always bring out new picks. But that also came with the fact that they always stick to the same picks that they brought out no matter what. In the Gauntlet, we saw the affinity for Karma, previously Ashe, Zyra, pretty much every single game. And then in this tournament, no exception. the same compositions every single game. And I don't think that's going to stop. It's a little distressing. Actually, it's very distressing to see it be dismantled that hard in pretty much the top lane, the mid lane, the jungle. People have figured out answers to every single part of it. They really need to try something new.
I was going to say it's more concerning now that the comp that they had been winning with essentially for the first day has been beaten and not just banned out and forced onto something else. You know, in this game, though, it was kind of interesting because Cloud9 was sticking in it for a period of time. They managed to get themselves into that turret siege situation where they could make picks and take a turret off of it and keep the gold even. However, they were almost too willing to hand over dragons to IG and put themselves into a hole and into a bad position when it came to the late game, having to fight for that fifth.
I feel like IG, like with the advantage they took early game, they had like a good role on the game. They had good control of the Drakes, good control of the Barons as well, besides from that steal that Kakao was forced to make. But I feel like IG, I had a good point, I lost it. It's like...
You were saying that IG played it well around holding control over the dragon.
Yes, yes.
Which my point was that Cloud9 had given up too much leeway to IG in the early game, saying you can have the first 3 dragons, you can have the first 3 or 4, put themselves in a hole and forcing themselves to come back for the 5th. Would have liked to have seen them make some movements earlier.
Okay, I got my point again. The point I had, I got flashbacks from the previous Kalista games, where Kalista, like I remember when Kid was playing Kalista and he had to just E the Baron back in the day, and he had to like only like ult Kitties in, and he just failed to do these simple things. The addition of time, I felt he managed to do these simple things on Kalista. He was solid, and solid was something that IG needed in these previous games because Kid was doing a lot of these mistakes that cost them the game, and I felt that time was fundamental to securing these objectives with his Kalista play.
Now, unfortunately for IG, they will not be moving on in the tournament. And for Cloud9, they found themselves in a tiebreaker match to even get out of the group stage. We'll see if in the time that they have during this next game, they can come up with a new strategy that might be effective against either Fnatic or AHQ, who are playing both, and both are playing next. And both of those teams are eyeing a first seed quarterfinal berth. We'll be right back with a closer look at that clash, so stay with us.
Dude, we're about to get LGD, man, I'm scared.
What's that mean?
They whipped in time.
They whip in a substitute when they're already done so, and then they just turn up.
Gets caught and apprehended backwards. Fate's called back to time, and that's in trouble! Boom! Incarnation!
Incarnation gets up, but Tataya's Megador, he finds the stun! 2 kills already, and they're not done yet. Kitty's safe as well. First 2 comes through. Rookie's dead, but Time and Co are crushing phases. But Zonia's buys time, and Kitty's again is the man engaging the fight. Sneaky, the last man alive. He's gonna go down.
Invictus Gaming pick up a win against Cloud9.
Welcome back. Up next is the penultimate clash of Group B and the 2015 Worlds Group Stage between Fnatic and AHQ. Winner of this gets first seed out of the group. So this is a very important match. Loser has to play one more game against Cloud9 to even make it out of the group stages, to add more pressure on top of everything. Both of these teams looking pretty great today. Both have come out swinging, put up good showings in their matches. So I expect this one to be a pretty even bout. Crumbs, I'm starting with you. What do you expect to be the key factors in this match?
Now, these games from both these teams have been super action-packed, particularly in the side lanes, not so much in the mid lane. Febiven and Westor have been left to their own devices, really just hanging around while watching as their team really wins these games. So that means that when the games are on the opposite sides of the maps, it creates very explosive situations where the junglers are by far the most important aspects of the game. So you're going to have situations where either somebody goes for a gank top lane and the other guy has to make a play on the opposite side. You absolutely must be in that position. Or you react and you expect what's going to happen and you counter gank it. So it's going to be a lot of action back and forth. And whichever jungler is behind the curve and cannot make a play in response to the opposing jungler is just going to lose the game for their opponent. So I'm looking at Reignover and Mountain for this one.
I'm looking, if you take a look at AHQ's victories, they've all been scenarios where they've fallen behind early game and then punished the enemy. For example, Fnatic, it was Huni going full YOLO and dying a couple of times, AHQ coming back. Same thing IG, Kitty's getting caught. Cloud9 as well, going into too deep into their jungle and kind of taking the wrong path out, they punished that. So I'm looking for Fnatic to take an early advantage and keep that rolling as they've done in the previous games today. That's what I'm watching out for, because AHQ in the mid to late game are very, very strong.
I think the game between them is most important is about the ban pick, because we can see that Fnatic's Rekkles is playing an amazing cannon, and he is always winning when he has cannon as AD. RG wanted to use banning Shen to let this combination to become weaker, but we can see that Yellowstar can still play a really good Braum. That means the key is not the support, but the cannon AD. And we can see that AHQ's AD always like to play Jinx, and he won't use top cannon too, so maybe banning cannon is a good way.
All right, well, maybe they'll take your advice there. Time for predictions. Who's going to book their trip to London in this game? Tabe, starting with you.
Fnatic.
Simple.
Simple. No more words need to be said. That cannon's going to carry him all the way through.
I'm going to go for Fnatic as well, simply because Huni is in top shape. Last time they played, Huni screwed up, and I don't think that's going to happen again.
And finally?
I'm going with Fnatic, but these LMS teams on week 2 really seem to be getting Super Saiyan, so I'm a little worried, to be honest. It could be closer than we think.
All right, well, the desk is unanimous, however hesitant with their votes. It's time to head to the caster booth and see who will leave Group B on top.
I want to jump right to what Crumbs is saying about the LMS teams in week 2. They are currently 5-0. They've not dropped a game. Between, of course, the Flash Wolves and now AHQ. This is going to be the last game for AHQ. EU was right on track for the same record as last week. They went 4-5 in their games. This is their last game. They're currently 4-4. So seeing how the regional strengths have varied from week 1 to week 2 is very interesting. And it sparks a discussion, I feel, around the infrastructure and the ability to adapt.
I guess I had another theory myself, though I really like the point you're making here, is that every team that has gotten #1 in their group went 3-0 in the last week. KT Rolster did it, doing much better than Origen did the first time around. We saw Flash Wolves show up off a 1-2 record, and now we're going to see either Fnatic or AHQ go 3-0 off of a 1-2 record and take the first spot there. So these teams' ability to adapt to the competition they know they're facing after battling against them once seems to be what's really bringing these teams up. And now we're going to see which team has adapted best.
Currently, quick-paced pick and ban so far. 6 bans rolled out already, as we used to see on the blue side. Target bans here, Fist taken out, no more Westor, Fist Shenanigan, Diana taken out, so no more assassin-heavy play on Westor. There's still other champions available for him. And then inside of AHQ, Azir target ban, and then the generic Gangplank Mordekaiser.
This is actually a little bit weird to me. I know the Fizz ban makes sense in a lot of this context, but On and Albus have been winning so many of their games off of On getting really, really big on Jinx, setting up all the team, but doing all the damage, and Albus oftentimes playing a peel support to keep him alive in these fights. A little bit surprising that they don't get rid of this Jinx at all.
Cannon is still available, and that's what Fnatic picked earlier, just double trade, so Cannon Braum could come out here to deny something from AHQ, and that's actually maybe why AHQ is considering stealing away the Cannon. It may just be a respect cover. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, still 40 seconds left before they go down the line. Lulu has really sort of fallen out of favor in this group. Been available, got unpicked or unbanned in several games today. Not really being what we see. We are anticipating that Jinx to get locked in. But what does this mean for Westor? What does this mean also for Febiven and the direction that they're going to go with their respective solo laners?
Well, time that was, LeBlanc was a safe first pick, blind pick there. She's roughly back to that old power level here. Febiven, definitely a great LeBlanc player. We may see that come out from him. Honestly, he's quite good at it, but if he still wants to play the sort of supportive role from the mid side and set up Huni more. Now, the thing is, Fnatic cannot guarantee that Huni gets a counter pick here, so relying on Huni to win this is unlikely.
I like what HQ did though with their first rotation. They get their strong AD carry that they're used to playing, the Jinx, and then they steal away the Cannon. And usually when that happens, you get these weird mismatches if you try and focus on stealing a pick too hard. But this lane actually makes a lot of sense. You have the safety in double range, you have the additional stun initiate that Cannon can bring into traps. You can zap to slow them down to really proc that first stun from Cannon, so you have really good CC layering possibilities. Fnatic are looking to answer that by... Nah, never mind. There goes my point. Saber changed. Denied.
Back to the champion that Rekkles was running last week. Siva, it's safe, it's utility. There's even some flex in that Shen, but we are expecting in Yellowstar's hands is the most likely, and it'll allow Fnatic at least a little more information before they lock in Febiven and Huni's champs.
But it doesn't threaten that lane 2v2 whatsoever. They should be completely fine in that matchup, and this puts the onus of carrying completely on Febiven and Huni. So we will likely see a repeat performance from Reignover, hovering around that top triangle, bottom triangle, wherever these solo carries end up, and trying to snowball them ahead. Luckily for Reignover though, the weakest member so far on AHQ Esports Club has been their jungler Mountain. He had some questionable Elise play earlier today, even to the point where critics, including myself, were calling a game 4v6 because all he did was walk up and die. He didn't even help his lanes. He put them further behind, and you can't afford to do that against a team of the caliber as Fnatic.
And especially considering the form that Fnatic has shown already today. We'll see whether or not the decision-making works out. The Z has been locked in for Westdoor, and Mountain will get his hands on that Gragas.
And this makes total sense for AHQ. Make sure Huni does not get the counterpick that he wants. Make sure that Huni can't take over the game, because he is honestly the reason Fnatic are winning so dominantly here. That Kennen can still be a flex pick, so we can see him, you know, be ranged against the Darius to make that matchup easy. We can still see him flex down to the bot lane to make sure that matchup's safe as well. The question is, Febiven knows it's Zed mid, so he can set up his own matchup and be one of those carries, expecting to win his lane. The question is, what goes alongside him? It's got to be blind.
That is the question. We saw the LeBlanc hover, and I distinctly remember all of our colorcasters saying if Zed is back, LeBlanc could be too. But we've also seen Febiven running Cho'Gath. Actually ran that at MSI several months ago. He was into some of those assassins. A few seconds left on the clock. Echo has been run by Huni in the top lane to carry very, very hard in the summer split. And it feels like that's what the final lock-in will be, expecting that in Huni's hands.
This composition that Fnatic have adopted here requires a lot of skill to really play out well, to really achieve what you really want to do, because there's a lot of setup for each other. You have Cocoon and Taunt Flash to really start enabling these assassins. But later on, Rekkles will likely rotate into the mid lane. You will have some split push assassination, but if Fnatic fall behind, tricky, tricky, tricky.
No, the thing is, they're not likely to. Of course, they have the Queen of the early game jungle with Elise. Queen of early game jungle, as well as Spiders, of course, via the title. And Yellowstar can always show up as well. That Shen support, I think, is so good for these solo lane focused teams, because he can still babysit Rekkles up until there's a fight going on and be like, just kidding, I was there the whole time. And he has sort of the roam advantage over Albus, who has to actually pick and choose where he wants to be. Now we get to see whether that Kennen is going top lane against this Echo of Huni, or they are going to go for that dual lane down there. Nope, there's the Tahm Kench Jinx. There's almost the exact comp that AHQ ran to beat Fnatic the first time around. A really safe Jinx.
I actually like switching the Kennen to the top lane here and getting the Kench out, because you have double assassination potential. You can obviously just take away your carry. Not only that, Kennen top lane has just so much peel. Just when people are rushing into the fight. If he gets behind though, if Zid falls behind, then AHQ is again very physical damage focused, so that is one potential worry for them later in the game.
I don't think it's a big problem though. Jinx does so much damage. If she has items on curve, she'll break through all the armor anyway. And the fact that this comp can work both ways. Kennen can peel, but also Tahm Kench can deliver Gragas or Kennen into the back line and be like, surprise, LeBlanc, you're in the middle of our team, and they can kill her off. So AHQ's 5v5 I think is very strong.
Is it really a surprise though, the delay on that cast is like, surprise!
Who Tigers demonstrated just how surprising that engage can be. I am going to keep my eyes on both Huni and Febiven and their target selection in these team fights. Both of them are very heavy single target focus, but Tahm Kench can only swallow one of his teammates or one of the enemy attacking champions. So as long as Huni and Febiven are on the same page in which different champions to attack, they can still have the potential to instigate what is a very squishy team as far as carries are concerned on the side of AHQ.
So if you think Fnatic can play that assassin style, get their lanes ahead, of course, that's hashtag FNC win. But if that doesn't happen early into the game and AHQ get to the team fight phase, it looks favored for them. And if you think so as well, hashtag AHQ win. Let us know as we get ourselves into the game. It's the battle for first place. AHQ won the last one, but Fnatic can take it over. With a win here, we're into the game.
They will be joining the first place seeds in London. And for Fnatic on the World Championship stage, we know they've been a team that has played around their top lane so heavily. Febiven has shown a great proficiency in the mid lane to do what his team needs. This is old school Fnatic. 2 assassins, 2 damage dealers, aggressive in your face draft. And now we need to see them execute it.
They do have a little bit less of a tank line though. Rekkles, squishy and easily reached. In Reignover, we've seen almost exclusively Runeglaive Elise here at the World Championship. So frontline tanks for a Jinx, there really aren't any. And On can easily break through this, will be almost impossible to kill. Albus even has exhaust to make sure one of the guys who gets back there can be stopped. Again, I think this has to be an early advantage for Fnatic if they want to win this game without some severe antics. And they go right away to look for the lane matchups with a couple of deep wards in the top jungle.
Yep, deep wards placed. AHQ opt just do not mirror whatsoever. They already wasted 2 wards in the river, so preemptive warding. They expected people to fan out. Now 1 deep ward, and Fnatic pings out, so they know that that ward's there. They're guessing that the other wards are in those locations that they just pinged, so they're probably gonna hover in the mid lane and wait until it's late enough for HQ to not be able to counterplay. Unluckily for them, there's no ward there.
Second time today, Fnatic have grouped themselves up once re-entering their own jungle. Not running the risk of being caught out, not running the risk of giving up early first bloods, which we saw actually a number of times during week 1.
This is playing into Fnatic's favor though. We have a hard leash for Huni and Reinover getting a soul camp, so Fnatic is propelling the top lane triangle forward at the cost of the bot lane, a bot lane that is just incredibly good at playing slightly from behind and going even. As in here we see Ziv going for a leash, double jungle. Just gonna check his XP here right here, what exactly happened there, because I think bot lane took the Gromp.
Yeah.
And Ziv put himself behind, so they're doing double camps here with Ziv tanking, so this could be very, very rough for Ziv in the top lane because Huni's already in the lane. Ziv is not even done yet, and he's behind in experience still.
You can see, yeah, Huni going to be well on his way to level 3. You can just see the recall starting now for Ziv.
What ended up happening here is AHQ thought this was a lane swap. They were playing it under the information that this was a complete lane swap. Fnatic pathed around the ward that AHQ placed, and because AHQ lacked proper warding points, they're now significantly far behind in this early game.
Well, Huni's made himself up the top lane. He's going to jump in immediately. Timewinder's putting some good damage down, and Huni with an early advantage. He's got a number of pots, but so does Ziv, and the return exit damage evens out the trade.
It was greedy from Huni. He thought he could get the second half of his Q to land on a Ziv. That wasn't the case, so greeding for an extra auto attack and some extra Q damage. Took a bunch of damage back.
Febiven in between turret shots. He doesn't even take a single turret shot to going in there, so very well timed. Their mastery of that LeBlanc.
Well, Ziv again getting jumped on by Huni, but again an equal enough trade. There's Marks of the Storm and lost Shuriken. This means Huni actually comes off worse for wear in that one.
Yeah, but Reinover's already inside Mountain's jungle. He will be spotted, but he took away the Raptors already, so he's just securing Huni's stay in that top lane.
Aggressive trading all across the map. Albus throws out that tongue lash. Rekkles will spell shield at Reinover. Gonna get spotted by this ward, so Ziv will have the information to work as Mountain is nearby. In case of a dive, this is going to get risky, Freak, but Reinover, he wants it. The cocoon hits!
They're gonna land the flash cocoon. The chain stuns are there. There's not even a chance to get away. Reinover drops the aggro. Mountain's almost in range, but his flash was down for a perfectly executed gank by Fnatic, even though Mountain was waiting.
That was so well executed by Fnatic, but you still have to put the blame here on Ziv. Rekkles stays safe here in the bot lane. He's down 9 CS, but Ziv knew exactly what was coming. He knew who was coming, and he knew when they were coming, and he still died to that flash cocoon. That's a mistake you really can't afford to make.
And in every single game of groups here at Worlds, Fnatic has secured first blood. Every single match. And what a great advantage for Huni in that top lane. Experience, he's got 2 levels, a CS advantage.
The fact that Ziv TP'd to the lane because they played the lane swap game, because he did a jungle camp with Mountain and then showed up, he had to walk all the way up to the lane, missed a ton, and this is just like the last few Fnatic games. Huni is super far ahead and can break open the game.
I wonder if actually Fnatic communicated that ward in the brush, because Ziv came back really late to lane. Huni must have seen him put it. I think Reinover, if he knew that ward was there, would have actually not come for the gank. So this is one of those weird cases where a mistake actually helps you later on, because that will happen in full vision, and usually that should backfire into a double kill.
And again, you can see Summoner Teleport through Fog of War, and I feel like almost any good top laner should be looking for when that comes through. You just simply time, hey, took more than 3 seconds to walk into the minion wave, something's up.
You don't even need to see the particle even. If you see him walk in with full resources and multiple potions at that point in the game.
But timing the jungle camp's hard versus actually the time between TP finishing and him actually showing in Fog.
That is true.
Either way, Fnatic are the ones that come away with the advantage. And we do see that Rekkles is getting pushed a little bit, challenged. This lane matchup, as we mentioned in Picks and Bans, was going to be difficult for the Sivir Shen. Down 12 CS already, and the wave is pushing into Arn and Albus. They'll have the opportunity to play with some time on their side.
That is an acceptable opportunity cost of that. benefit that Reignover and Huni got from that early jungle start, because they came to lane the same time, but they were down half a level on each support versus support, AD carry versus AD carry, in a matchup that is already slightly tilted toward Jinx and Tahm Kench. So to go -10 CS is completely acceptable.
Might be acceptable, especially with the top lane winning. Westor again on the bad side of a trade. Febiven, nice play there. I believe that was actually I forget what he mimicked. I think mimic R, but the chain still lands, gets some good damage. Rekkles with a late spell shield this time, and because of the slows, takes a whole bunch more in the back.
Exceptional play in the mid lane, but Yellowstone and Rekkles are getting bullied. Albus has an acquired taste, but he won't be able to devour anybody and needs to back away.
You can see the mid lane still being pressured. I mean, Reignover, he got top ahead, so now he's just dedicating himself to the mid lane there. Westor having to drop to get another turret.
Ooh,
flash from Yellowstar.
He manages to get the taunt. Anna's going to flash away, but now Rekkles is exhausted. 2 hits of Acquired Taste. Albus will devour him. Going to be able to regurgitate him backwards, and Acquired Taste will pop once more. And
beautiful.
Anne gets the rocket for the kill. Yellowstar's trying to run away. That Grey health is so powerful. Both top laners have teleport and are level 6. They're teleporting in, but it's Reignover that's got the kill, and they want Catfish for dinner.
And now Save is forced to try to play cleanup, but he gets nothing done for it. A stun and also a lack of mana, making it hard for Albus. This was looking pretty bad, but Fnatic show up first, and they show up better.
Incredibly late teleports here from both these top laners while that fight was going on, and we could see what Fnatic was trying to do there. They wanted to hard push the wave and just force an aggressive trade, so On couldn't deny Rekkles of any more farm. They thought Tahm Kench wasn't close enough, but he followed up with some really good stacks, and if Tahm Kench gets behind you, it is so incredibly hard to get away from him, because he will get that 3 stacks, devour you, spit you out, get another 3 stacks, stun you with Q, and then you just chain CC'd.
Febiven is really stamping authority on this lane. He didn't connect with the chains, but he did cast Ignite, so that's going to force Westor out of lane and away. Advantage mid and top for Fnatic. Quite a sizable disadvantage in the bottom. BF Sword for Arn's Jinx into the pickaxe of Rekkles' Sivir, so that's going to hurt even further, and that's close, but no cigar just yet.
And Westor knew he was safe enough to be out that far without dying. He had triple longsword in his first back, now he's back to base again to complete a couple of those pieces.
Alright, watch this again. They think Tahm Kench is gone or far enough away to force a taunt flash, but On survives long enough to then peel. Traps could have been used a lot better there. Double exhaust was still available, and Rekkles gets regurgitated, but look at the pathing now from Reignover. Rekkles drops. Yellowstar knows that he's going to win the fight because his junglers are close, and now both teams are yelling for TP. Quite funny that they actually come down instantaneously at the same time, be it very late.
Really fortunate by Reignover as well. Only takes 1 turret shot and is just barely outside of range of it as well. There are no more turret shots that came through on that fight. It was actually quite close, but all said and done, a good battle for Fnatic, even though it's to the detriment of Rekkles.
And this is the point where you really want to see those assassins spiral ahead and Rekkles take another hit in the bot lane. You want to see Huni go for 1v1s plus Shen ulti. You want to see Febiven dive with the Shen ultimate, potentially assisted by Reignover, and take complete control of the top side of the map while you leave your utility AD carry to get 60-70% of the farm, perhaps sacrifice the tower.
Rekkles is doing a little better than that. Currently 7 down, and the wave seems to be pushing towards him. Boomerang will at least make that statement no longer true. But Arn is going to be trading. Rocket is up. Rekkles slowed by that lash. And Arn has Super Mega Death Rocket, so got to be very careful for Rekkles.
Yeah, take note of Yellowstar's positioning in front of Rekkles. He just wants to deny any tongue lashes, doesn't want any stacks to be built on top of his AD carry. If needs be, he can taunt, but he really doesn't want to commit to a fight because that opens up Rekkles for counter punishment from Albus. So he just hovers in front, takes as much damage as he can, and then taunts out.
This entire bot lane, though, for Fnatic is flashless. Albus is 6 as well. But Mountain has not yet made his way over to this lane, nor Westor for roam down to the bot side. We hit an exactly average performance for Westor right now, minus 17 CS at 10. His tournament average 18. So mid lane going just as expected for his opponents. Febiven will see if he can use that later on.
Yeah, and Mountain's not had a great showing. He's been power farming for the last 10 minutes, has access to his ultimate, but look at the jungle of AHQ. There's a line of wards that Fnatic has been able to place thanks to Reignover's deep invades and pressure that he's applying. We'll touch on that in a second as now Yellowstar will see Mountain for the first time and he's able to dash over the wall.
They knew exactly where Mountain was. There's 4 deep wards in the jungle. He was power farming in full vision, then he paths over and he gets pinged out immediately. So Mountain can't even get a gank off just because Fnatic's vision control has been so immaculate.
Massive props to Fnatic then. Reignover does have his Rune Glaive done. No Sightstone for him just yet. It's been bot wards plus Yellowstar making that all happen. Mountain now being chased down the river. Scuttle Crab battle happening briefly. And despite this BF sort of advantage, we're not seeing the CS lead grow at all for On.
It might be a little more difficult for Rekkles now that his wave is pushing again back up. It stayed actually neutral for a lot longer than I felt. And every time we take a look, On and Albus are positioning forward to trade, and I think that could be why they're losing maybe some CS in the process.
It becomes a sustain war where you just want to keep trading AD carry auto attacks on each other until one side runs out of potions. Luckily, Rekkles still has one potion available, and Yellowstar has Relic Shield to sustain up. On is taking for every auto attack on the support, he will take minion damage. But Reignover is in the top side. Ziv is being zoned out, and he's building full MR.
Getting chunked out by Huni, and MR or not, the Elise is still coming through. Reignover knows he wasn't spotted. Great flash there on Reflex. Gets away from the Cocoon.
Huni committed his chrono break for that one as well. Trying to look for the phase dive empowered auto, not going to find it, but again, zoning Ziv away. That's 2 or 3 waves worth of minions, experience, and gold that Ziv cannot touch. Rekkles, Stand United is going to get channeled. Summoner heal used as well. Yellowstar's just been delivered for potentially another.
Gets a massive taunt though. Albus will take the last turret shot. That is a kill. Yellowstar is going to flash away from Body Slam. Mountain takes another turret shot.
Febiven's coming in.
Febiven's coming, but Wester's coming in from behind as well. Here comes the teleport in from Huni. If he can reach, no home guards, but the chain will land. Yellowstar stepping too far forward. On gets his 3rd kill of the game, and a wasted roam from Fnatic.
Scary, scary situation for Fnatic when Jinx is 3-1. The tower dive will cost AHQ their top lane tower, but they are getting their primary carry fed. And that's going to be a difficult toss because as long as Anne is alive and kept alive by that Albus Tahm Kench, could be a worry for Fnatic.
And that just boils down to greed. When Reignover is making a play, while he paths through the entire top left quadrant of the map jungle-wise, he has to respect the fact that the enemy jungler will be in the bottom right side of the map, very likely speaking. Then the dive comes in. Rekkles should just never be under this tower. Even with Shen Shield, there's just not enough. If he doesn't have the flash to really get out of that initial CC, it's disrespect to go for that play. Even when Febiven rolls down, this is almost the best case scenario that you can hope for, where Albus drops to a good town. Then the mistake comes in right now, but you can argue what you want. The initial mistake definitely was staying under that tower and just relying on Shen ulti to be enough to protect yourself from a dive.
And I want to highlight and really emphasize how much these 3 kills on Jinx mean for AHQ. When Fnatic lost AHQ in week 1, they had a gold lead from minute 2 into the very last minute of the game and still lost because Jinx was carrying every fight and unkillable thanks to Tahm Kench. The exact same formula is happening right now. There are assassins, there is a gold lead for Fnatic, but Jinx will not be easily killed, and she is ahead.
Especially with that Tahm Kench, another champion that was integral to that victory for AHQ, and part of the reason
why she's not going to die.
Exactly part of why it's been banned out. Take a look at your itemization, because now that large CS lead has been built up by Anne, he's got the makings of that IH. Rod of Ages has been stacking for Huni since 10 minutes in game, so currently should have around 4 stacks, and Huni will give some backup to Febiven to at least take down another tower. So gold advantage to Fnatic, but here comes the delivery. Albus will be bringing some support, and he eats the Cocoon. Fnatic trying to get away.
Febiven forced to run away. Pop the ulti. The W is not back up. Has to flash. There it is. Gets himself just away, but Westor is still on the hunt. Huni says, don't you freaking dare. But now getting jumped on. Thankfully dodges the rest of the skill shots. First death mark means nothing for Westor.
Well, we did not actually see the Abyssal Voyage deliver Anne. That means he's now left alone in the bottom lane, and Rekkles will be shoving that wave up to get some more damage down. So 2,500 gold, thanks to the towers being secured in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Fnatic's plan was coming into the game. Minor flaws in execution with Rekkles dying and On getting ahead, but they still have a 3,000 gold lead because the top side of the map is vastly in favor of Fnatic. 2 towers down, complete vision control the entirety of the game. Mountain has yet to really get any good unpredictable ganks up, but Huni is taking a fight here, though.
He will find Huni, delivered himself to the doorstep, tried to steal away the red buff, but spotted out by wards. Easy gank comes through.
And this is the 3rd or the 4th time already in this World Championship where Huni's operating with more above average vision and still dying to skirmishes he just not should participate in at all.
Now, Reignover was in the bottom half of the map. Huni's death will at least result in a dragon for Fnatic, so it's not all bad. Solo lane still with heavy CS advantages.
I wonder, this is giving him too much credit, I'm sure, but I wonder how much this is intentional. Outside of dying, Huni's very good at pulling the enemy team to the top side of the map when Dragon is up. Deaths, you'd like to avoid those, of course, but at least there is always something traded when this happens, or almost always.
Yeah, Fnatic just plays with a very offensive mentality. They know if one part of the map fails, they can always cross-map. Rekkles, yeah, How long do you respect it? How much do you respect the brush?
Rainover's in the
Fucking
jungle.
left. He's aware by how he's jumping, but not even needing the spell shield. Ulti to walk away. There's no chance to catch him. The question is, will anyone else show up? There's no one in range. Teleport's not going to get used. Nothing.
Not sure if that was really worth. We did see at least Rainover and Febiven in the right-hand quadrant of the jungle, but still a long time away. And we'll have to ask PTL Mic Check to have a listen for those dragon calls. Maybe it is premeditated from Fnatic.
But I mean, look at the deep wards from Fnatic. They don't even have a ward in their own jungle. They have 6 wards spread out in the enemy jungle. That's more wards than the average team has on the map right now, usually when they're at worlds. And they're all placed offensively. Mountain can't do anything in the dark in Fog of War unless he actually starts counter-drilling, but then Fnatic have to just respect the threat. So just can't stress enough how good their vision control is this game, and that's why Febiven has been playing up so far.
And even though AHQ don't have quite the same vision control, at least it's on the right place on the map. Mountain is constantly down at this bottom lane, ensuring that On and Albus are safe. They finally get the first turret. It's through their one winning lane, and now a big gank. Rekkles again, just
left to the wall.
Sitting alone.
Sorry, left to the AHQs, not the Flash Wolves. Febiven though and Rainover will get some more damage on the mid inner turret. Huni was pushing up top, so yes, they're losing Rekkles, but it is in favor of tower. Are they going to get this actual tower?
They're backdooring it, but the Elise Spiderlings are all dead now. They die in one shot apiece, and you only have 3 at this level. Easy pickup down on the bottom lane. Tier 2 goes down.
Fnatic, while they have all the information to work with, they're not playing the reverse bingo game right, because you really, if he's not in the top left, he's not in the top right, he has to be in the bottom right quadrant of the map, and you just have to yield, give up the CS, and whether it's Rekkles overextending, having a bad game read, or communication falling flat and just not having enough time to really check all those wards, something is going wrong here though for Fnatic, and it could mean that AHQ is coming back into this game, because earlier they were 3,000 gold behind. Right now they've shorted up to 1,000 gold into a very assassin-dependent composition, which falls flat later on in the game.
Luckily for Fnatic, that assassin composition does have some tools to at least deal with the threat of Westor. Chrono Break, Hourglass can somewhat help when you've got to deal with the Death Mark. Eventually we expect Rekkles to be working towards a QSS as well. The only question is, can they dance around the Death Mark and still kill Arn at the same time? That's the only thing Fnatic have to do in order to win these fights.
That's the entire point, and that's why I questioned the Diana ban, because Jinx has been the reason AHQ is winning. Okay, yeah, Westor pulls some bans, but Westor still plays his bit part. He loses in lane. It doesn't matter, because On is the guy you're supposed to watch for on this team. Everyone else does a great job. A 4-1 Jinx who's now knocked down her second turret in about 40 seconds, actually her third turret in 40 seconds. It's hard to deal with.
And I always see one of the problems with the LeBlanc into Zed matchup. Yes, you're playing an assassin, but because you have to itemize some armor, which is most efficiently a Zone S Hourglass, you lack the assassination potential on these other targets because you just don't build wall damage.
Yeah.
You will survive long, but now your AD carry is behind and he's utility focused. Your mid laner is a hybrid assassin, so to say, he kind of plays long in his time. And your Echo is kind of slowing up or getting there slowly, so Fnatic, and they're falling behind right now in tempo.
Well, they are. We did see the Abyssal Voyage now starting to be channeled. Albus is going to try cut them off. Yellowstar's trying to pull some aggression as well, and AHQ have to decide where do they prioritize the fight. Teleport comes in for Huni and Yellowstar, and a quiet taste before he gets taken out. Huni phase dives over the wall, and Fnatic are stuck in the pit. Febiven's got some AoE, and gets eaten by Tom Kench, regurgitates over the wall, and Huni's still looking for it.
They got him!
They've got him shut down, but it may not be enough. Double kill as Huni picks that one up. Rekkles will get shut down by Mountain, and Febiven's in full retreat. Gets the Mimic, it's gonna eat a Death Mark, and Westor will get one and not get a second. Albus eats him. 4 for 3 as everybody wants to die.
Extended 4 for 3, but that's the kind of fight that AHQ wants. Jump in, take the team fight. Your AoE is better, your general team fight's better. Pretty good play by Albus. He ate on, but only after the Chrono Break bursted him out. So as long as Huni was able to stay around, and because he's ahead and has a Rod of Ages, he was able to. Picked him up after the Devour was done. And that's the requirement of Fnatic, though. They have to survive long enough to kill someone after Devour.
A couple really nice plays in that fight. Hopefully we get to track it later on, but in addition to that, there were also misplays. So some really sick outplays happen here. But most important, the way this fight started here, they get zoned out here. Good engage by Mountain here, burns the spell shield. So Fnatic on the back foot, and that will cost Yellowstar his life. And that will become very important later on as he paths down to check out who Tam Kench is bringing to the party, because he will lose Stand United in this fight. Second big mistake is Rainover right now. He's going to miss Cocoon on Ziv, or on Mountain rather, and delay the fight, so he's not participating in. The outplay, however, is what Huni and Rekkles are doing right now, as they get baited in. So there's really some really subtle plays with big damage. They get baited, but somehow Ziv doesn't really get any Stuns connected because good sidestep from Rekkles. Then he flashes in aggressively. Look at the Huni. Goes back in. Sweeps on the back with his Q coming back. So some really fantastic mechanical outplays. But from the get-go, Fnatic were behind in this fight. And then Febiven kills his jungler. It's like special delivery.
He delivered Rain over. There was a bit of a miscommunication. He didn't tell him Cocoon was coming out. That burst could have come through sooner. And then also popping back the distortion after Deathmark, not before. That would have been a slightly different fight. Of course, still the first 3-for-3 would have happened regardless. Small mistake there from Febiven.
Special delivery is what Febiven was yelling. Infinity Edges in both AD Carry's hands, but it's a static shiv already completed for the 5-2-1 Jinx. On is a terrifying threat, but he needs to be a bit more aware of that Chrono Bait Ghost from Huni. Dragon number 1 will be picked up here by AHQ, only the second of the game. But look at Yellowstar. He knows Dragon's going on. Invade gets more deep vision down, so the vision is still deep, it is still aggressive, and it is still forward-facing as far as Fnatic's concerned.
The problem is Mountain's been living in the bottom jungle long enough that they forget where he's gone, and you saw players like Rekkles wait around the dead turrets for too long and give up kills. So AHQ, if they can get some of this vision back and sneak people across the map, good things can happen. The pings around Baron looks like Fnatic owns the vision of that right now, and AHQ has to respect.
Interesting game when you consider all the advantages Fnatic have, the exact opposite advantages that AHQ has. And it really will come down to mechanical decision-making in these team fights. Rainover does get caught up by the explosive cask there of Mountain, but nothing further comes from it. Fnatic, they still maintain a gold lead, but the game is still very swingy on either direction.
And if the next fight happens very soon, it'll be a more interesting one because everyone save Mountain is flashless right now. So number of outplays much smaller. Mispositioning spells actually mean even more. Fnatic have to really, really be careful about this.
Fnatic have moved in a lot of safer positional map-wise. Putting Sivir in the mid lane, it's a lot hard for her to get caught. And you have your double mobile assassins on the sideline. That's the way this composition wants to approach the mid game. So it's a lot harder for HQ to make picks here unless Fnatic really opt in for that fight. Meanwhile, Kennen is still being pushed in by Febiven in the bot lane, so eventually we need to see what HQ's answer will be.
And at the moment, Ziv has teleport advantage. Huni's is about 10% of the cooldown left before it will be up and available. And definitely one of the cruxes of Fnatic's team composition when it comes to these team fights. Luckily, Rekkles has been able to finish his static shiv in the last few minutes, so in terms of the arm race, there's a little bit of sustain behind his opposite number. All the while, Westor's gaining in strength. Pickaxe now to add to his Blade of the Ruined King. And the game is just somewhat slowed down. No dragon to fight over, no easy tower to fight over.
And the whole landing phase broke down. That was Fnatic's key, is they had a bunch of big early advantages. They had the early game queen in Rainover's Elise. And then that stopped happening. That situation went away. So AHQ, all they care about is playing around on. And, well, Jinx walks slowly without kills, so slow and steady wins the race.
And it really is winning. Winner of this game takes first seed. Yep. Takes preferential placement in the quarterfinal draw, which will happen after our tiebreaker, guys. Stick around on stream. It will happen live on stage. Determine who will be facing whom in London next weekend. Right now, AHQ putting up a very strong fight. Both of these teams looking to go 3-0.
And we're just waiting for somebody to go into the bot lane, pressure in Ziv to maybe draw somebody away, and then Fnatic can get a lot of better angles for that Baron bait. On just has his eyes set on this mid lane tower though. Only 3 rockets should be enough, and there's a minion wave to take that down. And he's still waiting on his 3-4 item spike, so he's comfortable waiting for some more time here.
There's no Westor right now. Febiven around the wings. There's the flash taunt, but Albus is exhausted. He can't get far away. Throws out on, but is still going to be reachable. Explosive cast buys some time, but Rainover chasing, getting the kill. Albus goes down the 2-for-0 as soon as they spotted Westor. Now Mountain running.
They've got 1, they've got 2, and they're looking for more. Huni wants to cut Mountain off. Mountain is trying to buy as much time as possible. He's flashed away, and Fnatic make the smart call, set their sights on a turret.
They already had the minion wave thanks to Huni winning the matchup. That was the lane he was already pushing. It might have been for Baron, but in this case it's for a tier 2 turret, and the respawns still aren't in. 10 seconds on the comeback, so Huni can set up for the next turret.
Well, a lot of damage going down. Cocoon does not find Ziv. 50% of the turret has been dropped. Mountain is starting to recall, and as the minion wave is getting diluted, Fnatic peel back. So a kill advantage and damage on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and this is exactly the style Fnatic loves to play. Just wait until you get comfortable with the pace of the game being slow, and then suddenly they strike. And then they just find his opening beautifully. Albus right there, he says, I can't carry the game, Mr. An, but I can carry you.
Unfortunately,
but it wasn't
exhausted
enough.
from doing it so much.
It wasn't enough, and then he got gipped.
Oh, I did not think you two were going to be this bad.
I mean, this good.
Yeah, touche. They're more subtle than I thought. But Febiven tried to put some poke into Albus, backs away from that Mimic, and AHQ, thanks to Westor, they did get that last outer turret down in that middle lane. If you look at the bottom half of the map, though, AHQ have had a slightly awkward pink ward, which I think just killed or timed out because a new one has been placed. And AHQ are now setting up vision around the Baron pits.
And that's a good thing for them right now, because a 5-on-5 team fight is what they want. The last battle was a 4-on-3 or a 5-on-4 team fight. Fnatic are good at winning those. And in fact, they're really good at picking their fights because their assassins can get in so easily. But Yellowstar's flash is now down. It puts more on Rekkles to do that. And there are no movement speed boosts for AHQ. In fact, there's not even, I guess there's Gragas ulti for the disengage, but that's kind of the only great tool for that in full stopping and engage. So Fnatic getting in on those odd numbers fights is something they are going to look for. Trying to sweep what control they can of the Baron area. Dragon's up in 25. Both teams have won. So the next one is not exactly important.
Well, this game is already longer than Fnatic's average game times today, where they've really just rolled over both Cloud9 and IG. And AHQ, despite being marginally behind in gold, their team fight strength cannot be understated. There's no margin for error for Fnatic. Because if Fnatic do overstep or do not successfully kill An, the resets and getting excited will kill Fnatic. I mean, it is really quite that simple. Febiven's now been caught out. He's going to flash away, but he just gets bounced back by the barrel.
Jumps back up right now. He's going to have an Albus coming around, so Shen ulti's in, and now Mountain is the guy targeted, but Zed's around. They're going to go for An. There's the hard dive. Can he get to Tom Kench? Yes! Albus saves him for now, but he's going to get spitted out. And Febiven perfectly times the W. Zhonya's popped. Westor running, but the cleanup crew is here. Ziv has already popped ult, but he can deal a bit more damage. However, he's corralled into the wall, and Fnatic say thank you very much and pick up 3 kills to 1.
When there is no margin for error, Fnatic turn around a gank on Febiven. He was outnumbered, but he pulled the support in, and Fnatic have a fantastic team fight.
I mean, that Mimic distortion Febiven pulled out at the exact frame where An was spit out by his support. That was some quality League of Legends. Just watching that fight go down, Rekkles completely untouched in the mid. Sivir late game in these team fights where everybody's bunched up, does so much AoE damage, and there's no way for AHQ to deny that. There's no prom, no really exhaust. There is that one, but it probably didn't go down on Rekkles that fight, so incredibly hard for HQ to win this fight if these assassins keep being so nimble, jumping back and forth.
Well, that's the thing. On with this Albus Tom Kench is slippery like butter, and there's no margin for error, but it still works out for Febiven & Co. So Flash's ulti's still down for 8 more seconds here, so all they can do is run and wait for the team. Shen ulti is huge, and AHQ immediately realizes we've got to wait for Ziv, but the problem is Albus brings On to the wrong side of the fight. On doesn't get any damage out in this fight. He is all of their gold.
Right there.
So Ziv's ult means nothing. The instant kill by Febiven, and even though Febiven dies, it doesn't matter because there is no threat left.
Just the way Febiven played that fight, you know, distortion usage, flashing out, just buying some time, sidestepping, not going into the traps, and then a prediction on that Devour part 2 where you get spit out. That was just fantastic play.
Oh, Huni forced to chrono break back. He's going to phase dive away from the body slam. Mountain throws down the explosive cast, and Rekkles is on the hunt. Albus is backing away, and Fnatic, they do manage to get away unscathed this time.
Fnatic is individually outplaying HQ right now. They're punishing the mistakes while not making too many themselves. Like, they're face checking into that brush, which is a mistake, but then Huni sidesteps out of it. So mechanical outplays, and that was what was lacking in the initial phase, week 1 from Fnatic.
Fnatic's crushing in minion farm right now. Their ability to control the map, get the deep wards down, not be afraid of Mountain while AHQ is afraid of Rainover. Look at the minion leads, 70 in the top lane, 50 in the mid lane, only minus 20 for a lane that Rekkles got destroyed in. Fnatic are winning by a lot of gold just from the minion farm.
It is working out. It hasn't equated into more towers just yet. but they've already chunked down that inhibitor turret to below 50% thanks to a team fight victory earlier in the game. And look at Fnatic, they're setting up and playing with vision around Baron. With a team that is so well known for their intelligent Baron plays, the threat alone forces AHQ to continuously evaluate it. How much darkness do we have? When do we need to check?
The game is played on 2 lanes right now, though. The bottom lane is completely void of any interaction right there. Minion wave slowly pushing towards Fnatic, so it's incredibly hard to secure Baron. It's incredibly easy to secure a fight, though, for that Baron, so that's maybe what Fnatic is looking for. Albus is still waiting for some gold to finish that Mikhails. He really just wants to keep on alive, but need to have better positioning.
Choppers come around. Q gonna do a bit of damage towards the red buff, and I actually didn't see who that went to.
No. Someone got it.
A player got
Rekkles
the Rekkles.
Hey. Ricochet, the Q something.
Thank you, observers. Good guys, observers. But this little dance around the objective. Vision is somewhat in favor of Fnatic. They've got a pink ward in and around the banana. The body slam does not connect. Flash will be replied by Rainover.
Another kind of misplay by Mountain, though. He didn't land the body slam flash, so he didn't chain the CC. He didn't get the knockback he wanted to. Rainover flash because of the explosive cask, to be fair, but...
Oh, this is a good bait, though. They have to face check. Scrying Orb is available, so we can see it used. There it is.
Hello, peekaboo.
But now it's gone, and he's gonna try again. He's gonna set up for the stun. They look for Mountain. Thankfully, he's able to get away, but now
from
Huni's on the wrong side.
Mistimes the parallel convergence. You really want to wait for Huni to go in once that comes down. So, but that is nitpicking.
If he lands the E and Mountain checks close enough, you still get the root.
It's also those little things that make the difference. Febiven's not gone over the wall. Cocoon does not hit, and Febiven holds on the trigger finger.
They can rotate mid right now. Mid is open for Al to rotate, but he has been afraid consistently of these engages coming from behind, so a little hesitation here. Rekkles passes in, clears the wave, so that bot lane, though, for Fnatic is being pushed in heavily, so massive wave stacking up for AHQ in a minute or so, minute 30 seconds. That will be knocking on the bottom inhibitor.
3 items and a QSS for On. Now in the inventory, very, very big champion. On the hunt, pop to find nothing as the recalls already came through. Fnatic lose a 1.5-minute long cooldown just to get some ward control back. Rainover also unable to smite away.
They need that ward control because they're actually going to send somebody bot very soon to clean that wave up, because otherwise they know they're not going to get this Baron. So at best what you can do is perfect vision control, where you send one of your teleporters, potentially your Shen if you're really desperate, at the bot lane to deal with that wave, and then you go for Baron bait part 2. And this is what we see. Doing a Baron bait while you're playing the map on 2 lanes is incredibly hard. Getting a fight, by all means possible, but securing a Baron uncontested, nigh impossible.
Hourglass and QSS picked up for Rainover and Rekkles in the last few minutes of play. QSS for On as well. Death cap for Ziv. So this power creep continues to grow, continues to escalate. And despite Fnatic's strong gold lead, they are now the ones again trying to force this objective. With Baron, they could really break open this back.
Yeah, AHQ have the signature anti-Baron ward. They have one in the top left corner in that brush, and then they have one right outside of the pit, outside of conventional pink wards. People place, if you're blue side, it's best to place the pink ward in the pit, because people are continuously warding over. But then you don't have vision around the little edges right there at the Baron, and that's where AHQ snuck in one ward, and that's enough to control this tempo. Rainover, though.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. That Hourglass will get used. Yellow Star's going to body block the Super Mega there, and forced to flash away. Rainover still stays alive, but An gets the first kill. He's going to get excited, and he's going to look for more. Westor will find the Shadow Shurikens, and that's Fnatic losing 2 members. The rest of them trying to peel away. When AHQ beat Fnatic last time, it was off a fantastic team fight that cost AHQ little to nothing. Is this the same? Does history repeat itself in the 34th minute?
Seems very likely. On got so much damage flashing over the wall in rocket form, completely crushed it. Fnatic are lucky they only lost a 2-for-0. AHQ, though, playing the more risk-averse style. They're not going to go for the Baron risk. They're going to go ahead and take Dragon with no problem at all, but I'm actually a bit surprised they didn't go for that Baron.
Yeah, they were afraid of Huni, was still on 60%, could potentially cause some troubles right there. Fnatic actually looking towards the Baron. They spam pinged it, and they're actually aware that if AHQ go for Dragon,
Zed's in base.
But again, that ward right there, that Huni's ghost just passed, that is exactly what punished them earlier, and they still haven't figured it out. Because they went aggressively for vision, and they were waiting for them. Fnatic did start the Baron.
Fnatic are trying. Tom Kench can't get in the fight just yet, which means On is a possible target. Febiven chunks Mountain down.
Oh, he did it again!
Oh, dear lord, the crit rocket. Febiven
Huni
again
used his E on the Baron, and then again, special delivery. This time, Death knocks at the door for Huni. That is big.
That is massive. Huni has so much of the gold and about half of the kills of Fnatic. Delivered another one to On.
He's currently 4,000 gold over his opposite number. The entirety of Fnatic's gold lead is in Huni's back pockets. And he's taken out by a special delivery crit rocket. All of a sudden that pressure's gone. There's no teleport to speak of either. So AHQ, they are the ones that can start Baron. They're a little uncontested. 7 seconds before Huni's even up, and even longer before he gets into this fight. Baron's below 6,000. It looks like Fnatic are going to set up the challenge, but the Cocoon does not connect.
3,000 health on Baron. Westor's already low. Febiven! Holy crap, he stole it! But the fight continues. Ziv zones him out. Rekkles running and running away. Keeps alive with QSS, but still more damage from Ziv and co. Yellowstar pops ulti to do basically nothing. 2 members already dead on one side. It's going to be another. On is on a killing spree, and Huni and co will kill off Ziv. Now, Mountain, did you overstep? On is still around. Chompers come in. There's the kill for Huni.
The Chrono Break is still available if Huni's feeling aggressive. Look for the phase dive jump. 3 members of Fnatic died, and for 3 members of AHQ, and Febiven stole the Baron.
That was a beautiful double-pronged attack there. One side, the jungler goes in, Rainover gets the attention from Mountain, gets disengaged, and then Febiven dashes over the wall. Mimic Distortion to pick up the Baron. That is clutch.
And also so important to note that both Huni and Yellowstar have the Baron. The 2 people who can split push at no cost to Fnatic, or less
no cost to position.
There we go, to position.
Big wave in the bot lane. Looks like Febiven will go over this one. He'll pick it up for himself pretty safely. Void Staff now done. Looks like Death Cap, I would assume, will be next. You mentioned earlier that Zhonya's Hourglass pickup slowing down the damage, but here we can watch that steal come through.
Yeah, just look at how Alvis is doing a great job peeling here, keeping Rainover. He gets bounced out, and then 850 is the Mimic Distortion damage.
Early smite.
Early smite. Mountain, very big mistake. I just checked the damage. Mountain smite deals 850 true damage. Mimic Distortion deals the same amount of damage before resistances, so there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to smite before that hand landed.
And then just clean up from Fnatic, despite Rekkles going down. Took so long for the Baron to get chunked. Huni arrives, and he helps pick up a couple extra kills thanks to a Yellowstar taunt as well. And now with Baron-empowered minions, Fnatic set up a siege. Remember, the bottom inhibitor turret has been chunked down. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your drop down. Quadruple mystery gifting, thanks to 2 Baron steals in 2 consecutive games.
And the bottom turret has been slowly regenerating, but it's still at about 3/4 here, so a bit of an easier time. Fnatic have that second dragon, so they also do bonus damage to turrets. That may help them in the future as well.
They also set up the split push in the bottom, so that's now pushing out, but that's going to take a while to arrive there in the bottom lane. So while Fnatic did get the Baron, and they have the Baron buff creeps, it's going to be hard to push into a Jinx if you're not split pushing, because the AoE crits do not get reduced at all by those Baron buff minions. They only care about magic damage. On is doing a wealth of AoE physical damage, and he has enough peel from his team to allow that to happen.
And again, we're just going to keep reiterating, if Fnatic pick one more bad team fight at this stage in the game, AHQ can just run all the way through Fnatic's place. Luckily, they have inner turrets left, and Rainover, he's going to cocoon On. On's going to get at least devoured, and the rest of Fnatic, they've jumped in for the engage.
Febiven wants the kill, but he's not going to get it. On gets the shutdown, and now Huni jumped on by Westor. He doesn't have Zhonya's. That's going to be the second kill. A big misstep for Fnatic. They lose 3. And now map control goes to AHQ.
50-second death timers. The only positive for Fnatic is there's a couple extra turrets in front of their inhibitors, but there should be an inhibitor at least. There's Rainover and Rekkles to try and defend, but it's going to be tough.
I really want to see what actually caused Febiven to stay that long in the fight, that he got insta-get. Also, Huni, he was waiting for a good timing to use his ultimate, but I believe Ziv actually just CC'd him right in that moment, and he got one shot, so he didn't even get his ultimate off. So really solid player, HQ knocking on the inhibitor door.
15 seconds, how much can they gain? Bottom inhibitor, turret is open, but they don't overstay their welcome. AHQ gonna dip back, maybe get a couple of wards down and set up for this dragon spawning in a minute. It's the only objective easily contested left on the map. There's no chance of them getting caught on the recalls, as Fnatic are still dead for some of this.
Now luckily for Fnatic, they only lose like the least worst out of all outcomes, which is the middle inhib, especially if you're playing, again, AoE wave clear carry like Sivir can easily push up that way, so they can still control the map, but more importantly, they just lost another window where they could have gotten ahead further. They could solve this problem in terms of push, but right here we see Rain over path. Look at Alni, he switches immediately to Rekkles too. Even when he's Cocoon, he knows Albus can save him, and now Febiven wants to go in. Does he get body slammed? Yes, he does get body slammed, knocked up, and immediately blown up here by On. Exhaust came out too, and that's enough to win that fight. Now we're going to look at Ziv and what the interaction is with Huni. Yep. AoE stun and gets blown up immediately, and at this point there is no way for Fnatic to win the fight.
And that's not the first time that Fnatic have been a tad over-aggressive. Yes, you need to make plays with your double assassin comp to get those kills, but want to be the right ones. You need to have a little bit more support. 1v4 is so risky. A couple of members of AHQ dancing around this dragon, but it looks like Fnatic have the support.
No!
It's smited. Mountain takes it.
Early smite for Rainover, tried to time it with his Q, but hit smite about an 1/8 of a second too early. Mountain times it perfectly, assuming an early smite, gets that one correct. And that's actually 3 dragons now in AHQ's favor. They are winning the dragon game.
Yeah, and this movement speed bonus, denying it from your opponents and getting it yourself could be looked as like a 12% swing in movement speed because they don't get it, we get it. So that's actually very big in the way these fights play out, especially if you're playing assassin-heavy compositions.
Fnatic, it felt like all they needed to do was split push, because if they can get away from On, those team fights aren't going to be won anymore. Ziv, though, with the death cap now starting to really power up in terms of his damage. Ruin King, Last Whisper, and Yomu's for Westor. There are some other threats.
Now, the room has gone silent here in Paris as AHQ have super minions in the middle lane, sieging the top lane. Rekkles has been left to wave clear duty, but look at Mountain. He's waiting in the wings to deliver a barrel to try catch Huni out. Huni's been just burst down and chunked down. Arn's gonna get excited thanks to the tower, and look at those crits. Mega Death Rocket held onto for now, but another tower falls.
And this is where not having an inhibitor becomes very hard for Fnatic to deal with, because Westor is just guiding those minions into the base, and he will start soon threatening the Nexus towers. Then Fnatic has to peel one guy backwards, and suddenly they have to defend that top lane inhibitor tower somewhat 5v4 with one guy clearing the minions at the Nexus. So very rough to deal with that.
Luckily for Fnatic, AHQ didn't have a minion line up top to really work with. Cocoon hits on Arn, but there's no support. Albus is gonna get devoured.
That never gets old though.
TP coming in though, they want this fight on. Off in the wings, and Huni wants in. Here comes Shen as well. One more eat, but how far back can he get? Mountain buys time. The taunt lands on QSS as he's exhausted and trying to run. Huni, can he get the damage? Oh, he can't. On gets another kill. Almost will get chunked back. Here comes Westor. Rekkles QSS gets the kill back. 3 kills for Fnatic. Now Yellowstar hit up by Ziv. The taunt comes through. Rekkles still alive. It's only On who's up.
Kill everybody but the guy you want to kill. Screw it, Fnatic say. That's what they'll do. A 4-for-1 trade. Arn's trying to recall. Look at the minions in the bottom lane. Rekkles wants to meet them on the inhibitor turret, and Febiven and Rainover, they just want to delay Arn. The chain, it misses. Arn's going to be able to get home, and they will be able to get the tower. Arn should get in place to defend the inhib.
If he had stopped the recall, that could have been game over. Instead, it took 2 shots to get the crit and get the kill.
This Jinx had an answer for everything thrown at him, but suddenly the remaining parts of their lineup from AHQ did not. They all fell, but On playing fantastically well here overall. Really good sidestepping, kiting. I don't think he could have played it any better whatsoever. The problem was, instead of trying to win the fight in the remaining, everybody was watching On, including the remaining AHQ members, and they just simply got picked off one by one in the wake of that chase.
There's no teleport coming in from Ziv either. He has to TP to the mid lane because there are no wards down. The overchase, a great flash by On. But then, yeah, everyone's just piling in. Rekkles is not a good target for Westor. He has a QSS. He did 2 fights ago as well. Ziv just doesn't have quite enough damage, and this is gold at work because all 4 of these guys would have died if Ziv weren't so far behind.
What a game. The Cocoon also preventing so much of that damage from Rainover. When he connected onto Westor, Baron has respawned. Inhibitor exposed in the bottom lane. Huni's down! Westor found him! 1v1, and now Fnatic need to try pull off magic. There's no teleport available either. And Baron, surely this is going to AHQ uncontested.
You can't stop this one. Minute Hib respawns, but who even cares? A big power play available now for AHQ. They've got 50 seconds with no enemy top laner.
5-item echo, but not a single Zhonya's in there. When you're playing a champion that can go back to your ultimate into a Zed and a cannon, I think this is just a very large itemization mistake from Huni. There's no excuse not to have Zhonya's in that build against this lineup.
Well, 30 seconds left before Huni's alive. Over 2.5 minutes before the teleport's available, and Febiven, that was cheeky, trying to pull attention. Rekkles gets 50% of his HP lost from a single rocket. Tower drops, inhib will fall, and most likely the middle one as well.
It's at least 2 inhibs for sure. You can't defend this one, and there's still 15 seconds to choose what they want to do. No Dragon up just yet. They don't want to overstay their welcome in the mid lane. Oh no, maybe they do. They're going back for the top side.
The winner takes first seed and goes to London. The loser has to play Cloud9 for a shot on. He's gonna get devoured by Albus, and AHQ will be happy with their inhibitors, and they will back away.
But now all of the cards are in AHQ's hands right now. Pocket Ace is coming into the final push right here, and you know, they've even got the King of the River with the lineup, so it shouldn't be hard at all.
Yeah, AHQ playing with the Rockets right there. Ready to go in. They're in such a good commanding position over here. Wester going in on Huni. Huni wants to hold his ulti, but yeah, he should press ulti here.
Oh, he did it late.
Wow.
Simply outplayed. You need his Zonias, but you need Zonias against the Zed. It's just a hard counter item.
Straight miscalculated that damage.
I mean, even Wester has 183 magic resist. He's got a Guardian Angel, Mercury Treads, and this Maw of Malmortius. So even though he is building offensively, as again you're mentioning, Huni needs his Zonias, he still managed to keep himself to the point where he's not going to get one shot by either Huni or Febiven.
Gold is still in touching distance, gents. 3,000. We're getting to 50 minutes on the game clock. And with Baron empowered minions and what's that, 3 cannons? AHQ are looking to take another inhibitor.
1 minute left on Baron, Dragon up in 3 seconds. Chunking Albus means nothing here. And On is safe. Pretty good wave clear though. You can see what kind of damage
exceptional wave
Echo
clear
could do. But Jinx can do even more. Cocoon means nothing. Albus saves the cooldowns.
Huni's being chunked out though on the back, and those rockets are just melting the tower. Albus will get on to safety once again as that last cannon minion stands. Supers just getting to the mark of the inhibitor. Febiven looking for more poke.
But just look how confident On is in his support. Every time he just walks up, he knows he'll get crowd control engaged on. It just requires Albus to peel him. So Tom Kench, this game is the biggest proponent to this Jinx getting fed.
There is a teleport available for Huni and a couple of wards in the jungle, but Fnatic on the verge of losing their third inhibitor. Yellowstar should go down to this death mark. The face of the mountain will not save him. Ziv's looking for a stun, and he's found Rain over. We do see Ziv getting down. He's dunked by Rekkles. This could be the final fight. Febiven and Rekkles are alive! They killed him! Double kill for Febiven! And Huni gets more!
They can push for the base right now. They can knock down Westor. Now's the time to go. You've got more than a minute. Can these guys push enough? But keep in mind, 3 inhibs are dead. The base would die without intervention.
The crowd is on their feet, and Fnatic find the AoE damage to kill AHQ. The time is ticking. 50 seconds and counting for Fnatic to finish the game.
And they're going to use Huni as the guy to defend. Again, triple inhibitor death means more minions than the base can handle. Fnatic walk forward. If they can knock down the mid turret, they can get at least in two inhibs, but I don't know if they can get the Nexus yet.
They have Spiderlings available, so they're trying to reset tower aggro on the Spiderlings. They have one lone minion that comes in. Remember, Huni has teleport available. He
saved one! That's huge!
One minion, so they can reduce the tower aggro if they can double tank these towers, but they do so much damage. Look for Spiderlings to tank.
20 seconds till the respawns come in. Huni sets up the shield. They have the cast minion. It goes down, but the other turret is available. It is backdoor buff, but it's gonna be enough. There are no respawns, and Fnatic take the first seed out of the group.
And you can see Rekkles when he steps up, the first thing is he slightly shakes his head because he's not happy with the way this game went, but then immediately, as he goes into his team, starts smiling again, and that is good to see. Fnatic, after all, is still a team, and the teamwork got them back. And Rain over Zonias, can't stress it enough. AHQ completely halted there. We see Fnatic greeting the crowd, obviously very happy securing first place.
Fnatic and Nexuses. Why do all of their games have to be so dramatic? Yellowstar giving Febiven the props he deserves. That last team fight.
Fantastic, massive AoE, absolutely disgusting AoE damage coming out of Febiven. But AHQ, they all stood still and they were watching the position. where the jungler from Fnatic, Reignover, was being focused there, and that zone has just bought them 2 seconds of time. Enough, and what a fantastic finish. The way they closed out that game was just fantastic.
The specific teleport to save the 3 health point caster minion from Huni, leaving his own base at just the right time to make sure this got set up properly. And you can see and hear how much this win means to the French crowd there, the French support there, Yellow Star.
Fnatic is the second European team to make top 8. And they now set the stage for a tiebreaker. AHQ looked honestly destroyed on stage. Westor's face just told the story. They now need to play another game for their tournament lives. And what a difficult
right away,
game.
Too.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't have downtime. They've got to bounce back from that game. Now, AHQ did play C9 earlier today. They won that match. You got to figure a lot of that research still going to come in handy for these guys.
They're not playing strangers. They've seen so many games, and Cloud9 too has consistently been dismantling your C2 assassin players, Febiven and Huni, making their way to the internet. To the interview. Well, they're making their way to the internet through the interview desk from Shox.
You can see him right now through the internet.
Yeah, Shox will be prepping the 2 guys for an interview in a second, but just what a game. 50 minutes on the clock, 49 and a half. The double assassin, you could see so many positives from Fnatic's play, but I actually think there's a similar problem that Origen and Fnatic both had with individual mispositions throughout the game, maybe a little too eager. Both teams got caught out a number of times, and if Fnatic were caught out less, this game could have been different.
I think it's very easy to analyze, though. Going back into the replay, Fnatic will have an incredibly easy time because they had some insane deep vision in the enemy jungle. Like, no team so far at Worlds, I think, has operated with that much knowledge of the enemy jungle.
For that period of time.
For that period of time. I think for a consecutive 7 minutes, Mountain was farming in full vision. They knew exactly where he was until he disappeared into the enemy jungle. Then you should respect the fact that he can be there. They probably slightly overcalculated the Sivir, Spell Shield plus Shen ulti to defend against the dive, but it's easy to locate. And then late game, just the clutch shot calling is just so enjoyable to watch. I didn't think they could finish. I would have thought.
I've been in that game enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, of course you did.
No, but I'm serious. I mean, that is smart of them, of course. But yeah, 50-minute game death timers. When you get an ace, you can literally go across the map and kill 4 turrets to win that game. Good of Fnatic. Just to know that. This is still a new squad, though, of course, Yellowstar himself, the epitome of veterans here, his 5th World Championship, again into the quarters here, so massive props to him, and
more so
that's just a good call.
The fact that that minion reduces the tower armor so drastically for 2 consecutive towers, then died, and the final Nexus tower got back there, in addition to using Elise Spiderlings to tank, that is calm, clutch shot calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think they're going to be talking about this game for a long time.
Yeah, and we're going to hear about that from the players themselves. We throw it over to Shox.
Thank you, guys. Well, first seed in the group, Fnatic, but that was incredibly, incredibly close. Febiven, I want to go to you first. You had lost to AHQ before. You'd lost to them last week. You'd lost to them at MSI, and then it comes so incredibly close. You got the guts to steal that Baron. You hold the base. Just tell me how you experienced this game, and especially the last moments. They love you.
AHQ is a really good team, and I always want to beat them. They are extremely strong. They're AD carry, especially. And I feel like their mid laner is the weak point, and I think I'm a better player than him. So I decided to go for the skill matchup. Even though it's bad for LeBlanc, I think I was confident. And at the Baron steal, I knew we couldn't win the fight. So I just went for the steal because that's the only thing I could do. And then in the base, I had to do that kind of play or it was lost, so.
Yep, it was almost lost. Huni, I saw you smiling when he said, I wanted to pick it because I'm a better player, very confident. We know that you're quite confident as well. Talk to me about your game.
Yeah, for me it was since the draft. For me, I did counter pick because they pick already. We assumed that they're going to use top cannon, and then that's why I was picking Gecko. And then actually, it was my lane phase was totally fine, and then I had pressure in my lane phase. By that, and I was pretty fat, and then our goal was just killing enemy AD carry. So actually, we did well about that, and then we got, we successed that goal, and then we finally won.
You say goal was killing the enemy AD carry. You know that On is fantastic on Jinx. And then with that Tom Kench, do you feel maybe sometimes you tunneled a little bit too much on killing him? Because that Tom Kench was really annoying, to say the least, Febiven?
Yeah, we knew they were gonna pick this. Our focus was on their AD carry because we just want to shut him down. And it was extremely hard because the Tom Kench EAT is just so strong. I thought we were gonna lose this game, but they just messed up, so.
And you stepped up.
I guess so.
You guess so. Let's step away from this game. Fantastic. You guys are first seed. You're going into the quarterfinals out of first seed out of Europe, but there are some question marks, I think, for the fans as well, because in some games, even maybe in this one, we saw the problems that we saw from Fnatic that you had in the spring split, sometimes going in when you shouldn't, picking the wrong moments. You haven't been able to completely fix it until now. How are you going to make sure that that doesn't happen again in the quarterfinal, Huni?
For me, last week I think we were so cocky because we win so much game on the practice game or scrims, and we did really well until now, and then so that's why we didn't prepare enough. So sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
So if we just focus on more draft, and then we play around objects and then play map, then it's going to be really easy for us, and then there's no problem, I think.
Anything to add?
It's not gonna be easy, it's gonna be hard for sure.
It is going to be hard, whoever you draw, but at least you got this huge momentum win. Anything you want to say to the fans? They're more talking to you than you're talking to them.
Really, thanks for cheering me all the time when I was just on stage. Even I play really bad, they just chilling, like screaming "Huni, Huni," and then by that I didn't lose my confidence, and then I could actually come back my condition.
Yeah,
I play really well.
You wanna say anything?
For me, it's really weird because normally people don't scream my name here, but it's really, really awesome. Thank you, everyone, for cheering for us.
I'm going to wrap this up and thank you guys. One more thing. AHQ, you implied it already, is very strong. They still have a tiebreaker to play versus C9. What do you think is going to happen?
I think AHQ is going to win because C9's playstyle is really predictable and they're drafting in a similar way every game. So I think they're definitely counterable. And AHQ is the better team.
You lost a little bit of their left there. Hey, I asked for a prediction. No, thank you guys very much. Congratulations, the first seed for Fnatic, but it took some work, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. To start off, I want to welcome Jake Spawn, Tiberi to the desk. We're pulling musical chairs all throughout the day with the analysts. But gentlemen, we had high expectations for that game, and that game exceeded all expectations, at least in terms of hype and the amount of back and forth between the two teams. So there is a ton to cover. Let's start in picks and bans. In the pregame, we were discussing how our team's going to deal with this AD cannon that Fnatic had been showing throughout the day. AHQ shows up, picks it first rotation.
Yeah, and I really liked it because part of AHQ's strength is the fact that they've got this star AD carry that dishes out heaps of damage, and people tunnel on the fact that Kennen is great initiation, but he is one of the best peeling top laners in the game if you just stand on top of your AD carry and hit your ultimate button, which is what was happening like pretty much every single one of those team fights. So it gave Arn a lot of space to move around these team fights, which should have been very difficult because he had a LeBlanc and an Echo diving for him every time, sped up by their Sivir, but he was was just able to execute because of a great pick ban phase out of AHQ.
I think on the Fnatic side, I really like the addition of Sivir in the last rotation. Even though Sivir does not have good kind of synergy with LeBlanc or Echo, I really like it because they needed wave clear, simply because they wanted to, in the early to mid game, just play the split push games, play the pick game where they use the Shen to pick people off, and then eventually in the late can rely on the Echo and LeBlanc scaling.
In the game, I thought that the matchup would revolve around a lot of action in the top side and the bot side of the game, and exactly that happened. But a shock was the Zed blind from AHQ. It was like, okay, we've never seen this. Like, it's kind of weird. And then the LeBlanc. Now, LeBlanc doesn't do that well into Zed, especially early on. But because both of these teams knew that it's going to be a side lane game, they're comfortable putting Febiven into a less favorable matchup just because Westor has been struggling somewhat during the laning phase in that 1v1. So, okay, we'll take the LeBlanc. We know we can do fine in lane. And he won lane just pretty comfortably. But eventually, the game just revolved all about top and bottom.
Well, and as you predicted, there was a lot of action around top
close.
and bottom. It was very close, too. We saw the early successful tower dive by Fnatic, but not too long after, a successful tower dive by AHQ.
Yeah, it's exactly what I highlighted in the pregame, where I highlighted that AHQ is very, very good at punishing. We see, as Crumbs predicted, like the top lane play, where Fnatic like to play around the top lane. They have the elites in the top lane, as I mentioned, and they don't spot the Gragas. Then you have to predict this dive in bot lane. Fnatic, you need to predict this gank because it's so obvious. Gragas is not in the top side. You have to know that Gragas is coming bottom. Ziv is running away from the tower. Rekkles needs to do the same. And AHQ shows once again they are really good at punishing mistakes.
And this is the thing that I love about this rivalry that's starting to evolve ever since MSI. One team plays around our top laner and the other team plays around a superstar AD carry. And both times it looks like they're coming out fairly equal in the mid game. And then it just all comes down to this late game team fighting execution. What a great way to watch League of Legends.
Now, when you talk about, I mean, there were so many team fights, late game, mid game, early game team fights. I want to talk about the Tahm Kench pick being as important as it has been throughout the tournament so far and how much more important it might become as we move into the bracket stages. We've seen multiple occasions where he has been used as an initiator, but also an immense help in saving an AD carry like Jinx.
This champion is so unbelievably obnoxious. So you know Fnatic's game plan is you have to kill Jinx. So you see the teleport coming into the river because they spotted these three guys over there. Okay, let's home guard TP. Let's go for the Jinx. And they're going all out for this. The Shen ultimate, everything instantly eats flash to movement speed, gets spat out. Like, it is so hard to kill this Jinx because she's kiting so well with Tahm Kench. She has so much mobility just in this composition that she's actually able to escape this fight, survive, and just based on the Tahm Kench pick, she's able to save the game because Fnatic stays trying to stall, trying to finish the game at the same time. She gets back with the home guards, 2-shot Sivir, and we're back to a fresh slate in this game.
Yeah, and you get to see why Arn is prized as like the best AD carry coming out of the LMS, even though he's got people like Ziv, like Westor, why they throw all their resources into it. But on the other side, you got to respect the 3-threat comp coming out of Fnatic. I call it the kitchen sink comp because they literally throw everything at you, like including the kitchen sink in these team fights. And then eventually, like if you just keep doing that, AHQ's comp is arguably a better team fighting comp, but it's just way harder to execute time and time again. Whereas you run double assassins, eventually you will get your man. And that is what happened in that team fight. One too many times, they just gambled with it and they were able to finally catch the Jinx.
Well, there's a lot of conversation. A lot of people do believe that having more damage late game is more important than having more tanks. Simply based on the fact that the duration of a team fight, if you can put more DPS out, you will end up winning. And essentially, it feels like the game scaled to that point where the 3 threats ultimately were able to do enough to deal with the 1-2 threats of AHQ.
I think the argument with that is that really high damage composition from Fnatic is such high execution. LeBlanc cannot go in for less than half a second without getting blown up. Same thing with the Echo. So they played it beautifully, literally right at the last possible second.
Like, I was worried for some time because I think the Baron Steel kind of saved them. Oof.
Yeah. Well, now we have a tie to settle, so the 2-way tie for last ticket to London. The teams will play out a single tiebreaker game with the winner advancing to the quarterfinals. Since Cloud9 has the fastest average win time of the two teams, they have the choice of side and have elected to play on the blue end of Summoner's Rift. So as we expected, that's what they would do. We're in for some bonus League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to settle the score between Cloud9 and AHQ.
It's the battle for first place. AHQ won the last one, but Fnatic can take it over.
Teleport and on level 6. They're teleporting in, but it's Rainover that's got the kill, and they want Catfish for dinner. And Febiven's in full retreat. Gets the Mimic. That's gonna eat a death mark, and Westor will get one and not get a second.
Febiven! Holy crap, he's stolen! But the fight continues. Ziv zones him out. Rekkles running and running away. Febiven wants the kill, but he's not gonna get it. On gets the shutdown. And now Huni jumped on by Westor. He doesn't have Zonias. How many little? Oh, do you do this? Oh, kill everyone! Kill everyone! And Fnatic picked the first seed out of the group. Welcome back to the final day of Group B, coming to you live from Paris, France. Now, guys, we are setting up for our final game of the group stage, actually a tiebreaker match for the last quarter-final spot. It's Cloud9 versus AHQ Esports, and this will determine our 8th and final team in the top 8.
Yeah, and of course, because Cloud9 have the faster average win time throughout the group stage, they had choice of side. They've elected to go blue side. I think that's incredibly important.
Yes.
Because they can target ban Westor, and the onus of banning champions like Mordekaiser, like GP, then lies on the side of AHQ. So this, in theory, should give Cloud9 at least a small edge in the draft.
And I really do think that as the tournament goes on, teams will develop counterpick strategies for the Mordekaiser and Gangplank. I do think they are beatable champions, though right now there's no strats this way. So the red side pretty much has to ban these champions. They're very, very strong. Neither's actually lost a game yet at Worlds. So blue side right now does give you a very big advantage that you can actually ban away champions that your opponents like to play. And I really, really want to see Jinx off the table.
Tahm Kench is gone. And it's something that we saw give Fnatic so much trouble in the previous games. And of course, with the unknown factor of Arn and Albus, are they going to ban Jinx? That's the question.
I mean, they almost have to, right? And they have the room to do that, just to make that play here. But just HQ opening with a Zir and see if they take off the Gangplank. Yup, that's going to happen.
Yeah, so nothing surprising yet. Fizz is still available. Westor played Twisted Fate earlier in the day, and Fizz off the table. I guess for Cloud9, it's the obvious one. Lulu still up and available. If Cloud9 wanted to put all their eggs in the sneaky basket, it's worked for them several times in the past.
We'll see, and the thing is, Lee Sin picked up. Cloud9 thinks the Tahm Kench ban is enough to prevent the AHQ hard carry strategy. Mountain is going to be happy to play Rek'Sai, though. Greg is, of course, still on the table. They thought the Elise ban and taking Lee Sin would have been important enough.
Last time AHQ was on first rotation purple, they picked Jinx, and they took away something that Cloud9 wanted, which was, that's something that Fnatic wanted, which was the cannon. This time they could actually go for the Morgana, steal that pivotal pick away from the Veigar composition, also have Black Shield to dodge those cages, so that's a counter pick that could potentially come out. Looking to start their draft the same way they did earlier, though, with that cannon flex.
This is interesting. This makes me feel like Incarnation's going to definitely play Veigar in this game because with Tahm Kench gone, the obvious single target assassination removal is gone. And they're like, yeah, HQ, go play that Jinx, play the slower AD carry. I think it's still very tricky because On has shown he is up to the task of carrying the game by himself. So if this strat works for C9 of essentially baiting this pick, then okay.
I think Jinx Morgana would have actually been a really good opening rotation here. You steal it away from Lamination, you force him to play Braum. It plays well into the Braum if you time your Black Shields right, and you can deny some Lee Sin kicks and Veigar cages, but doesn't really come out. Could still see that later, though. Cloud9 generally picks up the support very late in their drafting. HQ can decide where to put that cannon, perhaps already in the next rotation.
Well, for balls, it's all Darius all day. They pick it fairly earlier today. Darius and Lee Sin were their first 2 picks. With Lee Sin already on the table, Cloud9 could play it safe. We've heard a lot of talk about how Darius is relatively safe into most matchups.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of experience on the champion, but the tempo of even the picks and bans is significantly slower because of the importance of this game right now.
Well, that's just C9. They almost always wait till the last 5 seconds, and they lock in unison. So this Morgana Twitch, a new look here.
I like Sneaky Switch, and more importantly, he can actually get the first trade here on every time too.
First of the worlds as well.
Yep.
Because if he pops his ulti, either he ambushes him, gets him in out of position where he can guarantee win, or later in the fight, he has a way bigger range than even a max level 9 Max Rocket's Jinx. So opening up here, with no Braum available just yet. Braum is a hard counter though. Braum and Yasuo are so hard to play against if you are Twitch, and AHQ could still fit them into their composition.
Give that cannon to one of the solo laners. And stick that Braum in Albus's hands, but for AHQ now, where else do they go? We know Westor loves his assassins. We know he wants to find something that can blow Sneaky off the map. I guess if you want to come behind him, counter some of the invisibility, TF could be an option. Lulu is still available. It was actually last picked earlier today when Cloud9 was on red side. And slight flavored change from what we were expecting.
This is so likely to be a cannon support right now. Otherwise, AHQ is going to operate the game without a single tank in their lineup or just a support tank. And Cloud9 taking a different approach here. Knock, knock.
Oh,
Yasuo
wow.
composition.
That's an entirely quick pivot. I actually have to give C9 some props for this one. The only sign that sort of betrayed that it might have been a Yasuo comp was that Lee Sin first pick. The other two make sense, but only once you realize the comp is there. So the Malphite for the setup, the Lee Sin can do it as well. C9 are set up for a very aggressive take on what initially looked really defensive based on the Twitch pick.
And thematically, it makes sense, right? Every single phrase in the interview from Febiven, though, their AHQ is a good team, their AD carry is better. Every time we talk about AHQ, Ziv on that Jinx, Ziv on that Jinx. You now have a wind wall to get him. You can ambush him, with sinking it behind him for the kick. They don't have a black shield. And if all else fails, you literally just dunk him with the Malphite just charging at him. So Ziv showed that he could kite some assassins, but this is some hardcore engage coming his way, and he'll have a hard time trying to survive that on Rotter.
We'll see how.
On the Witch Man.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and
perhaps it's top lane Zinx. You know, you never know.
The difficulty now, is how on earth does he position? Because we've seen Hai find ways to get involved in team fights over and over. You can argue to the effectiveness throughout the course of the group stage. Over eager maybe today, giving away more kills than he should. And Sneaky pulling out the very first Twitch of the World Championships.
Yeah, well, with a name like that, how could you help but pick the champion here? It's an old joke. I've done it before in the NALCS. But either way, this is going to be really interesting because these are AD carries who typically build around defensively. You grab a bunch of peel and you make sure they stay alive. But the comp's actually a bit different. Both these comps, to me, look very go forward. Yep. And the long range allows them to participate with what the rest of the team is doing.
C9 desperately need a lane swap though. Not only does it open up the map for more angles and gank patterns here from the Twitch, they also have pretty atrocious laning phase early. That 2v2 Twitch Morgana is hard to play into Ken and Jinx. Not impossible, especially once, even if you go slightly behind on level 6, Westor will simply just pour down and just make your life a living hell. So lane swap definitely in C9's favor here.
Well, we'll see if they can get that lane swap to come in here because we are into the last game of the group stage. We're going to find out who is going to be the 8th and final team in the quarterfinals. And as always, guys, you know the drill. Hashtag C9 win, hashtag AHQ win. Lane swap going to be important for C9, dodging the 2-on-2 because Sneaky will be very important here.
And you can see the fans here in Paris definitely on the side of Cloud9. When Febiven gave an honest answer on who he thought would win, the crowd disagreed. Febiven felt it'll be AHQ, but Cloud9 have drafted a team composition that hits AHQ where they are strongest.
It also does hit them where they're weakest as well. You heard Febiven also say that he thought Westor was the weakest player on the team, that he could outplay him. And Incarnation has been one of, if not the best performing individual player on Cloud9 at this World Championship. Yasuo is a champion who can take over games. And there are 4 squishies to target in this AHQ lineup.
And so much of AHQ's damage can be negated by that wind wall. Ai's a little eager here.
He's already learned Q. He's got to be careful. Mountain gets move speed for this hunt.
He learned Q, he may have learned his
Last
lesson.
Q could kill him.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was no reason at all to go for that second Q proc. That will lead nowhere. It's the minor choke. Like, why?
Hai is very new to the Lee syndrome. He has not developed an understanding or a remedy for it yet.
He hasn't built up the immunity, you know?
Yes.
After you overcome smallpox or...
chickenpox.
Yeah, chickenpox.
That's
That's
a better one.
To be fair, I think you can overcome smallpox, but... You know, he never got his Lee Sin chickenpox yet, so we've got it out here now in the most important game.
Everybody knows at every elo, up until maybe Diamond, you follow the second Lee Sin Q. Also just mention that both solo laners on both sides of the rift are running flash teleport. So let's see how Incarnation and Westor are going to play the map. Well, Sneaky and Elimination are maybe going to be a little sneaky.
The Nidalee Lee Sin jungle matchup is actually pretty interesting because they can both duel each other depending on who gets to jump on whom and who actually initiates. Take into that equation the fact that the high splash is now down could lead to a bit of a power shift here towards Mountain. Mountain has shown so far though that he hasn't been the best at finding these early openings. So that could be the saving grace for High here, but he loses a lot of his gank potential, and he actually gave up double buffs earlier today too, so really have to be careful.
C9 trying so hard to dodge the matchup. They're going to arrive like 40 seconds late to the lane, hiding near the mid lane.
This is how big the disparity in that matchup is. It's incredibly hard to play Twitch into a Jinx because you need a lot of auto attacks to then expunge and trade, but into a cannon who will stun you in that time for you it takes to win that trade. Cannon will stun you and then you lose it anyway, so nigh impossible matchup here.
And of course, keep in mind that Jinx Cannon actually can push reasonably well. And if they want to shove in the lane really hard and then swap back to the top lane, that is a possibility. Sneaky and Lemon can't push nearly as fast unless he does learn Tormented Soil. Right now that we're not seeing any pushes happen, then you may just play the standard lane swap game of fast turret pushes.
Oh, we see an adaptation here. Lemon Nation heading down together with his support, or his top laner Balls. Balls your support, I am the carry now. AP Morgana. But yeah, they're going for a two-man tower defense, or at least Lemon's pathing to the mid lane now, so he's just trying to become a wild card here, just showing up left and right, or walking around his jungle. Taking the scenic route, Summoners Drift, really enjoying the texture updates that we brought to this map.
I think he's looking to see if Ziv and Mountain are already jungling in this bottom side of the map. They're not right now. Ziv, of course, already down to this brush, spotted by Elimination. But it's going to be a 2 versus 3, potentially 4.
Yeah. And High's on the other side of the map. This happens very often when C9 sets up a play where they need their jungler. High in the early game ends up at a completely different side of the map, and then everybody kind of has to wait for him to get done with his business, for him to then even out whatever's happening.
Well, it does allow Incarnation time to fight Westro. Doesn't stay for the auto attacks, though. And he actually hit it without the wind shield on, so now he has the ability to do all this.
I mean, Ziv could have teleported to the top lane.
He was totally safe.
Yeah, totally safe. He could have been ahead so many minions because they'd have no clue whatsoever up until the point where Nidalee showed herself where Mountain was. So this is a bit of a mistake from AHQ. They didn't punish at C9 at all for the mistakes they made, so game stays even.
4 members of AHQ going to take down this tower in the not too distant future, while Balls and Lemonation try to fend off some of the aggression. High continues to farm the jungle, and Sneaky is hitting that top tower. It's about half hit points at the moment, so tower will fall in favor of AHQ quicker.
Good recall stop that'll give a little bit more time for Sneaky to get the situation he wants, but on right now will have Pickaxe Gold on the recall. Sneaky gonna be pretty slow in knocking this turret down, actually. The fact that he's only one person doing this, there's still a lot of time to go.
Even if they get that tower out, the game will stay even. There's a good chance if Ziv TTs that he could maybe hold it here, but you just really have to question what AHQ was doing, not teleporting into that 1v1 on the top lane. They could have had a snowballing Darius right here to really take control of the map.
And looks like Ziv will not lose his turret, so the only advantage that Cloud9 gained was solo XP on Sneaky, while On shared it.
And look at Lemonation, level 1 right now.
We'll see how that works out. Not only is he under-leveled to Albus's level 3, Balls level 2 to Ziv's level 4. Teleport is still available for Balls. He's got no tower to move around to. He's still sticking around in this bottom lane. And Lemonation, for the time being, looks like he's going to hold his hand.
High is still there.
And there's some defensive wards on the bottom side to make sure that the mountain gank doesn't work.
Whey.
And that's the advantage gone. 2 members of C9 were ahead in experience. That was High over Mountain. Mountain right now is farming up to equalize High out. Sneaky is ahead, but it's probably the least important player to be ahead in terms of experience when it comes to an AD carry. Switch is one of the better AD carries to have ahead, but still, coming out of lane swap, you want your top laner ahead. You want your jungler roughly even, but your AD carries, you don't really care about all that much.
Sneaky just gets a pretty bad recall anyway. Just Vamp Scepter, nothing special for how long he sat up there unperturbed. Yeah, tower kill, of course, worth half to a full wave of gold anyway, so whether he got extra time up there or not, doesn't matter. On's going to feel pretty good about this one. Balls will TP finally and head up to the top lane, but he's down 14 CS and a level before the matchup even starts. And it's not like Sneaky's far ahead either.
Well, Balls is in his standard Worlds position at the moment, down in CS, down in levels. But traditionally, he catches that back up once a couple of towers have fallen, and he's given some of that side lane soak, as it were.
This has to be the latest level 2 in the entire tournament for Elimination. He's still level 1 right now. That cannon,
there it is.
Level 2.
625.
Get himself at least a little bit of gold. High, going to be sniffing around for more. Against Fnatic earlier, that mid lane gank really hurt him, but there's no pressure this time, and Sneaky, a good trade onto On.
And because Albus went to the top lane and helped Ziv for a little bit, Honest actually out-leveling Sneaky, or he was until a second ago, so there's really no advantage anywhere to be had. Even Incarnation, who's up in CS, is only equal in gold to Westor thanks to that Twisted Fate passive. I mean, there are really no bright spots right now for C9.
Certainly not. You can see Incarnation being chunked down. If you look at the hit point totals, Balls is also chunked to below half. So while those trades are going on, C9 solo laners taking a lot of hits as wildcards, just tagging Incarnation as he was sweeping that blade through the minions. Mountain gonna look maybe for a tower dive. Thinks better of it. Ball's getting closer and closer to that unstoppable force.
He just dinged 5 though, and Ziv would know that, so they know it's about 3 waves until Balls can ult. His TP is down as they're aware of, but his flash is up.
This is good though. Sneaking, moving to the mid lane. This is what you have to do with Twitch. You can't go for extended laning phases, but Westor is playing pretty far back anyways to really give Incarnation the time.
Tornado lands, but you're not going to follow that up.
If that Rat-a-tat-tat was available.
Even then, I don't think you'd go
maybe,
for it. Under the turret?
With Incarnation diving, I would believe.
All right.
You've got to have the...
If you're bold, you can go for that play, but it doesn't matter because there's no Rat-a-tat available. Sneaky is still level 5, and On is comfortably scaling up with the Jinx. Now gets the Avarice Blade to just get rewarded for more farming. And Sneaky, he will have to make a pick somewhere. Because later on, it'll be a lot easier for HQ to spot him, because whenever they even think he's ulting or sneaking up somewhere, they can just pop the TF ulti and just surprise him, take him out.
The one thing for TF, he's down 20 CS for Westor against Incarnation's Yasuo. But that is evened out in truckloads, as both Ziv and Arn are the exact same amount ahead of the Cloud9 members. So big CS advantage in favor of AHQ, plus the tower means that they've earned themselves 1,600 gold, and they're grouping on mid.
AHQ pulling the Cloud9 special, man. They can do it even better. The jungler shows up as well. 4 ranged champions just throwing auto attacks in there. Flame Chompers hit nothing, but this turret getting dangerously low, down below half.
Very, very heads-up play from AHQ. Cloud9, they came out looking strong last week, but were unable to diversify their strengths. And whether it be through picks and bans or now playstyle, their opponents are figuring them out. AHQ still playing very aggressive on the top half of the map, and Lee Syndrome high follows in.
Level 6 goes to look for the play. No Yasuo in range yet. Nice kick by Albus. Just barely misses Mountain, but high. Needs one more Q. He's stunned, but he gets unstunned. He gets the first blood. The black shield is not enough, though, as the auto attack comes through. A trade, and Albus has buffs. First blood, though, still to High.
That was a really close kick as well. High using Albus to potentially get Mountain there. So close, and then he still gets that kill somehow. He's playing very aggressively, and in all the games that C9 have been losing today, High's been playing very high pressure, so he's actually been doing a good job trying to keep the game even. However, the whole reason that the game kind of falls out of C9's favor is High's heavy farm style in the first 4 to 5 levels.
And you see just how far behind Balls is to Ziv. Ziv getting that stacks of Noxian Might and looking for the dunk. Not going to find the low enough hit points to follow it up. And luckily for Sneaky, he's now bounced back. Thanks to that push in the mid lane tower, Arn lost a couple waves of CS, or rather gave a couple waves of uncontested CS to Sneaky. And that's going to shrink that gap ever so slightly. Cutlass already picked up into the Pickaxe Avarice Blade. So again, it's just this sort of laning phase that AHQ will be relatively happy with, thanks to the scaling on both their mid laner and their AD carry.
AHQ have a lot of winning lanes, though, is the thing, so they can keep pushing things out, showing up to the mid, kind of covering for Westor a little bit. Great wind wall by Incarnation.
Didn't even pop the passive.
Well, yeah, he dashed backwards and easy peasy. High steals 9 gold, well done.
Luckily for C9 Balls, hang on here, Incarnation connects.
Gold card used, shield in for High, finds the Q. Perfect preemptive flash by Westor, and High is a hit away from dead. Dodge the wild cards.
Super Mega Death Rocket. Observers, they're going to track it. Let's see if this one hits.
You missed on.
Field goal? Is that what you guys call it?
3 points for On.
3 points for On, but Elimination, he's going to dash through this minion. He's going to dash to Westor.
Yes,
and
he
he's
can.
going to kill him. Westor is down. Febiven called him out, and Incarnation says, I agree.
Touchdown, Incarnation.
6 points to C9. They're up 3 right now. We'll see if they can get the point after here. And it's going to be pushing for the mid turret, so that looks like it's going to be 2 extra points.
I love sports ball references.
What a fumble from Westor, though. He really just... Why do you overextend right there? You get out when you're alive, just base, just come back. You have a global ultimate that can put you back under safe turret range and just keep farming, but
yeah,
so greedy.
And meanwhile, Ziv looking for a slam dunk on this one. Pulls in balls, gonna get him down to 1,000 health. Noxy might get some pretty low, but no hole in one. Now to the bottom lane, here we go.
Albus has got the slicing Maelstrom. High's looking for more. Look at On, 250 HP. Rat-a-tat-tat, and Albus is split. A two-man knockup. High plays ping pong, but does not find the killing blow.
Oh, that's a fault. Take another try for that serve High. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage. It will give them turret pressure, though. The C9 can feel good about this.
While that was going on, though, take a look at Balls. He's low and Unstoppable Force and Flash was used, so we'll have to keep track of what happened there.
Yeah, Balls with his low econ top laner getting camped a little bit there. Luckily for them, he's a fundamental part of just C9's setup, and he doesn't really need to be that far ahead, but what an unforced error there from High, really going in with that kick. He wanted to get the 2 kills, but it just was a little bit too much. Just get that 1 kill could have been enough, but very, very close overall. C9, though, trying to equal this game out, but suddenly losing in the top lane again and 2,000 gold behind still.
Elimination, they're gonna have to be a bit careful. Teleport's coming in. He's pretty low on health. No, can he time the Black Shield? No, he doesn't. And Sneaky comes across the side. Easy pickup. Rocket lands on him from downtown.
It's not over. Well, now it is. Elimination's gonna flash away, and for Cloud9, despite the positive play on the bottom, AHQ snap back ferociously. Destiny and Teleport nets themselves another kill, and they're gonna get their first dragon of the game.
Look at Mountain. He's actually jungler that power farms a lot in the I wouldn't call it mid game, but in the later stages of the early game. He's now 20 CS ahead of High. Yet last game against Fnatic, he did it too. He did it in full vision, just AFK farming constantly. So if you fail your ganks to C9, he will punish you by just getting more resources in his jungle.
Balls finds a way to knock down the top turret. Of course, it was already dropped really low by Sneaky, who pretty much got that turret on base. So just bunts it in, and Balls gets the turret kill. 2-2 in this one, though. And a fairly close game, 2,000 lead for AHQ.
So AHQ are going to be fairly happy with the advantages they built from their strong laners. Despite the fact that Westor is already low, this is kind of modus operandi for AHQ. Westor traditionally falls behind in lane, but his side lanes do very well. Ooh, close. And then Westor can impact the side lanes by use of teleports, or in this case, the Destiny. So for AHQ, I want to see how effectively and safely they position themselves. Ziv is going toe-to-toe with Balls. There is an Unstoppable Force for Balls that he may need. He's going to do it. Follow flash and the dunk. One more Decimate's not enough just yet. High wants to buy some time, and Balls will survive the bleed. The Gromp is helping Ziv, though, and it takes a tag onto High. High's not going to want this fight and will back away.
Lead time is out, but a Rocket's coming across the map. Should be called out from the mid lane. 3 more points for On.
Well, Ziv defying nature right there, showing that rocks can bleed. High gets out there, but Balls looking to go down.
Well done by Mountain. I mean, Balls only a shard of the monolith. You bring an entire Mountain over.
What a shot.
And High can take him back out.
Incarnation may want to look for Ziv. He doesn't have a knockup charged yet. Will need to follow up with the Steel Tempest. Now he's going available. Who will he hit? Gonna choose one target. Exhaust is up. Jumps onto Albus to close the distance. Slicing Maelstrom is there. Incarnation gets one on Ziv. And Sneaky follows up onto Albus.
What a great fake out. Everybody thinks he's going for Darius, but he switches over to support and uses him as a vessel to get that kill and then take the next one. Fantastic play from Incarnation.
Albus taking some lessons from Febiven, saying, hey, special delivery, I can do that one too. Wow, what a great play by Incarnation, though.
And Cloud9 are reacting to AHQ's aggressive plays. AHQ cannot afford to put themselves in positions where the damage dealers of Cloud9 can kill them. That's the only thing that will cost AHQ this game.
Look at this prediction from Hyde.
Wow.
On Mountain's jump right there.
He also smites before Q lands just to get that little bit of extra damage, because you get the missing health damage on the Q, and then Incarnation just runs faster, it happens. So even though Albus gets the stun, it doesn't matter.
Really well played. And this is the Incarnation that was meant to be playing for Cloud9 all split long. He really came into light as the regional qualifiers started to play out. And it's good to see a confident, aggressive Incarnation in the game that is now the most important for the team.
Well, all that was going on, though. Westor did take a tower in the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, and not Ziv was actually firing on that AD carry, so he's getting ahead to the state that he tries to get into before he can carry those games. That 2 item spike, he's still looking for that IE shift.
And keep in mind, we are still on a 3,000 gold lead for AHQ, a pretty sizable advantage. Yes, mid lane turret will finally fall. Easily picked up. Teleport's coming in high. Cannot find this. Good Black Shield. Lemon timing it correctly.
Yeah, gets him out alive.
Just a warning there with the yellow card for high.
For AHQ, as we said, the only thing that can really hurt them is positioning. So let's see if they can slow the tempo down, once again gain control of those side lanes, and they want to storm. Mountain's gone for a first major item Rod of Ages on that jungle Nidalee.
Well, we'll see if that stat can happen. Of course, AHQ have been happy to play fairly late games, and in fact, again, the reason they didn't get side choice in this game was they had slower average wins than Cloud9. They played these later game battles where the big carries scale up. Mountain and On going to be two of the bigger ones here. And as the Infinity Edge is done, On's going to feel really good about this one. Attack speed, Boot's already done as well, so even in rocket form, his DPS is going to be solid.
And that vision denial around the mid lane is very important. To have those two pink wards in the side brushes, that gives Sneaky an angle to just hide in and then sneak into the mid lane and just try and look for an assassination. Because so far on this Twitch pick, he's down in CS about 45, but he hasn't really found an opening. 1 kill on every 80 carry right now, so we're looking for Sneaky to do exactly what he's doing here. Wait for somebody to show up and clear the mid wave, and then suddenly get behind them, you know, surprise them, and then find an opening to get an objective.
It's a difficult position for Cloud9 when one of the most proactive things that they can do is try to set up these ganks. AHQ are not falling for it. Admittedly, a lot of their players were back looking to spend money. Albus looking towards that Zeke's Harbinger as a potential first item, and that's really going to accelerate the damage that Han can put down.
Yeah, but everything for C9 hinges on the new guy, on Incarnation. That wind wall has to block so many rockets from On later in these fights, and it can. We've seen it before in this exact same comparison. Yasuo can hard counter Jinx in fights, especially with then have a setup for balls to just instantly ulti when he tries to path around the wind wall, or just cut him off and then kill the remaining parts of the team. So C9 definitely by no means out of this game, regardless of what the story that the gold lead is telling, because it doesn't matter how much gold AD carry has, if he can't hit you, not gonna happen.
We've seen that happen in the Fnatic game. There were team fights where the first thing On ever did was get inside Tahm Kench's belly and then die right as she left. So always a chance that happens here. How you play the fight's what matters.
20 seconds until Dragon. Westor's already shoved that wave in. I believe he stood on top of a pink ward, or at least he was the last time I looked down. May have been replaced as there's 3 of them in this bottom river. Another one up top. So HQ not the deepest vision, but they've got it running all the way along this Dragon Pit. So set up for any potential engagement. That will force C9
Look for
to
engage
clear
from
as
C9,
they go.
because there's Darius split pushing in the top lane. HQ, they just want to play a patient approach here with TF split pushing bot lane. They could even yield this Dragon for a tower. C9 want to engage.
Top lane TP advantage makes it easy, but Mountain gets caught out. Oh no! The free kick gets the first kill, and Cloud9 now in control. No jungler, don't you even bother. Top lane turret might go down, but this should be an easily picked up. Westor's gonna teleport out, but gets caught. There's the Dragon, and here's the chase for balls.
Well, Westor's going to continue to run away. He should just get run down. It looks like
He runs
Incarnation
faster.
will cut him off. So Dragon secured by Cloud9. High enabled that last
Gets
breath.
strong.
And
Good stun, and Westor's running.
Well,
He needs the minion wave now.
yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to get away. Even if he gets the minion wave, it'll buy some time for Incarnation to just dash and dash. Good flash.
Q, flash Q,
Gets it.
beautiful! Top lane turret still goes down, no assist to the Malphite, so a bit less gold than you would need. Mid lane turret still okay.
How the hell did Mountain die? I don't even know. Like, I'm looking and I'm like, AHQ disengaging, beautifully spreading out, and then suddenly Mountain just drops Sneaky.
Well, he's not so sneaky. Gonna get caught out. Chompers are not gonna connect, but the exhaust will. Incarnation does not have last breath available. Gonna be looking for a knockup. Actually will get stunned up for a second. Mountain's gonna try chase him down. Wind wall is up. It will not block the kill. They've traded 1-for-1 support for mid laner. Balls and High are gonna run down Ziv. That decimate heal is so effective, but Sneaky with the red buff picks up the kill. A 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, Stone gets denied, and just the entire setup of that fight really was HQ giving a free throw right there, just throwing away the lead in a position where they shouldn't.
Yeah, and when that happens, High just gives the alley-oop over to Westor, or to Incarnation rather, and all goes well. So 5-kill lead for Cloud9. Problem is AHQ have played the lanes better. They're still up a turret, and they're still up so much farm that it's a big gold lead.
And look at Sneaky. He knows he doesn't have to take out On. He can switch to Albus right here, keep away. Once he gets exhausted, Albus doesn't really pass state for him, gets the Black Shield from his support. Ziv getting kited, and that's obviously what you do against Juggernauts. Incarnation sacrifices his life, but C9 trading evenly and then cleaning up Ziv later on. So good positioning overall by C9 in this fight.
Even though Ziv managed to land a 2-man Q to heal 24% missing health, Just not enough. Good chase down.
Well-handled team fight on multiple fronts. The thing is, even though Cloud9 are winning these fights, it's still not clawing back this gold lead that AHQ's built up.
And AHQ's gonna get a massive spike once this Kennen support finishes Zeke's. He'll have to change his playstyle though, because Kennen support likes going in early in the fight, soaking up damage and then AoE stunning. That obviously removes the possibility of that Zeke's being proc, so we may see a different approach to Albus's Kennen. Let's see if he actually can switch up his playstyle, because it's very hard to do that when you're just so used to playing a champion a certain way.
I also think this Malphite pick could definitely start paying more dividends. Once Balls builds up some more HP, gets that Randuin's, maybe even a Thornmail, gets that attack speed down on Iron and tries to keep in his face. Even if he doesn't kill him, buy enough time for Twitch and Yasuo to take the rest of AHQ out and then overrun Iron.
Well, Frozen Heart's the really big one for Balls here. The 3 big carries, not counting Mountain, I suppose, are all attack speed-based champions, at least in some way. And that will be an important pickup there once that does come through, but he's still got, I think, 500 gold roughly for Balls to finish that item.
Get that done shortly, but on 9 for High. We've not really talked about his item build too much. Warrior Enchant and working his way towards the Tiamat into Hydra. Full damage. Just get on the target, just assassinate Westor.
Wow.
And that's a bit non-traditional.
So we played full AP Elise just a little bit ago. Now he's on full AD Lee Sin. I mean, this is like, speaks to my solo queue self, where I have like a 30% win rate Lee Sin is one of my most played junglers, because damage is fun, but High really bringing his own ideas for how to play the game. Occasionally spectacular, occasionally he dies really fast.
They have been 50% successful on the world stage so far.
It makes sense in a certain way, because running Malphite compositions very often leaves you just completely too low on damage later in the game. Everybody will be looking at the carries too, so High can actually slip through this fight relatively unnoticed.
One big thing actually is High can kick Ziv through the back line and it'll deal ludicrous damage. Keep in mind, there was a change recently to the ultimate where the base damage of the skill is still the same, big AD ratio, a lot of base damage, but it also deals damage based on your initial target's bonus health to everyone else he hits.
Basically rewards you for getting a strike when you use a tank as a bowling ball. That is generally what you want to see with Lee Sin later in these fights. When everybody wants to peel, you just kick him into their teammates and then you get bonus damage. Makes a very easy setup there for both Balls and Incarnation to combo off that too. Have to see how good the synergy is. Ziv is running away here, fleeing from Terror.
And he's going to get knocked up into the fight. There we go.
The unstoppable force catches him. Sneaky's going to be in range. Will be able to pick up that kill very easily at the cost of High's life. Westor used Destiny, so I can only assume, to catch High out.
And Squishy, it's an easy kill picked up. So Jungler dead for top laner dead, but of course Ziv has TP, can rejoin his team as they head towards Baron.
They did lose their tank, so Baron's going to get rough here. Mountain. Bit of a duke out with Lamination. What I want to look for is when High kicks people in fights, at which point in the animation does Incarnation press R? If you do it immediately, you kind of lose some cooldown effect, and you can also wait for stuff to pinball together, so I have to see how much they've played this combination together later on.
Well, Cloud9 are going to try siege up this middle tower. Windwall is effective, and Incarnation gets a good chunk of Arn down. Exhaust is already used. Albus is going to eat that Dark Binding, and
Double
it looks
TP.
like that's a disengage. Here's the gold guard.
Knock up, not going to land, so Elimination's dead for certain. Ziv doesn't find anyone to kill, and Incarnation can run away, but that's a really good summoner teleport.
That was double TP though. Trading support for double teleport is perhaps worth it. Let's see what they lose in terms of the map though, because AHQ is about to take the dragon. Ball's pushed in the wave in bot, so Baron at least is safe, but AHQ, yeah, they're expanding their gold lead.
Continuing to. It feels like for every one step Cloud9 make, AHQ are able to make 2. So they're staying relatively close, and that gold lead is growing ever so slightly, but as the game pans out, as the game continues, it becomes less and less relevant because, of course, your total gold goes up. The Ziggs Harbinger was completed, though, so as long as Arn is alive and Albus is nearby, those rockets are going to hurt, much like Incarnation on Westor.
Gets stunned up, and no QSS means he has to run away now. And 3% lifesteal from Rune's going to keep his sustain up somewhere. Actually, take that back, that was just from the Doran's Blade. So no lifesteal on his page. But either way, just going to try to stay in this lane for a little bit. Now he's going to recall out. Infinity X is next on the table. So in 3,000 gold, if Incarnation is not stopped, he will destroy people, but it's going to be a while. 4 pink wards just picked up for C9, though. They want the map back.
Yeah, we see Ziv with his build that we've seen sometimes. Stellar Gage second on after Black Cleaver. And I'm with Deficio though here. It works in a sense that it rewards you if you get focused down and then you can start dealing damage in these fights, but you still have to get to your targets. You say, yes, we have lockdown coming out of TF and from Albus, but Albus will be playing these fights at a greater range because of the Zeeks that he has built. So overall, maybe it would have been wiser just going Deadman's Plate to close that gap for Ziv to get to the carries.
We'll find out as it looks like the team fight is being set up. That Zap from On will connect onto Balls, who is level 14 to the level 14 of Ziv. Despite the CS differences, Balls is currently only 500 gold down his opposite number.
Well, Westor can't reach his fight yet. Ulti wouldn't put him in range. Ziv losing a lot of his health down to 1,000. You can see Sterix Gage shield helping us a little bit there, but C9 are now in control of this top side of the map. And again, Westor can't reach this fight yet. He has to walk up to get there. He's going for the turret. There's the ulti, but he can't, again, reach his team.
This is gonna get scary. Javelin toss is connected onto High from Mountain. Westor's made it in range thanks to the Destiny and the Gate, and Sneaky eats a Javelin from Mountain.
Whoa!
The Gate is flashed away. On stays alive, and Albus throws on the Maelstrom.
It's gonna be enough for Balls to go down, so here comes the chase. The tail and a slicing Maelstrom tags a couple members. Elimination Black shields himself. Oh! Holy cow, a big engage and a triple kill for the AHQ AD carry. And this is gonna be the easy pickup at the end.
Disrespect from Balls. You can't make that move in full vision and think On will not flash it. He's been playing on point and took 4 Fnatic members in rapid succession as assassins to chase him down. You can't expect a flash Malphite ulti to take that guy down right now. Beautiful flash. That's a game-winning flash right there.
And what a play. Cloud9 realizing they were behind, realizing they were down, invest their pink wards in some form of vision control to make a Baron play. And AHQ counter it perfectly.
That was a clutch. That was so close. That changed the entire way this fight plays out because now Balls is left in the ultimate. Albus is joining. He can suddenly play aggressive because it doesn't matter if he dies or not. And then this Q flash here from Ziv, combined with the rocket, that's just disgusting. Doesn't even get time to ulti.
I'm still so impressed by AHQ. Remember, coming into this, the previous game, LMS teams were 5-0. They lost their first game in week 2 to Fnatic, 5-1 as a region. Flash Wolves, the #1 seed from Group A, and AHQ on par to take the 2nd seed here in Group B.
Problem is, On's Flash will be down for as long as the Baron buff lasts, so he has to be so careful when sieging, because Balls will now almost be able to guarantee a hit on this ultimate, so
and that guarantees a setup, and that guarantees a lot of damage.
Maybe, though, it won't be enough, because the remaining members can carry these fights out later on, but that's definitely what we're looking for in these fights.
10,000 gold lead, Mountain in the bottom lane right there. C9 have the advantage. They get the knockup, they get the push, and now it's down already. Now here comes the back half of the fight because Ziv is big in the front line. 1 kill picked up already. Balls gets chunked down. Mountain rejoins the battle. Flash pounce. Look at the burst damage. Lemonation can only press R and run away.
It doesn't matter if you kill On when there's so much damage on so many farmed members from the rest of AHQ. They extend their gold lead to 12,000 and they dangled on a hook and said, we dare you to hit him, we dare you. AHQ break open Cloud9's base and may have just broken their backs in the World Championships.
And North America poised to go 0-10. In the last week of the group stage. The storyline at Worlds was Western teams have a chance, North America's great, and even though Balls can pick off On, the entire reason they let Jinx up to try to bait him. Look at that hook, look at the walk back in a 2-man decimate, almost did enough damage to kite it back. Westor is still safe, thank you very much.
Ziv is just such an exceptional top laner. On any champion he plays, he looks fantastic.
Well, he looks fantastic. C9 made him look fantastic though this game. The biggest problem right now is just that Balls he got put so far behind, and they gave that initial lane swap, including the fact that Ziv could have actually teleported to the top lane and just ended the game right there and right then. He just got so far ahead, and C9 didn't win the crucial fights they had to win.
AHQ are looking to be a very, very real threat. Remember, whoever wins this, takes 2nd in the group, will go to London, and we will be doing the quarterfinal matchup draw live here from Paris before the show ends. So stick around, we'll do a post-game interview, and we'll get the draw set up on stage so we can find out who will be facing which team next week. And AHQ with this, phenomenal lead, They just have to play it safe and clean to close this game out.
And they're going to get right onto it. I mean, you can see even the javelins and zaps were timed with the dragon respawning. AHQ is on point right here as though they're a fingernail. And AHQ looking to close this one out to be the 8th team in the quarterfinals. On.
Just a moment of silence for that.
Despite being targeted.
Hang on.
No.
Yes, bro.
6-1-3. C9 left the Jinx up saying, I dare you to pick it. We're going to play Yasuo Malphite.
6-3 is 9. There we go.
On 6-1-3. You just need that one win. Albus, Mountain, and onto the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane while Zib is up top. Teleport is available. Westor has joined the fight as well, and Zib is being jumped on, but AHQ will be happy with this.
Doesn't
Zib's
exactly
got
take
one.
damage.
He's turning it around. A
Oh,
double dunk.
man. Cloud9, why did you bother trying to take this fight against the farm Darius? And now they're into the base. AHQ looking for the play. The Malphite ult does not matter. There is no damage. There is no base left. There is only victory for AHQ. One final dunk on the other side of the map. It's like he's playing Space Jam, and AHQ will be the final team out of Group B.
Great performance from AHQ. 3-1 on the day.
And what a heartbreaking defeat, though.
Yeah.
Cloud9 getting essentially reverse swept here, 3-0 into 0-4 later on, but props to AHQ for getting here. And we can't forget Cloud9 talked a little bit with their owner Jack 2 before this. It says if any point during the season they would have asked you, so here Jack, there's this piece of paper. If you sign this, you will go to the Worlds. We go 3-0 in your first week, but sadly will not make it out of groups. Seeing from how far C9 have come, he would have definitely signed that paper. So fantastic performance overall here still to get to this point.
Absolutely. At one point, Cloud9 was 9th place in the North American LCS. They finished regular season in 7th, 2 reverse sweeps and a bunch of playoff runs, and their run ends. But here on your screen is AHQ. They have deserved this spot.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, LMS's #2 seed takes the first seed in their respective group. And LMS's #1 seed takes the 2nd seed in their group. Their region sent 2 teams, and both of them have showed up, especially on the high-pressure days. Both AHQ and Flash Wolves had some questionable games last week, but today with 3 different teams back-to-back-to-back, they really performed well, and I want to see how they do with another week's preparation, knowing who their opponents will be. It was great to see some smiles on the looks of Cloud9 there just a second ago. You can see Jack on stage with the team.
And that is
It's been
leadership.
a good run.
That is leadership too, because it's incredibly hard to stay somewhat positive at this point. Because whenever you get that one step farther, you just forget how hard it was to get there, and you just get so disappointed when you just stop progressing. But C9, they can definitely be proud of their performance and what they've achieved so far. So, mad props to them just coming out of that hole. And then AHQ, can't forget, can't make the story all about C9. Just on, not Ziv. Just the way he played the game, it's just fantastic.
The thing is, I think because Arn and Ziv are so incredibly strong, either one of them can carry a game.
Sure.
It just depends on how it plays out. This game, Arn hit the final nails in the coffin, but I really feel it was Ziv on that Darius on that front line that allowed him to do that.
Absolutely. And especially just his performances on the last day. I mean, yeah, Ziv played a 2nd-tier role in most of these games here. On 3 games in a row on Jinx. Probably should have won all 3, to be honest. That Fnatic game, ridiculously close. But, he gets the game. He gets the tiebreaker. It was a well-played series by AHQ. 3 wins today.
And the door, again, no matter how much criticism or how much discussion this man generates, he is always relevant. He was down 30-40 CS to Incarnation within the first 20 minutes of the game. He ended with a CS advantage. His Twisted Fate found some vision plays around the map. Westor, man, he's just one of those exceptional long-standing mid laners.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Mountain, though. I mean, props for getting to this game, but he has some questionable decisions and just very heavy farm-reliant play patterns, where his gangsters don't really work out. If he goes into the quarterfinal and he gets a bad draw, that could actually prove to be punished really hard, because there are some well-oiled machines in there that will punish you if all you do is just farm early. But AHQ, they've look to adapt. And, you know, if they found their strengths, they could hide their weaknesses a little better, and they could be able to fix that for London.
Well, we know their 3 prospective opponents. Flash Wolves, of course, for their own LMS. These guys did beat them, so there's a good chance that that's an okay matchup. But, of course, SK Telecom T1 and KT Rolster. So in all 3 matchups, the other jungler is better. Bengi, Score, and Karsa, thank you. Yeah, I mean, all these guys are incredibly well regarded, having great World Championship performances so far. And that is a difficult road ahead. If Mountain can't just farm safely and win that way, that does become one of the weaker points of the AHQ lineup.
Week 2 overall, though, has been very fun to watch in terms of meta development. Coming into the tournament, we had no clue who was being played. We knew the certain OP champions. Lulu kind of took a dive in week 2, but you know, the resurgence of or just the Kench coming to the scene.
Oh, yeah. Kench was
being
unbenched.
back, Kennen being here in the equation just makes it for very, very fun picks and bans that we've seen a huge champion diversity. So that's fantastic to see overall.
It's been a bunch of great games here. It's going to do it for the casters here. But, of course, as we know, AHQ are going to London. We're going to hear for more on their victory. Going to head down to the interview lounge for a man with the mid lane.
Thank you very much. Indeed, West Door, the mid laner for AHQ, after securing their ticket to the quarterfinal. Well, West Door, what a day. Let's concentrate on the end of the day and talk about how you guys had that heartbreaking close loss to Fnatic. How did you manage to reset and take down Cloud9 and take your spot?
他说我们来谈谈，就是你今天打 Fnatic 的时候，然后你们几乎都快要赢了，可是就是非常可惜的，就是输了。啊，那时候你们是这一队是如何重整心情，然后振作，然后再打下一场打 C9 获得胜利？
其实输的当下还蛮沮丧的，就是因为如果加赛的话，我们是子方，那子方是现在公认比较弱势的一方。那场我们拿了2座兵营，然后有巴龙，那应该经济优势应该是有一点。输了之后就大家都坐在台下，就是其实然后我们就想一下为什么会输，那重整心情，因为 我们还有一场比赛要打，但是就真的蛮沮丧的，因为很接近胜利了，就是8强的，因为我们大家都很希望去英国，然后输了之后，我们就全部人都坐着不讲话啊，大概5分钟吧，5分钟之后就准备讨论C9了，所以大概是这样。
So we wanted to win that game real bad because we know on the tiebreaker we'll be on the purple side, which is not good for ban picks. So we wanted to win against Fnatic, and we had 2 inhibitors down, and we had the Baron. So it was really, really close, and it was really upsetting for us to lose in that fashion. So when we got off stage, we just all sat down, and we barely spoke a word for like 5 minutes. But after that, we were able to get our thoughts together, and then we regrouped and we beat C9.
You did. That is what happened. I even think I spotted you guys in between there. So congratulations on that. Westor, you're always incredibly confident. Every time you say that you can win the whole thing, and you guys as AHQ have done better every single international tournament in the last couple of months, getting to the quarterfinals at MSI as well. How are you going to do it, and why is this the year of AHQ?
他说，HQ 每年的国际大赛都打越来越好，然后像 MSI 里面打到4强，然后现在又打到8强。那你一直都说会赢冠军，那你为什么觉得今年是你们的好机会？
因为今年的话，我们进步了非常多，因为我们吸收了去年的不足。那因为我们 LN 赛区离中韩比较近，那中韩可能大家都觉得还不错，那大家也会到韩国取经，那我们也借着地利去有更多机会跟韩国或中国队伍练习。那今年会走到这边，我其实去年也有机会，但是去年也加赛，今年也加赛，所以心情还蛮复杂的。那可能我们今年的心理素质个人技术都比去年更好一点吧。 我觉得这是原因。
So it was really hard getting to the final 8, and like last year, we had a tiebreaker also, but we lost that one, and we won this one. Of course, I think because our location, we're closer to Korea and the China teams, and so we practiced with them a lot, and we improved a lot, learning from our mistake from last year. So this year, we were able to handle mentally, and our mechanics also improved, and to be able to take down this tiebreaker.
All right. We'll see what happens further. One final question. You guys coming out of the LMS region, securing that quarterfinal spot. The other side, the Flash Wolves as well, first seed in their group. Can you speak to, just in general, how the LMS teams are turning up so well here at Worlds?
他说 LMS team 都表现得非常好，那你们也晋级了，然后闪电狼也是第一名晋级了。那可不可以跟我们讲一下为什么你觉得 LMS 现在表现这么好？
2方面原因吧，一个是我刚刚说那个距离中韩比较近，那可以更方便练习。还有一个原因就是，其实台港澳赛区对 LMS 赛区的年龄小10几岁的年轻人，就是比较喜欢玩 DOTA 类型的游戏，那可能从小接触就比较多，那也就打下了基本功，然后再接触到 LOL。其实我觉得台港澳赛区的基本功都不差，对，可能心理素质还要再好一点。那我觉得台港澳赛区是。 因为这个小时候爱玩的，打下了基本功，所以应该是这样算是一个比较好的那个可以成为 LOL 的高手的地方，我觉得。
So one of the reasons I mentioned before, it's because we're closer to China and KR. We played a scrim a lot against the best teams, and also the teenagers in our region, we played a lot of Dota back in the days. So we had that ground mechanics down, so we know the basic stuff. And it really is, we need to improve our mentality and how to win games, and that's how we'll get more and more good players coming out of that region.
Well, winning a game like this, a tiebreaker, definitely strengthens your mentality. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations, Westdoor and AHQ, punching the final tickets to the quarterfinals. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Shox. What a way to end the day. I do have to say, based on the performances of today's games and the teams today, AHQ, a much-deserved victory there to snag that second seed out of Group B. However, we had a lot of questions coming into this game, mostly about Cloud9, whether or not they had another strategy to show us, and they did. They came in with something entirely different than what they had shown all tournament long.
It's like we called them predictable, and they come out, like they were on the ropes, and they came out swinging. I liked it, coming with this new composition, kind of reversed it. We saw the situation when AHQ were actually sieging their tower, which was something refreshing from C9 games. So I liked that they came out with this composition.
The issue with it is that it's a very difficult comp to pull off. I mean, you have high mechanics in multiple lanes. You got a stealth. Twitch is not easy to pull off. That's why he's not a meta champion right now. Everybody has better map awareness now that they did 2 years ago, so they'll have a good feeling as to where Twitch is.
Yeah, and I feel like that this is another comp that's in response to AHQ's strengths. Like, they just want to get rid of one person, and once again, it's that AD carry, so they get rid of the Kench, so then they get like a Malphite and a Lee Sin with like 500 AD and just try and throw it on top. Problem is they forgot about that dude in the top lane that just started dunking people left, right, and center. And in the end, Ziv went off.
Yeah, Ziv was an absolute monster. Just for a quick note, we will be returning to the arena in not too long in order to get the group draw underway. Until that time, we'll continue breaking down the game. You mentioned Ziv being the quarter draw in just a few minutes. You mentioned Ziv being a monster. Cloud9 repeatedly has gone to the Baron when they've been in trouble in games. And we saw that in this game. I mean, we talk about high risk, high reward. They felt like they were in a position that they needed to make something happen in this game. And we saw Ziv come through with some pretty big plays around the Baron.
The first week, the Baron calls looked bold. They made sense. Okay, there's other people in missing parts of the map. They can't get to the fight very quickly. It makes a lot of sense. And this time around, that just wasn't the case. It felt more like a desperation thing where it's like, hey, let's just start it because we want to. We don't know what else to do. And then there's mixed calls all around with a poor engage. And at this point, you know, it's just going to be downhill from
the flash Q here.
Yeah, this is with the Jinx combo rocket. Look at,
It's just everyone's cringing right now on the desk.
And the thing about it is that they queue that up coordination-wise so well. The channel's coming in whilst the flash is already happening. That was a quadra kill for the Jinx. And I can't speak highly enough of this AD carry. So many people talk about what they do on the top side of the map and what Westor does in the mid lane, but their bottom lane has shown time and time again with multiple carries and multiple supports that they are legitimate threats at every single part of the game. They're not a team comp like Blue that they're like, you can't lane. They can lane, they can team fight. They're just phenomenal.
Well, and the team has showed an extraordinary amount of faith in their bottom lane, putting him on carries like Jinx and repeatedly going back to On for those late game fights and saying, we trust that you will carry us.
Similar to
through this game.
Fnatic, the #1 seed of this group, they like to run that triple threat composition as well, which is a refreshing change, especially after seeing some teams or previous games in week 1 try out that Malphite, that Maokai, that Shen top that really just doesn't provide a whole lot in this current state. The Shen obviously seems to have a lot more success in the support role. So Ziv was regarded and praised as one of the best top laners in the tournament as well. And, you know, he's really putting up a fight to be that guy.
You mentioned the #1 seed in this group. As we wind down the group stage, we want to take one last look at the big plays you've been calling out on Twitter today. At Lord Freljord writes, what the holo was that? Amazing quadra kill on the bot lane. Let's roll that big play.
Oh, holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Rekkles goes down. Zatai gets a bunch back, but Huni, the double, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni. The bravado of this play, going back in with the flash and turning that around, that just shows he is confident and he's by no means influenced by whatever happened last week.
My favorite thing about that play is
the voice
Huni is playing against Zatai, one of the crazier mid laners we have. And even Zatai was shocked about how outright aggressive that was. He just completely started on 4 people.
That looks like one of those Riven one-trick pony plays, and that's coming from a pro player that actually has to have a wide champion pool. Very impressive to see somebody have that confidence and understanding of the champion at this tournament.
It actually gave me flashbacks because the first time Huni busted out the Riven was in the regular split against us, and he was at the end of the game 200 CS ahead. And
I remember that Rumble, Steve.
A broken man.
Yeah. Also, too, the camera work there, fabulous. That's you mentioned one trick pony. That's like a montage from a one trick pony that you'd find on YouTube.
Where's the dubstep music?
Yeah, that's what we were missing. All right, next time around, that's the challenge there. We got to get the dubstep music mixed in. But exactly, the knowledge of the champion with such a large champion pool to know that he could flash back in for that play as opposed to just saving himself.
And it goes beyond that. It's like the item build, going with the Bloodthirster for the increased AD, the more lifesteal that you get out of it means that you can also go Last Whisper much earlier in your build. Just so many things, like being able to play a champion that requires auto attack cancel animations in there without the Hydra is just really impressive.
That's the Huni we expect to see. Maybe we'll see him in the bracket stages. Right now, we're going to...
Huni peut-être la belle roquette. Westor qui rend les Rekkles a pris le kill sur Z. Westor qui prend les
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody here. Worlds tonight. We're doing it from LA today because they're packing up in Paris to move everything to London for the quarterfinals. And what a 2 weeks it has been, gentlemen. You know, if I just want to reflect on the 2 weeks, expectations that came in, expectations that were and were not met, kind of the insanity that ensued during the first week of groups, and then how it unfolded into week 2.
The only thing that held as an expectation was that SKT was going to kick some ass. That was the only thing that we knew would happen, and it did.
Yeah, exactly right. That is the one group I think everyone got right. Every other group is just all over the shop. Maybe today AHQ rescued some people's pick'ems, but everything else was just such a good mix of League of Legends, with some teams playing well across the first week, and then the day when that all came together, teams just were playing out of their mind.
Yeah, we talked about the pick'em statistics, 52 correct at this point, just coming out of group stages. That's not even counting how many people will or won't get it right when we move on to the bracket stages. But again, so many surprises coming into the tournament. Cloud9 starting 3-0, Origen starting 3-0, and then the likes of LGD starting 0-3. I mean, that to me was what was so astonishing when you don't see teams play for 4 weeks at a time. And really, when they come in, they're showing everything they've got in terms of innovation, in terms of consistency, And really watching it all unfold, I feel that we've arrived at the true best 8 teams in terms of mixing all of those skills.
Yeah, and my biggest surprise was actually a player, NL, someone that had been on the bench. They brought him in for the finals at for the LMS, and you know, he wasn't really doing that much of a great thing. Then they started Kramer again, and it was like, well, they still don't have faith in this guy. And then Neverlose comes into the starting lineup and completely rocks the group stage for Flash Wolves. That must be the best experience of your life, coming in as a sub and then making that, you know, we talk about the Easy Hoon, we talk about bringing Flame in, but the super sub of the whole thing was NL in the AD carry position.
What really shocked me, though, was all the interviews in that 1 month span that we had with all the really solid agencies, like, man, TSM, Fnatic, these guys are going to kick some, like, the North American teams, you got to watch out. NA's coming. Like,
CLG's looking good.
Yeah, I was like, wait, really? I got part of this region. They're going to do well. And then, like, I feel like they were just building it all up so they could just tumble us down even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. All fell apart for NA. 0-10 in week 2, not picking up a single win there. That's absolutely devastating as a region. The flip side of that, though, is the LMS, who completely showed up. You already touched on, you know, Flash Wolves, but AHQ as well. The two of those teams really showing up for their region in the second week, propelling Flash Wolves to seed 1, AHQ to seed 2. And I have a feeling they're going to, you know, perform even better next week with a little bit more time under their belts.
And I just love the story of the LMS region, right? You know, the split that came through with the GPL, then finally making good tracks at Worlds last year, making even better tracks at MSI where AHQ were on a tear. Now to this stage where, like, they're just legitimate contenders, 100%. One of them went through in a group with a Korean team as the first seed by taking them out a couple of times. Like, Flash Wolves is overall
Hold on,
team.
legitimate contenders against SKT. I'm not so sure about making it out of that one.
Who else is going to be? Like, this is my question to you. SKT is clearly the first team. Can you say that AHQ and Flash Wolves are that far behind the rest of the teams in this race right now?
Behind SKT?
On that side of the bracket, you have SKT, AHQ, Origen, and Flash Wolves.
AHQ is second best team.
We'll debate this later. We'll debate this later. We only have so much time. Other things I want to hit on, though, with this tournament so far is the amount of champion diversity that we've seen. We've had 69 unique champions so far just in group stages. So we've surpassed the halfway point of total champions in League of Legends, the 69th being Twitch in that tiebreaker game. But it's just been an extraordinary amount of champions that have come in. But I'm curious to see how that funnels, because we're watching a new meta develop.
I think we blame a lot of it on the new patch, but the 5.18 patch didn't really change a whole lot of things. I just think it has to do with League being played professionally for so long that all these teams are really understanding how the game works and how you can make everything viable as long as you know how to make it work, what composition it fits in. I mean, couple of weeks before the tournament, we were saying, oh, Tahm Kench isn't even a good champion. When he was released, like, this is never going to work. It makes no sense. Now he's being almost permabanned. He's an amazing pick as a support. We might even see him as a jungler. There's so much more to be shown, and I'm sure that these teams have even more things prepared because all these new picks are honestly delivering wins.
And the meta clash with the new picks has been what has done it for me, because it's no longer a meta where, like, in the LPL, you're like, AD carry is king. We have Uzi, we have Imp, we have Def. Like, in Korea, it's like the top laners get so much farm. Like, LMS, Maple is getting so much. And, like, every single one of these strategies is now successfully working on Summoner's Rift. You can even play carry junglers. Like, Kakao and Kasa have shown in very limited sample sizes that carry junglers are still a legitimate way to play League of Legends. So you can play anywhere, anytime, and as long as you bring your A game, you're going to win the game.
Yeah, the teams have had so much time to play that rock, paper, scissors of champions in League of Legends, and they've come up with some really interesting things. We've seen teams like SKT play Ryze, and no one else yet. We'll see if Janna comes back. Tahm Kench is probably going to be a
brand
big
support.
Brand support, right?
Let's not go
or
down.
maybe not, right? But there's been some really cool, certain teams have played one champion, and no one else has touched them yet. We'll see if they make reappearances. However, on the topic of reminiscing, we asked our audience today what some of their favorite moments from group stages were. I thought it'd be fun if we do the same. So I'm going to start us off. Here's mine.
I think that EDG right now are just playing phenomenally. I'm going with Invictus Gaming. I think the LGD game was an outlier.
I'm going to give LGD one last shot. Origen will continue to ride this momentum and hype train and will continue to do great things. I would like to point out to everyone at home that I was very sick coming in to last week. Very, very sick. Who guessed it? Imp, the world champion, finally returning.
And it's only fitting that we have the prophet sitting next to the anti-prophet for this.
I now understand why I was invited onto the show.
Yeah,
Thank you
that was
very
it.
much.
It was a last-minute addition. Like, you know what? We got to get Spawn only for the humiliation factor of it all. All right, Crumbs, you're up. Give it to
That
us.
has such a good laugh. Mine was, of course, yesterday, Group D's, KT with the crazy save of Arrows Mordekaiser. I mean, this is a play. I'd never even seen this thing before. Amazing. Who has the thought process like, I'm gonna hook him out of the lantern? Nobody, I've never seen that before.
The communication as well, right? Because you, as a support, can say, okay, I'm gonna hook him off, but I also have to communicate to my AD carry that I'm going to do that so he can then flash, grab the lantern. And we've talked about the ingenuity around lanterns a little bit this tournament so far, with people throwing wards on top of them, making them exceedingly hard to click on. So watching people find new and inventive ways to work around that is
The crazy thing is, that's actually a play that even has some counterplay. Alistar could immediately, okay, I'm going to ultimate out of this because I know he's trying to pull me out, but he's never even seen that play before. It's just something brand new offered to the table. And for somebody that's been playing the game for 5 years and first time seeing something, it's very refreshing.
And better than that, it was against LGD.
I
So,
don't
you
think-
know, we just hit the trifecta.
Let's hammer it home on Spawn. All right, Spawn, you're up. Favorite moment.
I'm all about unbenching the Tom Kench right now. And when you saw this play, taking an AD carry into the middle of the team fight.
This is a troll move in solo queue. This is what you do in solo queue to get reported and banned.
They did this to North America. This is basically a wild card right now. There is a really, it's a little painful at that point,
But
just seeing that.
I like what you pointed out because, you know, I played with Yamato. This is what I was doing with him. You can't eat people out of recall, but you can definitely take them into a Viger. But to do it in such a great way, that just shows how good Ku is at reading plays and being able to set it up like that.
Yeah, essentially seeing a solo queue troll turn into an effective team technique is really crazy. And again, one of the reasons why I think Tom Kench is going to be continue to work his way up the ladder in terms of priority. Next up, I want to look at our quarterfinals. We've done some reflection on the group stages, but we also have to look ahead at the quarterfinals and the group draw, or in the bracket draw that we just saw. I mean, if we start top to bottom, we've got the Q Tigers against KT. We hit on it a little bit earlier. This was a series that we saw played out in Korea that went to 5 and was won in a blind pick by KT. Well, there isn't blind pick in these best of 5s, and both of these teams are looking pretty strong coming out of the group stages.
Yeah, they certainly are, and both these teams have monsters in the top lane. Like, I'm talking people that will take any top laner in the world right now, apart from maybe Myron, and completely destroy them. And Someday versus Smeb, The Rock versus the Riven. This is like, you could not set up a better storyline for this game. It's going to be so fun to watch.
I have a feeling that the Korean teams are really expecting to make it out of groups, all of them, so that they probably save some things to play against each other because, they scrim each other more than anybody else. So they have to save something just for that off scenario that they have to actually play in them games that matter against each other. So I think we're going to see even newer and crazier things coming out of these guys.
Yeah, collectively, they were 15-3 in the group stages. So again, as much as we have a diverse, set of teams coming out of group stages, that scoreline there speaks to the dominance of that region still and how hard the rest of these teams are going to have to fight in order to take down one of the Korean Titans.
Yeah, the one game that gave you hope, though, was watching Origen beat a Korean team around the map and being able to out-rotate one. Before that, you were like, they're mechanically superior, they play the map better, their matchups are fantastic, their pick-ban phase has been great. You saw that game and you're like, there is a slither of hope that someone can replicate that and do the same thing.
I want to fire through the rest of the bracket stages. Next up we had Fnatic versus EDG. We got to see these teams play at MSI. This is a big one. EDG, it's really tough to assess their power level because they got beaten by SKT in groups and then had a pretty easy time beating up on the other two teams in their group. So I'm not really sure where they're at.
I'll do the power level assessment for you. This team won MSI. This team lost one best of 5 all year. This team is friggin' amazing.
This team almost lost to the Bangkok Titans.
I don't want to hear it. A best
and with
of
the
one.
predictions you've been throwing around, I don't know how much weight I can put on you.
AHQ were 10,000 gold ahead against SKT in a best of 1 at MSI, my friend. Still did not mean anything EDG is a class outfit, and anyone that thinks that that is going to be a one-sided, that game will be fantastic. We saw the prequel of it at MSI. This is going to be the finale, and it's going to be great.
I agree with what Jad and Monte Cristo were saying, that this could possibly be the best quarterfinal. So all kidding aside, I do think both of these teams are really strong. A lot of it's going to come down to which of these teams shows up. We've seen Fnatic when Huni's not playing well. We've seen EDG when they struggled against the Bangkok Titans and couldn't get their early game together. I want to hop down to the other side of the bracket because we only have so much time. You know, first up, we have Origen versus the Flash Wolves. We hit on it briefly as well earlier that I feel like this is going to be a very close matchup. The Flash Wolves have been surging. Origen looked to be faltering a bit at the end of their group stages.
The strength of Origen really stood out to be that best of one. Like, they really prepared, but once the opponent got a read on them, it became a lot harder, particularly Soas, you know, was a little bit tilted on those later games, and the drafts just weren't as crisp as they were before. You know, the Flash Wolves have been praised for having awesome drafts every single game, winning games just straight off on that, on top of exceptional play, closing out some games very quickly in a very impressive fashion. So this is going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Amazing is going to be tested so hard. I feel that you don't play against junglers like Casa very often. They've fallen back into that supportive role, and this guy just refuses to play that way. So I'm really interested to see how that jungle matchup goes.
Casa had some serious highlights during the tournament. Last matchup, AHQ versus SKT. I mean, this is not the team you want to be drawn against, especially after having to go to a tiebreaker just to get out of groups. So all odds are stacked against AHQ here, I think.
Yeah, it's about whether AHQ can degrade the game, right? If they can get that scrappy team fight play that they love. The danger is EDG tried that and SKT whooped their butt. So there's always a hope, but how much do you give AHQ in this final? I don't know.
Not really.
not really.
not personally.
Crumbs ever the pessimist or the realist, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, these groups have been insane. The games, the fans in Paris. Let's talk about that too. And I hope and believe that the bracket stages will be just as exciting. That's going to do it for us here, and we'll see the rest of you at quarters.
Here we go into the game, everybody. Taking to the rift.
It's going to be a lot of damage to tie. He wants it. The ult comes down, but it's not enough. Oh, flashes forward. Is the passing going to know what it is? It's AHQ. They're on the fountain. The Nexus is exposed to tie all the way in the back of his fountain, but still not safe. It's AHQ. Even out the matchup. Knockbacks, but look at all of the AoE action as Balls trying to get something done. High locks down the first one, but it's already a double kill. Fnatic looking so much better.
All right, you got to keep doing it.
There's the Death Sentence on elimination, and it's all falling apart. Destiny comes down, Incarnation melting at the hands of AHQ. What a stunning performance from this Garena side.
Rekkles goes down, Zatai gets a bunch back, but Huni, the double, the steal, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni. Holy crap!
Gets caught and apprehended backwards. Fades back to time. Incarnation!
Bazonius buys time, and Kitty's again is the man engaging the fight. Sneaking last man alive, he's gonna go down!
Invictus Gaming pick up a win!
Holy crap, he's stolen! But the fight continues. Sim sorts him out. Rekkles running and running away. And Fnatic take the first seed! We're gonna find out who is going to be the 8th and final team in the quarterfinals.
250 HP, Rat Attack, Tats, and Albus is... Holy two-man knockup!
Tail and a slicing Maelstrom tags a couple members. Elimination, Black shields himself. Holy cow, a big engage. And AHQ will be the final team out of Group B.
This week on PTL, it's London Calling. We break down the quarterfinal matchups, listen in with a brand new mic check, and count down the biggest plays with the Penta. Cheers! Primetime League starts right now.
That's a triple. That's going to be the quadra. He gets a pentakill, and now pentakill.
SK Telecom T1 win in under 24 minutes. They make it look easy.
Fnatic have done it!
There are no respawns, and Fnatic take the first seed out of the group.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of Primetime League. We're here in London. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and happy to be joined by David Freak Turley, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, and Mitch Kreppel Vorspools. Gentlemen, welcome to London.
Hey, nice pun.
Yes. Nobody's going to get that, you know. But it's all right. Freak makes puns all the time. We know what's going on. The group stages have finally finished. The first week showed us a lot of surprises. The second week, everything kind of filed out as we expected. We got to stick together, and they has to stick together now since we're out of Worlds. So
okay.
I'm glad to have you here today. Europe, Korea have made it on, but the LMS as well, showing up very big at the end of the group stages. And now we're on to the quarterfinals. Looking at the matches we have this week, Origen versus Flash Wolves, SKT versus AHQ. That's AHQ Esports Club, Edward Gaming versus Fnatic, and the LCK playoff rematch of KT Rolster versus the KU Tigers. And a lot of people are saying this is one of the best quarterfinals we've ever had coming out of groups. It shows that the finals is going to be huge this year with whatever teams go. Let's start with the first matchup. Origen versus the Flash Wolves. Both teams showed, I guess say one team showed well in the first week. Flash Wolves showing very well in the second set of group stage.
I don't know what to think about the Flash Wolves really, Riv, because they really, they play to the level of their opponents, and when we see them playing KU, getting that 2-0, they looked strong. We saw Maple's incredibly dominant performance on LeBlanc that was quite impressive, and living up to the expectations that people had of him as the best laner in the LMS coming out into Worlds. But at the same time, this is a team that lost to Pain Gaming, and even when they beat Pain, didn't look all that clean. So I really wonder what this team's ceiling is, because I haven't really seen it yet.
Yeah, coming into this week, we were expecting Origen to finish first and potentially Flash Wolves second, so you could have seen these quarterfinals in a completely different light. But Origen, they went in fantastic week one, but then they kind of started dropping the ball a little bit. Even in the games they won against TSM, I feel their early to mid game, especially before the 15-minute mark, is still a little shaky, and then they get back into it with some vision. So Flash Wolves, they have a shot at breaking this matchup open depending on what level they bring, and if they finally start playing like their own style higher than their opponents, just like Monty says, instead of just adapting to whatever is happening in the game. So it could actually swing both ways.
I think it's actually a really interesting matchup just based on sort of the roles that every player plays in their team. Like, for example, NL is the literal damage per minute leader of the entire World Championship, the AD carry here on Flash Wolves. And Maple, the mid laner, is number 2. So they somehow have the number 1 and 2 players in damage per minute on the same team, which is ridiculous, first of all. So those are the big star players. Meanwhile, of course, Stake, the top laner, has overperformed. We kind of came into Worlds thinking he'd be kind of weak. And on paper, you think, oh, he should be really weak into SOAS. And that's the thing is these styles are very different between these two teams now, because Origen's gonna play very split push focus, and SOAS, even though he's got a really bad KDA, he was in a group with Someday, so his deaths are a bit inflated, and I think he's still gonna have a really good time against Stake, and that's a really big pressure point for Origen.
Origen in the best of 5, though, should be flexible enough in terms of champion pools that they can start targeting these strong points within the series from the Flash Wolves. They did it against Fnatic in this finals over Europe. I see Monty going like,
well, look at this. Look at the stats previously. SOAS got nearly half of his kills out of one game.
Yeah, and he got nearly half his
deaths. I'm sorry, deaths. I meant to say deaths.
He was killed.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying about SOAS coming into this, is yes, he's had strong performances, but sometimes he just overextends repeatedly, dies. He's got to stop doing that. Yeah. As for the other matchups, sure, Origen came out strong, but I feel in the second week of play, even though XPEK is doing much better than he did for most of the season in Europe, I wonder about this teleport Orianna. Where exactly is he going with this? It didn't really seem to work out in the second part of the group stage. He's got to show more champions. And I don't know in the boot camp how much time he's had to prepare a whole host of champions compared to a player like Maple.
They've taken advantage of that multiple times. He teleports back to the lane, he's instantly killed. He's got a long journey back to the lane, and that's when we've really seen Origen start to falter.
Yeah, it's a matchup I really want to see XPEK be able to withstand. Like, that's the one hard matchup for Origen, because otherwise you're up against, some of the best laners in Europe. The bot lane duo, right, are actually incredibly strong. And if NL is like this big carry and someone that Flash Wolves really, really need, well, suddenly Origen can handle that, actually. I feel like they're actually going to be able to do that really nicely. Mithy's an amazing Thresh. So you have the Thresh contest between him and Sora. You've also got the Varus contest between NL and XPEK over in the mid lane. So, like, even champion select is really interesting. And to me, it's such a fascinating matchup because there's so many different facets you have to care about in pick and ban as well as the game itself.
And I think we can expect these games to go long, too. Yeah. Both of these teams have average game times of about 40+ minutes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a long, bitter battle more than likely. And if Flash Wolves, I think their strength is getting these assassins for Maple, trying to getting him rolling, playing more pick compositions. But we look at maybe some poke compositions for the Flash Wolves too. And Origen, it's about how well they can use teleport. Because when they were beating teams like KT, it was about playing the map super well. And I think they can outplay Flash Wolves in the macro game. Origen, rather. Origen in the macro
Well, later
game.
on in the show, we're definitely going to find out which team you have chose, Origen or Flash Wolves, when we do the pick 'em. So before we head into the next games, we're going to drop a wiretap on the players. You know what it is. It's time for mic check.
That's the good life. I got everything I need.
Coffee and headphones?
Coffee and loud-ass teammates.
뭐라는 거야? 테이크업 에너지. 에너지 준다고.
Are we gonna
I'm just gonna ult this. I'm just gonna ult this.
Yeah, just try to hold it. Nice.
后面后面啊！吐我，给没？不用要3秒才能吐的。给我！我按！狗牌，兄弟！ID no flash。OK， 看 fight。Nice。AD。Note。西。衣服。没有 no flash。我送你小心点。看 ，I got one more kill。Nice。他们看起。多巴龙。你不行。这个英雄有点好玩吧？
나 2초 가자. 7초. 왔다. 나이스. 죽여. 우리 팀 잘한다.
겐치.
징거스.
줄 뻔했어. 안돼. 야 싸워. 그냥 죽여. 누구라 죽었어. 누구라 벌써 누구라. 아 죽었어. 야 너. 제발.
I want listen. Wait, listen. Yasuo. Okay, nice. Yeah, there are only two. Pentakill. Penta. Go, Cannon. I'm coming.
Nice. Go Penta. Please. Flash. Attack him. Push back. So close.
If I max Q second, I have that one.
Good. Can we take the tower or?
Yeah, can I stop it?
I'm got to pick.
There's some creeps.
Bot.
Back up.
She flash. She's gonna die.
Nice.
I beat for you.
I'm moving. Fight slowly. Don't
They're really low.
Nice! Holy shit!
Nice, man.
Go, Drake. Focus on Drake.
慢慢打就好，维克勒死了，W 头会死，不会死哦，下面哦。
下面哦 ，AD 上 AD。
I move now.
I'm guard.
Are you?
I'm moving.
Shen is dead. Oh, I'm dead. Holy shit. Cannon is dead.
Sure.
I will heal you after this.
Back. If you
Set.
can, he has ult.
I'm really low.
Oh, did you kill this?
I'll kill everyone.
Zed. Don't die.
Nice.
Listen.
10 seconds, Cannon. We got it.
So we're definitely going to be looking to get a lot more nice as we move on to the quarterfinals, and I'm sure we'll get it out of these groups. But to move on to our next game, SKT versus AHQ. I'm sure a lot of people have the same pick 'em bracket on this one, but I definitely want to look at some of the matchups. Can Faker break down the door? What's going to happen on the rest of the map? How's it going to go?
I think at this point it's not a matter if SKT is going to win, it's more about how hard. My prediction is around 8 p.m. local London time, we'll declare the time of death for the AHQ.
So when the flatline's coming in?
But we have to give massive props that they actually got this far, because coming into the tournament, like not many people expected maybe one LMS team, let alone two, to make it out there.
Especially after the first group.
But then, if you get that group down, then, for HQ, it's SKT, and then, lights go out.
Yeah, obviously the hardest first round matchup, AHQ could have pulled SKT
everyone kind of knows who the clear favorites here of the tournament itself. We'll see if upsets happen. You got to give props where props are due, though. AHQ, I think, played very well, especially their AD carry On, who is the kill leader of Worlds right here. Very impressive. Okay, he got to play an extra game. I understand there's some bias here, but the fact that teams kept giving him his jinx is a problem for teams against him. I assume SKT won't make that mistake, but if you let him play the late game AD carry and it gets to that 3-item phase, then he starts really taking over games, and it's impressive to see.
You asked about Faker and Westor. My question is, will we even see Faker? Because there's a possibility that SK Telecom might just start off the best of 5 with EasyHoon, see how far he can take them, and try and hide Faker further into the tournament. Now,
it's something we've seen before.
Yeah, it's something we've seen before, and it could be they just want to keep their cards close to their vest, see what they can do there. But EasyHoon should still have an easy time against Westor. Westor, if he has to face Faker, the blind picking the Twisted Fate, the blind picking the Fizz, you cannot do that against a guy who knows these matchups. You want to play blind pick TF, he will Riven you and you will die. And he's not going to get away with losing the lane in terms of CS. He's going to lose the lane in CS, and he's going to get solo killed if he tries these shenanigans.
Just one thing that does help a little bit, and it depends, I guess, on how the teams choose to do things, but it feels like teams favor blue side. SKT, the higher seed, probably picks blue. So whether AHQ picks their sides or not, more likely than not, he'll get to last pick for that mid lane position. That leaves Marin counter pick, which of course is difficult as well, but at least like someone gets to be the last pick guy, either Ziv or Westor, and try to survive the matchup.
They will get the last pick, but if they end up on purple side, AHQ Esports, that is, then they have to ban out these Gangplank, these Mordekaiser, these global bans. That leaves SKT the opportunity to just target ban these specific picks, so On will no longer get his Jinx. Albus may not get the Tahm Kench again, and those were very pivotal champions to prolong these games to the point where On could start carrying, and then later on, SKT has done their research, and they can just start counter these playstyles, even if it is. That's under the assumption that it'll be close.
Of course.
Not only that, we can talk about On, but let's talk about that matchup. Bang has a 71 KDA right now.
He's pretty good.
Sorry.
Sorry. He's okay. You know, he's no double lift.
It smells bloody between the two AD carries for sure.
Yeah.
This game is going to be messy.
And the thing is, as well, like honestly, as much as we talk about Faker and EasyHoon, I actually think this tournament is not about the mid lane for SKT. When you look at the rest of the players, you mentioned the Bang 70+ KDA. I mean, he's crushing it. SKT is the team, of course, #1 KDA. They're the favorites again. But Marin is the #1 player in the tournament at CSD at 20. He's the #1 top laner. For CSD at 10. He's the #2 player overall, actually sorry, #1 player overall for gold per minute, and the #2 player overall, for damage per minute. Like, Marin is crushing it right now, and he's actually like the really big all-star to me of the team as far as this tournament's concerned.
And a lot of those times, that was him in the top lane, not a lot of help from the jungle as well.
Right.
Yeah, it does seem though that overall the playstyle that wins the most type of games is having very much power invested in the top lane triangle and leaving bot lane to just play the passive farm to get relevant for fights. SKT have shown mastery of that style as well, especially with how well Bang has been playing in this tournament. He has just been the perfect supplement to each and every one of his lanes. Like Bang and Wolf didn't even require that much health because they're that good at just playing neutral or ahead. And then Bengi, he's been supplementing Marin and Faker just wherever needed.
Well, even SK Telecom's playstyle, playing around the top lane early on, getting champions like Darius up there in the top, or Renekton, these champions that can do a lot of damage, that have a lot of kill pressure in the top side. Meanwhile, Faker's just sitting in the mid lane, chilling on Azir, chilling on Ryze. These are champions that will scale into the late game. So they have this really nice power curve in terms of their team compositions. But the games have been so short that Marin's been the one shining. Somebody takes it late, though, that's where the Ryze kicks in, right?
Well, there's definitely no doubt in this game, SKT versus AHQ Esports Club, AHQ has their work cut out for them.
Hey guys, we're going to see how SKT and AHQ do in their match in a little bit, but first I want to talk about Twitter. Last week's Twitter question was, what's going to be the next unique champion played at the World Championship? And for bonus points, who's going to play it? Now, the unique champion was actually Leona Support. 3 of you got it right, so congrats to you guys. At Wesley Way, at Valiant Serpent, and at lolstregor all said Leona, so props to that one. But to get into the Hall of Fame, you had to tell us who was going to play that champion. And sadly, even though KT Tigers played on the very first day, no one thought that it was going to be Gorilla picking that champion out. That's the KT Tiger support, so sadly, no MVPs. It's okay though. Moving on, I want to talk about the fact that brought us to 69 unique champions played at the World Championship throughout that week. 24 unique mid laners at Worlds so far. And I want to talk about some more stats as well, because Talking about kill leaders, let's do that one. KT Rolster has a tie for first place. Their AD carry Arrow, their top laner Someday, 37 kills in the regularly scheduled games. If you go into the tiebreakers, then you get a 7th game, and then you have AHQ's AD carry On tops them at 38. Of course, you can't have kills without deaths, so death leader, bit of a sad trombone. G4, the mid laner for the Bangkok Titans, 31 deaths. I mean, he did blind pick Aurelia into Faker, so you can kind of see why he's the record holder there. Unfortunately, no more deaths for him. He's out of the tournament. Talk about damage. Damage is always fun as well. The Flash Wolves AD carry NL holds the damage per minute record at 833.9, which is stupidly high. That guy's crushing faces, so props to him for that record. And talking about other stupidly high records, how about KDA? SK Telecom's AD carry Bang has a 71. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely incredible. And speaking of incredible records like that, that brings us to this week's Twitter question, which is, who is going to have the highest KDA in the quarterfinals? I'm going to say Bang. I think it's an easy one to pick out there. But for bonus points and for the spot in the Hall of Fame, tell us what his KDA is going to be. I'm going to guess 32. Bang's going to have a 32 KDA in his quarterfinal against AHQ. If I'm right, I'm in the Hall of Fame. If you're right, you'll be in the Hall of Fame. If you want to respond to this one, of course, tweet at LolEsports. Use the hashtag PTL. We'll see if you make it.
So whether you decide to fall in line with Freak or not, he never usually wins. Best of luck on your prediction. We do have to move on to the next game, EDG versus Fnatic. You know I still love you. Looking at this game coming out of the group stages, or at least EDG, they faltered a lot, and it was kind of hard to see why. That's the flip side for Fnatic. Very notable points of why they were having bad play and why their games weren't going the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fnatic was very clearly overconfident in their first week group stage games. I believe Huni himself said it in an interview. It's like, yeah, we kind of screwed that one up a little bit here. And I mean,
that could have been more of an eye flashing into two people.
He was clearly way
there.
overconfident. So that got fixed by the second week. Fnatic looked like the Fnatic that we know from the European LCS in the second week. They looked dominant, looked like the team I had to top the group. It looked like the real Fnatic, and they even got first seed as a result of it. A close game against AHQ, okay, but like, by and large, like, that's the Fnatic that I know, and it's everyone's playing on full cylinders. Reignover crushes the early game, and Huni gets the results of it.
I want to agree with you. I had Fnatic in first place too, but for me, this particular best of 5 is who steps up from those previous performances, because when Fnatic, it comes in with a strategy they have prepared. Running 2 big carries in the top and mid lane with that AD Kennen, they look really crisp. Kennen goes away, all of a sudden things get a lot harder against AHQ. EDG, seen him play pretty poorly in the early game. They do not understand how to play around Amazing J and top lane carries in this meta. So it's whoever fixes their problems first, but I am very concerned about Fnatic's longevity in a best of 5, where they can't just use a very refined strategy that they have. It will just be banned out instantly, and then they have to fall back on something that maybe is a little less practiced.
The best of series is where Fnatic found themselves getting the first losses in the regular season this year.
Yeah, the biggest problem I have with the way Fnatic went down in week 1 is just that these are all problems that we've seen before, and we can go back all the way to the end of spring split, the start of summer, to an extent where Huni was playing either too overconfident or nothing was happening with Fnatic until they got that magic teleport. But as teams are getting better dealing with those teleports, those openings won't be as pronounced anymore. Then at the other side though, EDG coming to the tournament, everyone's like, Clearlove, best jungler, second best jungler in the tournament. He will completely dumpster Reignover. Right now it seems Reignover is actually playing a lot better, especially in terms of understanding where he needs to be on the map. Huni got solved as a problem because of Reignover's pressure. Clearlove, he's lost. Like, he went bot level 2 as a Gragas. Like, ganking bot lane is already a mistake. Ganking that specific bot lane was a mistake. And not protecting your top laner against this set of combinations that SKT had in that game, I think it was Darius Elise, is just straight up dumb.
Well, we have to look at the meta too, because when we talk about these two junglers, Reignover loves camping for Huni. Happens that works out really well right now. Clearlove loves camping bot lane. And it's not so awesome at the moment when it comes to strategy, right?
Depends on the teams. It depends. Because you have the LMS teams who the AD carries are carrying them, so
even
there is some of that.
Ziv is doing pretty damn well himself.
Well, of course he is.
But I don't even think that that's going to do them a lot of favors moving forward in the tournament. I'm just saying right now, I think the tendencies of these two junglers, Reignover just has a natural advantage.
Yep. And I absolutely agree. Synergy-wise as well, right, he's going to be there. And just to sort of reiterate the Fnatic effort point here over confidence. They're up against Edward Gaming. Okay, they look kind of bad in the loss to SKT, but this is EDG. These guys are crazy talented. They got former world champions. I think Fnatic will show up to play.
Final point.
After watching the later matches that Fnatic played, though, I think it was against AHQ, they had complete deep vision control, but then Rekkles still ended up dying a couple of times. And that is one thing that worries me. Fnatic was playing with more information than the average team at Worlds had, and they were still giving up kills. And EDG, they don't hesitate to go for those kills. So they make these like crazy plays that don't really work on paper. Sometimes that can catch Fnatic off guard.
You heard Big Ben. Timer's up on this one. It's going to be an amazing match. We got Febiven versus Pawn in the mid lane, Rekkles versus Daft. Definitely going to be a match to watch. So, before we move on to the last matchup, we are going to do a quick lightning round of studs and duds. However, no duds this time. I just want your studs. Freak, we will start with you. Who's going to kind of be that standout player coming out of the quarterfinals?
Well, I'm going to give you 2 for 1, Riv, because I'm going to give you the duds as well. It's the 40-some-odd players who didn't make the quarterfinals. Duds, all of you. But honestly, thanks. But as far as the stud is concerned, to me, it's the true MVP of the group stage. It's the reason his team even made the quarterfinals. That's AHQ's AD carry on. He is the kill leader of the entire World Championship right now. The team would not be this far without him. His Jinx is absolutely amazing. Beat C9, beat Invictus, beat Fnatic not once, but almost twice, if only his team played a bit better. That's the guy who is the reason his team went so far. I think it's very obvious it's him.
All right, Monty.
Well, if I have to take studs, then I'm going to have to take the Hecarim player, Cacao, just based on definition, but beyond that, Gorilla is going to come in as my stud. Again, similar reasons to Freak. I feel that he's really the reason why KOO did as well as they did in the group stage. He's a support player that has played 6 different supports in 6 games so far.
Unique across the board.
Yeah, unique across the board. His Tahm Kench game, his first ever Tahm Kench game, was magnificent against CLG, using the Tahm Kench with the Jinx so well. I think it's the best Tahm Kench play we've seen, and there's only going to be more from this guy moving forward. He also was the main player to set up a lot of their plays, the key to their pick compositions, and when KOO fell down, it was because his teammates were failing to follow up on his engages or engage themselves, but his individual play has been outstanding.
Definitely another reason to bench the Kench. Crepo,
I'm just going to follow Freak here in his reasoning. I think without my MVP, the team would have done a lot worse too, mostly because it's really hard to win a game 4 against 5. But that's fun. No, I just want to say Bengi. Coming into the tournament, Kirillov and Cacao got so much praise for being the best junglers in the tournament, and everybody was kind of underrating Bengi for whatever reason it was, but he really stepped up, mostly supplementing his laners, which is the help they required. He's always at the right place at the right time, which doesn't make for very flashy plays, but if you actually track his map movement, it's just interesting to see how efficient he paths. He knows where he has to be a minute ahead of time, and everybody plays around him very well. So in that regard, I just want to congratulate Bengi on his performance.
All right, so you got a few studs to keep your eyes on from these gentlemen. See what happens. So now that we got everyone's studs out of the way with all the Freak studs that still aren't at Worlds, we have to look at the last game. Pretty much, I would call the stud of games. KT versus KOO, the rematch of the LCK playoff game, and it should be absolutely amazing. Monty, I know you've been talking about it all week or all few days since you've seen the matchup.
I'm so excited about this. It was a 5-game series in the Korean playoffs. It really did deliver it. It could have gone either way all the way up into that blind pick match. So I think we're going to see great things out of this one. Nagne stepping up his performance towards the end of the second week. We've seen Kuro do very, very well so far this tournament, which was a bit of a surprise. So this one should be fireworks, I think.
And I'm actually especially excited for the top lane matchup here, because even though I was expecting all these top lane carries and it's boiled down to mostly just Darius versus Gnar, we see enough branching out from these guys that it makes it really exciting. Someday is incredible. He's my top lane superhero. And Smeb's played really good too, actually. He stepped up quite nicely. He was one of the best top laners we saw in that group. And it was full of actually some pretty good top laners. So that's a matchup that really excites me. I want to see what they play. I want to see some more Fiora. I want to see something new. Like, I like that we saw like a little bit of Renekton come out to make things crazy. And so just seeing what else they branch out with now the counter each other is going to be really fun.
Fun fact is that both Smeb and Someday both had Riven pentakills this season out of the top lane. So we've got a couple really good Riven players going head to head.
Too bad we don't get that blind pick.
I just think both these teams will be very interesting to watch in a best of 5, mostly due to their drafting. They seem to be having very good drafts this tournament around. And going back to that series that was very close there, that they played in playoffs, I think these teams improved on their weaknesses and kept their strengths. Usually when you see teams adapt, they kind of lose something here and gain something here, but looking at both Kuro and Nagne, I think they play significantly better than people expected, so that adds another layer of like versatility and just explosiveness to this matchup. So overall, going to be interesting.
Nagne has definitely been stepping up. Looking at that bot lane, Peekaboo versus Gorilla. This is going to be awesome to watch.
I'm actually really excited because this is the second year in a row, and I know there's been other Tahm Kench players, but Gorilla again brought a new support to Worlds. Last year it was Janna, and you didn't think Janna was good, and I believed in Gorilla. Hey, we can pull up the quote. Neither of you guys believed that Janna was any good.
Next tape, please.
Please don't put that there.
And Tahm Kench is another one, and he's not the only guy, but I love that he brings something every Worlds. Gorilla is really exciting for me, and Peekaboo's of course been wonderful as well.
Also, the Veigar, I've seen him play in solo queue. Remember, Gorilla is the guy that got Veigar nerfed in the first place. So we know he's an amazing Veigar player. I want to see him play it on support again.
I just love seeing them face off in a meta where it's not PL supports, because if this was Lost World, it's like, yeah, Peekaboo against Gorilla. We'll maybe see them disengage each other very aggressively. But now you have these things like the Thresh comes out, the Tahm Kench comes out, you have these plays to be made, Veigar can come out, so hopefully we'll see finally see some kills in the bot lane, because it's been pretty stale overall.
So looking at this game by everyone, the last playoffs to this playoffs, is this going to be another best of 5, or does a team have a chance to just take it right away, 3-0?
I don't think 3-0. I think that would be very far-fetched. KOO will have something different. They are a very creative team. They're very good at creating these new strategies. They've invented so many meta picks, so many meta compositions this year. I'm sure they'll have a trick up their sleeve. They'll at least get one, but I think it'll go to all 5.
All right, Ben's telling us to stop again, guys. Final matchup on that. It's going to be amazing to watch the rematch of the LCK playoffs. So it's that part of the show where we turn on the death timers, and we're going to see this week who the most overhyped player for you guys is. Freak, I want to start with you. Try not to feed.
I'll do my best. All right, here we go. With the timer, I'm going to start with some statistics. You tell me who you think it is. Of the 42 quarterfinalists, he is 37th in kill participation. He's actually 11th worst in the entire tournament if you count people who were eliminated already. He is the only mid laner in the tourney to be outfarmed in CS per minute by his top laner and AD carry both. He has the most deaths per game on the team and the worst KDA on the team. This is the best player in the world, Faker. Faker is not playing to the expected level of this player at the World Championship. He's dying, he's not doing very well. And the thing is, SKT, when they win, is actually not even that much about Faker anyway. Back in the Season 3 World Championship, Piglet beat him in kills, beat him in KDA, beat him in pretty much every match you can think of. Pretty much the same thing for Marin, actually, or Impact way back when there as well. At the Mid-Season Invitational, where they lost, then Faker was the highest KDA and the least deaths per game because the team needs to step up for SKT.
No, you have to look at it as an insurance policy. They put him on Rise. He's supposed to scale. What is he supposed to do when they win all their games in under 30 minutes?
Not get caught at the start of a team
he's
fight.
Gonna play
Monty, you get to go
I would
next.
love to see that.
Freak, I'm just going to make a mark here. Protective custody. That comment. All right, Monty, you're up next. Death timer, 45 seconds. Hit it.
All right, for me, it was Godby. Coming in here, he was supposed to be one of the best mid laners at this tournament. We wanted him to play aggressive. This guy pretty much brought mid lane teleport back into the meta. LGD didn't show up. His teleports were garbage for the most part, and we saw him going back to comfort picks. I don't think Varus in the mid lane is good right now. I think it takes too long to scale, and it's not going to be working, I think, at a very high level. Yet he comes in with that. His Diana at first, really lackluster. Plays Anivia. I mean, come on. I want to see him going in. When he gets to the second week, starts playing LeBlanc, starts playing Diana, starts playing the style of aggressive mid lane that we know him for, that's when he gets back. But this guy looked way off the mark from what we've seen previously.
All right. Anything to say to your fans? You beat the timer.
No, just kidding.
Which
Time's out.
Faker's great.
Too late. Too late. Doesn't count. You're disqualified.
So, 2 mid laners already. Crepo, are you sticking in the mid lane? Who's your most overhyped here?
Let me just paint you the picture. You're in a meta game where barely 1 or 2 solo kills happen 2v2. You have top lane carries everywhere and junglers have to impact the entirety of the map. You pick Gragas after you give a top lane counter pick Gnar into Darius matchup and you decide to kill bot level 2. You walk bot, you get spotted, you do nothing. Meanwhile, your top laner dies in a counter pick matchup. The jungler dives him and suddenly you lose the entire game.
This is beautiful. I'm looking at a Rembrandt right now. Who is it?
Killigov did that.
Okay.
Arguably the best jungler in the world coming to this tournament. I don't get it. I don't know why. Watching it again 2 times, 3 times, I still don't understand that decision. You lose an entire game by just keep farming. Just walk to the top lane. Kill the enemy and the game's winnable.
But Clearlove actually has the highest kill participation for a jungler.
No, can't say anymore.
Crep, you finished early.
No one on that team is doing
Why did you take Crepo's time? No. Okay, we're going to draft from you, Crepo. You got 3 seconds to say what you want.
Huh? You're wrong.
Hashtag freak win?
Okay. There it is. There it is.
Can you say hashtag freak win for me?
No.
Okay.
Oh, man. So across the board, we got Faker, Godv, and Clear Love. Gentlemen, we'll have to see if they can really live up to the hype. Whoever you think had the best overhyped player, you can vote for them on Twitter at LOL Esports. Make sure to use the hashtag FreakWin if you think Freak was right. Hashtag MontyWin if you want to go with Monty, or hashtag CrepoWin if you want to go with Crepo. If you want to stay neutral like me, hashtag RivWin. All right, gentlemen, as the show begins to come to a close, we cannot forget one important thing, and that's pick'ems. Most of us have already kind of tossed them out the window, as we are not one of the some 50 people that still are able to get this right. God bless them, and good luck as it keeps moving on, because there's a lot of possibilities. But it's almost become easier to figure out with who we now have in the quarterfinals, who's going to move on to the semis. I will start myself. I believe OG will take down the Flash Wolves. They will move on, and they will be facing SKT as they take down AHQ. On the bottom half of the bracket, I feel like Fnatic will be able to take down Edward Gaming, even though both teams have had some follies, and Fnatic will be facing off against KT Rolster after they take down KU. Moving on from that, I do have my finals becoming SKT versus Fnatic, which I think actually a lot of people are going to have. Freak, what are you looking at?
NA, stick together. Pride on that one. Exactly the same roster. Origin for Flash Wolves. I think it really depends on if Soaz can tilt and or if Maple can crush Xpeke, but that's the two big bets to watch for me. SKT over AHQ, I think this is like 95-1 odds right there. Like, this is very hard for AHQ, so maybe they can live up to their inner TPA and do it anyway. Fnatic over EDG is also very close. Depends when EDG shows up. The EDG from the group stage where they got trounced by SKT, or the one where they won MSI. It just depends which Edward Gaming shows up, if they can figure out to go to the top lane. And finally, KT Rolster over KU. It was very close last time in the Korean playoffs. Went to 5 games. Maybe it'll go to 5 here, but it feels like KT Rolster are playing really strongly. Advantage from there, SKT over Origin, I think pretty strongly. They'll drop at most 1 game. Fnatic over KT, I think will happen. I just believe in Fnatic actually showing up very strongly, but ultimately SKT probably wins the whole thing. Sad for Europe.
All right, Monty.
So for me, I think we're going to agree on all of these quarterfinal matchups. I think it's going to be Origin, could be a close game against Flash Wolves, but considering they play the map better, I think that they're going to take that win. SK Telecom, nothing more needs to be said. We have the Fnatic Edward Gaming. I don't think EDG can fix their top lane jungle synergy problems and their lane swap problems in a week, so Fnatic should take a close one. They may get outplayed on an individual basis in a game or two, but they should win the series. And then finally wrapping it up, again, KT over KU, repeating that last best of 5 performance, though it could be another close one. Now here is where we're going to disagree, all right?
All right.
AHQ over SKT.
SKT over Origin. Pretty smooth sailing into the finals for SKT. KT over Fnatic. I really like the Someday Huni matchup. Sunday's been so stable. Huni's been a bit wishy-washy in that top lane. I think they've got what it takes to make the first ever All-Korean World Championship final. It is the destiny of this tournament to get there again.
We will see. Crepo, finish us off.
To save some time here on the quarterfinals, I'm just going to quote Sneaky and say same. I definitely agree with all of you guys.
Perfect.
But for me, thank you very much. I think Fnatic's going straight to finals. They will actually become the 2nd team in history to beat the Koreans in a best of 5 overall. And if Monty disagrees, to ease his pain, when Fnatic does get to the final, I'll just buy you a cheeky Nando's.
All right. And of course, spoken from the man himself, the one guy who has ever beat a Korean team in a best of 5.
I actually had to ask Monty right before this segment. I was like, has anybody ever beaten these guys?
I was like, yeah, you did. You beat them. Okay. Naj and Black Sword champions back all the way in 2012 in the semifinal to make the final.
Yeah. And then we won that best of 3 in the final. Yeah.
The reverse. That's what I remember.
I watched that live.
So you've heard our picks. Head over to pick'em.lolesports.com to lock in your picks, whether pick with us, pick against us. Good luck on how you do, because a lot of us did not get anything in the group stages right. Now, moving on, the games will be starting Thursday and Friday at the same times. That's 9 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central European Summertime. Do not miss them. I know a lot of you have already been watching because you're sending in your hashtag the Pentas to @LOLesports. Keep doing so because there's only more big plays to come. All right, gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for joining me here on this breezy balcony in beautiful London. All your cheeky picks and what you have said is just enlightening the viewers around the world, and hopefully all of you are correct in your picks. I can't
We
believe
can't
you went
all be
with
correct.
Faker. You're so crazy.
We can't all be correct, by the way. We have all different predictions here.
It can happen, but the chances are very, very low.
No, it's literally 0.
I know.
Okay.
Nice pun.
Thanks.
Looking at this, guys, I believe we do owe it to our viewers, however, to leave them with the right proper Penta!
Charging in at number 5 is LGD's Flame with the triple kill.
Mithy here. Godvi may go for that valiant kill before he goes down. They are able to slice him out. This is going to be a kill. Double kill for Flame. If he can keep getting that on Amazing, it's going to be a triple. But here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing doesn't get the dodge in, and Flame going huge.
Flashing in at number 4, AHQ's On shows what happens when an unstoppable force meets a movable object.
Westor's made it in range thanks to the Destiny and the Gate, and Sneaky eats a Javelin from Mountain. The Engage is flashed away, On stays alive, and Albus throws on the Maelstrom.
You can't expect a flash Malphite ulti to take that guy down right now. Beautiful flash. That's a game-winning flash right there.
Coming in at number 3, KT's Peekaboo makes room for Arrow's safe passage.
Blind face-taking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
TBQ and PYL getting aggressive. Flame is back as
Alistair's
well.
camping on the lantern. In a lot of trouble. PYL gets grabbed. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it. Actually, I totally can. That's Peekaboo. Arrow looked like he was just out of luck here.
Yeah, at first you're like, PYL is going to get him under the turret. Oh, turret's gone. All right, camping.
No. Oh, man. That is beautiful.
At number 2, the Flash Wolves' NL got everyone excited with his pentakill.
Because then COG would have been able to disengage. They attempted again. These guys are just too tanky.
Karsa, pretty damn big right here, takes a full hit from 3 members of Counter Logic Gaming, and they're right back in. Another unstoppable force, 4-member pop-up, double lift on the outside. They're gonna actually have to look away from him. Stake's gonna take down a 1v1. Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's gonna be the quadra. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill.
And our number 1 play this week was Fnatic's Huni with the quadra kill.
But at the same time, a fight in the bottom side. Ulti used on Nikita's keeping alive. Rekkles tries to zone the team out. There's Annie's so low, but there come the teleports. Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Rekkles goes down. Zatai gets a bunch done, but Huni, the double, the stun, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni.
First blood has been drawn. Challengers have risen.
Quadra kill! Look at the beautiful shockwave. Flash Wolves on the Nexus.
Fnatic take the first seed! There is no base left. There is only victory.
Not all have survived. But a few have proven their resolve. The battle marches on.
抽到 SKT 1也是，如果你要打冠军，总会要遇到的，所以是啊，我们准备好了。
2번 우승한 사람은 없으니까 그거를 한번 노려보고 있습니다.
First, we need to get Q targets. I'm not thinking too far ahead. Q is a hard team.
긴장도 되는데 또 기대도 되거든요. 열심히 해서 올라갈 수 있도록 하려고.
在小组赛里面嘛，就是我觉得我自己的表现很一般。8强的时候，我会表现出来一个不一样的我。
Me on one side and Deft on the other. I cannot possibly see it becoming anything less than a great game.
Soaz, he's one of my oldest idol. I loved his play. But this World, I don't think he's really that good.
He don't play the same style as me at all. He tends to play a lot passive. I think we can beat them.
Our strength is that we normally don't tilt in best of fives, but Origen, they have like ancient players. I'm sure they won't tilt too.
Well, not gonna underestimate them at all. It's gonna be interesting.
Origen takes the fight. Double kill for Niels.
Flash Wolves on the Nexus are going to take down the Coup Tigers.
Hello, my lords and ladies, and welcome to Week 3 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. We've picked up stakes and moved the action to London, where the competition shifts into the knockout stage. As you can tell, there's plenty of excitement in the arena, and just moments ago, Stake looking cool and collected, flanked by the rest of the Flash Wolves. They'll be facing off against Origen, who are heading inside just a short time ago. It's a big day for both of these teams, as all 8 teams left standing will do battle this week in the historic SSE Arena at Wembley to continue their quest for the Summoners Cup. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, and I've brought along a few friends to help break down the action. They are Rockats head coach Jacob Yamato-Kenan Mebdi, English language LPL commentator Jake Spon-Tiberi, and Renegades jungler Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Gentlemen, Week 3, we've made it to the knockout stages. How's everyone doing?
Yeah, this is going to be amazing. I cannot wait to get into the games.
Well, then let's work our way towards that. As the excitement around Worlds continues to build, we want to see how you and your friends are celebrating League's biggest event. So today, we want you to head over to Twitter and share with us your viewing parties, your sweet setups, and how you're cheering on your favorite teams. Here's how we, on the desk, are keeping it real. Just send your pictures to @LolEsports and use the hashtag Worlds so we can share our favorites a little later in the show. Budget cuts here in LA. As things get underway, we want to quickly introduce our team, though, who will be bringing you all the action as it happens. Heading up the interview lounge is Efia Sharks Deportia and a couple of hoodlums. They'll be breaking down the games in the venue and getting the inside story from the pros. And let's take a look inside the caster booth where Freak, Crepo, and Jat are preparing to make the big calls with today's series. And we'll be hearing from them in just a little bit. In addition to our crew, we're joined by teams from China, Brazil, Korea's OGN, as well as the BBC are all on site to bring the competition to the far corners of the globe. Of course, now it's time to send inside to the historic Wembley Arena to meet the contenders battling in our first quarterfinal showdown.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen around the world, and hello, London! We're here at the SSE Arena for the very first quarterfinal of the League of Legends World Championship. I think it's about time we met our combatants. To welcome the team representing the LMS. And on the blue side for game number 1, put your hands together for the Flash Wolves! Starting in the top lane, it's Stake. In the jungle, Karsa. Maple mans the mid lane. The starting AD carry of NL. And their support, Sword Art. Kramer's the substitute AD carry. And Fluid Wind is their coach. This is the Flash Wolves. Their opponents today, representing the European LCS, it's Origen! Jazz in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle. Expeke in the mid lane. Niels, the AD carry. Mithy, their support. And Hermit, the coach. For the first quarterfinal of 2015, it's the Flash Wolves taking on Origen. Put your hands together as they let it all out on the Rift.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our quarter finalists here fighting it out today. I mean, you heard it from the crowd. There's plenty of energy in the building, but I think it's safe to say there is a hometown favorite in Origen.
Yeah, it cannot feel good being on that stage as a Flash Wolf. You get like a low murmuring and then you get an explosion, especially when Peke.
I think it depends on the people. Like, if I was there and the crowd would cheer for the other team, I would get fueled by it.
Well, that's the thing. The question is, you know, how does this energy affect you as a player? Does it bring up the nerves? Does it give you adrenaline and energy to, you know, push through? What does it do?
At least for myself, when you get into a situation where the crowd is really overwhelmingly in the opponent's favor, when you get on the stage, all that disappears. That you don't even get the chance to look at the crowd. You're just staring at your screen and immersed in that little world, and it's only in the in-between that you're thinking to yourself, oh, wow, you know what? They're really not wanting me to win.
Well, that's our first set of teams that we'll be taking to the Rift today. As we look towards our 4 games here in London, let's see how our competitors got here. Starting off in Group A, the LMS's Flash Wolves and LCK's Coup Tigers emerged, knocking out the #1 North American seed CLG and international wildcard Pain Gaming. Now, the European LCS's Fnatic and the LMS's AHQ Esports Club rose to the top of Group B over NA's Cloud9 and the LPL's Invictus Gaming. In Group C, the powerhouses SK Telecom and Edward Gaming advanced over Europe's H2K and wildcard from the GPL Bangkok Titans. And in Group D, Korea's KT Rolster and Europe's 3rd seed Origen bested China's #1 LGD and North America's TSM to fill out the quarterfinals. Now, we're only 2 weeks into Worlds, and we have seen a record number of champions making an appearance this year, already more than last year. 69 unique champions in 49 games, gentlemen.
We're bound to see a couple more as well. There's a lot of roles and champions that we thought would be very powerful coming into the tournament that we haven't seen yet. And if any team is going to show it, it's going to be all the ones playing in this knockout stage, particularly the red side team.
All right, put your money where your mouth is. Which champions are we going to see that we haven't seen yet?
Today or in the whole thing?
In the remainder of the tournament, if you had to pick 2 or 3 champions, what do you think we're going to see?
Soraka, Ezreal, and my weird bet, the Heimerdinger.
What's the weird one? The Heimerdinger, I would love to see that. What about you, Spawn?
I think Zilean and Corki are the 2 really obvious ones that we have not seen yet. It's Worlds, so Corki has to make an appearance, and Deft also plays it quite well, just like the Ezreal. And I think that the Zilean will see Emax Zilean with a Mordekaiser or with something else that's very movement speed based. It's really strong at the moment. Level 9, you get this massive speed up or a massive slow. I know I've carried Yamato through a couple of games, so it definitely is a good feeling.
What about you?
I feel it's so unfair because you guys brought up most of the champions that I expected to come in as well, but
you can't have the same ones, so you have to go crazier.
I have to go crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, Warwick, Tyrick. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure Soraka is going to get played because I think the meta will shift in the support role towards Janna, and I think Soraka is the perfect pick against Janna. But the danger with Soraka is she's very, very weak in lane swaps. She's a support that can't really pressure other lanes. She's going to walk in there, gank, throw a banana,
It's an ambulance, man. It's not a gank. You just run in and start healing him.
Well, you know, the other thing about having so many unique champions played already is it kind of points to the fact that teams are still trying desperately to figure out where the power picks lie. You know, what exactly is the rock, paper, scissors of the League of Legends champions as of right now. You know, as we narrow it down, is there any, champion in particular that you feel we've seen might fall out of the way or might raise to dominance?
I think the Lissandra for coming back up, especially for her flexibility of being a top laner and a mid laner that can take teleport very well and just always provides a huge threat because you have to get a Quicksilver Sash if you need to get out. The Crucible is not going to cut it. It does so much damage for a team fight and picks. It's a very versatile pick. And a lot of the teams here have played it in the past in their qualifying tournaments and throughout the year, so I'm expecting to see a lot more of this pick.
Yeah, I'm still with Fiora. We have seen so little of a champion that absolutely wrecked the games that it was in. That has to become a priority at some point.
We'll see if people have picked her up even more. Well, we've seen the teams and some of the champions that they played to get here. Let's check out how the teams were drawn into the bracket. Now, at the top, we have a clash of the two Korean squads, or not at the top, but we have a clash of the two Korean squads, KT Rolster versus KU. Of course, we also have Fnatic and Edward Gaming. Flash Wolves versus Origen, two teams that surprised everybody in groups, but still made it here, and a tough draw for the LMS's #1 seed, AHQ versus SKT. Again, gentlemen, initial thoughts regarding these different matchups.
Yeah, so the one that I actually am really interested to see, I still think it's going to be very one-sided, is AHQ can dictate the pace of an early game. And they got up 10,000 gold. It was against EasyHoon's SKT at MSI. And when you look back at that game, that should have been a game that AHQ won. They just couldn't close it out against Nazir, who at the time was a very good stall champion. So I want to see if, once again, they can come in and fight. I'm, once again, not even expecting them to necessarily take a game, but this is a team that can dictate pace, and I think that that can be something to upset the early game of SKT and maybe give someone else hope. Once again, not AHQ, but maybe give the recipe to another team.
All right, and then of course we have Fnatic and EDG. When we're talking about MSI and teams that went up against each other at MSI, here's another one. You know, Fnatic, we have to remember that they have the addition of Rekkles since then.
Yeah, like I'm super excited for this particular matchup because I feel like the person that has improved the most on Fnatic has to be Febiven. I think in this particular matchup against EDG, he struggled against Pawn, and I think right now it could be a very, very interesting dynamic matchup.
All right, well, those games are to come. I want to zero in on today's matchup, Flash Wolves versus Europe's Origen. Both of these teams were surprise contenders in the group stage. For the Flash Wolves, they got off to a questionable start in week 1, but came out strong in week 2, going 3-0 to grab the #1 seed in their group.
Yeah, and the thing I like about Flash Wolves, if they're the team that have come closest to showing that there is a recipe to beat the teleport strategy in mid lane, and that seems to be get Caster, get Maple on 2 deadly champions, and then just try and completely wreck that lane itself. If you got teleport, it means you're not taking a cleanse, you're not taking a heal or a barrier. As soon as that flash is down, you can run things like Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and just completely take over the tempo of the game by crushing that mid lane.
Analyzing the two teams coming into the matchup, the first thing that appears is that both of them have the longest average game time, which you think, okay, that might make a really boring game. They all have a deficit at 15 minutes, so you might think on paper that this is going to be a very slow, low-kill game, but these teams have shown that once it reaches that 15-minute mark, it is no stops from there. They just go all out for kills, left, right, and center, and they have a bit of a hard time closing the game, which would make things a lot bloodier, especially because these teams aren't picking very powerful siege, with the exception of their long-range AD carry. Or, I mean, if we see a Tom Kench with Jinx, then that would even be a very viable strategy because you can just get her out of it.
It also makes you wonder how these two teams are going to approach playing against each other. When you look at another team and you say, well, they also like to go late, or maybe not like to, but their games also tend to go late. Should we make an adjustment that says, you know what, we're going to attack the early game and we're going to completely change our play style to work in contrast to what they do, or just try and do what they do better?
I feel like Origen's goal in this particular match is simply because they have red side 3 games because of the lower seed. Like blue side has shown a lot of dominance in this tournament, but with the fact that Origen has the red side, I feel like they'll go for the strong lane matchups as they have done previously in the in the regular splits, where they just pick the strong matchups, go for the Kalista, go for the Kog, get the last pick on Soaz and try to dominate through that.
Yeah, and I feel that even though they're both like distance teams, I feel like one is a distance boxer, which is the Flash Wolves. They like to just keep hitting you and eventually you will go down, versus like a distance runner in Origen who just want to like transverse you around the map as many times as possible until you make that mistake and they pick apart your base. We saw that they got a Baron against the Korean team, then they were able to backdoor the base with double teleport. This team has won some games in pretty unconventional fashion, whereas Flash Wolves, they just keep throwing LeBlanc into the middle of the team until someone dies.
So the traditional way a lot of best of 5s or best of 3s are run is that the first game you just feel each other out and you just, okay, we're going to run our strategy, what we're comfortable with, and it's a team composition that has a very set pace to it. So we might see somebody go with a very crazy all-in early game or go with a stronger late game. And then the second game, that's the one where the teams make the decision, okay, how effective was this specific style against it, and what did they seem vulnerable against? And that's when you see a really big shift in how the play style and the team composition that the teams are running and adjust it to the best of 5. So the first 2 games for me are the ones that are going to dictate this entire series.
Well, Spawn's analogy has made me a fan of Origen by virtue of being a distance runner myself. I want to take a look at some of the players, though. Someone on Flash Wolves that we were looking at going into the tournament was Stake, saying that he might be the weak point for the team, but he really has stepped up and been a rock for his team.
Yeah, and look, this isn't a flashy player. This guy's not going to go out there and get you the big pentakills, but he's a very good peeling top laner. He can initiate when he needs to, and he also played the Lulu actually pretty well in the game that they ran out with the LeBlanc. So this is a guy, he's probably not going to excite you on Summoner's Rift, but he certainly is a linchpin that does his job very well. And the one thing I will say about Stake is he groups at the right time. One of our criticism of top laners like Dyrus, like Soaz, is that they get caught a lot. Stake pretty much plays that supportive role, so it's very hard to catch this guy out and force an error.
I feel like Stake, even though he has exceeded my expectations, which were very, very low, I don't think, like, still, Stake, I think he still had some issues. I just remember this game in particular where he was laning against Pain Gaming's Mylon, where he struggled a lot in these counter matchup. He was playing Darius and he was playing against Agnar, which is a counter matchup, as I mentioned. And I feel like Soaz on red side in 3 games is going to get that counter pick. And if Soaz is in a dominant matchup against a player that he knows he can dominate, he shines. But if he plays against a better player he knows is better than him, then he gets kind of destroyed.
Yeah, would definitely look for Stake to pick up the damage as he's one of the lower damage share top laners for his team. Crumbs looking over at Soaz, the guy, though, on the other side of the screen, who, again, you hear the crowd pipe in there for just a moment because he is a hometown favorite. He holds a different role on his team. He's expected to carry, but struggles with some inconsistencies.
Yeah, you know, the split pushing just isn't there. He gets caught out a lot. If you're trying to be a split pusher guy, you need to always know where the team is. And that might be a fault of the team communication, not letting him know that, hey, there's a lot of people coming your way. You need to back off the wave. And we've seen him innumerable times just getting caught out in 1v1s, getting ganked, and just not really fitting the split push pressure that Origen needs. And that might be the reason why their games are really taking that long to close out. Because when you die as a split pusher, you really slow down the pace of the game, and it's horrible when you do that. But, you know, I'm a little worried for him. He has done well, especially in some of the team fighting, but when he tilted in that Cannon game, I don't want to see that for this time around.
Now, the picture of consistency, though, for Origen has to be Niels, the 80 carry, the rookie coming in here and performing tremendously on his first international stage.
I don't think he's going to get Kalista, that's for sure. Niels has been the most solid player in the team together with Mithy, in my opinion. And I really like the idea of they have in the draft where they prioritize the Kalista. If the Kalista is out of the way, they pick the Kog and try to pick a strong matchup for him that he can pressure.
All right, well, with all this information in mind, before we head inside the packed house for Game 1, let's get you guys on record. Who do you think's coming away with our first quarterfinal series? Flash Wolves or Origen? Spawn, it looks like we're starting with you, according to the graphic.
Yeah, all right. So I have been hit up so many times today to please not pick my team. So Origen fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm going with the Flash Wolves today. I think that if you talk about a super sub, you have to mention NL. This guy didn't play the game 1 and was able to completely take over. They're even cheering the fact that I went for Flash Wolves. This is ridiculous.
All right, Yamato, you're up.
Well, I have to just go with Origen because I have experience playing against him in the best of 5.
There it is. There it is.
I have experience playing against him in the best of 5, and they are very energetic throughout. They are good at adapting. Their coach understands the draft and how to adapt properly, so I expect them to do exactly the same in this matchup.
Split desk, Crumbs, you're the tiebreaker.
I mean, I'm nervous now to say this with the crowd behind it, but I think just from the blue side advantage, this is going to be a really long series, probably 5 games, but in the end, I'm giving it to the Flash Wolves.
Ooh. Wait for it.
Are you giving
there it is. There it is.
Are you giving it to the Flash Wolves or to the blue side?
Oh.
Flash Wolves, man. They're playing on the blue side.
Well, that's what these guys think. It's clear that the crowd might disagree. The stage is set, so we're going to kick it to the caster booth for Game 1. And as we go, we'll hear how Stake and the Flash Wolves are back and playing to win after their rough international debut as the Gamma Bears back in Season 3.
This year is totally different from the last time we came.
Let's talk a little bit about the team, starting with the Gamma Bears, because frankly, not too much is actually known about these guys. Just like last year's world champion, the Taipei Assassins, the Bears are coming into this tournament flying very much under the radar.
So let's take a look at our first match of the day. The Taiwanese champs, Gamma Bears versus Korea's SK Telecom T1.
Well, I think Gamma Bears needs to play the best games of their life if they want to beat SKT.
Last time, our first match was versus SKT, yeah, and it didn't do well because like we got crushed.
Here comes Faker. He has just melted Stake. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semi-finals.
To be honest, I think there are some good players on the Gamma Bears side, but this was definitely an individual skill mismatch.
When we were in Gamma Bears, we just play for fun and do whatever we want in the games. Like it's like solo queue with our friends. We didn't even practice that much. I don't think we really wanted that win. This time now, like we know what you have to do to win.
It was impressive to see all the players really stepping up, and I'm really excited to see who they stack up against, because I think they'll just get better.
My team members is like 80% same from Gamma Bears to Flash Wolves, but everyone's grown older, and now we have a good analyst. The whole team, like every team member wants to win. We practice a lot. Our relationship is better, so I think we're more as a team than we was then. Everyone, we put our 100% in this whole thing, so I hope we get good results.
Hello, governors! Welcome here to London. We are ready to start our quarterfinals. I am David Freak Turley, here to bring you guys all of today's actions with, my favorite of colleagues. We've got Mitch Crepo, whose last name is too long to pronounce properly.
All right, mate.
Wonderful. Force Pulse, whatever. And the recently knighted Sir Joshua Jat Leesman.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, it didn't actually happen.
Okay, then.
But it was on the prompter, so I read it.
Starting off telling lies already.
Yeah, it's mostly how this goes. Either way, guys, we are getting ourselves into the game. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful one here. As you heard the players talk about the Flash Wolves, most of them formerly known as the Gamma Bears, were at Worlds a couple years ago, had a really short run. Here, they topped their group, including KT Tigers. Many didn't even expect them to get out of the group, so honestly, so far, it's already been a great World Championship for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I think both these teams were happy to kind of get each other in the draw. As strange as this sounds, Origen was really excited when they realized they had Flash Wolves. But I think Flash Wolves was kind of happy about Origen. Early game-wise, these guys have actually been pretty weak. They have been able to pull out games, obviously, so this has the looks of a very long and fascinating series.
Yeah, London definitely conserve your energy. This may go long, especially post 30 minutes is when these teams get bloody. So 0 to 15, kind of dull, especially with Flash Wolves, averaging like, what, 1 kill in those phases of the game. But then later on, if you go post 30, then you get these massive AoE team fights that we're waiting for.
And right now, actually, I'm not surprised though. We'll see the Flash Wolves bans right here. The Callista was first picked every single time Origen could have for Niels, and Elise is actually something that Flash Wolves didn't even play.
Yeah, and we also heard the analyst desk talking about how blue side was a decent-sized advantage in this game. And also these bans, it's mainly because the red side has to ban the Mordekaiser and the Gangplank. At least that's what we expected in these games. What we weren't expecting here is we thought the Jinx was actually going to be banned because NL has been so dominant on it, averaging 971 damage per minute on Jinx, which is the most of anyone at Worlds by far.
Yeah, that's mostly due to the fact that these games go long and you have a lot of AoE defense, but even with that into account, he still does significantly more damage than anybody else in similar roles on that Jinx pick. So Origen should be building an anti-Jinx comp if they leave it open.
Well, interesting, they didn't remove Tom Kench either, so we expect that to come through at some point here for Sword Art. And as far as stealing the Jinx away, we don't think that's very likely either. NL might pick it up this round, but even if Origen had the chance, Niels is not exactly a prolific Jinx player.
Well, we know that Flash Wolves is willing to early pick the Jinx because it's been so dominant for them, and we're pretty sure that Niels can play Jinx. It's just not anywhere near his top played in solo queue. On his main solo queue account, he had something like 12 Jinx games. Yeah, and as a clarification on that stat we just mentioned, 52% more damage per game NL deals than the average Jinx at Worlds. So he's really been proficient on that champion. With that said, though, the Gragas is great at displacing Jinxes in team fights.
Flash Wolves did their scouting, and SOAS probably surprises them here with the early Darius pick. They haven't played it so far in the tournament, so top laner Stake obviously has played both Darius and the counter matchup Gnar, so he's proficient in this matchup, but it is a new pick from Soaz.
And on top of that, as far as being red side, Origen has last picked their top laner 2 out of 3 times. It's something that seemed likely for Origen, especially considering the perceived mismatch between Soaz and Stake. What this means is we're probably going to see Peke actually get the counter pick.
Looking at this draft, this is where Mithy usually goes for a Thresh in a lot of these situations, so it would actually be surprising if he locks in that Alistar.
Well, surprise.
Surprise?
Yeah.
Tiny surprise.
Tiny little bit surprise.
I feel like Alistar's really big to be a small surprise. I feel like he's one of the biggest surprises you could go for in League of Legends.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, Alistar's dropped off a substantial amount here at Worlds.
And we're talking the build of the champion is a big Minotaur.
We're
You know,
already
physically?
going down that road.
Yes, we are, Jat.
Physically, he is a big surprise.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Well, here we go. Flash Wolves, the last few champions. No surprises here. The 3rd LeBlanc game of the tournament for Maple. His proficiency for Assassins at 7 out of 7 Assassins so far at Worlds. And Sword Art's Morgana also. Standard, a little bit surprised not to see Tom Kench, but Morgan is.
I think Origen's already looking for a lane swap with these picks because the bot lane matchup, it plays so easily. Morgana Jinx plays so easily into a melee support with Sivir. You never get punished almost. You can pretty much control the tempo of the lane. And then in that top lane, you have the Gnar counter pick to Darius overall. So I would expect some map movements at least to scout out where the lanes are settling in for Origen.
And Flash Wolves has got to be really happy with this draft so far. They pretty much have nothing but comfort for the people that are playing these champions. And not only did they get comfort, they also got counter picks in a lot of situations. Gnar is seen as, once he gets ahead, a counter to the Darius pick. Morgana has been spectacular against Alistar so far at Worlds. It's one of the reasons for the fall off. And counter picking a mid lane against the ball isn't something that is actually that easy to do.
Unless the Nivea is the counter pick that no one ever knew about except for Froggen. So this is going to be a fun one. Peke running
the old graph. Yeah, counter picks in mid lane. Nivea. When you get to a Nivea blind, no counter pick there.
This is going to be interesting. So Origen, the only bans of picks they got to really spend here was that 3rd Lulu ban of the first pick, Darius. All they've done as far as options was limit Stake down to a Gnar. Everything else, Flash Wolves got to pick whatever they wanted.
But I mean, look at Origen. They have such a beefy front line. Darius combined with Gragas and then Alistar support. Then that requires 2 heavy damage dealers. I don't think a Nivea Sivir really suit that role. They can ramp up a lot of damage over time in fights, but it's rough.
Well, even in Nivea, you have to kill twice. If we're trying to think of Maple, who has carried multiple games on the Blanc so far, group stage, like destroying someone at the start of the team fight, really hard to do here against a Spell Shield, an Egg, an Alistar, a Gragas, and a Darius. Like, he doesn't have very many good targets to hit, and in that way, Origen has picked a pretty smart team.
And that's what's great about those then it puts even more onto NL's shoulders. Maple can't burst almost anyone. Okay, we know that one, but you still got this Jinx who's putting the highest damage per minute of the entire tournament, so maybe it's a lot on NL. We'll see if that happens because, guys, we are getting ourselves into game 1 of the quarterfinals, and you, as always at home, are part of the experience. Tweet at lollies with the hashtag FWWin or hashtag OGWin. Let us know who it's going to come down to. Of course, this is a best of 5. A team has to destroy 3 Nexi over the course of the series to win the whole thing. So as we open the first game in London, let me hear you one more time. We are into game 1 of the quarterfinals.
And also, for the fans as well as the viewers at home, make sure you're conserving your energy for this matchup.
So don't do this.
They didn't get
if
the
you're
memo.
behind your television right now, don't shout.
So, this is such an interesting matchup because Flash Wolves and Origen, while they did win in the group, there's a stat called bloodiness, which is the combined kills and deaths in a game. Within the first 15 minutes of the game, the Flash Wolves have averaged 1.6 kills or deaths across all of their games in group stage, which is by far the lowest of any team at Worlds. And Origen is the 3rd lowest at 5.2, which is substantially higher, but still incredibly low. So as far as the first 15 minutes of the game here, we were really wondering what the stylistic mismatches were and how they were going to play out.
Yeah, definitely looking at just how slow Flash Wolves approach the game. They don't go for any kills. First ones don't happen until probably after 10 minutes, if I remember correctly. They don't take any first towers. They're a very good reactionary team overall. If you make a play, they have a good reaction, but they're very much so not proactive at all. So this could give you a very stale early 10 minutes.
And when we've been watching their games from the group stage as well, Flash Wolves has some negative CS differentials, specifically Stake. He's usually down around 10 CS, whereas Soaz is up around 7 CS, so is Niels, and Peke's been holding his own. But Origen has substantially more deaths in the early game because they're playing their lanes very aggressively and have been punishable by ganks, which will be the question of whether Flash Wolves is aggressive enough to take those opportunities or if they're just going to get bullied by Origen in lane.
And that's what's so interesting, just to sort of show you guys the level of sort of over-aggression. Niels, Mithy, and Soaz are a combined 3 and 18 in the first 50 minutes of the game. But as you guys mentioned, Flash Wolves don't take many early kills, so the question is, will Karsa show up in these lanes and punish that over-aggression?
Yeah, they have those CS differentials positive with all those deaths, which shows you how well they're actually CSing.
Right, both bot lanes now heading into the laning phase. Both got a camp, so we could actually see more explosiveness than we've been used to. So far in this tournament, very few lanes have actually taken a camp. NL and Sword are already level 2. Mithy's looking for that experience. He's caught out in the bush here, so we're going to eat some damage and be zoned off that way for a bit.
Wow, yeah, and Swordart actually did have Binding. It was down for a short time, so Mithy was able to walk up for a bit, but they both match level 2 here.
Yeah. So that means Mithy is likely going to skill heal and just end up playing sustain, unless he goes for combo and some aggression. Oh, he's going in.
Goes right in.
Double knockup in, and Elspor's drone, but Ignite is on. Black Shield mean nothing. There is already a first blood. There is a time where Black Shield was down, and it got abused.
This is such a bold move. Whenever you bully an Alistar early, you force him to skill and heal. Mr. says, none of that. We're going in, and they go on NL. The hard carry for late game Flash was finally blood already.
Who needs heal on Alistar when you can kill somebody?
Level up, heal that way.
Yeah, that is so huge for Origen's lane, especially with the standard laning phases. Flash Wolves just overstepped their bounds. They were a little bit too aggressive, and now the question is, will it get turned around? Karsa would be in position for a gank.
But Amazing's coming down. Mithy does not have Flash. He just burned it now. He's running away from a Binding, and Karsa will end the knockup. Now there are multiple TPs available, and the team is coming in. Karsa now on the wrong side. A Flash body slam by Amazing. Gets the second kill for Origen.
And this has been such an improvement here for Origen. When we saw them fall apart towards the end of the last day of group stage, a lot of it was in the early ganks and not matching teleports with the likes of LGD or KT. Here they have more teleports than Flash Wolves, so as match stake. Peke could not be matched by Maple, and it ended up just kind of drawing them off of it so that Origen could turn that around. Spectacular start for Origen.
Absolutely incredible here. So you talk about the fact that your lanes are supposed to be winning anyway. So as in fact already ahead of stake. The teleports got canceled on both sides essentially here, but now just everyone's doing incredibly well. Even Peke's ahead in lane.
Yeah, as these lanes progress, Stake should pull ahead of Soas, and honestly, if you play it 10 times, NL and Swordart should win that lane 6 or 7 times, but they just got outplayed. They didn't respect the fact that Mithy had combo. He didn't even have to use his flash, so he preserved his flash, which allowed him then to turn that gank around. Karsa got counter ganked by Amazing.
He can break the Black Shield. No, he can't do enough damage in time.
Gotta wait for the barrel.
Yep.
Yeah, they needed to wait for the Gragas barrel to pop, break the Black Shield, because it's only a rank 1 Black Shield on a 21 ability power early game Morgana.
Or space out your combo.
Still worth 84.
Kill the Black Shield with your W, wait, then knock. But it's tough to do that on stage.
Yeah, speaking of that though, players will naturally make more mistakes as the stage gets bigger because the pressure increases throughout this. Flash Wolves beforehand wasn't necessarily expected to win that group. They came into the second day with 1 and 2, maybe not as much pressure on them, but now against Origen on this bigger stage, they were confident in that bottom lane fight and overextended, which is one of the reasons they now have to play from a hole.
I'm actually very interested to see how this mid lane matchup plays out. LeBlanc into Anivia. Seems incredibly hard to land that Q, and I want to know what Pekka's going to do build-wise overall. If he keeps this very slow build, or he alters it into more of a teens-oriented build, so he's defensive against the LeBlanc, and has more wave clear and CDR to just keep the pressure up. Because if Maple's allowed to roam, he could balance out that early advantage that Origen have acquired so far.
Yeah, and the only game we have to judge this off of is when Peke played Anivia against TSM in their first game at Worlds here, and he went the very slow build. Peke did a Catalyst into a Tear of the Goddess, but it was against TSM, a team that doesn't make many moves early on in the game. And as far as the scouting report goes, Flash Wolves has not taken much initiative either. They generally wait for the other team to engage on them and then are very good at reacting. So I would actually expect maybe Peke works in a little bit of magic resist, but I'd expect the slow build of Anivia here as well.
Yeah, Rod of Ages into Athenes is a possibility, or even early Athenes. If you farm enough, you can go into Roa afterwards. And Soaz, he's continues to have this push pressure in the top lane, which we don't expect to see in this matchup. And honestly, Karsa should have probably swung around to even that out.
Yeah, one of the biggest benefits here for Origen is because they were able to get those kills early. Amazing and the rest of Origen have been able to get some wards deep within the jungle of Flash Wolves. You can see a ward right in the perfect area between the Gromp and the blue buff, which is why Soaz has been so safely able to push up there, not to mention the pink ward he has in the river. Very few areas of attack if Karsa actually wanted to stop that push.
And Amazing's already doing it some more. He's got the Raptor buff on him, so he knows there's no ward spotting this invade. He's making sure everything's the way it needs to be. And he's up on the top side in case there is some kind of dive to be had. Looks like that's not the case, though, as Niels on the bad side of it. His support is not around, still taking a ton of damage. 200 HP, and now comes the teleports. Peke and Soaz both have them. They're both in already. The wall misses, but NL loses his flash as soon as he gets it back. Soaz lands the apprehend. 2 more attacks will do it. Sword Art's already dead. He's gonna bleed to death. NL makes it 4 deaths, and Origen are incredibly far ahead.
A complete opposite of what the stats have shown us. We prepared for this match. We prepared for a very dull early game right now. Amazing, though, has to get away from Maple.
Looks like we brought our Prenzel sharpness because it's certainly anything but dull here. Amazing trying to run out. Maple puts in the Ignite. W will kill him. Onto the turret he goes. Flash Wolves get their first kill of the game.
Maple's going to have to do a whole lot more of that because everyone else on the team is actually losing pretty substantially. Love the teleport usage by Origen. They are absolutely capitalizing on, for Flash Wolves, what is a surprisingly aggressive duo lane, letting them play the Jinx, overpowering them when they push far, and punishing Jinx for the low mobility.
In all of group stages, all games combined, Origen got a total of 3 kills. In this match, they've already exceeded that. They got 4 early game kills here. We see Niels, he gets engaged on, but he can wait. And then he can wait for mid to come in and then double teleport is allowing Origen to punish his play. This is the first time really we've seen in group stages that they can punish plays with proactive teleports. When we watched the VODs, Origen was either second to teleport or not teleporting at all, or putting themselves in positions where they could get outplayed by a teleport. This time, they're mastering that summoning spell.
And every time Flash Wolves try to fight the bottom lane, something goes wrong for them, overstepping past an Alistair, getting TP'd down and behind, and not respecting the double teleport at all is really hurting Flash Wolves here.
Yeah, the 3 kill stat you just mentioned, Krepa, was in the first 10 minutes of the game throughout all of group stage, so they have surpassed that with a very active early game thus far, and Flash Wolves hasn't responded well. Watching all Flash Wolves games during group stages, you know, they've always actually been a slow team. 2nd slowest average game time in the LMS. So it's kind of out of character for them to make aggressive moves. Normally they're very good at reacting to aggressive moves and punishing, but that hasn't necessarily been the case here. We'll see how many turrets they can trade back to keep this game close.
Well, you're going to see the up trade not going to happen just yet as the bot lane does get cleared away for a little bit there. Maple looking for an aggressive play. The stun will not land though. Peke doesn't get the Q out in time. Mid lane turret's taking plenty of damage, but bot lane still being sieged upon. And the 3-man group is far too much for Amazing to deal with. Flash Wolves get their first turret of the game.
We also have to mention how hideously far behind NL is. He's gone an Avarice Blade and a Longsword, whereas Niels has completed the BF Sword. Sometimes you get the BF Sword to pickaxe mismatch. This is a BF Sword to a long sword, to a very small sword. Mismatch.
That's true, comparatively.
NL has to be able to swap around, but honestly, where does he actually go? It is so difficult to push against in Anivia with a blue buff in the mid lane. And if he goes to the top side, they lose even more dragon pressure and pressure on them.
Now this is what Origen very often does well, is where they farm well in split lanes. They play the map on 3 lanes. What they do poorly though is that they die very often trying to farm.
Well, he should have the egg. Plenty of damage there onto Peke. Maple will not take the double damage Frostbite there. And yeah, you're seeing Maple, the one bright spot, the only guy with kills, not even an assist on it, still trying to do work for Flash Wolves.
Well, you can see exactly where they're trying to attack. It's very hard to attack an Anivia, but if Maple can take Anivia back to base, then they would have a chance of pushing mid lane. Luckily for Origen, they picked an incredibly potent wave clear composition, which is kind of just a really good way to stall and let Anivia hit those late game power spikes, because even if Anivia cycles down, you still have Sivir, 2 of the best per position wave clears in League of Legends.
Looks like with the mid wave cleared away, and even though Darius and Anivia are back in base without teleports, a 3-man dragon attempt here for Origen. There aren't many good wards for the Flash Wolves, and there's going to be no contest.
And this is usually where the Flash Wolves trade a turret. Whenever a team goes for a dragon, they would switch to the other side of the map and get a tower, because they're so far behind in this game already. Soaz really waiting for NL, who's so far behind his opponent. Flash Wolves cross-map, and Origen are just soaking a farm in every single lane, and that deficit is only going to get bigger for the Flash Wolves here.
Jeez, look at that, the preemptive early chompers, and NL runs backwards. He is afraid of Soaz. Well, they are both flashless here. Should be totally safe for this Darius. Flash Wolves are at least keeping up in farm. You look down the scoreboard right there, and actually NL, despite being 0-2, actually still has more farm than Niels. So the farm game is keeping it up. It's only an 1,800 gold game. That's actually not that big for what the scoreboard might have told you. Flash Wolves have a fighting chance.
Problem is though that Maple has to look for these assassinations, as we pointed out in Champs Select already, it is incredibly hard to kill somebody in one go. Maybe twice you can get them, but getting through the Anivia egg, getting through Spell Shield, getting through the Gragas and the Darius' health pools is just almost impossible for Maple right now, especially if Origen is putting decent vision on the left side and the right side so they don't get surprised and get outmanned.
It's going to take a lot of time, and one of the favorite combos for Flash Wolves during group stages was Maple nearly bursting someone to death and then NL killing them with the Super Mega Death Rocket. So having NL in a deficit this early on in the game is so crucial as far as the win conditions go.
Meanwhile, Mithy taking up plenty of aggro, walking back safely, and a beautiful explosive cast pulls Karsa back into the team. It's actually Flash Wolves losing the Summoner spell.
Well, same with Mithy though. He did
Ignite.
Use Ignite on the Karsa, which is kind of what prompted the flash.
Yeah, Mithy, this pick makes sense in the sense that Mithy, in the first 15 minutes, died 7 times in group stages overall, just trying to get that vision in. If you have Alistar, you can avoid a lot of these deaths by just popping your ultimate, so you can see it. He's very confident going in because he knows he always has a backup plan. He still has his ultimate available to do this again. And with a tanky Amazing nearby, they can just force the vision in and keep the game on their tempo.
Yeah.
What kind of moves can be made? Maple already wanted to make a play onto Mithy, not going to land the chain. Headbutt Pulver has got him underneath it. Spell Shield needs a Flame Chomper, nothing else done.
Yeah, so you can really see Flash Wolves trying to shrink the map here. They have NL and Maple consistently in the mid lane. Now it's going to be on Origen, because Origen typically doesn't like playing shrink maps, to 1-3-1 and draw the game away from Flash Wolves with a Anivia wave clearing in the mid lane. The longer Origen can play this game, the larger their lead will become, because they're essentially able to farm all 3 waves, whereas Flash Wolves is kind of only safely able to farm 2.
They are actually in a good position to do that, and now they actually have the vision to back themselves up in those positions. Usually, when we see Origen go for very early 1-3-1s, they lack the side lane vision, and that leads to a lot of their deaths in those side lanes. But this time, because they were ahead a little bit, Soaz has a Trinket ward right there. So for 1 minute, at least he'll be relatively safe. But we need to see that backed up by more sidestone wards placed by the jungler and the support if they want to continue using this strategy.
And the thing is, Origen don't have a lot of those deep wards near the mid lane. That area can be collapsed upon fairly easily, actually. And you also got to watch the side lane matchups here. Sibra's not exactly a good one-on-one versus LeBlanc, but that's the matchup being had on that top side of the map. That's going to make it difficult for Niels to really push well.
Yep.
Yeah. Amazing did just pick up his Sightstone 14 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. On average, he's picked up his Sightstone at 14:50, which is the second slowest in the group stage. So even with this lead, you can still see the tendencies are staying fairly true for Origen. And if that is also true for the rest of the game, expect a lot of split pushing and hopefully better warding for Origen, because as Krepo mentioned, that has been how they have made mistakes, is they're trying to draw the game to the outskirts, but they are getting punished pretty heavily for it.
Well,
with a lot of their death coming over in those side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. Niels sidestepping some more. Pink ward and green ward traded there. You got to see a second ago that top lane was being pushed by Maple first, and then Niels had to collect that wave. So top lane, up until the team roamed up to cover this Sivir, Maple was getting the push lead there. And the game has stalled out. The same gold lead has kind of remained stagnant now.
Mostly due to the matchup in the bot lane. Even with an advantage gained by teleport, Soaz can't push it home because he's still in a counter matchup. And as the game goes on, especially say 15 to 25 minutes, that matchup gets the most pronounced, because that's when Gnar starts picking up these items like that Frozen Mallet, and he can keep his opponent at bay.
That was exactly the item power spike I was going to talk about, and he completes it right now. So you can actually see, because of this, Origen is starting to group up more towards the mid lane, and they're trying to force it onto Flash Wolves a little bit. I will say that Flash Wolves, we made the joke about Stake absorbing in the top lane because he can take a losing matchup and not make it matter that much. Flash Wolves as a team has probably been the best absorbing team at Worlds, because they've had to play against so many teams who have beaten them in the early game. Both games against the KOO Tigers. KOO Tigers had immense pressure, and Flash Wolves has been able to take these little micro sacrifices to get them to a point in which they can reach power. And that Frozen Mallet for Stake is when they start winning the split push war and is their window back into this game.
Yeah, the Flash Wolves are actually comfortable being this much goal behind because they only led once at 10 minutes and that was only a 66 goal lead. And then at 20 minutes, they're usually behind. They've only led like twice in the group stages. So if this doesn't get too bad right now, you're actually comfortable playing this game. Just keep your eyes on NL, his positioning with the help from Sword Art, if they can turn a fight, mostly around the Dragon. An objective that Origen actually doesn't like fighting around too much.
It's true. Oh, we speak about Avians, you know, with Dragons running around and Anivia and whatnot. I want to point out...
Speak about Avians?
We're now speaking about Avians.
We are now speaking about Avians.
Avians is the topic.
Yes. I want to speak about a really quick mechanical thing that Pekka does not know about. When you deactivate Glacial Storm, it actually does an extra tick of damage. Then you can use that to last hit, do a minor bit of burst. Pekka doesn't know about this. He's actually waiting until the Glacial Storm regular tick damage kills minions, then deactivates it, and actually wastes a little bit of mana doing that.
I did not know about this.
He got it about 6 months ago. Meanwhile, top lane fight, Soaz feeling good about basketballs, orbiting his opponent, but Carson now showing up as well, and it's going to be quite hard for the Darius. Manages to land one tick of the heel, but Sword Art out to land the ulti, and Stakes in there as well. The entire team is top lane as punishment for Origen taking a Dragon.
That is a lot of people in the top lane, and once again, this is an example of a very small sacrifice Origen makes, the second Dragon, as a window to get back in the game, because if they can now use that pressure to take the top lane turret, they'd be even in gold. But Peke, with some nice cross-mapping, keeps the pressure up in the mid lane.
That's a good wall, but they don't go... NL's alone down under that turret. Amazing doesn't go for the dive.
And this is something we've seen from Origen. They play the map open, and if you hit them somewhere in the top lane, they will take something from you in the bot lane. The problem is they don't predict the play from Flash Wolves here very well. Soaz could have backed off if he didn't have the vision. He could have respected the vision a little more and just taken the free dragon. But Origen, very often they want too much, and they have to end up getting punished somewhere on the map.
And it ends up being a trade of turrets. Top lane outer goes down thanks to the Flash Wolves gank. The Origen persistence in the mid lane knocks one down for themselves. We do have a late tier coming out for Peke, so he is still planning on scaling up quite slowly. That is a recent tier, by the way. Rod of Ages was first and is nearly completed.
It's not super, like it is around 200 stacks, so once he's able to upgrade it, he'll get it, but yeah, 200 tiers at 19 minutes out of 750 is really, really slow. But we mentioned earlier, average game times. Flash Wolves average 41 minutes, 53 seconds. Origen, 42 minutes, 24 seconds. The 16th and 15th slowest teams at Worlds thus far. So I think he's going to have the time to let it complete.
So what you're telling me, Jad, is a 30-minute Rod of Ages is okay in this matchup?
It'll max out. If you're playing it off
well,
statistics.
Seraphs, he already has the Rod of Ages. But yeah.
Well, yeah, they stack. There's almost no unique passes in that item. 6 row of the dream.
Overall, we saw a very explosive opening of the game with NL and Sword Art going aggressive and getting punished twice, one by an outplay, second time by teleports. But as we've been talking on a little bit, the game has been stale. As I say that, we may see some action though.
Flash, headbutt, Pulverize comes in, Maple goes back in! Oh, the massive outplay! Jumps back, Juke Smithy, there's nothing else to do. Beautiful by the Flash Wolves mid laner.
In case you didn't notice, Maple is really good at LeBlanc. Basically, 2v1s right there. Mithy landed the CC, but is like, well, what do I do? My AD carry's not close enough to follow up with anything. Niels dies in the side lane yet again. So Origen honestly needs to shrink this game down a little bit. Flash Wolves is killing them in the top and bottom lane. And Origen needs to work around the Anivia and the team fighting that they have built up in their composition.
Origen just need to improve their warding right now. It was really good at one point, and that's very often when they place all these trinket wards down, because Origen have a tendency to place a lot more trinket wards as opposed to just sight wards. But then once that vision drops, they find themselves in the dark with no really follow-up play, and that's exactly what's happening right now too. They're not making much plays with vision, and then yeah, Niels gets caught here. He can disengage, but they want the outplay.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the chain landed as Mithy engaged is really what sentenced Niels to death right there, and he used the spell shield earlier on. That's now the second time Origen has died in either the top or the bottom lane. In the group stages, as far as where the teams had their deaths, it was a really cool stylistic difference. Flash Wolves only suffered 5 deaths in the top or bottom lane as far as positions on the map, but Origen had died 29 times there. It feels like Origen is continuing to push these sides and
look,
usually suffering some casualties.
Flash Wolves finding it yet again, but there is double teleport, spell shields, the first distortion. trying to get
Two
away.
teleports
A
on the
bunch
same
of
board.
bards come through, and here comes everybody. Peke trying to get away from this one. Karsa half health. Knockup comes through, but it doesn't do all that much for him. Niels forced to run and hide. He's almost out of health there. Soaz in the front lines, forced to run from the Rockets. The zap hits Soaz though, which means Maple can come in for the chain. Soaz will be rooted for another couple of seconds. Here comes the team. Snake! Oh dear! Poaches an egg as Peke goes down, and Flash Wolves take the kill lead.
And that's so punishing for Origen because they expended both of their teleports to try and salvage that play and got a negative result off of that. Flash Wolves has persisted to this point, and they look to take the lead with this turret kill.
But what a fantastic way of using distortion and mimic distortion there from Maple. He passed over Baron into the jungle, doesn't get spotted. Over the Crux, he gets behind Niels. Niels only starts running once he sees Karsa coming out. And because Origens have this spread out playstyle when they use the teleports to collapse, Amazing was actually still in the mid lane. NL was way ahead of that play. He joined, and once he joined, he turned around the tides in that fight. So Flash Wolves, they're planning their plays together. Origen are reacting with teleports, but sometimes you just gotta bail out and sacrifice one guy.
Yeah, I love what Maple's been doing. Moving through the shadows and creating plays for Flash Wolves instead of waiting for Origen to split push them to death. Again, Niels was out of this fight before it really began. And Peke had to use his flash defensively because they both teleported in on the same ward.
And Origen, they feel strong, but they don't know that Amazing's in the mid lane. Poor communication. And Nell comes in. He wasn't spotted anywhere on the map, and yeah, he's going to turn on his fight. And look at the spacing from Maple too. Staying out of Darius' Q range. Snake now realizes that they actually killed Soaz already, so he doesn't need to use his ultimate to secure Soaz. And then he just hops onto Peke. Peke trying to peel. So these little minor outplays here from Snake just adapting during the fight. At first he goes in for Soaz, realizes that kill is already produced. Then he switches to Peke. Flash Wolves pick up 2 kills.
And I want to highlight something that Mine and Krista talked about on PTL this week about Flash Wolves sort of playing to their opponents, playing to level them, playing almost a style that works well. Origen love to play these side lane pushes, this 1-3-1. Soaz got kind of picked by Stake. Niels on Sivir is never going to survive against LeBlanc, and Anivia's not exactly a great side lane pusher. They're not even the right champions for a 1-3-1 style from Origen here. Flash Wolves have matchups for all of them.
Yep. Flash Wolves has been so good at reacting to their opponents. Sometimes you can use that as a negative because, you know, they're waiting for the other team to expose themselves. But basically, Origen has been exposing themselves in those side lanes, and that's where Flash Wolves has been able to capitalize. This game may actually hinge near this next Dragon fight because instead of the picks being plentiful for Flash Wolves with solo people off, they are now grouped up with an Anivia around an objective. Will Flash Wolves give up Dragon number 3, or will they actually try and fight this one?
We keep talking about how Origen's style is 1-3-1, but a case can definitely be made to just spread open the map and then collapse with the Sivir and then use that movement speed advantage to make a pick or an engage or a siege somewhere. Because if you look at this composition, a lot of the issues Alistar and Darius face in these fights is getting to their targets. Sivir solves that immediately for you, and then you can really play out these good zone control team fights with Anivia. So they have the tools to turn around a fight, catch out NL. But he's proven to be very position-based AD carry, so definitely interesting to see if this plays out.
And as much as we talk about Flash Wolves being a sort of reactive team, they've made a lot of proactive picks. Origen haven't gone for sieges or fights or much of anything, but Maple continually opens the map back up. Dragon's been up for almost a minute. Origen trying one more time to take it.
I feel like Maple's been doing most of the work. He has been the one working in the shadows, and he has been the one split pushing for the team. Backwards chain is not the best way to start this, but they do have Anivia zoned out. This could be a fight.
Attempt of steal for Karsa will not happen. Sorted down a half health. Black shields himself, so Maple goes in. Chain's only Mythy. He could re-engage his pops the ulti and flashes to leave headbutts immediate to go out as well. Sivir was already popped and is timed out, and now Stake will look for a slow. One auto attack would slow Chain Mythy. They're gonna go for this one. The Chain will land headbutt, won't create enough distance, and that will be a kill for NL with the Super Mega Death Rocket.
And on the topic of controlling this split push that OG does, Rek'Sai is a fantastic pick because you can make your jungler an impromptu wave clear on the other side of the map and just ulti him in. Karsa came in with the tunnel, joined the fight, and once Origen was disrupted, they were too afraid to fight. They felt a need to regroup. And then Flash Wolves gap closes and range CC punished them.
Well, specifically in that fight, Peke was trapped in the mid lane because the push was being threatened while Origen was able to get the Dragon. So I actually think they got a decent amount of value picking up Dragon number 3 and only having the 1 casualty in the Alistar. I think is an acceptable cost for Origen in the long run. Even so, it does appear that they've kind of lost control of this game, and now their win condition really is more centralized. They need to be able to take Dragon 4 and 5 as well as try and control Fog of War around Baron, of which Origen has really poor ward coverage where they need it right now.
Yeah, it showed Flash Wolves a way to win these fights. You really want to repeat the same scenario over, where you have Maple on the side, picking people off, Karsa going in and then zoning Origen, and then picking up the targets with repetitive CC, while keeping NL safe. Whereas Origen, they just want to group up, get a really good CC chain come in. Gragas and Alistar combine their efforts to really lock somebody down, and then meanwhile you use your tankiness to your advantage, so that Maple can't really go 1-for-1 in that trade. From that point onwards, Origen do win the fight.
We'll see if that kind of team fight can happen. Then at the front line holds, and they can deal with the 2.5 threats here. Double teleport is up, but of course so is Stakes, and so is Karsa's ultimate. And keep in mind, there are kind of 2 teleports per team here as far as matching map movements. A great find on a Peke. Chompers underneath. Not good for the Anivia. Pops the egg, and now here comes the follow-up. Has nowhere to run. Eggs don't seem to roll uphill. Peke goes down 7-4 for Flash Wolves.
Binding to chain to Chompers is just no escape once they're getting hit by this first CC, and Origen is just not grouped at the right times to keep this Flash Wolves composition at bay.
Yeah, just not respecting the range of these soft CCs, following up by hard CCs. Pekka has flash available, he could have backed out. He can also put his ulti down and just walk further away, just avoid getting hit. But again, NL opening with a beautiful zap there, and then lack of respect for Pekka, it costs them a tower.
That's turret number 5. Flash Wolves have knocked down 2 of the 3 2 turrets now, and the entire team sitting up in the top side of the map now around Baron, around that recently dead red buff.
And lights going on here for Origen. No wards around Baron whatsoever.
Yeah, there's an upgraded sweeper on Karsa and on Sword Art. There is still a pink ward in the inventory of Stake, and honestly, Origen just hasn't been in the proper position to get the wards up that are necessary. Amazing has a very small window now, as well as Mythy, to get these defensive wards up around Baron area. Such a critical time. This is actually, for Flash Wolves, this is the cost of taking that second turret. They think it's worth it, but they've kind of lost a little bit of control of the jungle here, where with the way Origen is being caught out of position, Origen needs to set up shop here and get a pick of their own, because they are getting completely punished by Flash Wolves.
They trade the Baron control for push in the bot lane by Stake, and also getting a base time for all their members to spend the gold. So in that sense, Flash Wolves, they lose a bit of the map, but they gain some potential momentum down the line. We need to see if they can actually deny enough vision here from Origen. Because Origen, they're fine with losing the map as long as they can sneak in 1 or 2 wards on this Baron area and just prevent the Flash Wolves from doing clean Baron. Because if they collapse, they have a fantastic team to collapse on that Baron area.
Whoa, Hava getting collapsed on right there. Anivia melts Maple, gets another one. 4-0 and 4 for him. Now Mythy caught up, has to pop the ulti, but does he really even get away with this one? Low health, does walk out. A lot of ultis burned. Amazing blocks it.
I think we're seeing here Flash Wolves on their very comfortable champions, and when we swap sides of the map for the next game, that might be what Origen has to go off of. The blue side is a huge advantage in this particular matchup because of the comfort that Flash Wolves has, more so than it would be for even a normal team. Because when Flash Wolves is at their best, it's on this specific set of champions, especially with Maple on an assassin like Maple. Or like LeBlanc that we're seeing live.
And El just took a giant chunk of damage thanks to the Baron, and Peke's TP is up. There's actually room to make a big play because Maple and NL have to leave the map and heal back up. They could conceivably even Baron and they'd probably get it.
Yeah, Stake can obviously match Peke there and slow them down. Origen looking for vision here. So many wards though in the area still, so Flash Wolves will play with perfect information.
All right, mid-tier 2 is the target. Origen go for the much safer choice. That does go down. Origen keep the game within 3,000. Dragon up in a minute. The Flash Wolves have shown they have broken this game apart.
Nice slow. It's just... There it is.
They look for the play, and NL Black Shield comes in before explosive cast can, but Soas trying to frontline for the team. Amazing, incredibly low. One last rocket does it. The
Stake's flanking.
Well, unfortunately, the team can't join yet thanks to the Anivia Crystallize, so Stake will just buy some time with the Frozen Mallet. Undeterred, though, keeps the CC going towards Mythy, and yes, these guys are going to chase. Anivia stops it.
Yeah, we're starting to realize why NL actually deals so much damage, because his zaps are on point. Every single kill so far has been started with either 1 or 2 consecutive zaps landing by NL. That ability is pretty hard to land. He just slows them down just enough that they don't want to flash out because they don't want to waste it, but he can rack up a couple of hits. Then when they do flash out, it's very often too late because they just chase and then he gets the kill.
This is the big play though. Dragon spawns up and Origen knows Flash Wolves want it, so they start away at Baron, but missing one sweeper, don't kill the last ward in the pit. Flash Wolves know if it's a bait.
It's such a hard play for Origen to set up right now because of the amount of vision they need to clear.
Gotta go for it.
Yeah, they don't walk in with Mythy. Right now, Amazing would have an upgraded suit, but he's been dead, so this is in vision of Flash Wolves. They're trying to collapse. They gotta finish it.
Amazing can jump over the wall. Who's gonna win this fight? It goes to the red team. That goes to Origen. Here's the battle. Karsa alone in front, absorbing, gets dunked. Soaz is online. Maple's down. He's still going. He doesn't get the third as Azonius comes across. He gets some damage on the stake. He gets the kill. He's on to NL, and it's gonna be to save the game. Soaz gets a pentakill after Baron.
And that's how you win a game. That's what you do. You just fall to the wayside throughout the mid-game, and then 30 minutes hit, Darius pentakill. Beautiful Zonias by Sword Ult, but it wasn't enough to stop the power of Noxian Might. 200 attack damage plus. Once he triggered that here, he was hitting the outer ring of his Q to heal up and power tank the game, and instead of trading a Baron for a Dragon, they have their cake and they eat it too.
All right, let's watch this again. Amazing comes in, holds his smite here, barrel, and then smites at the same time. Stay can't steal it, and look at Sword Art and where Maple is. They're still joining this fight once it's already hopped on. Niels, with his heal, survives long enough to deal some damage and then run out of the fight.
NL is late to this fight, and specifically Maple actually got picked off. He wasn't sneaky enough on the LeBlanc. The stun from Peke just to set up Soaz for all of this power.
Soaz actually pulls him out of Miffy's combo, but that little stun there coming from the side from Expeke, that bought 2 hits that NL could have done in this fight. Those 2 hits were enough. If you don't land them, Darius on Soaz's pick there can chain heal from leading those Q, and then suddenly he stays alive in that fight. So if Peke missed that stun, this could have been an entirely different fight.
Yeah, I think this also speaks to the fact that Origen was really far behind, because after a pentakill, Baron, and Dragon, they're still up only 1,000 gold, but I think they do have a better team fighting composition as we saw in that cascaded Baron fight. So now, let's see how well Flash Wolves can repel this Origen push.
We're going to try for it right here. Stun of the wall will not land. Early Black Shield comes in. Now Maple around the back. Doesn't get much done, but Amazing is overcommitted, and he's going to get picked up. Karsa low on the backside, so is Sword Art.
This time, Flash Wolves have NL in the fight from the start, and then they have Maple distracting on the side. So there's 2 ways to play the fights. Either you focus on one guy, blow him up for the reset on Jinx, or you just make it so that they can't afford to focus on NL, and he just has so much backline damage.
That was a really awkward engagement, because as Amazing was going into the initiation, Maple had the flank position. So half of Origen had to go back to respect Maple, and instead they lose Amazing, which is better than the alternate of Maple basically killing Peke and then losing the whole fight. Mithy really trying to keep Maple on the backside.
Of course, the ult out of Mithy, but it's a low health bar. Ooh, they nearly catch Peke with the rocket.
I think that's push done.
Yeah. Mithy's job in this fight is pretty much goalkeeping. He has to keep Maple away, intercept that distortion, either with a W or a Q. Neil's doing some damage here. Look at that crit though.
It's still a 4v5. Keep in mind, Flash Wolves do not yet have the Mega on our ulti though, and not enough damage comes out of Maple. Sword Art also missing Flash means no engage, despite the fact that Amazing was back in base off of respawning. And as you said, pushed up.
Yeah. I think this kind of goes to show how far this game is from a natural conclusion. With the Baron buff, Origen couldn't even 5v5 siege a middle turret. Normally it's the inhibitor defending turrets that are hard to take with Baron. The one that they just got pushed back on is the easy one.
Yeah. Origen as a team never use Baron to end the game. They use it to break open the base. That's when they take down a lot of these tier 3 towers, but right now they're having issues even getting past tier 2.
Yes.
Against a team that plays late game Jinx, has an AD carry with the highest damage in the entirety of group stage, well surpassing any other Jinx players even in that regard. So we go on with this and we get a Ziggs later on coming out of Sword Art, NL could potentially start solo carrying these fights.
And that is next. You can see the amplifying tome in Sword Art's inventory. I would bet you that is going to be the incredible AD carry empowering Zeke's Harbinger. A couple thousand gold away from that one. We'll see if it comes in.
They're trying to get that pick onto NL. They know he has no flash.
Black Shield in, and Karsa front lines for the team. Buys a whole lot of time. Flash the way. Sword Art also buys a lot of room, but Soaz has reached the back line. However, Amazing got picked off. It's a 1-for-0 so far to Flash Wolves. Stake goes back in. He does have the ulti if he rebuilds Meganar. Flashes for the slow on Peke. NL wants in. Gets chunked out by a boomerang. Still hitting Peke, though. There's the zap. There's the hit. He's an egg. That's going to be a 2-for-0 to Flash Wolves.
And look at the beautiful zoning. Karsa goes in with a 3-man knockup, then Sword Art just positions himself as a blocker. Just presses ulti and zonias. He doesn't care if they walk out of his ultimate. All we need to do is keep NL alive. And in the midst of all that, Amazing find himself goes off and killed.
You could really see how hazardous it can be to chase down NL's Jinx with the rest of Flash Wolves being able to protect him. Black Shield, the knock-up from the Rek'Sai, as well as the flanking from Maple, plus Frozen Mallet on Stake. He's not really using this offensively. People are, like Sawaz is trying to run at the AD carry. Stake's just hitting him with that Frozen Mallet slow again and again, and you can tell it is shutting Origin's team fighting down. Aside from that one, you know, kind of nice pentakill. Yeah. Gave him 6,000 gold power play.
But even with a 6,000 gold power play, they're still behind 700 gold, so... And this is the story of these games, so likely it will be the same game 2, 3, and 4, potentially 5. We get more explosion post 30 minutes.
This game was action-packed by these team standards up until the first 30 minutes, but by tendencies, Flash Wolves has the bloodiest games post 30 minutes, and Origen the 4th bloodiest games post 30 minutes. So really, we've already seen a pentakill post 30 minutes.
Well, hold
what
on.
more is in store as these guys battle
This is in store, because here we go. Sword Art Black shields himself, but NL will not get grabbed. Maple's around the back, looks for Niels, doesn't get too much done, and now he's zoned out for a few more seconds. Stake is low, turns into Mega Gnar, but it's a disengage.
Change in approach for Origen. Instead of looking for the backline, they just pick away at these peelers, at these blockers, so they try and get Sword Art to force him to use Zhonya's or ulti defensively to save himself, not NL. And that way, you see Maple try and go for a flank, but he doesn't have the bravado to really combo. He just goes in and out, so not much damage returned from the Flash Wolves.
Now keep in mind, as far as playing a disengaged game goes, we are 30 seconds away from Dragon 5 for Origen. They've managed to control that the entire time. And so if they can set up that line one more time, in 25 seconds, they can go for the aspect.
Yeah, right now, Origen's wards are placed around the Baron area. They have triple pink right there, but they actually don't have much vision control at the Dragon Pit, so what will Origen choose? You've seen teams trade Dragon 5 for a free Baron and then take their chances at the next one. Origen does kind of hold the cards right here, but they have to be careful that they don't walk into a bad team fight because the death timers could end the game.
And Origen, they've learned their lesson. Instead of rushing into their inevitable doom, they've been kiting a lot more in these fights, but right now, Flash Wolves are rushing down this Dragon.
Yeah, and Origen, they didn't have the vision control at the Dragon Pit. They're going to try and trade for Baron, but the timers were desynced by 10 seconds. So how much Baron can they get, and how well can they run away? Last time this resulted in a pentakill, but Peke's running a little low on his mana pool. He has a blue buff.
They're just two-manning it, and it's gonna go down. There's a second bear of the game, and here comes the fight. Flash Wolves on Dragon 1 at least have some stats. Here's the engage. Niels flashes for an auto onto Maple. A couple of knock-ins come through, and so has wreaking havoc on the sides. Niels is still safe. Peke lands a stun. Sword Art goes down. Mega Gnar does almost nothing, and Stake is the second kill of the fight. It's 2 for Peke.
But instead of tunneling on NL and not being able to reach him, they actually take the composition apart piece by piece from the front. Origen wins fights whether either they kite and they kill the front line or they get this Baron buff and they can hit the front line anyways.
Long death timers too. It is just Sword Art and Stake, but how much can they get off this one? If they pick off Maple or NL, the game could be over, but they finally break the base with Baron number 2.
And speaking of picking off, if Maple had landed that chain, it might have actually killed off Sawaz. It would have triggered the mimicked Q mark right there, but doesn't happen. It's gonna stay alive for now, but it's only a 3,500 gold game. Origen didn't get a lot off the last Baron buff. We'll see what else they can get here.
And in these slow late game fights with Leandris from Anivia, we'll talk about that later as we see this replay again.
So Leandris on Anivia is great for tank busting. Darius is also pretty good for tank busting if you're going through here. You could tell Origen isn't actually trying to focus the squishies here. They're just trying to kind of play their own backline and just trade who has more damage. Origen has the better tank line, the better protection, so instead of them trying to dive, they are killing frontline. This is the proper way for Origen to play the team fights with their very tanky lineup.
You don't want to give NL AoE rockets. Even though he was in rocket form, most of his offensive tools, hang on, Karsa. Most of his offensive tools were used on a single target only, not AoE. And then Peke, if you have to walk over Leandris' ultimate from Anivia, you will take so much damage over time in these rather slow fights overall.
And you also want to make it as difficult as possible to flank on the block. When Origen commits people to the backline of Flash Wolves, they leave themselves exposed. Now they die.
They're going to go for it. Turret goes down, Sliver ults in, Sawaz to the front as well. And look at Stake getting forced out. He is a barrel away from death. Niels gets the kill. It's a 5v4. A gigantic minion line going to be hard to answer. Sawaz gets a shield. He walks forward. This turret is nearly already dead. Amazing takes a big chunk of his health bar. Rockets come in. That crit would have killed him, but it was only a normal hit right there. Another chunk comes through. NL forced to flash over the Anivia wall, but the inhibitor turret is dead, and Origen are not deterred.
You can see Peke's Leandris Anivia is doing a number on Flash Wolves. And even though Origen had to kind of make a desperation play to get back into this game with the first Baron, that's a nice pick by Maple. There has been a distinct change in strategy in how Origen plays their team fights that is paying some pretty huge dividends. Flash Wolves not willing to give up though. That's a big time Rek'Sai. Pekka is not there. He would almost need to teleport down to save this now. Karsa, he comes up lane.
All right, everyone walks away fast enough that all is well. A death on Mythic, though, is still 35 seconds of Origen having to cede the map for now. There's no way they can go for a fight without him.
This style that Origen is playing is fine in the current iteration of events. Look at the way they play right now. Stake is the primary target. They just don't want too many AoE rockets on NL. Black Shield gets used early, but because Miffy's playing Alistar, he can afford to do this with the Unbreakable. This gives time to look stun, to barrel on Stake. Barrel even misses because Stake doesn't even run. But Miffy's soaking more damage than Stake is. So you're trading support for top laner in these fights, and from that point on, they're winning. But if Flash Wolves finish Zeke's, which they have right now.
Not even. Oh, they have it.
They just have right now. Then this slow playstyle where you leave Jinx untouched may actually come to punish you, because you're looking at 90% crit on NL right now.
Meanwhile, 55% for Niels, and there's double Randu and Zoman on the front line here, so it will be fairly hard to cut through those two.
90 when it procs, obviously. You still need to get the Zeke smoke, but that takes some time, and you usually get it easiest if you just focus on tanks, because they make it a lot easier to hit them, and then you can switch to these more priority targets.
Niels is also full build. Sivir does a very deceptive amount of damage late into the game, especially now that the team fights are becoming a little bit condensed.
Yeah.
The Ricochet is hitting many, many targets. If Stake and Karsa want to dive together, Niels gets to hit both of them. And really this game has been controlled by Origen's ability to take care.
Here we go. Niels gonna knock down that tier 2 turret. After all, the Bloodthirster, he's happy to take a few shots and make sure it goes in. As we go 43 minutes into this one.
As expected.
Yeah, as expected, of course.
Love it when a stat pans out.
What's crazy is Origen have about 11,000 gold, roughly, in Baron power plays. If not for the Baron plays that they had, they'd be down like 6k in this game. Like, their ability to make these calls. This is what Europe is known for, by the way, is taking the Barons when there's a dragon up on the map. It's worked out twice now.
Yeah, and Freak, I feel like these teams are such a close matchup against each other. That most of these games will come down to very bold plays and their execution in those precise moments. I don't think this is a matchup where one team just outclasses the other or consistently makes so many super small movements that they win by a landslide. There will be a lot of back and forth games in this series.
And as you talk about execution, Stake face X.
Oh, jeez.
Right before that, though, Maple, he got the Black Shield. He was ready up to go, launched himself over the wall, maybe make a pick, and he headbutted the wall as well. And I kind of killed out the entire
Peke was ready. He had ult Q just to prep for it. Either way, we are getting ourselves back into this one. 23 seconds on the next chance for Dragon 5 for Origen. If they get this, they can take Baron during that duration, get both buffs on. There's already 2 inhibitors dead, so even Flash Wolves leaving their base would be hard.
Yeah, Dragon 5 is huge here because Origen is actually set up to do so, and trying to get in on his zone control Anivia, who, by the way, has a very timely blue buff, is incredibly difficult.
They're trying to pop Stake's Mega Gnar before the Dragon fight. That's why you saw Pekka hit him over, but they're now rotated in position. This could be an end of the game.
It's a classic Origen play. Just when you think they're going for a Dragon, they go for your base. Everyone is ahead of them!
Everyone who's ever on a team with this Peke knows this move. They're already into the base, and Flash Wolves go, dude, where's my base? Too late, it's already gone, without even getting a kill. Origen dropped the Nexus in game 1.
Classic Peke Soad shot calling, but it's actually Niels who led the way on that rotation. Everyone was thinking about Dragon 5, but Dragon 5 only helps you kill the Nexus. Why not just kill the Nexus?
I love this bait and switch that Origen pulled here, especially game 1 in the best of 5. To win a game in this manner just gives like a mental blow to the Flash Wolves too, because they were, okay, maybe we can get back into the game. Maybe if we get this Dragon. No, our Nexus is gone.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this is literally 3 objectives in a row that Origen get because of the threat of Dragon 5, not because of Dragon 5 itself, because everyone cares so much about this. And I mean, just think about the prep these teams do. How much the LMS as a region and the Flash Wolves as a team fight around Dragon every single time. The team that gets Dragon 5 wins every game in that region because everyone always fights over Dragon 5. And if you win the fight, obviously you win the game. And Origen just read them. They're like, yeah, you have to care about Dragon 5. We'll take a Baron. We'll take another Baron. We'll take your Nexus. And every time, Flash Wolves go for the same play.
Looking at this game, though, we saw a couple of the tendencies coming into the game that we expected confirmed. But we already saw some changes here that Origen did in their play. Very much so the proactive teleports early in the game. This is not something we've seen. They've usually been either second or not teleporting at all.
Yeah.
But this time it was good to see them go for these proactive plays. But then the game took the normal turn, where Flash Wolves are just so good at stabilizing and not looking for more action.
I think we saw some of the strengths and weaknesses of both these teams come out pretty strongly in game 1. teleport usage from Origen, but some lackadaisical play in the side lanes, and Flash Wolves showed how well they can absorb.
Yep.
And then at the end of the day, we got to see Origen back over the Nexus. So what way to start the series?
It's a great way. It encapsulates all the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. But for an even closer look at that Origen win, let's send it over to our interview lounge with some expert insight.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm joined here by Deficio and Clement too, who is a caster for the LMS region and knows the Flash Wolves very, very well. Let's break down this first game, starting with the picks and bans. Because watching, as someone who's watched Origen for a while and has watched the Flash Wolves for a while, I was quite surprised at all the power picks given over to the Flash Wolves.
Exactly. I think that the Flash Wolves got to play exactly what they wanted, and OG didn't use their strength on the purple side. If we look at the group stages, they actually won 3 games on the purple side, and a huge part of that was giving SOAS split push pressure in the top lane. But this time they actually let Stake get the Gnar against the Darius matchup, and I think through the middle of that game, we could see the advantage. They didn't have anywhere they could push.
And we were talking about this during the game, how this Lulu ban on red side doesn't seem to be necessary against the Flash Wolves, because it's Stake who's going to play it on top side, which means there's no front line suddenly for the team, and they rely so much on him being that big tank. We saw him on the Gnar, so I think they should leave that one open, ban away that LeBlanc from Maple, which was just such a pain for them to deal with. It was just all over the place.
Yeah, definitely. And if we step away from the picks, okay, OG had made their bed, and then they start off being very, very aggressive, which is something that we've seen from them a lot in the European LCS. Not so much so far on the world stage. How come they weren't able to hold on to their strength there? Because they got the first, but they got the pressure in the bottom lane.
I think the main play we have to talk about is the double TP top lane, where they got punished very heavily. Amazing was in the bottom of the map, and they didn't know that NL was already heading on their way. So
we actually have a replay for that one as well, to look at that one indeed, and we can talk over it. And as you said, Maple, a staple for that team, and we see it here once again.
Yeah, it was just so weird with the way Origen were positioned on the map, with always Amazing being on the bottom side with the side stone. So they had very few defensive wards. So even though they got ahead at first, we can just roll the clip now. We notice how Maple's been able to sneak in behind, because there's 0 wards in this jungle on the top side of the map for Origen. So they're only looking offensive almost. Nils gets caught out at first, has to run away. The double teleport comes in. It worked earlier in the game for Origen, but look at Amazing on your minimap. He's so far away from his team, he's never able to help, and Flash Wolves gets to play this team fight where they avoid the burst coming in at first and then can just keep chasing with more and more CCs.
And honestly, when that fight happened, I thought, from knowing how the Flash Wolves have played and knowing that they have that power pick, they have a fed Maple on the block, and they have especially the Jinx, I thought it would have been over and the Flash Wolves would have been able to clean it out. What do you think?
I think OG really knows what they want to do with their composition. The reason Darius is so strong right now is even if you have a counter matchup in Gnar, Darius in the team fights can just go right through him. If he gets enough items, Gnar is not tanky enough to hold that front line. So that's exactly what they did. They baited the Baron, they forced him into a team fight and just went through their front.
Yeah, and with that, Europe got a little bit of vengeance for the Balls pentakill. We can roll that pentakill from SOAS here, also on Darius and on the game-changing fight, putting it back in OG's favor.
Yeah, really. So for Origen, because they got so many early dragons, they could keep like forcing Flash Wolves to move down to stop these dragons from stacking up, and then always start the Baron in advance. They did it this time around. Flash Wolves comes in super late. NL joins the fight now, and his tank is already dead, or one of the tanks is already down. And this is where Darius just shines, because once you get that first kill, you get 4 stacks on the next one. You even heal so much on your Q. One of the nice buffs you got coming into Worlds, making you even stronger in these team fights. And it's fantastic play by SOAS, but also why these teams value Darius so much, because he will always be a threat in team fights. On just having a Black Cleaver, he has enough damage to kill your entire team.
Yeah, that play was just disgusting, man. SOAS, thanks for ruining my Worlds experience.
Game one.
Hey, game one.
For game
well,
one.
Let's talk about that though. Game one, from the side of OG, it is very risky to give the Flash Wolves all their power picks and the ones they like to play, but if it pays off in this manner, what will that mean for the next game, knowing that OG will be on the purple side and Flash Wolves, on the blue side and Flash Wolves on purple?
So you mean like OG on the blue side next time?
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay, I think the second game is always crucial in this series, because if they bring out a new strategy and they're on the blue side, the other team, when they go back on the red side in the next game, they're not going to have any way to react to it. So just Rito, fix your champions, thanks.
Well, I think looking at this here, because Mordekaiser and Gangplank is banned so often on red side, it meant for Origen they couldn't target some of these comfort picks like LeBlanc, like Jinx, possibly even a Tahm Kench coming in later, who knows. They should be a lot stronger on blue side. And I think them winning the first game is so huge for this series, because again, blue side where they can now take away these comfort picks from Flash Wolves and force them to ban away the Gangplank and Mordekaiser. should mean that we get a better pick and ban phase, because I honestly felt like Origen lost this pick and ban phase to the Flash Wolves. They were just so few answers at first to how they could deal with like Jinx and so on, but because they played the early game so well, because they ran offensive Summoner and Alistar as well, they got the level 2 all in to kind of shut down the Jinx, buy them some time to get early Dragons. They then used later on to bait these Barons over and over and over. So really them getting 4 Dragons so quickly was massive by playing so well in the start of the game. They need to really fix that vision control though, because it also has to be defensive, otherwise you get picked off left and right.
Yeah, and Maple, we know that he's great on LeBlanc, but he's good on a lot of different champions as well, so we'll see what happens. We have to step away for a minute, but when we come back, the Flash Wolves will take to the Rift and try and tie up the series versus Origen. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
If we pick offensively, the series will take a huge turn.
Soaz lands the upper hand. 2 more attacks will do it. Sorark's already dead. He's gonna bleed to death for another couple of seconds. Here comes the team. Snake! Oh dear! Poaches an egg. He gets some damage on his Snake. He got a kill. He's on the hill, and it's gonna be enough to save the game. Niels is still safe. Peke lands a stun. Sorark goes down. Megadar does almost nothing, and Stake is the second kill of the fight. Origen dropped the Nexus in game 1.